Chapter 1. Outdoor Streamer. My name is Zhang Lin, and I am 25 years old, hailing from the northern regions of China. After graduating from school, I found myself adrift, engaging in a variety of jobs such as food delivery, sales, real estate brokerage, and even dabbling in small business ventures. Yet none of these endeavors proved fruitful. In a moment of uncertainty, I departed from my hometown, hoping to seek fortune in the southern lands. By chance, I stumbled into the world of live streaming, and I am currently an outdoor video creator with over 200,000 followers on a certain platform. Through sporadic views and generous tips, I managed to make ends meet. My usual content revolves around island challenges, wilderness survival, and survival in the wild. The reason for the quotation marks is that, rather than true survival, these are meticulously planned outings, laden with provisions and tools, undertaken in select locations that have been scouted for enjoyment. At times, I even join forces with fellow streamers to explore small islands I film from the east while they capture footage from the west. After gathering our material, I unfold my portable chair, take out my fishing rod along with snacks and beverages, and indulge in fishing while savoring the sea-breezy experience that is simply delightful. Of course, I have acquired some basic outdoor skills. For instance, I have learned to construct simple shelters, craft traps for small animals, weave bamboo baskets, purify water, procure food, and cook. After a period of practice, I have notably improved my culinary abilities. Roasting grasshoppers, fish, shrimp, crabs, sweet potatoes, yams, and even small jellyfish has become second nature. This has instilled in me a sense of confidence, as I feel I have reached the level of a master grill chef. Should I ever choose to open a barbecue restaurant, I am certain it would thrive. During my time exploring the outdoors, I have not only honed my culinary skills, but also accumulated a wealth of survival knowledge. To enrich my content, I frequently watch survival videos from renowned experts, both domestic and international. Among those I admire are Bell, who claims that everything tastes like fried chicken starving to, who begins his journey by enduring 3 days of hunger, and the no-nonsense Australian fellow. I have meticulously observed their works, absorbing insights on survival techniques, regional weather characteristics, precipitation patterns, animal behaviors, and plant identification. Regrettably, I have yet to master the art of fire by friction, a challenge that eludes me. On contemporary short video platforms, nearly every streamer showcases various methods of creating fire with their bare hands, yet only those who have attempted it understand the difficulty involved. I once dedicated 2 hours to the endeavor, my palms raw from the branches, and not a single spark emerged. For the sake of my video, I ultimately resorted to using a lighter and editing to achieve the desired effect. Consequently, my arms ached for several days. Thus, I believe that among the multitude of outdoor streamers, those who can genuinely create fire by friction are indeed a rarity. Furthermore, I have been grappling with a creative slump lately, struggling to find fresh inspiration. I have already challenged rainforests, rugged mountains, islands, and even deserts, and the routine remains the same. Erecting shelters, foraging for food, and employing various survival techniques. After recording so much content, it inevitably becomes monotonous. The challenge of increasing my follower count and the lackluster views on my videos have been a source of profound distress for me. I find myself incessantly watching the videos of my peers in search of fresh material or inspiring environments for filming. On May 16, 2015, I awoke late in the afternoon as per my usual routine, only to be jolted from my slumber by a tremendous clap of thunder. Rising to peer out the window, I was greeted by a tempestuous storm. It was clear that venturing outdoors was out of the question for the day. After washing my face, I heated some bread and milk, consuming them while scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, I was captivated by a Weibo post titled 30-Day Desert Island Challenge. The content was as follows. This program invites outdoor enthusiasts from all walks of life to partake in a real-life survival challenge, with the location selected by the organizers. The rules were detailed below. A variety of essential survival tools would be provided, with each participant allowed to choose 3 items. The challenge location remained undisclosed until participants were gathered and transported to the designated site for a 30-day survival ordeal. Contestants were free to devise their own survival strategies, and those who succeeded would be rewarded with a prize of 150,000 yuan. Each participant would carry a satellite phone, allowing them to exit the competition at any time if they felt unable to continue, ensuring their safety. What a remarkable opportunity, I exclaimed, incredulous at the prospect. I swallowed my mouthful of milk in astonishment. This seemed like a stroke of serendipity. The program not only provided the challenge location, but also allowed for the selection of 3 survival tools, along with a safety net for rescue. If I were to gather these items independently, it would require significant time and expense. Now, I could both record new videos and embark on a challenge for a substantial reward, 150,000 yuan. Laughing heartily, I set aside my bread and milk, eagerly registering for the event. I filled out my information, name, gender, age, height, weight, and contact details, after which the program team would reach out to me. After completing these steps, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy, convinced that fortune had smiled upon me. This endeavor appeared deceptively simple, as if the 150,000 yuan was already within my grasp. Little did I know that this seemingly innocuous decision would radically alter the course of my life, nearly costing me dearly. If life afforded a second chance, I would undoubtedly refrain from enrolling in this program on that fateful day. Alas, life offers no such opportunities for redemption. Chapter 2: The Desert Island Survival Challenge. In the week that followed, I dedicated myself to preparing for the impending challenge. Each day began with rigorous physical training, coupled with a review of outdoor knowledge and survival skills. However, from the moment I registered until now, no one had contacted me. My attempts to research the event online yielded little more than the initial announcement, devoid of any further useful information. I found myself questioning the legitimacy of the competition, uncertain of the identities of the organizers or sponsors. Just as my spirits began to wane, convinced that this was mere sensationalism and false advertising, my phone rang. Upon answering the call, I was greeted by the voice of a young gentleman, who identified himself as a staff member of the production team. He proceeded to inform me of the assembly location and time for the contestants. Coincidentally, the gathering point was in Sanya, where I needed only to prepare my personal belongings for the collective departure to the challenge site 3 days hence. As the 3rd day dawned, I awoke with palpable excitement, swiftly dressing and having breakfast. I packed 3 vests, 2 pairs of shorts, and a pair of jungle boots before setting out. The summer in Hainan is notoriously humid and sweltering, with temperatures reaching approximately 32 degrees Celsius. The distance from my accommodation to the assembly point was roughly 40 kilometers. I summoned a rideshare, and the driver, a loquacious gentleman, kept the journey entertaining with a chatter. An hour later, I arrived at the designated location, a hotel on Hepping Street, conveniently close to the pier, which I surmised would be our departure point. I made a phone call and soon spotted the young man emerging from the hotel to greet me. Upon entering, I was met with a business room where roughly 20 individuals had already gathered. The atmosphere buzzed with lively discussions, a cacophony of voices, and I even overheard someone mention their purpose was tourism. I found a seat and surveyed my fellow contestants, most of whom were men aged between 30 and 40. Notably, there were several female participants, 2 of whom were quite attractive and possessed enviable figures. Among the crowd, an older gentleman, likely in his 60s, with graying hair, was animatedly conversing with those around him. Beside me sat a young man who appeared to be younger than I, silently observing. He had a buzz cut, a lean yet sturdy physique, and his dusky skin exuded an air of simplicity. Through our conversation, I learned his name was Yao, a 20-year-old from Qingdao, hailing from a lineage of fishermen, eager to compete for the prize money. After approximately 20 minutes, the remaining contestants began to arrive. I took the liberty of counting, and along with myself, there were a total of 34 individuals present. At this juncture, 3 staff members entered to explain the competition's details and rules. I discovered that our challenge locations were not on a single island, but rather across various similar islands situated in the same latitude, all of which were uninhabited. Each island possessed freshwater resources and a limited supply of food. Every contestant would be dispatched to their respective designated locations via individual fishing boats, equipped with 2 packs of compressed rations, 500 grams, 1 bottle of water, 350 milliliters, and a first aid kit. Safety measures included a satellite phone should any contestant be unable to continue due to health issues or fatigue. A medical team would provide prompt assistance. Naturally, the challenge did entail certain risks, such as encounters with wild beasts. Thus, every participant was required to sign a contract and insurance waiver. At this point, 3 contestants opted to withdraw, while I resolutely chose to proceed with the competition. With 31 contestants remaining, we sequentially completed the contracts and insurance forms before moving on to the tool selection phase. The production team provided each of us with a list of tools, allowing contestants to select 3 items to bring along, followed by half an hour to deliberate our choices. I meticulously scrutinized the tools list, and indeed, there was a remarkable variety. A small axe, a miniature saw, a dagger, a tiny shovel, wire saw blades, a 5-liter bottle of mineral water, a kilogram of compressed rations, 3 fish hooks, 10 meters of fishing line, a flashlight, a compound bow, an arrow, an umbrella, a tent, a compass, a box of matches, a magnesium block, candles, paper clips, a telescope, a sleeping bag, a water purification straw, gloves, medical adhesive tape, sulfur powder, a small bundle of thin wire, a waterproof watch, and a thermos along with a sewing kit. Initially, I found it perplexing that selecting 3 tools could take such an extended period. However, as I gazed at the comprehensive tool list, it dawned on me that choosing 3 items from a plethora of options, exceeding 100, was an arduous task. Each item seemed indispensable, and I found myself in a state of indecision, prompting me to reflect on my past experiences. The 3 fundamental elements of outdoor survival are simply shelter, water, food, and fire. For shelter, which necessitates the use of branches and wood, I concluded that the axe was the most suitable tool it can chop and cut, facilitate rudimentary soil excavation, and even serve the purpose of a dagger. Regarding fire, I cannot accept the method of friction to ignite it. The wilderness is rife with uncertainties, such as rain and dampness, and the process of creating fire through friction demands considerable physical exertion. Thus, I opted for the magnesium block. Concerning water and food, each individual is provided with 2 blocks of compressed rations and a bottle of water at the outset, which I believe would suffice until I locate fresh water and food sources. Consequently, from the remaining tools, I selected a small bundle of wire, which I deemed useful for my purposes. Soon, half an hour had slipped by, and everyone made their selections within the allotted time. After verifying the choices, the production team informed us that following a night's rest at the hotel, we would depart at 6 o'clock the next morning. We each found our respective rooms, dined, and took time to recuperate in preparation for our journey the following day. Chapter 3. Departure last night. I scarcely slept, my mind a whirlwind of past outdoor experiences and meticulous plans for the destination ahead. Yet, for reasons unknown, a subtle unease lingered in my heart, persisting until I finally succumbed to slumber shortly after 3 in the morning. In retrospect, I suspect it was a silent warning from the heavens, urging me to reconsider this perilous challenge. Alas, I did not heed that caution at the time. Awakened at 5:30 by a preset alarm, I quickly refreshed myself before joining the gathering in the hall. The enthusiasm among my companions was palpable. Nearly everyone had already arrived. I exchanged a brief greeting with the unassuming Gu Yao, who nodded in acknowledgement. At 6 o'clock sharp, the production team made their timely appearance. Once our group was assembled, we boarded a bus that took us to a yacht dock in Nangang Alley, where we were each assigned a fishing vessel, substantially larger than any I had previously encountered. A steel trawler measuring approximately 24 meters in length. The exact location of our challenge remained undisclosed, but I speculated it was not nearby. As the team leader mentioned, we would be at sea for about a week, and I gave it little further thought. As the dock could not accommodate all the boats at once, we were divided into 6 groups, with mine being the last. Coincidentally, Biao was in my group as well. Before long, it was our turn, and I boarded the vessel, joined by 3 others. The captain, Wang, age 45, and his 2 first mates, one being Liu, 34 years old. They bore the sun-kissed, weathered skin of seasoned fishermen, alongside a crew member from the production team, Gao Deming, who stood tall at 30. Gao handed me a sizable black mountaineering backpack, its 3 compartments enticingly filled. Upon inspection, I discovered a small axe, a magnesium rod, a satellite phone, a first aid kit, a bundle of approximately 3mm wire, 2 blocks of compressed rations, and a bottle of mineral water. I expressed my gratitude and engaged in light conversation with him, though I refrained from probing too deeply into the specifics of this challenge. As the fishing boat departed the harbor, it sped through the water. Initially, I could still spot the other 6 contestants, but gradually, Only Gu Yao's vessel remained in sight. By afternoon, he too had drifted far away. I sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Lu was at the helm, steering the boat, while Gao, filled with curiosity, observed intently. I offered Captain Wang a cigarette and inquired about his previous sailing experiences. Wang spoke with a thick local accent, making it somewhat difficult for me to comprehend fully. However, I sensed his deep reverence for the ocean. He shared that before every voyage, he pays homage to the Dragon King, seeking blessings for a safe journey and plentiful catches. Perhaps the Dragon King had indeed granted him favor, as he recounted several past perilous situations that had miraculously resolved in his favor. Though I listened with amusement, my 9 years of compulsory education had instilled in me a firm belief in science, rendering me somewhat skeptical of such folklore. As the 5th day of our journey dawned, the sky remained a brilliant blue, devoid of a single cloud. I found myself disoriented, losing track of my bearings, with only the deep blue waters surrounding me. Throughout the entire morning, not a single vessel appeared on the horizon, leaving only the rhythmic crashing of waves and the solitary roar of the engine, which stirred a latent tension within me. Captain Wang maintained a cheerful demeanor, perhaps sensing my unease, and comforted me in his dialect, saying, "Child, do not be afraid. I have been sailing for over 30 years. I have encountered all sorts of situations. Rest assured." Upon hearing the captain's words, my anxiety eased somewhat as I gazed towards the distant horizon, hoping to catch sight of another vessel to accompany us on our journey. With the captain's wealth of experience and the sea appearing tranquil, my spirits began to lift until the afternoon. This afternoon, there were still no signs of other ships in sight. The weather was exceptionally clear, yet a gentle breeze arose on the sea, refreshing and pleasant against my skin. However, as the breeze began to blow, Captain Wang's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness, ultimately becoming grave. He informed us that the humidity in the wind was particularly heavy, and it was likely that the weather would change in the coming days. The captain suggested an immediate return ashore or seeking a nearby port to anchor for a few days. However, after communicating with the production team, Gao Deming disagreed, arguing that we could not afford to waste time, and the weather forecast indicated no imminent heavy rain, only overcast skies. After the production team assured Captain Wang of a doubled commission, he relented, though his usual cheerful demeanor faded, and he commanded his first mate to increase the engine's efficiency and accelerate towards our destination. Having sailed for so long, I was unwilling to abandon our course now. Returning would mean my challenge would end before it even began. Thus, I voiced no objections, considering there were only 2 days left of travel. The current clear skies seemed to promise safety, so I continued to sit on the deck, gazing at the horizon. As dusk approached, the sun had descended 2/3 of the way, painting the sky in hues of fiery color. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared on the western horizon, resembling a vast flock of crows spreading ominously across the sky, instilling in me a profound sense of foreboding. Upon seeing that ominous cloud, the lines on Captain Wang's weathered face transformed instantly into an expression of terror. Chapter 4. The Nightmare Descends to Fu. Southwest. Full throttle. Captain Wang shouted frantically as he sprinted towards the cockpit, his gestures animated as if he had encountered a monstrous apparition upon sighting the ominous black clouds. A glance exchanged with Gao Deming ignited a sense of foreboding within me. If the usually composed Captain Wang was so unhinged, the situation must be dire. Thus, we followed him into the cockpit, eager to ascertain the gravity of the matter. Amidst the chaos, Captain Wang and First Officer Liu were frantically maneuvering the vessel while conversing in a dialect I could not comprehend. It was only when Gao Deming grasped the captain's arm firmly that he snapped back to reality. A tempest is approaching from the northeast. It will be upon us before the night is over. There will be no escape. With that, he dashed out of the cabin without a backward glance. At that moment, my mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and I stood frozen, overwhelmed by panic, as if I had become unresponsive. It was not until Gao Deming patted my shoulder and urged, "Let's assist the captain," that I regained my composure. We hurried to the deck, where we found the captain dragging a large box, extracting orange and white circular life buoys. Upon noticing our approach, he exclaimed, "Quick! Inflate these lifebuoys and secure them to the side rails." Without hesitation, Gao Deming and I sprang into action, one dragging while the other inflated. In total, there were 8 lifebuoys, each made of canvas and approximately 3 meters in diameter. Alone, one could scarcely move even a single inflated buoy. After nearly an hour of collective effort, we managed to secure all 8 lifebuoys firmly to the side of the vessel. Meanwhile, Captain Wang lowered the mast at the bow, securing it tightly to the deck, along with all movable items. Every window was reinforced with burlap for added protection. Once the preparations were complete, Captain Wang retrieved an inflatable kayak from the cargo hold and inflated it, indicating that it could serve as a last resort in a critical moment. After nearly 4 hours, we had accomplished all that could be done. Captain Wang appeared considerably calmer, sitting silently on the deck, gazing at the encroaching black clouds that loomed closer yet remained distant. I, still naive, believed that the clouds were far away and that we had ample time to evade them. Thus, I inquired at our current speed, will we really be affected by the storm from such a distance? Our vessel isn't too small. Surely, we can withstand a bit of rough seas? Captain Wang did not look at me, his gaze fixed on the clouds as he replied, "Do not be deceived by their distance. They approach with relentless speed. They will catch up to us tonight. The tempests at sea are unlike those on land. We are on a vessel, not in a building. Even the slightest issue could be fatal." With that, he rose once more to inspect the ship's equipment. At this moment, my mind is completely devoid of thoughts about the deserted island challenge. I have even cast aside the 150,000 challenge prize. Yet, there's no sense of panic, as the sky remains bright around 5 o'clock. The waves on the sea are merely slightly more vigorous than usual, and the sea breeze feels refreshingly cool against my skin. I contemplate that this may simply be a minor crisis, one that poses no threat to life. Gao Deming has informed us that he has sought assistance from the production team, but they have indicated that help will not arrive immediately, assuring us that there is no cause for alarm. 2 hours have passed, and the wind at sea has shifted from a gentle breeze to a more forceful gust, now carrying a chill as it brushes against us. The waves have intensified, causing the boat to sway precariously. I think to myself that the storm has begun. The captain and first mate Liu are at the helm, while Gao Deming and I retreat into the cabin. An hour later, we peer out through the window, and the sky has succumbed to darkness. The sea is a pitch-black expanse, with the wind and waves raging furiously. Even within the cabin, the howling wind pierces through, producing a disturbing wail against the hull. The waves crash relentlessly, each more formidable than the last, slamming against the vessel and sending up torrents of spray. Our boat rises and falls violently amid the monstrous waves, mirroring the tumult in my heart. I can no longer discern whether the boat is moving forward, as the roar of the engine has been completely drowned out by the cacophony of the storm. In this moment, every sound that penetrates my ears and every sight that meets my eyes is dominated by the fierce winds and towering waves. I am engulfed in utter confusion, my heart shrouded in profound fear, spiraling out of control. Heavens, I cannot fathom how much time has elapsed. Perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps 5 hours. The window reveals nothing but darkness. The outside world has vanished entirely. Yet, from the violent rocking of the boat and the tumultuous sounds of the storm, I discern that the tempest has fully unleashed its fury. I suspect we are situated at the very eye of the storm. The vessel is swaying violently, rendering me unable to stand or sit securely. I even hear the boat creaking ominously, as though it might be torn apart at any moment. The howling wind outside resembles a pack of ravenous wolves, shrieking in my ears, echoing all around. The crashing waves and torrential rain are relentless. It is only now that I comprehend Captain Wang's panic. My face must be ashen, for I am so terrified that I can scarcely feel my own body. Perhaps my soul has left its earthly vessel, swaying in tandem with the tumultuous boat. In my mind, I repetitively utter prayers, beseeching the deities for protection. That extreme sense of terror is something I wish never to recall. After what feels like an eternity, the cabin door is suddenly pounded upon with great force. Shivering, I regain my senses and open the door to find Captain Wang, clad in a raincoat and wielding a flashlight. Before I can process the moment, he urgently exclaims, "The ship is compromised. We're taking on water. We must get to the lifeboats immediately." Chapter 5. A narrow escape. An overwhelming sense of dread rendered my body rigid, my mind a blank slate, as though my very soul had vacated my being, leaving me motionless for what felt like an eternity. It was only when Gao Deming poked his head through the door and bellowed at me that my thoughts realigned with my body. I hastily fled outside, only to pivot back at the threshold to retrieve my climbing backpack from the bed, hastily slinging it over my shoulders before scrambling out the door. Climbing the stairs to the deck, I was met by a biting sea breeze that nearly knocked me off my feet. I could not fathom how such a frigid wind could manifest in summer, as torrential rain pelted my face like a barrage of nails. My eyes struggled to stay open, forcing me to squint through a narrow slit. The vessel rocked violently amidst the towering waves, and I found myself unable to stand upright. Ich hunched over, bracing myself with one hand on the deck to stabilize my stance. In the dim circle of light cast by my flashlight, I spotted Captain Wang and Gao Deming, slowly making my way toward them. I soon observed the two men laboriously dragging the kayak toward the stern. Just as I was about to lend a hand, the captain shoved me aside, shouting for me to fetch defuse. I glanced back at the cockpit, where the yellow glow faintly illuminated the outline of First Mate Liu. Grasping a rope on the deck, I cautiously crawled toward the cockpit and kicked open the wooden door. At that moment, Liu was oblivious to my presence, wholly absorbed in maneuvering the helm. I staggered over and wrapped my arms around him, shouting into his ear that the captain needed him and to follow me. Liu cast a glance in my direction before scanning the cockpit, and with a resigned sigh, he trailed behind me toward the stern. Upon our arrival, I found the captain and Gao Deming pushing the kayak overboard. This black rubber craft, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 individuals, was particularly heavy when fully inflated, and 2 life rings, detached from the ship's hull, were secured to its side. Together, the 4 of us managed to heave the kayak into the sea. By this time, the fishing vessel's hold was already inundated with water, the ship tilting at a precarious 30-degree angle. We clung to the ropes to avoid being thrown into the sea. The captain and first mate held onto the ship's body while securing the kayak's tether, striving to minimize its swaying, signaling for me and Gao Deming to board first. Without hesitation, Gao Deming leaped onto the kayak and crouched down. I hesitated momentarily, torn between fear and concern for the captain and first mate's fate. Glancing back at the 2 men, I saw them both shouting at me, though their words were drowned out by the chaos, likely urging me to board swiftly. Gritting my teeth, I steeled my resolve, aimed for the kayak, and leapt with all my might. However, I lost my footing upon landing, careening toward the ship's edge. In a moment of sheer desperation, Gao Deming caught hold of me, preventing me from being swept away by the waves. Just as I was regaining my composure, another figure crashed down beside me, nearly toppling me over. I steadied myself to find it was First Mate Liu, indicating that Captain Wang had yet to descend. The 3 of us anxiously sought Captain Wang, yet upon glancing at him, it was evident that he had no intention of descending. He firmly grasped the railing at the stern, gazing at us in silence, resembling a resilient old tree amidst a tempest. Though buffeted by fierce winds that threatened to uproot him, he displayed no semblance of fear or retreat. A sense of foreboding washed over me. The captain appeared resolute in his refusal to abandon ship. Was it that he had relinquished the will to survive, or did he intend to embrace his vessel in death? Perhaps he believed our escape was futile, and our struggles mere acts of desperation. Panic engulfed us as we called out to the captain, urging him to leap to safety. First Officer Liu, in a frenzy, gestured wildly and shouted at him. Had it not been for my efforts and those of Gao Deming to restrain him, he would have rushed back to the ship, likely meeting a fate cast into the tumultuous sea by the howling winds. The captain regarded us, raised his arm, waved, and then turned his back, striding towards the center of the deck. Soon, the lines connecting our small boat to the larger vessel were cast off, and our kayak, like a kite severed from its string, was swept away by the raging winds. The situation spiraled into chaos. I could no longer concern myself with anyone else. The wind and rain lashed at my face with excruciating force. Visibility was nearly non-existent, and I clung desperately to the handrail, my body pressed against it. I felt as though I were atop a glider, hurtling through the air with alarming speed. My body oscillated between soaring and plummeting, while the waves relentlessly battered the kayak. And my back too. I was gripped by a profound fear that this small craft might be engulfed by the waves and dragged beneath the surface. In truth, this vessel possessed remarkable buoyancy. Even if it were submerged, it would eventually resurface. My only concern was to avoid being flung into the abyss by the force of inertia. I pressed my face firmly against the kayak, for it was my sole lifeline, my beacon of hope for survival. Overwhelmed with terror, adrenaline coursed through my veins, and though my eyes could discern nothing, I widened them in sheer panic, fearing that if I closed them, I would never witness the world again. After an extended struggle, my limbs trembled with fatigue, yet if I dared to loosen my grip, the merciless waves would surely drag me into the depths, transforming me into a midnight snack for the fish. I was uncertain of Gao Deming and First Officer Lu's conditions, yet I sensed their greater experience would afford them an advantage in this dire situation. The storm raged on for what felt like an eternity, and our kayak drifted far from its original course. As dawn approached, the winds began to relent. My limbs, once sore, had succumbed to numbness, and even as I neared the brink of losing sensation, I remained resolute in my grasp. This night would forever haunt my memories, an indelible nightmare that would awaken me from countless slumbers in the nights to come. Chapter 6. Drifting Diary. The tempest raged relentlessly until the early hours of the morning, and the primal instinct for survival compelled me to cling tenaciously to the small vessel. Who knows how I managed to endure? The tumultuous boat left me dizzy, and I was incessantly retching, my head bowed as I expelled the contents of my stomach onto the deck. Having had no sustenance the previous evening, I was left dry heaving after expelling the bitter bile. At last, as dawn broke, the sea began to calm. The rain ceased, and the wind softened considerably. I felt akin to a hung-over drunkard, my body weary and restless, unable to find solace in sleep. It was as if the effects of the intoxication had finally worn off, allowing me to close my eyes. Though I could not discern whether I had truly fallen asleep or merely succumbed to unconsciousness, I was abruptly awakened by the searing sunlight, squinting at the azure sky, momentarily forgetting my dire circumstances. My body ached with fatigue, and my head swam in confusion. Suddenly, the harrowing events of the previous night flooded my mind, prompting me to sit upright. Opposite me sat Gao Deming, his gaze vacant and unblinking, staring blankly in my direction, rendered speechless. We exchanged a wordless stare for 30 seconds, each at a loss for what to say. In that moment, a disquieting realization struck me. I recalled that Lu, the assistant, had also been aboard last night. Where is he now? I turned to Gao Deming and inquired, "Where is Lu?" His gaze remained fixed on me, instilling a sense of dread within me. Just as I began to suspect that he had succumbed to madness, he uttered a single word. "Gone." "Gone? How could that be?" I saw him jump in. He landed right beside me. My disbelief was palpable. If I had survived this ordeal, how could Lu, a seasoned sailor, have met such a fate? I recalled how he had fallen while securing a rope on the larger ship, breaking his arm, and how the tumultuous waves had swept him away. Upon hearing this, a profound numbness enveloped me. I lamented my selfishness from the previous night, neglecting to ascertain Lu's condition. Had I offered him assistance, perhaps he might have had a chance to survive. A wave of guilt washed over me, yet I pondered, even if I had been aware of his plight. In such perilous circumstances, could I have truly helped him? I questioned myself internally, but reflecting on these matters proved futile. As I recalled the night's harrowing events, particularly the jovial exchanges between Captain Wang and Lu, I found myself unable to contain my sorrow, tears cascading down my cheeks. My sobs were intermingled with grief for Captain Wang and Lu, as well as despair for my own precarious situation. Our kayak drifted aimlessly, utterly devoid of direction, lost in a vast ocean with nothing but the endless water in sight. We had even lost our paddles during the descent into the water. I rummaged through my backpack for the satellite phone, only to discover it had been rendered inoperative by seawater. Now, The only remnants of our provisions were 2 packets of compressed food and a solitary bottle of water. Gao Deming carried nothing, leaving us ill-equipped to endure for more than a few days. In this boundless expanse of ocean, who could say how long we would drift or where we might end up? I shared a pack of rations with Gao Deming. Each of us consumed half a piece. This sustenance was the 9-style military compressed food, consisting of 2 small blocks, quite filling, yet left our mouths exceedingly parched. We each took a sip of water, but only half a bottle remained. A human can survive 7 days without food, yet only 3 without water, a realization that weighed heavily on our hearts, casting shadows of concern for our safety. If in the next 3 or 4 days we could not reach land or await rescue from another vessel, we would perish from thirst in a vast sea. We felt utterly powerless to improve our circumstances, even refraining from conversation, as that would only lead to further dehydration. Lacking any topics of discussion, we leaned back in the kayak, silently gazing at the sky, seeking the heavens' mercy. 3 days later, our half bottle of water was consumed by the following day. My mouth was dry and cracked, a thick layer of skin forming that peeled away at the slightest touch. I had but a morsel of compressed food left, reluctant to consume it, while Gao Deming had finished his portion. We did not quarrel over food and water, for such trivial matters were not worth the struggle, only hastening our demise. On the 4th day of drifting, the sun blazed fiercely, and I felt my vision dimming from thirst. In a desperate suggestion, we resorted to collecting our own urine, casting aside our disgust to drink our own. By afternoon, à dire situation unfolded, Gao Deming's face flushed red, and he lamented that he might not survive. I placed my hand on his forehead. It was burning with fever. At that moment, we possessed no appropriate remedies. The first aid kit contained only hydrogen peroxide, adhesive bandages, a single anti-inflammatory drug, some gauze, and antibiotics. And all our food and water had been depleted. I had given my last morsel of food to Gao Deming. On the 5th day of our ordeal, the weather turned slightly cooler, yet Gao Deming had succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, his complexion shifting from crimson to pallid, with only faint breaths remaining. I was filled with anxiety, yet utterly helpless, for I, too, felt drained of strength and could hardly endure much longer. On the 6th day, the morning sky was dim, and suddenly a light rain began to fall at noon, stirring excitement within me. I tilted my head back, allowing the rain to soothe my parched throat. For 2 days, I had not even produced urine, and this rain was a timely salvation. I retrieved my bottle to collect the rainwater, and in an effort to gather more, I used an axe from my backpack to widen the bottle's opening, increasing its capacity to capture the precious droplets. After about 20 minutes, Gao Deming slightly opened his eyes and expressed his despair, stating he might not endure much longer. I reassured him that everything would be all right, that we would surely be rescued and return home. He looked at me with a faint smile, uttering a request that if he did not survive, I should convey a few words to his family, providing me with his exact address in a neighborhood of Jinshui District, Zhengzhou, Hunan Province, followed by a long list of parting messages. My heart ached at his words, but I felt powerless to alter our fate, knowing that I might not last much longer myself, for in these 6 days we had not seen a single ship, nor even a shadow of an island. I found myself in a state of utter confusion, unable to discern my whereabouts. Despair enveloped me. How could Gao Deming impart his final words to me, when in the event of his demise, who would I turn to for my own? In the midst of this hopelessness, a shadow of land suddenly materialized in the periphery of my vision. Astonished, I focused intently, and indeed it was land. In the distance, the silhouette of a small island emerged. Overwhelmed with elation, I called out to Gao Deming, "Old Gao, an island, an island." My voice cracked under the weight of my immense joy. Yet I remained blissfully unaware, much like a famished person who, upon spotting a succulent roasted lamb glistening with juices, forgets all else. Indeed, the sight of the island signified the promise of sustenance, fresh water, and the glimmer of hope for survival. I laughed like a fool, but after a moment, reality struck me as I noticed Gao Deming with his eyes closed, offering no response. I rushed to his side, pressing my face close to his nose, only to sense the faintest breath. Time was of the essence. I needed to reach the island swiftly in search of food and water, for perhaps there still lay a chance for Gao Deming to survive. Thus, I began to fervently paddle with my hands and feet, desperately propelling myself toward the island. Chapter 7. The initial landing on the island throughout the entire afternoon. I found myself paddling through the water with no tools at my disposal, relying solely on my arms and legs. At times, although the target appeared to be within reach, the reality was that it remained exceedingly distant. After a strenuous afternoon, I realized that my proximity to the island had not significantly diminished. Gradually, my arms and legs began to feel sore and numb. Reluctantly, as darkness enveloped the sky, I ceased my efforts to rest. I took a sip from the small bottle of water I had collected, glancing over at Gao Deming, who remained unconscious. I dared not check for his breath, fearing the absence of any sign of life. Despite my attempts to offer him water throughout the afternoon, he initially managed to slightly part his lips to take a sip, but eventually, the water trickled from the corners of his mouth. In my heart, I understood he might not survive. A profound sadness washed over me. From Captain Wang and First Mate Liu to now Gao Deming, our party of 4 had dwindled to just me, desperately holding on. I felt utterly powerless in the face of their departures, reflecting on the fragility of life and the unpredictability of fate. Suddenly, I thought of Guyao. At our departure, our paths had seemed aligned. I wondered whether he had been caught in this tempest as well. If he had, would he manage to survive? Will we ever cross paths again? And what are the other contestants, each with their unique stories? Where were they now, and what were they doing? After a moment of contemplation, I returned to the present and cast a glance at Gao Deming, who still showed no signs of response. Leaning against the kayak for rest, my famished stomach growled in protest. I was utterly exhausted, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from my body, and I resolved to rest for the night, intending to resume my journey in the morning. On the 7th day of drifting, I rose early. After a night of sleep, I felt a modicum of strength returning as the sea breeze gently caressed my face, awakening my senses. I gazed towards the island and was pleasantly surprised to discover that, after a night of adrift, I had closed a significant distance to the island. The wind now blew steadily towards my goal, and I could discern the dark rocks near the shore. My luck had not perpetually been bleak. With renewed determination, I resumed paddling. Though my strokes were light and increasingly sluggish, they proved effective. I continued this rhythm until the afternoon, and to my elation, I realized I was now remarkably close to the island, perhaps less than 500 meters away. This revelation invigorated me. With a bit more strength, I paddled for another 2 hours as the sky gradually dimmed, and I could finally see the white shellfish clinging to the rocks. Just before darkness fell, as my kayak began to leak from the sharp coral below, I realized I had reached shallow waters. I leaped from the kayak, my legs trembling beneath me, nearly losing my balance and tumbling into the sea. The water rose to my chest. After 14 days at sea, this was my first contact with land. A smile instinctively spread across my face as I suppressed my inner excitement and pushed the kayak towards the shore. With a final effort, I successfully maneuvered the kayak onto the beach, my feet no longer submerged in the sea, but firmly planted on the sand. Overwhelmed with emotion, I found myself lying on the beach, weeping uncontrollably, my cries echoing into the night like a child subjected to cruelty, releasing a torrent of pent-up grievances and fears. This cathartic outburst lasted for a full half-hour, during which I nearly exhausted all my tears. Upon regaining my composure, I was struck by an intense sense of dread regarding my current predicament. The thought of ferocious beasts, or even savage tribesmen on the island, intent on devouring me, sent shivers down my spine. Yearning for home, I longed for my loved ones, pondering whether they were aware of my maritime misfortune, whether they mourned for me, believing me to be lost at sea. Once I had purged my emotions, I began to contemplate my survival, strategizing an escape from this desolate place and yearning to return to my homeland. I was certain that I was no longer within the bounds of my country. Having drifted for 14 days since departing from Sanya, according to the customary navigational routes, I suspected I might be near Australia. However, uncertainty clouded my mind regarding my recent trajectory, which was later confirmed to have led me to an entirely unfamiliar locale. Rising from the beach, I noted that dusk had nearly enveloped the sky, and I had unwittingly squandered precious time. Had it not been for my earlier emotional turmoil, I might have secured a meal this evening. Alas, humans are inherently emotional beings, and I believe anyone would have reacted similarly. I glanced back at the kayak, where the lifeless body of Gao Deming lay, now stranded on the shore as the tide receded. I was unable to move the small craft and resolved to wait until dawn to bury him properly. Moreover, I needed to devise a plan for the kayak. Despite its leaks, I could not abandon it, for it might yet be salvageable. Thus, I secured it firmly to a nearby rock, ensuring it would not be swept away by the waves, and made my way toward the beach. With the last remnants of the sunset illuminating my surroundings, I surveyed the island. It appeared to be quite expansive, as the beach extended endlessly to my left, dotted with a few coconut trees. To the right loomed a steep cliff, a jagged amalgamation of rocks and coral, with brown earth and stone above, and blackened reefs teeming with shellfish below. Directly ahead, about 150 meters from the shoreline, lay a grassy expanse, beyond which, approximately 50 meters further, was a tangled thicket of trees that, under the cloak of twilight, resembled a horde of fearsome demons. I was gripped by the terrifying notion that ferocious beasts might emerge from the shadows, reducing me to mere bones. Hence, it was imperative to kindle a fire that night, as the light would deter any lurking predators. I gathered dry grasses from the meadow and ventured to the forest's edge, wielding a small axe from my travel bag to chop some dry branches. As I worked, I kept a wary eye on the dense woods, which were eerily silent, as if something unseen was watching me from the depths of darkness. Upon gathering a sufficient amount of kindling, I hurried back to the beach, clutching the dry wood tightly, my heart racing as if pursued by some dreadful creature from behind. I am particularly grateful that I chose the magnesium rod at the outset, for in the current circumstances, the method of fire by friction proves utterly futile. I pressed the magnesium rod against the dry grass and gently scraped its surface, amidst the incessant shower of sparks. A small ember ignited upon the grass. Cradling the grass, I blew softly a few times, and at last, through the billowing smoke, a flame emerged. I then covered it with the remaining dry grass and carefully arranged twigs of varying thicknesses atop. Seated on the beach, with a roaring bonfire before me, my anxious spirit found a measure of solace. Humans, being creatures inherently fearful of the dark, derive a significant sense of security from the presence of fire. I removed my damp clothing and draped it over nearby branches to dry. Clad in the black tank top, white shorts, and hiking boots I had arrived in, my backpack contained 3 vests, 2 pairs of shorts, and a pair of jungle boots. These would constitute my entire wardrobe for the arduous journey of life on this deserted island. The gentle sound of waves lapping against the rocks mingled with the crackling of the fire, creating a symphony of nature. As I tended to the flames, time eluded me, and weariness gradually enveloped me. I added more firewood to the blaze, wrapped myself in the dry garments, and curled up, surrendering to slumber. Chapter 8: A New Life. After several days of intense anxiety, I finally felt a sense of relief. I had been utterly exhausted during this period, and, as a result, I fell into a deep slumber, closing my eyes and awakening only at dawn. As I slowly opened my eyes, the first sight that greeted me was the azure sky. I rose and surveyed my surroundings. The fire had long since extinguished, and the island, bathed in daylight, revealed none of the menacing qualities it possessed at night. It was lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Turning my gaze to the kayak, gently swayed by the rising tide, a thought struck me. It was time to attend to old Gao's remains. Utilizing a sturdy branch and an axe, I spent approximately 2 hours digging a substantial grave at the juncture of the grass and the beach, carefully carrying old Gao from the kayak to the grave site. I adjusted his clothing, offered a simple prayer, and spoke to him. If I manage to return to my homeland, I will certainly visit your family in Hunan and convey your last words. Rest easy, old Gao. I then covered him with soil, forming a modest mound atop his grave. Afterward, I fashioned a wooden stick about 1 meter in length and inscribed old Gao's name along with the date of burial. I had forced myself to accept the current reality. Those who remain must continue to move forward. I did not allow my sorrow to overwhelm me, as I was uncertain how much longer I might survive. All I could do was attend to what was within my capabilities, leaving the rest to fate. From this moment onward, I would embark on a new chapter in my life. Having completed this solemn task, I began to contemplate my future plans. For the time being, I was bound to this small island. The kayak had been damaged by the rocks, rendering it unfit for further voyages, and I was genuinely frightened by the treacherous weather at sea. I resolved to survive on the island, hoping for the chance of encountering passing ships or aircraft. If rescue did not come, I would then consider venturing out to sea. With my decision made, I set out to gather some food. It had been several days since I had eaten, and the initial pangs of hunger had transformed into a numbing sensation. I needed to satiate my hunger before I could muster the strength for other tasks. Along the beach to my right, there were extensive rocky outcrops near the cliffs. Although the tide was high, many large rocks remained above the surface. These rocks were covered with an abundance of shellfish, and I intended to search for oysters and similar delicacies. One hand grasped a water bottle, which I had previously fashioned from a cut rainwater container, while the other held the axe as I cautiously navigated the dense rocks. The shells on these rocks were sharp and perilous, so I kept my shoes on. To my delight, I discovered that the marine resources here were extraordinarily plentiful. The oysters clinging to the rocks were numerous and impressively large. Some were even longer than my palm. Additionally, I spotted several crabs nestled in the crevices of the rocks, and I managed to catch a few. In a mere 20 minutes, I managed to pry loose 6 oysters, each as large as a palm, catch 2 blue-legged crabs, known as orchid crabs in Hainan, obtain a fist-sized sea snail, and collect 2 black-spined sea urchins. I had previously savored these sea urchins, their flavor exquisite, yet I was unfamiliar with their specific variety. I used an axe to sever the spines and place them into a bottle. My container was rather small, so I stored the sea urchins and the sea snail within it, while the oysters were tucked into my deep hiking pants pockets, which had ample space, including a generous pocket at the knee, more than sufficient for several oysters. As for the crabs, I threaded a wooden stick through their shells, securing them in a string to avoid injury from their sharp pincers. The allure of these sizable seafood delicacies was irresistible. I stowed the axe in my backpack, grasped the water bottle, and with crabs in hand, swiftly navigated over the rocks to the grassy area, where I gathered dry grass and firewood. Utilizing a magnesium rod, I soon had a fire ablaze. My body felt weakened, and I was wary of upsetting my stomach. Thus, I resolved to cook the food thoroughly before indulging. I did not concern myself with elaborate preparations, simply placing the items near the fire to roast, ensuring the crabs were positioned slightly farther away to prevent charring. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of seafood wafted through the air, and my eyes fixated on the source, my throat instinctively swallowing in anticipation. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, my patience wore thin. I swiftly extracted an opened oyster and carefully pried it open with my fingernail, revealing the pristine white flesh within. Gazing at the plump oyster meat, I could hardly contain my desire. Ignoring the heat, I took a bite of the oyster still in its shell, the warmth causing me to exhale sharply. After a few breaths to cool it down, I consumed the entire morsel, an explosion of fresh sweetness dancing upon my palate. I closed my eyes in satisfaction, relishing the exquisite flavors. The cooking time had been just right. I nudged the remaining oysters and sea urchins aside with a stick to prevent overcooking. The sea snail required a bit more time, and so I retrieved another sea urchin, cracking it gently against a small stone, then peeling away the shell like one wooden egg, revealing the particularly plump roe inside. The edible part of the sea urchin consists of its gonads, which are divided into 5 sections, rich in nutrients and delightful in taste. In this manner, I consumed 6 large oysters and 2 sea urchins, my gaze then turning towards the crabs, which I presumed were nearly ready. I plucked one from a stick and lifted the shell, finding the crab less fatty than I had imagined, devoid of the expected crab roe, yet still delicious. After finishing the crab, I extracted the sea snail, using a small twig to hold the meat while slowly twisting it out, removing the bitter gland and liver. The liver lies beneath the bitter gland. I made a small incision with my hand and squeezed it out, which contains a mild toxin unsuitable for those with allergies. The snail meat was quite pleasing in texture, possessing a delightful chewiness. It would have been perfect with a dipping sauce made of garlic, chili, and mustard. This meal left me thoroughly satisfied, replenishing both my body and spirit, uplifting my mood. The island's marine resources are abundant, likely due to its remoteness, preserving an untouched ecological state where the seafood is both large and succulent. I have not encountered any marine debris on the beach, which suggests that this location is quite distant from human activity. To me, this is not a favorable indication. However, I later discovered that this phenomenon is attributed to the topography and tidal patterns. After dining, I commenced preparations for my next endeavor, the construction of a shelter. I surmised that this small island likely belongs to a tropical monsoon climate, characterized by indistinct seasons, with a pronounced dry season and a distinct rainy season. Currently, it is evidently the rainy season. Thus, my shelter must be situated on elevated terrain to avoid the incessant downpours. Prior to this, I had dragged the kayak ashore, taking advantage of the high tide to pull it onto the beach. I then cut 2 sturdy branches, stripping them of their twigs, and placed them beneath the boat to serve as rollers, gradually maneuvering it onto the grass. After deflating the kayak, I sought a cool spot for its preservation. By the time I completed these tasks, the sun had traversed to the opposite side, well past noon. I organized my equipment, slung my travel pack over my shoulders, and grasped an axe in hand, intending to survey the island in search of an auspicious site for my shelter. Along the way, I hoped to find some wild vegetables, fruits, and sources of fresh water. I had not consumed water for over a day, and my mouth felt exceedingly parched. Although coconut trees dotted the beach, I did not wish to expend my energy climbing them to harvest coconuts, for I aimed to reside in the shelter that night. Chapter 9. Exploration. I gazed at the terrain before me, contemplating where my exploration should commence. After much deliberation, I resolved to begin on the right side of the island, which I later designated as the northern side, beyond the cliffs. This area was relatively rocky, with sparse trees and fewer wild grasses compared to the forest. Moreover, it appeared that the highest point of the island lay above. If I could reach the summit, I would be able to behold the island in its entirety, and perhaps even discern if there were any nearby land masses or passing vessels. Once I had determined my route, I slung my travel pack over my shoulders, intending to collect wild fruits or other sustenance to store within. I procured a suitable wooden stick to serve as a hiking staff and secured an axe at my waist for protection. Thus I set forth. Before long, I arrived at the edge of the cliff, where numerous boulders lay strewn about. I carefully navigated the slippery stones towards the adjacent slope, taking each step with great caution. After traversing approximately 10 meters, a sudden thought struck me. I turned my attention to the moist rocks, and indeed, fresh water flowed. I lifted my gaze to scrutinize the rocks above, where a gentle stream trickled down. To my surprise, I had inadvertently discovered a source of fresh water. I located a crevice with a more abundant flow and pressed my bottle against the stone wall to collect the water. The flow was slow, and after 5 minutes, I had managed to gather only a small amount. I tilted my head back and drank. The water was sweet and greatly alleviated my thirst. However, wary of consuming it unboiled, I capped my bottle and continued my ascent. The path grew increasingly arduous as I climbed higher. The wild grasses reached above my knees, instilling a fear that a venomous snake might strike. With my hiking staff in hand, I struck the ground as I progressed. Though the trees along this side of the mountain were sparse, with only a few scattered specimens. After a while, to my delight, I discovered a small patch of cacti hidden behind a large boulder, adorned with numerous purple-red fruits. Cautiously, I approached and plucked one, peeling back its skin to taste. It was slightly tart with a hint of sweetness and contained many seeds. The cactus fruit would provide a vitamin-rich supplement, and I gathered a handful, wrapping them in large leaves before placing them in my pack, and continued my ascent. Approximately 2 hours later, I found myself a third of the way up the mountain. During this time, I had foraged 2 types of wild fruits, one being wild strawberries, of which I only found a single plant, yielding 7 ripe berries. These wild strawberries were diminutive, yet possessed a delightful sweet tart flavor. I had initially intended to transplant them to the base of the mountain, But fearing my lack of preparation might lead to their demise, I refrained, noting that several green fruits remained. The other type was bananas from the rainforest. The banana trees were only slightly taller than I, and the fruits were small, shorter than my palm. There were many banana trees, extending deep into the forest. I snapped off one, collecting a bundle of ripe bananas, although I left the unripe ones behind. I also carved a piece from the heart of the banana tree to add to my supplies before continuing my climb. After a lengthy ascent along the rocky path, my legs began to feel sore and numb, and I was breathless, drenched in sweat under the humid afternoon heat. I looked up to gauge the distance to the summit, realizing I had yet to cover a significant portion of climb. Glancing out towards the distant sea, I saw no vessels nor islands within sight, and I could not help but lament my miscalculations. I only have an afternoon to spare, and it is impossible for me to reach the summit. I must descend before darkness envelopes the mountain. Who knows what nocturnal beasts might lurk in the shadows above? After a brief respite, I indulged in 2 wild bananas, their flesh tender and sweet, albeit laden with numerous seeds. I also sipped from the fresh mountain spring water I had collected. As I ascended, I noticed that the crevices on my right were increasingly filled with water, and some stones even had puddles within their hollows. I filled a bottle to the brim. Just as I was preparing to descend, I stumbled upon a series of orderly small depressions in the ground, extending from the rocky edge into the forest. I crouched down and parted the grass for a closer examination. These were the tracks left by animals. The footprints were not large. The front hooves were elongated, with 4 short toes, while the hind foot was nearly circular. This led me to conclude that they were the remnants of a goat. This discovery filled me with unexpected joy, as it hinted at the delightful prospect of goat meat in my future. After approximately an hour's trek along the ascent, I returned to the base of the mountain. Although the distance traveled was not great, I estimate I'd scaled less than half of the mountain. Nonetheless, the experience was rich in rewards. Reflecting on my experience, I realized that to reach the summit, I would need at least a full day, not including the return journey. Therefore, for my next expedition, I must be well prepared and ready to spend the night on the mountain. This is not a task to be accomplished hastily. Glancing at the sun, I noted that it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, I recalled a multifunctional sports watch nestled in the compartment of my backpack. I swiftly retrieved it, and fortunately, the waterproof watch was still operational. The time read 4:25. With the long days of summer, I contemplated the provisions for the evening, which seemed settled. However, I decided it prudent to construct a simple shelter first, as sleeping on the ground would be dreadful, leaving me devoid of any sense of security. I resolved to build my makeshift shelter by the rocky outcrop, as it offered fresh water. I chose a spot at the juncture of the sandy beach and grassy area, where the tide could not reach, and far from the eerie, foreboding woods. I set down my gear and, armed only with an axe, ventured into the forest to select branches roughly the thickness of my wrist, cutting them to approximately 6 feet in length. In total, I felled 19 saplings. The smaller trees proved relatively easy to cut down, breaking them at the notches I created. I also fashioned several shorter sticks, hauling them back numerous times. Next, I dug 4 rectangular pits in the ground, inserting a vertical wooden post into each, securing them with soil. At a height of about 10 centimeters from the ground, I tightly bound 2 horizontal logs using vine and placed 9 flatter logs atop them. This design would elevate me above the damp earth. At the apex, I secured the 2 logs with vine, laid 2 additional logs across, and simply wrapped vine around the top, creating a net. I gathered several broad palm leaves to lay atop the structure. Thus, a rudimentary yet rainproof temporary shelter was completed. I reclined atop it to test its comfort. It was quite pleasant, though a tad prickly. After completing these tasks, I found myself utterly fatigued. As the twilight descended, I hastily kindled a fire beside my shelter. For dinner, I feasted upon the wild fruits gathered from the mountain. Sitting cross-legged within the confines of my refuge, I gazed into the flickering flames while savoring the bananas. Each evening, an inexplicable vulnerability enveloped me. I longed for home, reflected on recent experiences, and contemplated the days ahead. With the establishment of my shelter, my heart found a semblance of solace, and the island before me appeared less menacing than before, yet a lingering sense of insecurity persisted. My shelter lacked walls, leaving me to rely solely on the crackling campfire nearby. I added several substantial logs to the blaze, and amidst a myriad of thoughts, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 10. Planning the sound of the ocean waves in the early morning is always more invigorating than in the depths of night. Today I rose at dawn. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, and numerous seagulls were already foraging on the rocks, incessantly calling out. As I sat on my bed, bleary-eyed, observing them, I could not help but lament that my existence seemed less vibrant than that of a mere seagull. Gathering my thoughts, I began to contemplate my forthcoming plans. This small island is replete with resources. The rocky areas abound with seafood, and the mountains are dotted with various wild fruits. Just yesterday afternoon, my explorations yielded a bountiful harvest, and I discovered fresh water, signaling that survival here is indeed feasible. However, I possess no cooking utensils, and the inability to drink even a drop of boiled water fills me with anxiety, compelling me to limit my intake. Fortunately, the heart of the banana plant is rich in moisture, serving as a valuable water source. I believe it prudent to traverse the coastline more frequently, seeking any useful marine debris or materials suitable for crafting pottery. Moreover, establishing a sturdy and secure shelter is imperative. I have an unsettling suspicion that large carnivorous creatures may inhabit this island, thus necessitating the construction of a substantial wooden cabin with a fence. These tasks are of utmost importance. As for scaling the peak or capturing goats and other ventures, those can wait for another time. For breakfast, I feasted on the wild fruits from yesterday, gnawing on a couple of pieces of the banana heart before shouldering my pack and taking up my axe to continue my exploration. This time, my objective was the coastline. In search of marine refuse, I am fervently in need of a metal can for boiling water and cooking food. I ventured from my shelter towards the rocky zone, proceeding southward, away from the mountainous region, towards a seemingly endless beach. I walked for 4 hours from morning till noon, only to be disheartened by the realization that this small island bore not a trace of marine debris, not even a plastic bottle. Does this imply that my current location is exceedingly remote from human activity? If so, my chances of rescue would plummet. Of course, I later discovered that the position I occupied was shielded from incoming marine debris due to the outer topography and tidal influences. My spirits plummeted further as I encountered a trench blocking my way. This trench, approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, extended deep into the island, and with the tide rising, I could not cross. A glance over my shoulder revealed that my shelter had vanished from view, indicating I was unwittingly circling the island, albeit perhaps covering less than a tenth of its circumference. I resolved to explore inward along the trench, nibbling on bananas to stave off hunger. I had collected a bunch of bananas yesterday, of which 5 remained, while the strawberries and prickly pear had already been consumed. The trench stretched long, with the southern terrain declining. I was uncertain whether it traversed the entirety of the island, as it began to curve ahead, obscuring any visible end. Reluctant to venture too deeply, I decided to retrace my steps through the forest. Upon entering the rainforest, I was immediately enveloped in a refreshing coolness. The dense foliage shielded me from the noonday sun, and the air here was remarkably crisp, starkly contrasting the foreboding atmosphere I had anticipated. The verdant flora flourished vibrantly around me. Guided by instinct, I ventured northward, surrounded by a myriad of insects, grasshoppers, vividly colored mantises, and flower spiders. I noticed a yellow squirrel perched on a tree, along with a small gliding creature whose scientific name eludes me, and even beheld a vibrant green snake. Each step I took was measured, wary of poisonous creatures, for I lacked the ability to discern the venomous from the benign. The wildlife of the rainforest was a stark contrast to my previous experiences. I had heard that triangular-headed snakes were venomous, yet I could not distinguish their heads, whether triangular or round. The risks and toil were undoubtedly worthwhile, as I stumbled upon a grove of bamboo. Perhaps due to the favorable climate, this expanse of bamboo thrived. Its dark green stalks robust and lush. The myriad uses of bamboo were astonishing. Glancing at the time, which was just past 1 in the afternoon, I felt I had ample opportunity and thus began to harvest the bamboo. Fresh bamboo, being quite brittle, was significantly easier to fell than trees. I managed to cut down 20 sturdy stalks and 30 thinner ones, even unearthing 2 segments of bamboo shoots, which are a delightful delicacy, crisp and fragrant. However, I soon faced a dilemma. How was I to transport these bamboo stalks back to my shelter? The larger bamboo could be dragged in sets of 3 at most, and navigating through the dense foliage proved quite cumbersome. I sought out a bundle of vines and decided to first drag out the thinner stalks, bundling 10 together at a time. Thus, it took me the entirety of the afternoon to haul a pile of bamboo back to my shelter. Another exhausting day concluded as I returned after 5 o'clock, during which I discovered a coconut beneath a coconut tree not far from my shelter. This occurrence served as a reminder to keep a safe distance from coconut trees, lest I find myself beneath one when the fruit decides to fall, resulting in a swift end. Fresh coconuts are easier to open than the older ones. After several deft strikes, I created a neat opening. Fortunately, the coconut water was clear. Murky coconut water is best avoided as it can lead to digestive troubles. After savoring the coconut juice, I began to devise a plan for constructing my own campsite. I intended to build a house using large logs, roughly the thickness of a man's thigh, ensuring that the structure would be secure and reliable. The chosen location remained here, though it was prudent to position it farther from the rocky hillside to avoid any falling stones. The house would feature 2 ventilated windows, a closing door, and a chimney for the stove. The magnitude of this undertaking was substantial. Merely felling the timber was estimated to take a month. I planned to enclose the perimeter, utilizing bamboo to create a fence, leaving a space of 50 meters on all sides. Within this area, I could construct awnings, lounge chairs, and small tables, as well as a rack for drying provisions. In the backyard, I am to transplant some wild fruits from the mountain, attempting to cultivate them. Of course, all of the above existed solely in the realm of my imagination. It is only through personal endeavor that one realizes the immense challenge of achieving such aspirations alone. Nevertheless, I am confident that with sufficient diligence, completing a little each day, it is feasible within 5 months. I envisioned the general framework in my mind, tracing specific locations on the ground with branches. Having completed these tasks, it was already past 7 o'clock. In the distance, only half of the fiery red sun remained on the horizon. I indulged in the remaining bananas and smashed open the leftover coconut to savor its flesh. I built a fire and fashioned a makeshift pot from a section of bamboo, finally relishing a sip of boiled water. As darkness fell, I felt weary from the day's exertions, yet I was in no haste to succumb to slumber. By the flickering firelight, I sat in my shelter, meticulously working on a piece of bamboo. During the selection of my gear, I had chosen a bundle of fine iron wire, a robust 3 millimeters in thickness. Can you guess what I intended to create with it? I wove a long rope from vine fibers, then cut 3 small pieces of iron wire, flattening one end with a stone and sharpening the other, thus crafting 3 fish hooks. I selected a suitable slender bamboo to serve as my fishing rod, secured the braided rope to the tip, and attached my homemade hooks, preparing for a fishing expedition the following day. Chapter 11. Castaway Diary at the Break of Dawn. I had already donned my self-made fishing rod and made my way to a large reef. The tide had receded significantly, and while fishing during low tide is rarely advantageous, I remained hopeful that this bountiful sea would bestow upon me good fortune. I managed to catch a few stranded shrimp from the shallows, which I affixed to the hook in preparation for bait. I left approximately 15 centimeters of line beneath the hook, fastening a stone as a weight, and with a vigorous throw, sent it into the depths until the line tautened, settling down to await a catch. I waited for a full half-hour for my first line, yet the rod remained still, devoid of the familiar tremors indicating a bite. It is worth noting that the internet is rife with various fishing techniques, including automatic fishing triggers. From the tumultuous sea, such methods are often futile. The waves undertows, and crabs frequently drag the weight along the seabed, resulting in a high incidence of false triggers. Concluding that my first attempt was fruitless, I lifted the rod to change the bait, only to find the hook immovable, caught on the bottom. After expending considerable effort to retrieve the line, I discovered that only a solitary piece of string remained. The hook and the stone had both been lost. Undeterred, I took about 10 minutes to readjust my setup and affixed another shrimp before casting it out once more. Yet, after 15 minutes of waiting, I still had no luck, and the tide had now receded to a significant degree, lowering the water level before me. Surveying my surroundings for a more promising location, I carefully made my way to the southern cliffside. Clambering onto a large boulder, I positioned myself to drop the hook vertically into the water. My line was approximately 4 to 5 meters long, which I tested to ensure it did not reach the bottom, effectively reducing the risk of snagging. Within 10 minutes of waiting, my bamboo rod suddenly trembled violently. I hastily lifted the rod, which bent dramatically, a sure sign of a substantial catch. Sea fish differ vastly from freshwater varieties. They strike fiercely and possess immense strength. Fearing that my rod might not withstand the strain, I refrained from rushing the catch, choosing instead to wait until the fish exhausted itself. After a tense 5 minutes, the pressure on my line suddenly slackened. The fish had escaped. A wave of disappointment washed over me as I exhaled deeply, the stark contrast between the thrill of anticipation and the pang of loss casting a shadow over my spirits. Resisting the urge to snap my rod in frustration, I reeled in the line to discover the hook had broken. In hindsight, it was to be expected. The thin wire I had chosen lacked the necessary strength to withstand the force of such a sizable fish. After a brief period of readjustment, I secured my final hook. If anything else went awry, it seemed I would go without fish today. However, perseverance is often rewarded by fate. After changing the bait, once again, my rod trembled anew. This time, the force was considerably less than before, yet I remained vigilant, engaging in a delicate dance of strength with the fish. Ultimately, after 7 or 8 minutes of this struggle, I triumphantly landed my first fish on this desolate island. Before my eyes lay a fish, adorned in a striking combination of red and yellow hues, weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Its abdomen bore a subtle touch of golden yellow, which gradually transitioned to a vibrant red along its back. The fish had an oval-shaped head, crowned with a row of sharp dorsal spines. Its large, round eyes sparkled, and its entire body shimmered enticingly. This was a red snapper, affectionately referred to as haifu in my hometown, renowned for its exquisite flavor and rich nutritional value. Such a sizable specimen was indeed a treasure. Overjoyed, I firmly grasped the fish by its gills and hurried back with my fishing rod, ultimately enjoying a delightful breakfast at 8:45 in the morning. I carefully filleted the fish, clearing out its innards, and skewered it with a sharpened bamboo stick through its mouth, setting it over a gentle flame to roast slowly. The fresh fish cooked rapidly, and after just 15 minutes, an irresistible aroma filled the air. Ignoring the heat, I tore off a succulent piece of the snow-white flesh with my bare hands. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the fish was extraordinarily tender and flavorful, with a hint of sweetness. I devoured it with great enthusiasm, leaving me completely satisfied. Inspired by this experience, I resolved to fish more frequently in pursuit of diverse aquatic delicacies. I particularly looked forward to catching eel, having once savored its divine taste at a restaurant. However, I currently lacked seasonings, even the most basic salt. While consuming seafood can replenish some sodium, I plan to create my own sea salt for future needs. Additionally, I suspected that the forest might yield other flavorings, such as wild ginger and Sichuan pepper, which are relatively common in the wild, prompting me to explore further. After quelling my hunger, I ventured into the woods to chop sturdy timber for constructing a small shelter. My axe was rather small, making the task of felling trees quite challenging. I regretted not bringing a saw when choosing my tools, but who could have anticipated finding myself in such a predicament? After laboriously felling 3 trees, each slightly thicker than my thigh, I spent the day trimming the trunks to size. As the sun began to set, I struggled to drag my 3 logs to the shelter, my palms covered in blisters from the exertion. Exhausted, I gazed at the extensive project laid out before me and felt a wave of discouragement wash over me. The perseverance required was immense. Yet, envisioning the cozy and secure wooden cabin I sought to create reignited my determination. I pondered how much lumber would ultimately be needed for the construction. For now, I aim to gather 100 logs, stacking them on the grassy area beside my shelter. The scorching sun would dehydrate the wood, rendering it more stable and reliable. From Monday to Saturday, I plan to designate these days for work, aiming to fell 3 trees each day, reserving Sundays for leisure, to explore the island and discover any other treasures. Although I was alone on the island, I wish to establish a routine, maintaining both physical and mental well-being, thus increasing my chances of returning to human society. As my stomach growled once more, I glanced at the rocky area. The tide had risen, and I relinquished the idea of gathering seafood. In my backpack, there remained 2 bamboo shoots harvested yesterday. I roasted one by the fire, while the other I cut into pieces and placed in a bamboo tube, adding spring water to boil it. Upon cooking, I discovered the flavor to be rather unsatisfactory, especially the boiled version, which felt insipid and devoid of any essence. This further solidified my intention to pursue sea salt, as I surmised that this ingredient would require oil, which I could readily associate with the fat derived from goats. As for plant oils, I was utterly incapable of producing them. Even if I could locate crops, such as peanuts or olives, I possessed no knowledge of oil extraction. Today is Wednesday. Only 3 more days of labor remain before I can rest. Lying in bed, I contemplated this, gradually succumbing to slumber amidst the flickering glow of the fire. Chapter 12. Castaway Diary 2 Today. I arose once more at the break of dawn and set out to the same stone as yesterday to fish. Fish has become my most delectable sustenance, and today I was fortunate to catch a bass, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. With deftness, I pried off 2 large oysters from the rocks, and we roasted them together. I saved half of the fish for lunch. A gentle easterly breeze swept across the island, originating from the direction I had arrived. The coolness it brought was quite refreshing, and the morning waves seemed more tumultuous than usual, though I paid it little heed. Due to the blisters that had formed on my hands from chopping wood yesterday, I only felled 2 substantial logs today. During this endeavor, I managed to rupture one of the blisters, causing me to grimace in pain. By noon, after a brief respite, I resolved to procure a coconut to quench my thirst. I selected a sturdy bamboo pole, secured it to my back with vines, and approached the nearest coconut tree. Looking up, I spotted 7 or 8 large coconuts adorning the tall tree, which must have stood around 20 meters high, while my bamboo pole was a mere 4 meters in length. To my dismay, I realized I suffer from acrophobia. Gazing at the coconuts filled me with trepidation. After contemplating my predicament, I devised a plan. I fashioned a long vine to tether myself to the tree, leaving a distance of 2 loops for safety, binding it around my waist. This way, even if I were to release my grip, I would not plummet immediately, thus significantly enhancing my sense of security and allowing me to ascend the tree with greater composure. On this solitary island, one must exercise utmost caution. A careless fall resulting in a broken leg or arm would spell disaster. Thus, I ascended slowly and methodically, inching my way upward until I estimated that the bamboo pole could reach the coconuts. Wrapping my legs around the tree, I retrieved the pole from my back and began to jab at the nearest coconut. To my dismay, the coconut was securely fastened and refused to yield, swaying stubbornly without any sign of loosening. Disheartened, I descended the tree, sharpened one end of the bamboo pole with my axe, and climbed back up. Aiming for the base of the coconut, I thrust the pole with determination. Just as my neck ached from the strain, I finally succeeded in procuring 2 large coconuts. Some tasks, upon undertaking them, reveal themselves to be less daunting than anticipated, while others prove to be far more challenging than one could ever imagine. Each endeavor on this island demands considerable time and energy. Retrieving merely 2 coconuts consumed 2.5 hours, a testament to my inexperience. Upon returning to my shelter, I cracked open one of the coconuts and consumed both the water and the flesh, along with the remaining half of the base from the morning. The coconut provided a modicum of carbohydrates, replenishing my energy somewhat. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, I noticed a significant increase in the wind's intensity, and I suddenly observed a dark cloud drifting ominously over the eastern horizon. Alas, it appeared that rain was imminent, and not a light drizzle at that. My rudimentary shelter would scarcely withstand such a deluge, and my fire pit lacked any rain protection. The thought of enduring the night alone on a deserted island, drenched in a torrential downpour without a fire, filled me with dread. Such a predicament would be utterly dire. I lament the fact that I failed to perceive the unusualness of the weather this morning, and I possess no waterproof materials, save for the paltry palm fronds from the forest that I could lay down. At this moment, I am utterly frantic, devising every conceivable strategy to evade the impending deluge. There are no caves nearby, and I ponder whether I might venture into the woods to search for tree hollows within the great trunks. Yet, I quickly realize the peril inherent in such an endeavor, setting aside the potential threats posed by venomous creatures. Standing under a tree during a thunderstorm would render me a lightning rod. What to do suddenly? I recall the dilapidated, waterlogged kayak I had encountered during my escape. If I were to cut it open, it would yield excellent waterproof material. However, I had intended to repair it for future use in my flight. Yet, upon further reflection, I possess no tools for mending, no glue, nor leather needles, and thread for stitching. I must prioritize resolving the immediate crisis. Upon reaching the island, I concealed the kayak beneath the grass, covering it with palm fronds and securing them with stones. Alas, those leaves have since withered to a desiccated yellow. I removed the stones and leaves to reveal the kayak's dark hull, which bears a gash near the bow from when it struck the reef upon landing. I now intend to sever it at the waist, creating 2 layers. I untie the bowline and roll it into a bundle to stow in my backpack, a surprisingly useful item I had previously overlooked. Next, I take an axe to commence the disassembly of the hull. The rubber construction is remarkably sturdy, and I have sharpened the axe to a fine edge. After 2 arduous hours, I finally complete the task. By this time, the sky has darkened ominously, and the wind rustles through the trees, heralding an approaching storm. The portion of the hull I have cut is manageable enough for me to drag, and so I pull the upper section toward my makeshift shelter. After half an hour, I manage to return to camp, only to discover that my rudimentary shelter cannot bear the kayak's weight. Should I place it atop, the structure would surely collapse. Fortunately, I had felled 5 sturdy logs over the past days. I locate a vertical boulder and prop 2 logs against it at an angle, securing the kayak above. I then return to drag back the lower portion, leaning it against the eastern breach. To describe it, my shelter resembles a triangular structure missing one face. As the wind blows from the east, I leave the opening to the west, directly facing the forest on the island side. As I undertake these tasks, the sky begins to drizzle. I hastily dismantle the palm fronds from the abandoned shelter's roof and cover the gaps, weighing them down with stones and earth. Once all is complete, darkness envelopes the land, and I despair as I discover that all my kindling has been drenched by the rain. There will be no fire tonight. As night falls, a tempest rages. Thunder roars incessantly in my ears as I huddle within my newly constructed shelter, droplets incessantly dripping from the roof. Before me lies an abyss of darkness, the clouds obscuring even the faintest glimmer of moonlight. Beneath my feet, the ground is a quagmire, and my body is drenched from the incessant droplets falling upon me. Yet, I remain oblivious to these discomforts, my heart overwhelmed by an immense wave of terror. The sound of rain fills my ears, accompanied by the eerie howling of the wind through the forest, a cacophony reminiscent of demons from the depths of hell. Occasionally, thunder crashes across the sky, while lightning illuminates the island in its most terrifying form, revealing the dark woods that seem to claw at the air. It feels as though there are flesh-eating fiends lurking within the shadows. I am utterly terrified. I fear that the rocks above me will suddenly dislodge and bury me alive. I dread the monstrous waves of the sea sweeping me away. I am frightened that the thunderclaps will reduce me to ashes. I tremble at the thought of a colossal beast emerging from the woods to drag me into the darkness. This overwhelming dread tormented me until the later hours of the night. Then, as the thunder abruptly ceased and the wind and rain gradually diminished, I found myself leaning against the shelter, slowly drifting into a troubled slumber. Chapter 13. After the storm following a night of tumultuous winds and torrential rain, the island has once again returned to its tranquil and vibrant state. Upon awakening, I found that it was already past 10 in the morning. Last night, I was plagued by a multitude of chaotic nightmares, visions of struggling in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, screaming into the void, yet surrounded by no one. I dreamt of bizarre creatures gnawing at my flesh, rendering me immobile. I also dreamt of Lao Gao, his face beaming with joy, inviting me to join him for a challenge, only to whisk me upwards into the sky. I awoke with a cold, my body aching and weak, my throat sore, and drenched from head to toe. Fortunately, the storm had passed, and the weather on the island was bright again. The sun shone warmly upon me. I lifted myself from a makeshift shelter, feeling somewhat dazed, unsure of how I had managed to fall asleep the previous night. I removed my soaked clothing and draped it over the old shelter to dry, lining up my other gear to sunbathe on the beach. I rummaged through the first aid kit and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills, barely managing to fill my stomach with the leftover coconut from yesterday. I lay back on the beach, drifting into slumber once more. Upon waking again, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After dressing and organizing my equipment, I felt slightly better, but I realized that tree cutting was out of the question for the day. I planned to fish to satiate my hunger, but when I arrived at the shoreline, I discovered the water was murky and the waves substantial, likely a consequence of the recent downpour. After fishing for a while with no success, the rising tide engulfed the rocky area, leaving me without even oysters to feast upon. Dejected, I made my way back to the shelter. As I passed the coconut tree, a fleeting glance at its trunk caught my eye, prompting me to turn back in astonishment. There, climbing the tree with deliberate grace, was a creature. This arachnid-like being, known scientifically as the coconut crab, is a type of hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter in length. Not only is it the largest terrestrial crab species, but it is also the largest terrestrial arthropod, and the one before me was as large as a football. It was my first encounter with such a colossal coconut crab. I learned that these creatures typically forage at night. Perhaps the rain from yesterday had led to this unexpected meeting, a delightful surprise indeed. The crab's formidable pincers made me hesitant to approach, for they could easily crush a coconut's hard shell. Therefore, I procured a bamboo pole, originally used to prod coconuts, and struck the crab from its perch. I tossed the pole near the tree and, using its sharp end, pierced the crab's abdomen before returning to my campsite. Such a sizable crab would be more than sufficient to satisfy my hunger. I intended to roast the claws, legs, and head while reserving the body for soup. After basking in the sun all day, the grass had regained its usual dryness, and I swiftly ignited a fire using magnesium sticks. Given the thick shell of the crab and the numerous parasites associated with hermit crabs, I opted to cook it thoroughly for half an hour. Once I extracted the roasted crab from the embers, it was a vivid red, with a hint of charred black on its shell, releasing an irresistible aroma that tantalized my senses and awakened my appetite. Neglecting the heat, I pried off a crab claw larger than my fist and smashed it against a rock to crack open its hard shell. A generous chunk of steaming, tender crab meat, interspersed with shades of white and pink, emerged, and the aroma was simply irresistible. I couldn't help but blow on it a couple of times before taking a hearty bite. The texture was firm and delicate, with a delightful blend of savory sweetness, complemented by a subtle hint of coconut. This distinctive flavor is unmatched by other crab varieties. It took me quite a while to finish that claw, and next, I was eager to sample the flavors of the crab's body. To my surprise, the broth that emerged from the cooking was adorned with a light sheen of oil, albeit a thin layer, while the entire crab body simmered to a deep crimson hue, appearing exceptionally enticing. If the fragrance of the claw could be likened to a refreshing aroma, the essence of the crab body embodied a rich, savory scent, wafting directly into my nostrils. The coconut crab's body was brimming with golden goodness. With a single bite, a burst of flavor enveloped my palate, as if the taste itself materialized and danced within my mouth. I was entranced, closing my eyes to savor this exquisite delight. I consumed the crab at a leisurely pace, ensuring not to overlook any morsel of tender meat within the shell. Finally, I savored every last drop of the broth from the bamboo tube. Its gentle yellow fragrance, mingling with the essence of coconut, surpassing even the finest preaching green tea in taste. Initially, I had perceived my location to be near Australia, yet the current weather belied that notion. Upon reflection, our drifting time could not possibly have taken us there. judging by the past few days' climate. It seemed we were experiencing a tropical rainforest climate rather than the previously presumed tropical monsoon, as the rainfall was indeed excessive. The characteristics of a tropical rainforest climate include year-round warmth and abundant rainfall, with average monthly temperatures ranging from 25 to 28 C and annual precipitation exceeding 2,000 millimeters. The distribution of rainy seasons is even, devoid of dry spells. However, the traits of tropical rainforest climates are not absolute. They vary according to the equatorial latitude and topography, with one commonality: ample rainfall. Of course, all of this is merely my rudimentary conjecture, as my understanding of global climates is but superficial. After experiencing this tumultuous rain event, I am now resolutely determined to construct a sturdy wooden shelter as soon as possible. I am utterly weary of the nightmares from last night, and have decided that starting tomorrow, aside from meals and rest, I shall devote all my time to chopping wood. Only by residing in a wooden house can I ensure my safety and shield myself from the incessant rain. After dinner, I sat on the beach, captivated by the breathtaking sunset over the island. Today, wisps of clouds gracefully floated in the distance, harmonizing with the seagulls to create a picturesque seascape. Suddenly, a sound from the cliffs caught my attention. I turned to see a small rock tumble down, accompanied by a light cloud of dust. What could have caused that? I looked up with curiosity, and in an instant, my pupils contracted. There atop the rocky precipice, I spotted a bear. It was undoubtedly an adult brown bear. Though it was a considerable distance away, its massive form and robust limbs left no doubt. I was terrified. Despite my prior awareness of the potential for bears on the island, witnessing one in person sent a wave of panic coursing through me. The brown bear is among the largest terrestrial carnivores in the world. The largest specimens can exceed 3 meters in length, with male individuals weighing over 500 kilograms. They possess a large, rounded head and a robust physique with prominent shoulders. Most terrifying are their powerful forelimbs, capable of easily crushing a human skull. Some may suggest playing dead when encountering a bear. However, bears are omnivorous, consuming plants, insects, and mammals indiscriminately, regardless of whether the food is alive or deceased. Thus, feigning death may prove futile. A mere lick from such a creature could leave one's face a grotesque mess. Should this formidable beast suddenly discover me at close range and choose to attack, I would find myself utterly defenseless. Fortunately, this brown bear seemed oblivious to my presence, moving among the rocks for several minutes before disappearing from sight. Chapter 14. Castaway Journal 3. Today marks the 7th day since my arrival on the island, and I have now survived a full week here. The discovery of a brown bear yesterday resulted in yet another restless night since my arrival. I have not once enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, my foremost need was for a weapon to defend myself. Currently, I possess only an axe, which is utterly inadequate against large predators. The materials available to me are limited, and although I contemplated crafting a bow for ranged attacks, I found myself lacking suitable materials for the bowstring. The ropes and vines at hand lacked sufficient durability to penetrate the thick fur of a beast. Ultimately, I resolved to forge a practical spear instead. Venturing into the forest, I was increasingly cautious, ever vigilant for the looming threat of a bear. To create a competent spear, the wood must possess both hardness and a degree of flexibility. After numerous attempts with various sticks, I finally discovered one that met my approval and brought it back to my camp. This particular stick measured approximately 4 centimeters in diameter and a length of nearly 1 meter 80. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger the strike. I utilized my axe to trim the branches from shaft, and then found a stone to smoothen its surface as much as possible. I carved several grooves in the grip area and wrapped it with slender, supple vines to enhance grip. Finally, I fashioned a sharp spearhead, which I roasted over the fire until charred, before refining it against the stone to sharpen it further. The resulting spearhead was impressively pointed. With both hands gripping the spear, I thrust it forward in a stance reminiscent of a warrior, finding it to be quite manageable, albeit slightly heavy. Nevertheless, its lethality was assured, and I resolved to keep it close at all times. In the days that followed, my existence revolved solely around the dual tasks of foraging for food and felling trees. My diet consisted exclusively of coastal harvests, crabs, oysters, conch, seaweed, and coconuts. I endeavored to maximize my time spent cutting wood through diligent practice. My lumberjack skills have markedly improved. Initially, I could manage only 2 trees in a day, but now I can fell 7. I have noticed a significant increase in the strength of my arm muscles. Due to the monotony of my daily routine, I have chosen to document my experiences in journal form. June 28th. Today, I felled 5 trees, and my hands have developed a blister. Though I have grown accustomed to the discomfort, even if it bursts, I shall continue my labor. June 29th. This morning, I was roused by a seagull perched atop my shelter. I attempted to capture it, but it evaded me. Today, I wish to catch fish. Yet, I ultimately devoted my time to chopping wood, yielding an additional 5 trees. My total wood stock now stands at 28 trees. June 30th. This morning, rain fell once more, though fortunately, it was not heavy and lasted only 3 hours. After the rain, I discovered a coconut that had fallen beneath a palm tree, which I promptly consumed. Due to the inclement weather, I managed to fell only 3 trees today. July 1st. This morning, while foraging along the shore, I caught a bream. Though its size was modest, its flavor remained exquisitely tender and delightful, as always. I prepared the fish by cooking it in a bamboo tube, accompanied by a large crab, 2 oysters, 2 sea conchs, and a sea cucumber. I feasted heartily today and found it considerably easier to chop wood, yielding 6 trees. July 2nd. Chopping wood. Another 6 trees harvested. July 3rd. Today, the rain returned. I suspect we have officially entered the rainy season. This downpour was comparable in intensity to the torrential rains of previous days, though the wind was gentle and there was no thunder. It fell during the day, thus minimizing its impact on me, albeit I remained drenched and went a day without food. July 4th. I had thought yesterday's rain would only occur during the day. Yet to my surprise, it resumed in the late night. I slept poorly as there were leaks in a roof. I ventured out several times to patch them, but to no avail, feeling quite miserable in my soaked state. Upon daybreak, I discovered the tide had receded and hurried to the rocky area to forage. To my astonishment, I stumbled upon a large iron barrel. This marked my first encounter with ocean debris since arriving on the island 2 weeks ago. The barrel was rusted, with faint English letters barely discernible. I tested it and found it did not leak, but its size rendered it impractical for cooking. After scrubbing off the rust with stones and cleaning it thoroughly, I resolved to use it for water storage. Until now, I had relied on a small plastic bottle to fetch water from the rocks, which was quite inconvenient. With the barrel, I could at least store enough water for half a month. Today, my condition was not optimal, and fetching water consumed a significant amount of time. I only managed to chop down 2 trees. July 6th. Today, I could no longer resist the urge to fish again. The process went smoothly, and I caught a grouper weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds. This exquisite ingredient is delectable regardless of preparation. I believe its flesh surpasses even the finest sculpture in flavor. July 13th. After nearly a month of diligent effort, I successfully harvested 106 trees neatly arranged on the grassy area near my shelter, forming an impressive row from a distance. My heart swells with anticipation, as this signifies I am not far from moving into my little abode. Since my encounter with the brown bear, I have yet to see another, but I have spent each night in trepidation. Just the other night, while sleeping in my shelter, I heard movement in the forest, accompanied by occasional grunting sounds. I suspected it was wild boars, and it seemed there was more than one. Armed with a spear, I stood guard throughout the night, aiming the spearhead towards the outside. Fortunately, they did not disturb me, perhaps due to the protective glow of my campfire. Now, if I can utilize this wood appropriately, the thick trunks will effectively deter wild beasts, allowing me to enjoy a peaceful night as sleep. Today, I intend to refrain from work and treat myself to some well-deserved relaxation. This morning, I gathered numerous elongated leaves and then spent a good part of the day crafting a wide-brimmed straw hat for myself, characterized by a high crown and a low perimeter. When perched upon my head, it serves as a shield against the intense ultraviolet rays, for the sunlight on the island is exceedingly fierce. My arms have become tanned and reddened, and not long ago, they even peeled with strips easily torn away by hand. Fortunately, I have been spending time in the woods. chopping trees, where the shade offers a welcome respite. In the afternoon, as the tide rose, I leisurely cast my fishing rod, and my angling skills have significantly improved. I now know how to avoid the rocks and prevent snagging. However, my hook lacks sufficient strength, allowing me to catch only fish weighing up to 6 pounds. Any larger ones, despite biting, leave me with nothing but a straightened hook. I caught an eel, a variety unique to the south, adorned with white spots, resembling a sea serpent. What a delicacy! On my way back, I plucked a coconut, and it is worth mentioning that I no longer need to tie a vine when harvesting them. As the old saying goes, practice makes perfect. For dinner, I prepared a dish of coconut cooked eel. I used coconut juice as the broth, blanched the eel to remove its skin, cut it into pieces, and placed it within the coconut, which I then set over the fire to cook. The flavor was nothing short of exquisite. Chapter 15. Construction. Having resided on this island for over a month, I have managed to survive, albeit precariously, thanks to its bountiful resources. Today marks the commencement of my endeavor to construct a modest wooden cabin. My first task was to select a suitable location. Due to my limited explorations thus far, I have not uncovered much of the island's varied terrains. My activities have predominantly revolved around the area adjacent to the landing site, as well as a brief venture up a nearby cliff and a small forest. I found a particular spot that seems ideal for habitation. While the elevation is modest, it is sufficiently high to avoid flooding and offers a degree of safety, with wildlife encounters being infrequent. To the east lies an expansive stretch of rocky shore, providing access to the sea, a reliable source of fresh water, and a sweeping view of the ocean. This vantage point allows for the timely detection of passing vessels, enabling me to signal for help if needed. Thus, I have resolved to erect my cabin in this area. I have chosen a location beside my previous shelter, at the boundary between the beach and the grassy terrain, approximately 50 to 60 meters from the rocky hillside. This distance should provide ample safety from potential rock slides. My intention is to construct a rectangular cabin, resembling the quaint single-story homes of the north. Surveying the timber at my disposal, the initial batch I felled has dried and shrunk to a diameter of about 30 centimeters. The walls of my cabin must be robust and sturdy to effectively withstand both the assaults of wild beasts and the ravages of fierce winds. I plan to position the timber vertically into the ground, placing each piece closely together to form the walls. Although this method may lead to material wastage, it promises sufficient strength. My design envisions a structure measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Considering the shrinkage of the wood post-drying, my calculations indicate that I will require approximately 68 planks for the long walls and 32 for the short walls, bringing the total for the walls to around 100 pieces. I began by marking the positions for the 4 walls with sticks and proceeded to lay the foundation. My plan involves digging 4 trenches, each half a meter deep, along these lines, and then neatly arranging and compacting the timber within. This should ensure that the resulting walls are adequately secure. Lacking a digging tool, I fashioned a makeshift spade from a particularly thick piece of bamboo that I had previously harvested, which has also dried out. I shaped one end of the bamboo into a shovel-like form and crafted 2 handles for better grip before commencing the excavation. Fortunately, the island's incessant rain has rendered the soil relatively soft, making the digging process manageable. When I encountered harder ground, I utilized a large iron bucket to pour seawater over it to loosen the soil. The excavation of these 4 trenches consumed 5 days of my effort and depleted 13 bamboo spades. Once the trenches were completed, I began inserting the timber, starting from one corner of the rectangle, carefully and densely placing each piece. This task proved physically demanding, but my recent tree felling activities have bolstered my stamina. After positioning the wood, I returned the soil, covering it to a depth of 20 centimeters, then compacted it firmly with my feet, repeating this process until the work was satisfactorily completed. After 3 relentless days of effort, I have finally constructed the 4 walls of my modest abode, leaving a space for a door in the center of the long wall facing the sea, maintaining a distance equivalent to 3 wooden beams. The timber I felled stands nearly 3 meters tall, though the heights vary. I buried the taller pieces deeper in the foundation or propped them with stones, while the shorter ones were embedded less. Currently, the tops of the walls are approximately uniform, standing about 2.5 meters above ground after accounting for the portion buried beneath. I have now begun crafting the interior base of the dwelling. Mindful of the necessity to mitigate moisture, I sourced numerous stones of uniform size from the mountains and laid them evenly across the floor to insulate against the dampness from the ground. Subsequently, I transported sea sand to spread atop the stones, elevating the interior floor approximately 30 centimeters above the ground, which leaves around 2 meters and 20 centimeters from the floor to the ceiling. Though the space feels somewhat snug, I am unperturbed by it. The only task remaining is to address the roof, which is arguably the most critical element of the house. It must be sturdy, wind-resistant, and waterproof. Initially, I considered arranging wooden beams flatly on top to save time and effort. However, given the island's incessant rainfall, a flat roof would hinder proper drainage, prompting me to opt for a pitched roof instead. After much contemplation, I devised a plan to fell 2 taller and sturdier trees to serve as support between the shorter walls. I carved notches into the tops of these beams and placed another beam horizontally across them. To achieve this, I spent a day crafting a scaffolding and ladder from sturdy bamboo. The scaffolding stands only about 1 meter high, while the ladder exceeds 3 meters in length. Once the crossbeam was in place, I added 2 additional wooden supports on either side of the vertical beams for safety, creating a triangular structure for enhanced stability, capable of bearing the weight of the roof. As my supply of timber dwindled, I decided to use thinner wood for the roof to avoid overburdening the crossbeam, which could lead to a catastrophic collapse, trapping me inside. I dedicated another 3 days to chopping numerous logs with diameters of less than 20 centimeters. After preparing the wood and measuring the necessary lengths, I carved notches on both ends, fitting them snugly against the crossbeam and securing one end to it while anchoring the other to the long walls. These seemingly straightforward steps consumed nearly a month of my time, during which I was halted by 2 heavy rainfalls. As the date has now advanced to August 26th, I have observed that the roof's waterproofing is inadequate after several downpours. Thus, I ventured into the forest to gather robust bamboo, cutting them into sections and splitting them in half from the top, discarding the inner nodes to create 2 layers. The lower layer was shaped into a U formation and secured within the gaps of the roof beams, while the upper layer was arranged in an N formation atop the lower layer, firmly bound with vines. This design allows rainwater to flow down the bamboo sides of the roof, significantly enhancing its waterproof capabilities. At last, my quaint little cabin has taken shape, with only the door yet to be constructed. I intend to install windows at both the front and back to facilitate ventilation, and I plan to lay a bamboo floor within. Upon reflection, I decided it prudent to first complete the flooring. Thus, I ventured forth to gather a substantial amount of bamboo. The utility of bamboo in the wilderness is indeed remarkable, and I feel fortunate to have discovered a dense grove on this island. Mirroring the structure of the roof, I began by laying a foundational layer upon the sandy interior, subsequently arranging the upper sections in a manner that would best serve the space. I removed my shoes and stepped upon it, relishing the comfort beneath my feet. By the time I finished this endeavor, it was already 3 in the afternoon. I gazed at my newly shaped cabin, overwhelmed with joy, yet longing for someone to share this moment with. How I wished I could open my phone and announce to everyone, "Look, this is the grand house I have built." Alas, on this secluded island, I am utterly alone. It has been an age since I last uttered a word. After the initial elation, a profound sense of despondency enveloped me. Indeed, even though I have constructed a dwelling, what significance does it hold? Will anyone applaud my efforts? Will anyone cheer for me? The answer is a resounding no. It is merely the fruit of my solitary labor, known only to me and nothing more. I opened my mouth to emit a sound, yet no words came forth. On the night of September 5th, 2 months after my arrival on the island, I finally found solace in my cozy little nest. Lying on the bamboo floor, tears welled in my eyes as I reminisced about my hometown and my parents. If they were to discover that I, in my struggle for survival, had isolated myself on this desolate isle, laboring tirelessly for 2 months to construct this humble abode, my weary body calloused and my appearance disheveled, how deeply they would feel for me. I gazed up at the roof, closed my eyes, and let 2 streams of tears flow down my cheeks. Chapter 16. Deserted Island Diary. 4. In this slumber, I experienced an unusually sweet repose, for the little cabin bestowed upon me a profound sense of security. Upon awakening, I discovered it was already 8 o'clock. Perhaps the cabin had shielded me from the majority of sunlight, marking the first time in nearly a month that I had indulged in a leisurely sleep. As I rose and stretched, the melancholic emotions from the previous night dissipated significantly. It seemed that the recent intensity of my labors had kept my spirits taut, leading to such an emotional outburst. Reflecting upon it, in comparison to Captain Wang and Gao Deming, I undoubtedly emerged as the most fortunate one. At the very least, I was alive and residing on this splendid little island. I could breathe the fresh air, savor exquisite seafood previously beyond my reach, and behold the breathtaking seascape and azure sky. I ought to feel a profound sense of contentment. Today, I resolved to grant myself a day of reprieve, postponing the remaining tasks in the cabin for a few days. I relished a delightful breakfast of seafood and coconut, then ventured into the sea to cleanse my body of the thick layer of grime that had accumulated. My hair and beard had grown quite long, and without shampoo, I could not adequately cleanse the oil at my roots, rendering me somewhat disheveled. After my meal, with time on my hands, I decided to explore the depths of the rainforest, hoping to unlock some variety in my monotonous diet. I packed a backpack with a bottle of water and some coconut meat, secured my axe at my waist, and armed myself with my spear, setting forth on my expedition. I traversed the bamboo grove, delving deeper into the forest, a territory I had never before ventured. I treaded cautiously. The uninhabited wilderness was arduous to navigate. Unlike the familiar trails of my hometown's mountains, where paths were carved by human feet, here I often found myself chopping away obstructive branches and vines to forge a passage. Just moments ago, I nearly stepped upon a vibrant little snake, which sent a chill of sweat cascading down my spine. Along my journey, I encountered several serpents. Aside from one known as the bamboo viper, I recognized none, and in the absence of certainty regarding their venomous nature, I respectfully kept my distance. During my exploration, I discovered numerous wild cucumbers, each hanging from the trees. These wild cucumbers were quite diminutive, roughly the size of a thumb, adorned with many pointed spines, though fortunately, they posed no threat. I sampled a few. They were tangy and refreshing, and I gathered several to stow in my backpack. I marked my path meticulously, making a notch on a tree every 7 or 8 meters, thus alleviating any fears of losing my way. After approximately 2 hours of wandering, I was greeted by the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the sound, I descended a slope and beheld a crystal-clear stream. The stream, merely half a meter wide, flowed from the southern direction to the north. I cupped some water in my hands and tasted it. It was fresh. I surmised that the source of the stream lay atop the mountain rocks, wondering if a lake might await upstream. However, I had no intention of seeking it today. Time was of the essence, and I feared that taking too many detours could lead me astray. By the babbling brook, I stumbled upon several small, purplish-red plants adorned with clusters of violet fruits. This discovery took me by surprise, as these fruits also exist in my hometown, where we affectionately refer to them as yanyo. In my childhood, I often plucked them from the fields, yet I had not encountered them again as an adult. Eventually, I learned that this plant is scientifically known as Solanum nigrum. I gathered a handful and tasted them. Indeed, they evoked a sweet, distinctive flavor that was reminiscent of my memories, deliciously delightful. Since these small fruits could easily be crushed in my bag, I carefully placed a handful into the pouch above my knee. After taking a brief respite, I prepared to traverse the brook, but unexpectedly, my foot sank into the mud, causing me to nearly tumble headfirst into the muck. Frustrated, I cursed as I yanked my foot free, my shoe now caked in filth. I decided to rinse my foot in the stream, finding a suitable spot to sit down and remove my shoes and socks for cleaning. I suddenly noticed how fine and sticky the mud was, clinging stubbornly to my footwear. After considerable effort, I managed to clean them, and then a thought struck me. Could this soil be suitable for pottery? Excitedly, I plunged my hand into the mud and extracted a piece for closer inspection. The yellow clay contained no gravel, exhibiting a remarkably high viscosity. I became increasingly convinced of its potential for ceramic crafting. I gathered several broad tropical leaves, common in the rainforest, and filled them with the yellow clay to stow safely in my bag. Though I yearned to return immediately to experiment with pottery making, I decided to delve deeper into the forest instead. Continuing past the river, I discovered numerous winding streams within the woods, though the water flow was gentle. After walking for approximately 2 miles, I noticed the ground strewn with spiky, burst-open spheres, some green, others already turning yellow. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were chestnuts. Indeed, looking up, I spotted a grand chestnut tree overhead, laden with prickly husks. As I pushed aside the underbrush, I found many small chestnuts. These wild varieties were significantly smaller than those I typically encountered. Nevertheless, they were a treasure trove of starchy carbohydrates. On the island, my access to carbohydrates had been limited, contributing to my increasingly gaunt form. These chestnuts could provide a substantial sense of fullness, serving as a worthy staple. Uncertain of the condition of the chestnuts on the ground, I opted not to take any with me. Instead, I stood beneath the chestnut tree, wielding a spear to sweep back and forth, sending the chestnuts cascading down. One even struck my head, though fortunately I emerged unscathed. The fallen green fruits varied. Some had already split open, while others required cracking. The yield of wild chestnuts was not as plentiful as cultivated ones, with most yielding only 1 or 2 nuts, and only a few producing 3. After an hour of diligent gathering, I had filled a large backpack with chestnuts, at least 30 to 40 pounds. Content: I made my way home. By the time I returned, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Indeed, I had come to regard my little wooden cabin as my home. Eagerly, I kindled a fire at my doorstep and placed 2 generous handfuls of chestnuts beneath the flames. After about 10 minutes, a delectable aroma of roasting chestnuts wafted through the air. I retrieved one with a stick, gently blowing on it while deftly maneuvering it with my hands until it was no longer scalding. Once it reached a manageable temperature, I firmly bit into it with my molars, revealing a chestnut that had been roasted to a golden hue, emanating a sweet aroma. Its surface glistened with a hint of oil, and I immediately placed it in my mouth to savor. The flavor was a delightful amalgamation of sweetness and a powdery texture. Infused with the rich essence of roasted nuts, it possessed the sugary quality of fruits, reminiscent of the fragrance of roasted sweet potatoes, and its crispness was akin to that of a ripe persimmon, while its juiciness mirrored that of an apple, and its powdery texture was reminiscent of a potato, all of which made for an exceptionally gratifying experience. Having indulged in ample seafood on the island, this was my first encounter with such a delectable staple. After relishing 2 generous handfuls of the roasted delicacy, I prepared an additional batch, ultimately succumbing to satisfaction as I patted my full belly. Chapter 17. Playing with clay after having my fill of tea and food. I took out the yellow clay I had gathered and sat by the fire to study it. I held no expectations for this batch to yield successful pottery. Rather, I aimed to conduct a preliminary experiment to ascertain its suitability for crafting ceramic wares. I began by shaping a small jar in my mind, mentally constructing its form before taking a fist-sized piece of yellow clay to mold. Finding a flat stone, I placed the clay upon it and began kneading it as one would dough. However, after a while, I realized the futility of this approach. This was not dough, and my efforts seemed unnecessary. Clumsily, I rolled it into a sphere, using my index and middle fingers to poke a hole in the center, gradually pinching outwards to expand the opening until the jar's body reached about a centimeter in width. As I gazed upon my creation, I could not help but frown. It was rather unsightly. The jar's body was crooked, uneven in height, and even the originally round opening resembled a distorted shape. Yet, it was able to stand upright. Were this in a human society, I would undoubtedly laugh at such a product, refusing any payment for it. However, on this deserted island, I could hardly afford to be so critical on my first attempt. I carefully placed it in the center of the fire for firing, then proceeded to create my next artistic piece. I fashioned 3 more jars, each one uniquely shaped and whimsically abstract, resembling a collection of avant-garde sculptures. Next, I attempted to create a plate, which posed little difficulty. I found a piece of bamboo to serve as a rolling pin, producing a truly round shape with ease. However, After pinching the edges upward, the plate no longer resembled a plate, but rather adopted a crooked appearance. Regardless, I decided to leave it as is, not expecting my initial firing to yield success. Despite the 4 somewhat misshapen creations, I had poured my heart into them, as evidenced by the hour I dedicated to this endeavor. I buried the 4 pieces within the embers of the fire, covering them with dry twigs, uncertain of how long they needed to be fired. Choosing not to dwell on it, I retreated to sleep. Upon awakening the next day, my first task was to inspect the pottery. I carefully removed the layer of ashes covering the wood, revealing 3 dark, oddly shaped jars. 2 had shattered beyond recognition, while the remaining 1 appeared somewhat intact. However, as I reached for it, a sharp crack echoed, and the jar split in 2. Momentarily stunned, I examined the half I held. The pottery felt solid in my grasp, indicating that the yellow clay I had found was indeed suitable for firing. Yet, the surface retained a somewhat sandy texture, possibly due to insufficient firing temperature or duration. A gentle tap against the stone caused it to crumble. I then retrieved the bowl from the ashes, which fared much better. The surface at its center even exhibited a faint sheen, with only a few cracks marring the edges. I struck it against the stone to assess its hardness. The surrounding areas shattered effortlessly, while the core required considerable force to fracture, indicating a higher degree of hardness. The fracture surface was notably smoother than the periphery. I tentatively deduced 2 primary reasons for my failure. First, the firing temperature was insufficient, and the duration of firing fell short. I recall previously observing the firing process of Jingdezhen porcelain, where the kiln must be sealed and maintained for an entire day, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. While the requirements for pottery are undoubtedly less stringent, it stands to reason that relying solely on an open fire pit would not suffice to meet the standards. My method involved merely tossing it into the flames, and I realized that the inner flame was significantly cooler than the outer flame. I should have placed it directly in the outer flame for effective firing. Second, my technique was flawed. I could say my approach was incorrect. I endeavored to recall various outdoor videos I had seen, which clearly did not involve the haphazard manner in which I had been molding. Such indiscriminate shaping not only produced an unattractive form, but also resulted in an uneven and unstable structure, leading to varying degrees of heat exposure during firing and inconsistent vitrification, which would inevitably cause cracking. Problems must be addressed one by one. To excel in 1S craft, one must first refine 1S tools. To resolve the issue of firing temperature, I resolved to construct a simple stove. Thus, I retrieved an iron bucket to hold water, intending to use it for clay. Over the course of half a day, I traversed the forest, bringing back 3 large buckets of yellow clay. This clay was quite heavy, and I could only manage half a bucket at a time, requiring 6 trips before I finally collapsed onto the ground to begin constructing the stove. I spent an entire afternoon crafting a circular stove approximately 60 centimeters in diameter, 1 meter in height, and 10 centimeters thick. I inserted bamboo strips, shaved into thin pieces, 50 centimeters above the ground, and laid a layer of clay atop, punctured with small holes to allow the outer flame to reach above the stove, thereby achieving a higher temperature. The stove opening was sealed with clay, leaving a 30-centimeter diameter opening for access. Once completed, I planned to let it dry for several days, allowing the clay to harden before firing to prevent cracking from thermal shock. While the stove dried, I commenced the creation of the clay body for the pottery. I added half a bucket of yellow clay into the iron bucket, recalling that something felt amiss when mixing the dough previously. Eventually, I remembered that others had added dried leaves to the mixture. Although I was unsure of the rationale behind this addition, I promptly gathered a collection of dried leaves to incorporate into the yellow clay, mixing them thoroughly. My first project was to craft a clay pot, given its practicality. Drawing from my recollections of videos, I began by forming a circular base with a bamboo rod, followed by rolling out several elongated strips of clay. After moistening my hands, I pressed each strip onto the base, gradually building upwards, ensuring the middle strips were longer than those on the sides, thus shaping a plump, rounded pot. Finally, I used a thicker clay rod to seal the opening, reducing the likelihood of cracking at the rim. In the end, a well-formed pot embryo emerged. With my hands dampened, I meticulously caressed the surface of the vessel, striving to render it as uniformly compact as possible. I crafted 2 such containers, followed by 2 bowls utilizing the same technique, and a cylindrical cup to which I thoughtfully affixed a handle. Finally, I fashioned the simplest of plates. This endeavor marked the most intricate and attentive work I have undertaken since my arrival on the island. After 2 full days of engaging with clay, I found this exertion more exhausting than a day spent felling trees. Stretching my weary neck and indulging in a languid yawn, I placed the jars in a shaded spot to protect them from the harsh sunlight that might cause cracks. Now, I await the drying of the earthen stove and the ceramic forms before embarking on the task of firing the pottery. Chapter 18. Hunting September 8th. Today, I inspected the clay pottery, which has yet to dry completely. Since my arrival on the island over 2 months ago, I have not tasted a morsel of meat, save for the ocean's offerings, which are rather bland. Today, I intend to venture into the woods in hopes of catching some small creatures to enhance my diet. When it comes to hunting, the most practical tool at present is the small trap, which I can utilize to capture diminutive animals such as squirrels, field mice, rabbits, and lizards. I have encountered these creatures during my explorations in the forest. However, their swiftness has rendered them elusive, making it impossible to catch them with bare hands. Thus, I began to contemplate the type of trap to employ. To capture small rodents, the simplest and most effective method involves propping a large stone with 3 slender sticks. By placing bait on a trigger stick, any animal that touches the food will set off the mechanism, resulting in the stone crashing down upon it. This trap is notably easy to set up. I gathered a handful of small sticks, selecting those with a diameter of approximately 1.5 centimeters, which is the most suitable thickness. If the sticks are too thick, the trap may not trigger effectively. Conversely, if they are too thin, they might not withstand the weight of the stone, leading to misfires or even breakage. The sticks must be perfectly straight. The trap consists of 3 sticks, 2 long and 1 short. I cut the 2 long sticks to a length of 20 centimeters and the short one to 15 centimeters. To enhance sensitivity, I stripped the bark from the tops. The rolls of the 3 sticks are as follows: the diagonal stick, the horizontal stick, and the vertical stick, forming a triangular structure that supports one another. The diagonal stick is chosen from the longer ones, with both ends cut at identical angles. In the middle, I carved a triangular notch. The horizontal stick, also selected from the longer ones, has a notch carved near one end at a depth of 1 centimeter, precisely shaped to secure one corner of the diagonal stick. The other end is tapered to a point intended for threading the bait. The vertical stick, being slightly thicker, is fashioned from the short stick, with one end shaped into a triangle to fit snugly into the notch of the diagonal stick. After crafting the 3 sticks, I procured a sufficiently heavy flat stone. I assembled the triangular support, pressing it down with one hand while raising one side of the stone with the other. Gently, I placed it atop the diagonal stick and slowly released both hands. Excellent, it held firm. I then took a stick and delicately positioned it at the bait location. With a resounding thud, the stone crashed down upon the stick. An impressive success. A word of caution: if you attempt this yourself, be sure to set the bait before assembling the support, lest you risk injury. Previously, I had relied on such traps to indulge in roasted little Jerry, and I had become quite adept at this task. I repeated the process, carving 5 sets of such sticks, which I packed in my bag and set off into the woods. The stones were too heavy to move, so I opted for local resources and sought out the chestnut tree I had discovered previously. I believed this area would be favored by numerous small creatures, as squirrels frequently frolicked among the nearby branches. I meticulously set up 5 rock traps. 3 were adorned with collected chestnuts, while the other 2 bore a few berries from the nightshade plant. To ensure I could locate them upon my return, I marked each trap's vicinity. Now, I simply had to wait, planning to revisit in the morning to assess my results. I also gathered about 10 more pounds of chestnuts. As I had been indulging in them at every meal, their flavor was truly delightful. This chestnut tree was substantial, laden with many green fruits, sufficient to sustain me for quite some time. By the time I returned to the campsite, it was midday, and I had ample time ahead. After a modest meal, I resolved to set additional traps. My focus shifted to the mountains, specifically the area where I had previously encountered signs of goats. I intended to establish 2 snare traps there, hoping for a stroke of luck. Armed with a 10-meter-long cable made of robust blue nylon, I felt confident that it could withstand even the might of a brown bear. I procured 2 thick wooden logs, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in length, along with a slender pole, 2 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter in length. First, I carved 2 notches into the thicker logs, 3 centimeters above ground level, ensuring they would securely hold the slender pole. I attached a slip knot to one end of the rope when the other end was pulled tight. The noose would constrict around any prey caught within. The greater the force applied, the tighter the noose would grasp. Next, I laid the noose on the ground, wrapping it around a thin stick position between the 2 thicker logs, securing it in the notches. The other end of the rope was tied to a small tree or branch, which needed to be sufficiently resilient and sturdy. By bending the branch and tightening the rope, the slender pole would be firmly wedged between the 2 thicker logs. When an animal brushed against the slender pole, it would fall away, pulling the rope, and if the noose ensnared the animal's leg, it would tighten with each tug, ultimately capturing it. Equipped and fully prepared, I must admit that since encountering the brown bear, I had felt a profound trepidation about returning to this area. Each time I ventured here for water, I did so with utmost caution, skirting the foot of the mountain. However, the prospect of capturing a mammal and the potential rewards it could bring spurred me to take the risk. 2 hours later, I arrived near the site of the goat tracks I had previously discovered, although the rain had since obscured them. I selected 2 narrow spaces between trees, using sturdy branches for leverage, and set up 2 traps before hastily descending the mountain, collecting numerous ripe cactus fruits along the way. The fruits had matured in abundance, their vivid purple hue staining the ground a deep red as many had fallen. Thus, I established 7 traps, my heart brimming with anticipation. How wonderful it would be to capture a goat. I could almost taste the roasted lamb, the savory soup, and the succulent skewers, causing me to swallow in eagerness. Yet, such quarry would require considerable fortune to ensnare. Goats were elusive and cautious. Although I had spotted a brown bear on the island and heard what resembled wild boar sounds, I had yet to lay eyes on a goat, relying solely on the footprints for judgment. Moreover, the vast mountain peaks to the north conceal their inhabitants. Who knows where they roam? The probability of capturing them is exceedingly low, and all I can do now is wait in silence. I meandered back home at a leisurely pace, and by the time I arrived, it was already 6 o'clock. I spent some time fishing and managed to catch a grouper. I kindled a fire on my doorstep, for even the most delectable fare loses its charm with daily consumption. Now, the meat no longer tastes as delightful as it once did. Afterward, I roasted a handful of chestnuts over the embers, seated before the flames, gazing at the sea, contemplating what endeavors to embark upon tomorrow. My wooden cabin remains incomplete. The door has yet to be installed, and the 2 planned windows have not been cut out. These tasks must be accomplished sooner or later, as a cabin without a door lacks a sense of security. In recent days, I have positioned a fire pit at the entrance to ward off wild beasts. I also intend to craft some furniture. A bed is essential, along with a table and chairs, and I even contemplate creating a stove within the cabin. Tomorrow, I shall prioritize the construction of the door and windows. With this resolution in mind, I entered the cabin and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 19. Castaway Diary 5. On the morning of September 9th, I awakened to savor a handful of roasted chestnuts. The clay for my pottery appears almost ready for firing tomorrow. Today, I intend to craft the door and windows for my wooden cabin. Prior to that, I inspected the traps. Unsurprisingly, the 2 rope traps on the hillside had not been triggered, maintaining the same configuration as yesterday. Upon examination, I found no issues with the traps. However, in the forest, 3 traps had been activated. Yet, upon removing the stones, I discovered nothing. The bait had been completely consumed, and beneath one stone, I found a bloodied tail, a remnant I recognized as belonging to little Jerry, which filled me with sorrow. Among the 3 trigger traps, 2 had used nightshade berries as bait. Consequently, I gathered a generous handful of nightshade berries, placing some upon the bait sticks while scattering additional ones around the traps, hoping to entice unsuspecting creatures with the allure of delectable food. Simultaneously, I replaced the stones used for crushing prey with larger ones. After completing these tasks, I leisurely made my way back to camp. Notably, on my return journey, I stumbled upon a wild pineapple. From a distance, it resembled an oval green orb, topped with a cluster of pointed leaves adorned with numerous tiny spines. This was my first encounter with a wild pineapple. Having never tasted one before, I presumed it would be exceedingly tart and astringent. To my surprise, it was remarkably sweet. The flesh of the wild pineapple was somewhat pale, less juicy than cultivated varieties. Yet it boasted a crisp texture and a refreshing taste, devoid of any astringency, leaving no tingling sensation in my mouth after consumption. It surpassed cultivated pineapples in flavor. To illustrate, it resembled autumn's yellow persimmons. While soft persimmons are sweet, they can leave a numbing sensation when eaten in excess, whereas the crisp variety is both sweet and crunchy, with no hint of astringency. The wild pineapple was small, and I soon finished it, having found no others in the vicinity. Upon returning home, I first reinforced the walls surrounding my cabin. I meticulously carved 5-centimeter deep grooves near the top and bottom of each wall, taking great care with each stroke to avoid damaging my humble abode. I then fashioned several wooden rods of the same thickness as the grooves, carefully fitting them into place. This method would unify the entire wall structure, ensuring even distribution of stress and preventing any singular wooden piece from tilting or collapsing, thus also preparing for the window installation. Subsequently, I marked the positions for 2 windows on the eastern and western sides of the cabin, one facing the sea, the other towards the forest. With an axe, I gently chiseled along the marked lines, dedicating the entire morning to carving out the window frames. The interior of the cabin was instantly illuminated with a newfound brightness, leading me to the next task, crafting the windows. I opted for bamboo for the windows, as it is lighter than wood. I arranged 10 appropriately sized bamboo poles side by side, meticulously drawing a square identical to the window's dimensions upon them, and proceeded to cut away the excess. At both ends of each bamboo, I carved out holes of uniform size, through which I inserted sharpened wooden sticks sequentially, fastening the bamboo together tightly and trimming the surplus wood. This assembly was intended for installation within the window frame. Next came the assembly. I created 2 small holes in the wall at suitable positions for the window frame. Using wooden sticks of the same thickness, I vertically threaded them through the center of the rightmost bamboo, securing them into the small openings of the window frame. Thus, a complete window, capable of opening and closing, was achieved. By day, I could open the window to allow for ventilation, and by night, I could close it for security. I employed the same method to construct a second window. Within both, I fashioned bamboo bolts to prevent them from being blown open by strong winds. For the door, I opted for a similar approach. However, I had previously reserved space for 3 wooden beams, leaving a gap in the wall. I intended to seal the top. I utilized 2 robust wooden beams, each 90 centimeters long, positioning them horizontally along the top. The door was crafted to a height of 180 centimeters, with an additional horizontal beam secured at the bottom to prevent rainwater from flooding the interior during extreme weather. Once the door and windows were installed, I could finally rest easy at night, secure from the threat of wild beasts, even in the absence of a campfire. My next plan was to dig a drainage ditch around the house. The location I chose was neither too high nor too low. Typically, rain would not inundate the interior. However, one must always be cautious and prepare for unforeseen circumstances, such as a typhoon. Thus, I employed the bamboo shovel previously used for excavating the foundation to dig a 30-centimeter deep drainage channel around the house, directing the outlet towards the beach. I split thick bamboo in half, removing the nodes, and laid them in sections at the bottom, compacting both sides with gravel to enhance drainage efficiency. I devoted an entire day to completing these tasks. In the future, I also plan to construct a fence to encircle my cottage, transplanting wild fruits and trees within, and perhaps even raising small animals. Adjacent to the wooden house, I intend to build a shaded pavilion where I can comfortably work during the day, along with a woodshed to ensure the timber remains dry and accessible even during rainy weather. However, these endeavors entail considerable labor and require ample bamboo, timber, and vines. So there is no rush. These improvements aim to enhance my quality of life, unlike my house, which is essential for ensuring safety. After dinner tonight, I allowed the campfire to burn down until extinguished. Previously, I would awaken several times throughout the night to add wood to the fire. With the installation of doors and windows, I now sleep more soundly, fully relaxed and immersed in dreams. September 10th. While scavenging along the shore, I unexpectedly discovered a piece of foam board entangled with a jumbled fishing net, which was complexly intertwined and riddled with numerous holes, rendering it temporarily useless. I discarded these items in the corner of my small cottage. However, during the night, while I was swatting mosquitoes throughout the house, I realized I could repurpose this tattered fishing net to create 2 screens. By opening the windows during the day for ventilation, I could prevent mosquitoes from entering. The island is particularly plagued by these insects, which have become a source of great annoyance, buzzing around my ears like bombers at night. One day, a large wasp flew into the house. It took considerable effort to chase it out, but with the screens in place, these bothersome creatures would be kept at bay. I fashioned a frame the size of the windows using slender bamboo, patiently untangling the fishing net bit by bit. I didn't need to completely unravel it, just enough to create manageable sections. Then, I meticulously wrapped it around the frame, layering it several times to ensure the gaps in the net were as small as possible. After completing the 2 screens, I secured them directly to the outside of the windows. Consequently, when I open the windows in the future, they will only open inward. But that is of little consequence and does not pose any issue. Chapter 20. Grilling Little Jerry. September 11th. Last night, a few drops of rain fell. I inspected 7 traps. The rope at the mountainside remained untriggered, while 2 traps in the forest had been activated. In one of them, I discovered a considerably large little Jerry. This field mouse, entirely coated in a tawny hue, had been flattened by a large stone. Field mice belong to the hamster family, and, compared to common rats, they possess a sturdier physique, shorter tails, and smaller eyes and ears. Grasping little Jerry's tail with one hand, I lifted it up, reset the trap, and returned to camp. I ignited a fire, albeit modest, as my only resource was a small campfire. The ensuing scene was rather gory, and I recommend that it be witnessed only in the company of guardians by the faint-hearted. I proceeded to eviscerate the flattened field mouse, rinsing it in the seawater to cleanse it thoroughly, removing its innards. I skewered it with a stick, placing it over the flames to roast. Given the multitude of pathogens present, including the threat of plague and rabies, it was imperative to cook it thoroughly before consumption. After approximately 20 minutes of roasting, the field mouse had transformed into a charred delicacy, emitting a tantalizing aroma reminiscent of roasted quail. I peeled away the burnt skin to reveal the glistening, golden flesh beneath, which was remarkably chewy and, without a doubt, the most delectable morsel I had savored since arriving on the island, enriched with the unique fats of the animal. Due to the prolonged cooking time and intense heat, even the tiny bones were tender enough to crunch, and I devoured little Jerry in just a few bites, wiping my mouth in satisfaction. Having finished my prey, I prepared to ignite the clay oven. After 2 days of drying, the surface of the earthen stove displayed a myriad of fine cracks. However, they were shallow, and the overall structure remained intact, rendering it functional. The surface of the pottery was exquisitely smooth, devoid of any cracks, likely due to my careful placement in a cool, shaded area away from direct sunlight, allowing complete evaporation of moisture, resulting in a dry, sandy texture. I kindled a fire at the reserved opening at the base of the stove, filling it with dry wood, and soon thick smoke billowed forth. Covering my mouth and nose with a folded large leaf, I fanned the flames vigorously. In no time, a robust fire erupted from the inner outlet, and I placed a clay pot through the top opening, subsequently stuffing it with numerous small twigs, causing the flames to soar dramatically. After approximately an hour of continual wood replenishment to maintain a high temperature, I eagerly extracted the pot to inspect the results of my endeavor. The pot still radiated warmth, its color appearing to deepen, initially a sandy yellow. It now bore a subtle reddish tint, and the vessel remained intact, showing no signs of cracking. Setting it down, I tapped it lightly, producing a clear, resonant sound, although the surface retained a somewhat sandy texture, lacking the solidity characteristic of the pottery I had previously encountered. Uncertain whether it was due to insufficient firing duration or inadequate temperature, I resolved to test the waterproof capability of the clay pot. I filled it to the brim with seawater and placed it beside the wooden cabin, patiently awaiting the outcome. By midday, sediment began to flake off from within the pot, and the seawater turned a murky yellow. As night fell, I noticed water had begun to seep through the bottom of the pot. When I tapped the vessel with my finger, a fragment broke off, spilling seawater onto the ground. I picked up a shard and observed that the seawater had already saturated half of the pot's wall. A mere scrape with my fingernail revealed the yellow clay beneath. This attempt at pottery had once again culminated in failure. However, I had gleaned some insights. At the very least, the structural integrity of the pot was intact. The final challenge remained, addressing the vitrification of the pottery. One solution was to extend the firing time, which was straightforward. The other involved increasing the flame temperature within the kiln. Fanning the fire with leaves required considerable effort, and the results were rather limited. Thus, I contemplated the use of a blower. On September 12th, today's endeavor yielded no rewards. I returned to the riverbank in the woods and gathered a substantial amount of yellow clay, intending to craft a high-efficiency blower from it. First, I fashioned a circular enclosure with the clay, approximately 50 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in height, not far from the kiln. I then punctured a deep pit at the center of this circle, inserting a slender bamboo stick into it. I meticulously polished the interior of the bamboo, carving a smooth stick of 60 centimeters in length, whose diameter precisely matched the inner circumference of the bamboo. Next, I carve a cross-shaped groove into the base of the stick, achieving a depth of 16 centimeters. This task proved quite challenging. It took me 3 attempts to produce a suitable piece. Subsequently, I fashioned 2 flat wooden pieces, each measuring 45 centimeters in length, 16 centimeters in height, and matching the thickness of the groove in the stick, arranging them in a cross shape within the groove. I inserted the prepared stick into the center of the bamboo pit, and, by rubbing it back and forth with my hands, managed to generate a robust airflow. I covered the top of the blower with bamboo pieces and sealed it with yellow clay, leaving only 1 stick protruding. Finally, I excavated a hole on the side of the blower nearest to the kiln, connecting it to the bottom of the kiln with a tapered bamboo segment, ensuring that the broader end faced the blower. I sealed any gaps with yellow clay to prevent air leakage. Thus, the entire blowing apparatus was constructed. I tested it by manipulating the stick, and the effect was remarkable. With each movement, the flames in the kiln surged higher. I prepared another clay pot for firing. After completing the necessary preparations, I commenced the firing process. This time, I maintained a fire for a full 3 hours while continuously working the blower. Despite the thick calluses on my palms, the 3 hours of exertion resulted in 2 blisters. After extinguishing the fire and allowing it to cool for an hour, I was rewarded with a pot that exuded a porcelain-like quality. Gazing at this pale, red vessel, which gleamed faintly, I knew I had succeeded in the firing process. I filled the pot with seawater for another test. Next, I reignited the fire to complete the remaining pot, 2 bowls, and a cup in one go. As a result, 3 blisters have formed on my hands, yet what I have gained in return is a ceramic pot, a ceramic bowl, and a broken-handled ceramic cup. One of the bowls is cracked, and the cup's handle is shattered. Nevertheless, this does not impede their utility. I can still drink water from the cup and prepare soup in the pot. Although the bamboo tube can also be used for cooking soup, it carries certain risks. On several occasions when I attempted to make fish soup in it, it shattered with a loud crack, dousing my fire and wasting the hard-earned ingredients. Gazing upon the ceramics on the ground, resembling exquisite pieces of art, a smile stretched across my face, reaching the back of my ears, filling me with a profound sense of accomplishment. This has infused my home with a touch of warmth and liveliness. I carefully placed them within my abode, arranging them like an exhibition, distanced from one another against the walls. I admired them throughout the evening, and even as I drifted into slumber, my gaze lingered upon them. The night. Chapter 21. Sea salt, September 13th. This morning, I inspected the traps and was pleasantly surprised to find that I had caught 2 field mice. I roasted and consumed them, yet they seemed to lack a certain flavor, specifically the saltiness I desired. I realized I should extract salt, and fortunately, I now possess a clay pot suitable for boiling seawater. After testing the pot overnight, I boiled a jar of water this morning. The quality of my handcrafted pot is commendable. There are no signs of crumbling or softness within. I can now declare that I have officially transitioned from a primitive society into the era of pottery. With the skill of crafting ceramics, I can unlock numerous possibilities. I even entertain the whimsical notion of creating a couple of terracotta warriors to keep me company on this island. Though jestful, I ponder that placing two such figures at my entrance would serve as formidable guardians against any lurking predators. In addition, I could fashion bricks and tiles from yellow clay. With ample time and diligence, I could feasibly reside in a tiled house. However, the magnitude of this undertaking is daunting. Merely producing the bricks necessary for a roof would consume an unimaginable amount of time. I have many other tasks to attend on the island, and with my cozy wooden cabin, it seems unnecessary to expend my energy and time on constructing a tiled dwelling at present. I have collected 2 jars of seawater, and there are various methods for extracting salt from it. The 3 primary techniques currently recognized for seawater desalination are the solar evaporation method, the heat pump compression method, and the electrodialysis method, with the solar evaporation method being the most ancient. However, given my current circumstances, none of these methods are feasible. I am left with no choice but to employ the most rudimentary technique I learned online during my time as a broadcaster. Step 1. Heat the seawater in the jar until it reaches a boil, allowing the water to evaporate completely. At the bottom of the pot, a layer of yellowish solid will form, a mixture of coarse salt and various impurities, which I will scrape out and place into a bamboo tube. After evaporating over 30 jars of seawater, I managed to collect less than half a pound of this mixture. Step 2. Remove the solid impurities mixed with the coarse salt through physical filtration. I utilize stones, charcoal fragments, and fine sand from the island, layering them from coarser to finer material. To accomplish this, I cut open a plastic bottle previously used for water, then stir the mixture with clean, fresh water to dissolve it. Pouring from the bottom of the bottle, I collected the filtered solution into a jar, resulting in relatively clean brine. However, the brine still contained numerous impurities. Only by eliminating these impurities can I obtain true, refined salt. Step 3. Set aside about 1/5 of the brine for later use, while the remaining portion is heated until completely evaporated. Once the water has evaporated, a substantial amount of crystalline substance remains at the bottom of the pot. This is akin to the ancient salt. Yet, this salt is rife with impurities, rendering it not only bitter in taste, but also detrimental to health. The final step, step 6, is purification. Heating the previously extracted concentrated salt water until it reaches a rolling boil, I then scrape the freshly refined salt and introduce it into the bubbling brine, stirring vigorously to ensure a complete amalgamation. After allowing the mixture to settle for a brief moment, I carefully pour off the hot saline solution, leaving behind a residue of pristine, white crystals. These crystalline substances are none other than refined salt, which I meticulously grind into fine granules. Upon tasting a small pinch, I am greeted by its delightful saltiness. Although this process of purification is quite simple, it represents the pinnacle of my current capabilities on this island. The refined salt possesses none of the bitterness of its predecessors, and the impurities are minimal, making it a healthful addition to my diet over time. From the original mixture of less than half a pound, only a fraction remains after the extraction. I treasure this bounty, collecting the refined salt into a bamboo tube, which I seal with a wooden cork to protect it from moisture. With salt in hand, I promptly venture to the shoreline, where I manage to catch a grouper and pry several sizable oysters from the rocks. After cooking them to perfection and sprinkling a touch of my refined salt, the flavor elevates the dish to an exquisite level. Upon finishing the oysters, I glance at the charred shells scattered on the ground and suddenly recall that when calcined, they transform into quicklime. Quicklime has numerous applications, the most immediate being its efficacy in moisture prevention. On this rain-soaked island, where humidity reigns supreme, this property holds immense value. Moreover, quicklime is one of the key ingredients in cement. I remember a rudimentary form of cement made by mixing limestone, clay, and gypsum, then subjecting it to high temperatures before pulverizing it into a fine powder. While it may not rival the strength of urban cement, it would be entirely sufficient for my needs on this island. With this knowledge, I no longer fear the storms and typhoons. However, I have yet to discover the presence of gypsum or clay minerals. Regardless of whether I can produce cement, I resolve to begin hoarding these oyster shells starting today. The rocky area along the coastline is teeming with oysters in abundance, granting me the potential to create thousands of quicklime batches. With diligence, unexpected treasures await discovery at every turn. In this moment, I find myself grateful for my days as a content creator, which have equipped me with a wealth of survival knowledge. Although many of these skills had previously remained untested, here on this uninhabited island, I can fully apply them. In this realm, I am the sovereign. I shall wield my knowledge, experience, and wisdom to conquer this island, compelling all its inhabitants to submit to my will. After my excitement subsides, I recognize an adolescent bravado within myself. Reflecting on my current predicament, I ponder the absurdity of claiming to be a sovereign or king of the island when even a mere goat could easily topple me. Not to mention the towering grizzly bears and aggressive wild boars. My only response upon encountering them would be to flee. However, while I may not be able to confront them head-on, I can outsmart them with traps. Each day on the island, I dedicate considerable time to observing the sea, hopeful for the sight of passing vessels. Alas, as of now, not a single ship has graced my view, nor has an aircraft crossed the sky above. I find it hard to believe that in this era, there still exist places scarcely touched by humanity. I even question whether I have traversed time and space. Arriving in an alternate realm, on September 15th, I arranged 3 enormous letters, S, on the beach using stones from the island. It took me an entire day to position these rocks, as this is an internationally recognized distress signal. I hope that one day, a passerby may discover this message and rescue me, returning me to the realm of humanity. Additionally, I have prepared a substantial bundle of dry hay. Should a ship pass by, I merely need to sprinkle it with a bit of water and ignite it, producing a dense cloud of dark smoke to capture attention and alert those who traverse these waters. Chapter 22. Nesting birds on September 20th, after several days of incessant rain. I had done little else but venture to the rocky areas of the beach in search of sustenance. This morning, however, the rain finally ceased, the skies cleared, and a delicate rainbow hung in the distance where the sun emerged. The air, infused with the essence of nature, felt remarkably refreshing. After rising and having breakfast, I prepare my gear, a mountaineering pack, an axe slung on my waist, and a spear in hand, and wandered aimlessly through the rainforest. I follow my usual path, moving deeper along the edge of the bamboo grove. As I ventured further into the woods, the trees grew denser, filtering the sunlight and enveloping the area in a stifling humidity. I wore a short vest, made of satin, which had become thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to my skin. My trousers were camouflage summer pants, a necessary protection against branches that might scratch my legs and to deter bites from insects. I followed a small stream flowing northward, towards the rocky hillside, where the terrain began to rise gently. After wandering for the entire morning, I stumbled upon an expansive clearing. Surprisingly, within the forest lay about 10 acres of open grassland, the grass reaching merely to my calves. To the north of this meadow stood a small cliff, appearing rocky with little soil, sparsely dotted with a few trees. The sudden appearance of this open space brightened my spirits, evoking a sense of exhilaration akin to reaching the summit after a winding mountain trail. In a moment of spontaneity, I raised my hand, cupped it slightly, and shouted a jubilant "Oh" to the world around me. Immediately, the meadow erupted with life. The rustling grasses stirred, and a flurry of birds took to the air, red, yellow, blue, and black. A kaleidoscope of colors accompanied by a symphony of chirps and calls filled the atmosphere. The birds varied in shape and size. Some boasted sharp beaks, while others had notably large mouths capable of swallowing enormous fish, reminiscent of creatures I'd seen on television. Some were simply colored, while others dazzled with vibrant hues. The smaller ones resembled sparrows, while the larger ones were as grand as peacocks. Among the avian multitude, I recognized a few species: the mountain partridge, the peacock pheasant, the song thrush, the willow warbler, and the parrot, though the majority remained nameless to me. I stood in awe, astonished that my casual shout could provoke such a remarkable chain reaction. After a brief moment of wonder, a thought struck me, If only I could catch one of these birds, roast it over a fire, and sprinkle it with salt. The taste would surely be exquisite. Alas, I had no means to ensnare them. I attempted to gather stones to throw, but even as a few birds soared just above my head, I failed to connect. The flock dispersed swiftly, akin to shooting stars streaking across the night sky, vanishing before I could even make a wish. Yet, a few of the bolder ones lingered on distant branches, perhaps curiously observing me, this unexpected intruder in their domain. As I surveyed the birds perched upon the branches, I suddenly noticed an array of nests nestled in the nearby trees, each with its own unique design. Some were constructed from dry grass, others from slender twigs, and a few resembled swallows' nests, fashioned from mud. I couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature, how these avian creatures instinctively know how to build their homes, crafting them with such resilience to withstand the tempests. A sudden thought flashed through my mind. If capturing the birds proved elusive, perhaps pilfering a few eggs would suffice. My climbing skills had significantly improved, allowing me to ascend a 20-meter coconut tree with ease. I scanned the trees below, quickly identifying my target, a relatively new nest, shaped like a bowl and constructed from small twigs, approximately the size of a basin. Soon, I found myself perched atop the tree, standing before the nest. Throughout this endeavor, I remained vigilant, anxious that I might be encroaching upon the territory of some formidable raptor, which could return and confront me. Thankfully, such fears proved unfounded. To my delight, the nest contained not only feathers, but also 3 eggs resembling those of a small pheasant, their hue a warm brown. I swiftly pocketed all the eggs, hesitating momentarily before returning the largest one, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of taking all of someone's offspring. Over the course of 3 hours, I climbed more than 20 trees, raiding every nest I encountered, ensuring that I left at least 1 egg in each nest that held them. To my disappointment, only half of the nests contained eggs. Nevertheless, I managed to collect 30 in total. The eggs varied in size, with the largest resembling that of a goose, pale yellow in color. I only secured one of this rare find, as its nest was exceedingly high and scarce. As I reached for these eggs, a sense of trepidation washed over me. What creature could lay such large eggs? Surely not an eagle? I carefully wrapped the eggs, sorted by size, in large leaves and bound them with slender vines, resulting in 6 parcels, which I placed in my climbing pack. The bottom of the pack was cushioned with a thick layer of dry grass to prevent the eggs from breaking during my return to camp. As I retraced my steps along the cliffside, I discovered that the path's exit was not far from my quaint wooden cabin, significantly shortening my journey and ensuring I would frequently revisit this area. Upon arriving home, my first task was to kindle a fire, selecting 5 smaller eggs to roast beside the flames. I then procured a bamboo tube, cracking 5 of the larger eggs, roughly the size of the pheasants, adding salt and slices of wild cucumber I had gathered during my walk. Fashioning a pair of chopsticks from bamboo, I whisked the egg mixture thoroughly before bringing over a clay pot filled with water to boil. I then placed the bamboo tube into the bubbling water to steam the contents. 10 minutes later, the surface of the bird eggs by the charcoal fire had turned a charred black, having been subjected to excessive heat. 3 of them had cracked open, releasing a faintly unique aroma. After gently extracting them with a wooden stick and allowing them to cool, I peeled away the shell, revealing the pristine white egg white within. A bite revealed a flavor reminiscent of quail eggs, delicious, yet not particularly exceptional. After another 10 minutes, the steamed bird eggs in the bamboo tube had solidified sufficiently. Their surface gleamed with a golden hue, interspersed with flecks of wild cucumber green, far surpassing the roasted eggs in both appearance and fragrance. Unable to contain my eagerness, I deftly picked up a piece with my chopsticks and placed it in my mouth. It was tender and fragrant, melting effortlessly, enhanced by the wild cucumber's flavor that stimulated my taste buds and lingered on my palate. This was infinitely more delectable than any egg custard made from chicken eggs. Indeed, with the assistance of salt, the flavor of any ingredient is elevated significantly. Chapter 23. Castaway Diary, September 6, 21st. Today marks the 3rd month since my arrival on this desolate island. The initial feelings of panic, anguish, confusion, and solitude I experienced upon my arrival are quite understandable. However, after 3 months of adaptation, I have come to embrace my current circumstances with equanimity. Through relentless effort over these past months, I have established a relatively stable source of sustenance and fresh water, secured a safe wooden shelter, crafted pottery, and unlocked a comparatively secure area for my activities. Albeit the journey was fraught with challenges. Overall, things are progressing in a positive direction. At present, my activities are confined to this unlocked area, as venturing further would necessitate overnight stays outdoors, a risk I am not yet willing to take. In the early days, without a wooden cabin, I endured the unsettling experience of camping under the stars. I still have many plans to realize within this area, and there remain numerous unexplored corners within my current domain. I constantly aspire to infuse my wooden cabin with a sense of homeliness. Much like constructing an estate replete with mountains and rivers, flowers and grasses, I have begun to erect a fence, which I prefer to refer to as a trellis. On clear, rain-free days, I plan to gather bamboo and sticks daily to craft this enclosure. Today, after collecting some bamboo, I utilized a portion to create 2 drying racks for food preservation. The structure is quite simple. 2 bamboo poles are crossed and inserted into the ground on either side, with a 3rd pole erected in the center, secured in place with vines. In the subsequent 2 days, aside from gathering bamboo and sticks, I devoted the remainder of my time to fishing. After gutting and cleaning my catches, I hung them on the drying racks to dehydrate, thereby diversifying my food supply. September 22nd, while felling trees in the woods today, I unexpectedly unearthed a wild yam. Initially mistaking the entangled growth for ordinary weeds, I was pleasantly surprised when I pulled up a segment of yam. These wild yams are elongated and irregularly shaped, covered in a pattern of fine hairs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered scattered yam beans and clusters of yellow-green flowers on these plants. I collected the yam beans and placed them in my backpack, later finding 5 more yam plants nearby. Rich in starch, the yams will temporarily satisfy my carbohydrate needs, especially since I have nearly exhausted the harvest from the chestnut tree. Having to wait for the next season's yield, I intend to plant the several yam beans I've gathered, recalling that these beans can grow into yams. If all goes well, I could harvest dozens of pounds of yams next year, establishing a reliable source for the future. However, I later learned that yam beans take 2 years to produce yams, as they are not true seeds. The fruits from the first year's growth are inedible. The yams must be reburied to await the second year's fruiting before they can be consumed. I cultivated a patch of land behind my dwelling, where I scattered crushed oyster shells after they had been fired. I then planted yam beans in an orderly fashion and, after watering them, awaited their germination. On September 23rd, I received delightful news from the traps in the forest, yielding 1 or 2 small jerboas. However, the rope traps near the rocky area have yielded no results. On one occasion, the rope was triggered, yet the noose was devoid of any catch, likely due to the previous day's rain. Consequently, I spent a day setting 3 additional rope traps in the vicinity. With my rope supply exhausted, I resorted to using softer, fresh vines as substitutes. Although this diminished their sensitivity, they remained functional. After establishing the rope traps, I resolved to dig a pit trap. I plan to place some tender grass and fruits on it, believing this trap to be more practical, with a greater likelihood of capturing animals. Digging the pit required considerable time, and it had to be deep enough. Otherwise, the agile goats could easily leap out. Thus, I dedicated 3 days to excavating a pit over 3 meters deep, shaped like a square with 2-meter sides, located near a water source, close to a water-storing rock cavity. Upon completion, I ascended using the bamboo ladder I had crafted during the construction of my wooden shelter. I then laid a thin layer of cut bamboo on top, followed by a light sprinkling of sandy soil, striving to camouflage it to resemble the surrounding terrain. In the center, I placed a bundle of freshly sprouted tender grass along with various fruits, hoping to entice a goat to step onto it and fall into the trap. As a result of my meticulous arrangements, this small area became fraught with peril. I firmly believe that any prey traversing here for water or sustenance would likely fall into my snare. Should I capture a large animal, Not only could I savor its meat, but I would also obtain fat that could be rendered for oil, suitable for crafting candles and lanterns. With lanterns, I could prepare for journeys afar. The fur and hide of the animal would serve many purposes, although the island's climate does not necessitate fur clothing. I could fashion a bed adorned with fur as a soft and comfortable covering. Lately, I have been yearning for meat. While small jerboas are palatable, their meager flesh is hardly sufficient to sate my appetite. The traps on the mountain rely solely on luck, with no certainty as to when or if I might catch prey. Therefore, I turn my attention to the birds perched on the cliffs. The most effective methods for capturing birds involve nets or firearms, neither of which I possess, although I still have remnants of a dilapidated fishing net. Its extensive damage renders it unusable. After some contemplation, I decided to attempt crafting a bow and arrow. I am familiar with the method for constructing a simple composite bow. However, I lacked glue to assemble the bow's body. Thus, I selected a sturdy yet flexible piece of bamboo, carved out the bow's body, and drilled small holes at either end for the bowstring. I then sought out aged vines, crushed, and soaked them to extract the skin, which I wove into a cord. Next, I placed the bow's body over the fire, toasting it to eliminate moisture, gently bending both sides to shape it, and then curving the entire bow once more. After threading the ends of the string through the small holes on each side, I secured them with knots. Thus, a primitive bow was crafted. To enhance its power, I ensured both the bow body and the bowstring were robust and thick. The arrows were straightforward. I fashioned straight sticks from bamboo, sharpening the tips before briefly holding them over the fire to char the edges, which rendered the arrowheads even sharper. I created 10 such arrows. I prepared to test my aim at a distance of approximately 10 meters, targeting a tree. Drawing the bowstring back fully, I released it with a swift whoosh. The arrow embedded itself into the tree, remaining there for a fleeting second before plummeting to the ground. Upon inspection, I discovered a shallow indentation in the yellowed bark, revealing the vibrant yellow-green interior, while the arrowhead had been flattened upon impact. The power was quite impressive. As dusk approached, I resolved to seek my fortune at the bird's nest come the break of dawn. Chapter 24. Roasting Wild Rabbits, September 25th. The hunting expedition I had meticulously planned was thwarted by a rainstorm yesterday. The downpour persisted for 2 days, only ceasing this afternoon. I gathered the dehydrating fish from the drying rack and retreated to the shelter of my small wooden cabin, taking a day to rest. September 26th. Today, armed with my handcrafted bow and arrows, I ventured to the cliffside. I must confess that this locale is breathtakingly beautiful. The verdant grassland is dotted with an array of unfamiliar flowers, exuberantly blooming in a riot of colors, among which a particular purple bloom emits a notably delightful fragrance. After yesterday's light rain, the sky now boasts a brilliant azure hue. The light is clear, and the entire scene resembles an illustration from an elementary school textbook. Yet, I find myself the disruptor of this picturesque tableau, trampling upon the soft grass beneath my feet. I drew my bow, aiming a large white bird perched on a nearby branch. This creature, adorned with a long tail and pure white plumage, possessed a tuft of feathers atop its head that resembled a crown. I took careful aim for an extended period, releasing the arrow with a swift twang. It arced gracefully through the air, only to softly strike the branch beneath the bird, causing it to plummet to the ground. My bow lacked sufficient power, rendering its range inadequate. Even had it struck the bird, the impact would have likely been minimal. I continued my pursuit of targets, inching closer to take aim. However, the outcome was disheartening. I failed to hit a single bird, and the bowstring snapped, leaving me profoundly vexed. The harsh realities of practice taught me that to successfully strike these birds, I must not only enhance my accuracy, but also find a more resilient material for crafting bowstrings. I recall that in ancient times, bowstrings were primarily made from the sinews of large beasts, with the sturdiness of the sinew correlating to the size of the animal. Yet, my traps had yielded no large game thus far. This morning, I had refreshed the bait in the pit trap located halfway up the mountain. On my way home, I collected a substantial mound of yellow clay. That noon, after feasting on a roasted little jerry and a custard made from 5 bird eggs, I shaped a large clay vessel from the yellow mud, just the right size to fit inside the earthen stove and set it aside in a cool spot to dry. With the remaining clay, I crafted 5 more pots, suitable for storing items, holding water, and cooking. More is always better. Given the abundant yellow clay lining the banks of every stream in the forest, a resource I could exploit endlessly. With nothing else to occupy my time in the afternoon, I rehung the partially sun-dried fish on the drying rack. I then set about constructing a bed by the window in my cabin, utilizing the ample materials at my disposal. Ultimately, I opted for bamboo, as it is cooler in the sweltering island heat. The completed bed measures approximately 1 meter and 9 centimeters in length, while I stand at 178 centimeters tall, with a width of 1.5 meters and a height of about half a meter. I reclined to test it. Rolling from side to side, it felt quite satisfactory, albeit a trifle too firm. I transported half of the kayak that I had last cut, specifically the upper portion, and placed it on the vacant ground at the entrance of the wooden cabin. After a laborious effort with my axe, I finally managed to carve out a piece of rubber material approximately the size of a small bed. I laid this atop the bed to serve as a mattress. The elasticity of the rubber was quite commendable, rendering the small bed comfortable and devoid of discomfort. On September 26th, I constructed a bed within the cabin yesterday, and today, I added 2 tables. One was a square table with sides measuring about 1.5 meters, and the other was a rectangular table, 2 meters long and half a meter wide, both standing at a height of approximately 1.5 meters just below my chest. I placed 2 jars, a bowl, and a water cup with a broken handle on the long table, but upon surveying the interior, it still felt somewhat sparse. Consequently, I fashioned 2 chairs from bamboo. Thus, my wooden cabin was furnished with the essentials, providing me with a comfortable arrangement for dining, sitting, and resting. On September 27th, I finally reaped rewards from the rope trap I had set on the hillside. As I routinely checked the trap in the morning, I noticed from a distance that a branch used to pull the rope was taut. Initially, I assumed it was yet another false trigger, as I had encountered many such instances before. However, as I approached, I was astonished to find a grayish-yellow hare hanging there, ensnared by a noose around its hind leg, swaying precariously. My excitement surged. I hurried closer to inspect. The hare was still alive, feebly thrashing upon noticing my presence, but alas, the noose tightened with every movement, rendering its struggles futile. I felt no remorse as I ended its life with my spear. After freeing the hare from the noose, I reset the trap and replaced the bait in the other traps with fresh offerings, elatedly clutching the hare's ears as I jogged down the hill. I did not rush to consume it. Instead, I patiently skinned the hare with a finely sharpened bamboo shard. Despite a small round hole in its chest, an unfortunate remnant from my spear, this might prove useful at some point. The skinned hare was bloodied. I chopped off 2 hind legs and placed them into a clay pot, adding fresh water and covering it with 2 bamboo pieces for simmering. The remaining parts one skewered and roasted over the fire. I tended to the roasting with great care, frequently turning the hare to prevent charring. After a full half hour, the aroma of the roasted hare was nearly enough to bring me to tears. I sprinkled salt over it, tore off a generous piece, and savored it. The meat of the hare was exquisite, the most valuable food I had encountered since arriving on the island, although its market value paled in comparison to a grouper, which I had grown weary of. It was the first semblance of meat I had tasted in over 3 months. However, the hare's meat did not quite compare to that of little Jerry. It was rather tough and not particularly pleasant, getting stuck in my teeth, possibly due to the hare's age or perhaps my overzealous roasting. Fortunately, the head of the hare was exceptionally flavorful, with a rich, tender texture that surpassed any pig brain I had previously tasted. Yet the portion was disappointingly small, leaving me wanting more after just a single satisfying bite. I simmered the rabbit leg soup for over an hour, during which I added cubed Chinese yam and a sprinkle of salt. The rabbit legs became tender and fell off the bone, exuding an irresistible aroma. Had I known that the resulting rabbit meat would be so delectably juicy, I would have prepared the entire hare in pieces. The broth I crafted was equally exquisite, adorned with a delicate layer of golden fat upon its surface. This reminded me of the coconut crab I once cooked in a bamboo tube. Regrettably, I have not encountered them since that last indulgence. This wild hare weighed approximately 5 or 6 pounds, and I consumed every morsel, leaving no waste behind, much to my satisfaction. Following this fruitful endeavor, my anticipation for the rope traps grew, as I recalled the grassy expanse beyond the cliff, speculating that the wild rabbits there must be plentiful. I resolved to construct several more rope traps during my next visit. Eventually, I discovered that my assumptions were indeed correct. Beneath the lush green grass of that open field lay a multitude of rabbit burrows. I later came to refer to that place as the paradise of rabbits and birds, my very own backyard for sustenance. In the near future, I intend to establish a temporary dwelling and a breeding farm there, though the specifics of my plans require further contemplation. Chapter 25. Charcoal, September 28th. My sports watch has ceased to function. Since last night, the screen has been flickering, and upon awakening this morning to check the time, I discovered the display was completely black. I suspect it has run out of battery. This implies that I must now rely solely on the sun's position and my own experience to gauge the time. As for the lost calendar function, I have devised a method of recording it. This technique was inspired by a novel from abroad, which is the most widely published book globally, aside from the Bible. It is hailed as the first full-length novel in the history of English literature and served as my introduction to the world of survival. I have watched its adaptations numerous times, and the writing is truly remarkable. Coincidentally, my current circumstances bear a striking resemblance to those of the protagonist in the story. However, many of the tasks described within are far simpler in theory than in practice, as there are numerous actions I find impossible to execute. I have fashioned a long wooden stick, and with each passing day, I etch a line upon it. Short lines for Monday through Saturday, a long line for Sunday, and on the 30th day, a triangle. I have planted this stick near the cabin for ease of marking. September 29th. The large jar I crafted 4 days ago has completely dried. The walls of this jar are quite thick, approximately 3 centimeters, standing nearly half a meter tall, with a diameter close to 50 centimeters. To fit it into the kiln for firing, I dismantled the top of the earthen stove, as I had initially left only a 30-centimeter opening. I plan to reconstruct a larger earthen stove after firing this batch of pottery, aimed at mass production. The jar is quite heavy, and I exerted considerable effort to maneuver it into the kiln. I had to be exceedingly careful to avoid chipping the edges. Fortunately, after several firings, the stove has become quite sturdy, and the jar did not cause any collapse. Given the jar's substantial size and thick walls, the firing process lasted a full day. My palms became raw from operating the bellows, and my arms were sore and numb. As dusk approached, I extinguished the fire in the stove to allow it to cool. After waiting for about an hour, when darkness had fully descended, I disassembled the kiln to facilitate the removal of the jar. It was only after dismantling that I realized I still had 5 unfired clay pots. The jar had been remarkably successful, showing no cracks and a distinctly vitrified quality. I moved it into the cabin and placed it in a corner for future water storage. While I intend to repurpose the iron bucket for other uses, as utilizing such a large piece of metal for water storage would be a waste of resources. September 31st. Over the course of 2 days, I constructed a new, oversized earthen stove. Positioned in the same location as the old one, I also connected the bellows. The new stove stands a full 180 centimeters tall, 2 centimeters taller than myself, with a diameter of approximately 140 centimeters. Its internal structure is akin to that of the previous stove, though I have set the bottom partition 70 centimeters above the ground. This allows me to add a substantial amount of firewood within, thereby increasing the temperature in the upper firing chamber. I fashioned the remaining yellow clay into 3 large ceramic jars, reminiscent of the sizable containers my family used for pickling vegetables back home. Each jar stands 50 centimeters tall and boasts a diameter of 60 centimeters. I placed them in a cool, ventilated area to dry, as the clay oven requires a considerable amount of time for the drying process. For many years, I have relied on dry twigs to stoke the fire. Though using wood has its drawbacks, the smoke is substantial and it burns too quickly. Hence, I resolved to produce some charcoal, which burns at a significantly slower rate than dry twigs, emitting less smoke while providing greater heat. The calorific value of dry wood is 12,000 kilojoules per kilogram, whereas that of charcoal is 34,000 kilojoules per kilogram. Utilizing charcoal for firing ceramics is an incredibly efficient method, and with charcoal in hand, I could even forge iron tools, as I possess a large iron barrel. In the afternoon, I ventured into the woods to gather timber. The wood required for charcoal does not need to be particularly uniform, allowing me to avoid the laborious task of felling trees. The forest was abundant with deadwood of varying sizes. I used a large stone to break them into sections of approximately equal length. Binding them with vines, I transported the wood back to my camp, making 6 trips in total and collecting around 70 to 80 pounds of dry timber. By the time I completed this task, night had already fallen. After a simple dinner, I secured the windows and doors of my wooden cabin, bolted the door, and drifted into a deep sleep. On October 1st, I commenced the charcoal making process. I arranged the gathered wood upright, placing the thicker pieces at the bottom and the thinner ones on top, creating a substantial pile. I then collected a mound of dry leaves to completely cover the wood. Subsequently, I mixed water with soil to prepare for the charcoal making process. The clay does not require any specific qualities, merely the ability to insulate against air. I sourced the soil from the grassy ground, applying it to the outer surface of the dry leaves, leaving only a vent hole at the top and an air intake hole at the bottom, which also serves as the ignition point. Thus, a simple charcoal kiln was constructed. I ignited the dry leaves at the air intake and patiently awaited the moment when the smoke from the vent became thick and dense. I then sealed the vent and reduced the air intake, allowing it to smolder overnight. The following day, I created a hole at the top, poured in a small amount of water, and sealed the opening, completely closing off the air intake as well, letting it continue to smolder for an additional 2 days. On October 4th, I broke open the kiln, revealing the charred wood within. I picked up 2 pieces and tapped them against each other, the sound resonating crisply. Upon breaking one, I discovered that it was entirely carbonized. The charcoal had been successfully produced. After spreading the charcoal out, I noted that some pieces had not fully carbonized, yet I still managed to harvest at least 30 to 40 pounds of charcoal. The absorptive properties of charcoal are remarkable. My hair has grown long enough to cover my ears, appearing fluffy and greasy, often accompanied by an itchiness that cannot be removed with plain water. I crushed a piece of charcoal and evenly rubbed it into my hair, massaging it for a while before rinsing it off, feeling an extraordinary freshness afterward. No more itchiness. I then found a small twig, placed its tip on a stone to crush it, and sprinkled charcoal powder on top to serve as a makeshift toothbrush and toothpaste. After brushing for 5 minutes, I rinsed my mouth, feeling significantly relieved. For the past few months, I have neglected the practice of brushing my teeth, resulting in an unpleasant breath and a sticky sensation in my mouth. Even rinsing with water proved ineffective. However, with the advent of charcoal, I am now able to brush my teeth daily. I have meticulously arranged these pieces of charcoal against one wall of my small cottage, taking care to shield them from the rain outside, for they are indeed treasures. Additionally, I have crushed some oyster shells that have undergone firing, scattering them around the charcoal to ensure moisture absorption, thus maintaining a dry environment and preventing dampness. Chapter 26. Rice and Wild Boars, October 5th. This afternoon, as I passed by the drying rack, an unpleasant odor reminiscent of decaying fish assaulted my senses. Upon inspection, I discovered that the fish I had hung to dry had spoiled, some even covered in a repulsive layer of green mold. It dawned on me that I had neglected to cure the fish. Without a high concentration of salt, how could I expect them to remain unspoiled? October 7th. After 2 days of labor, I had successfully refined 2 full jars of sea salt. I then caught 30 sea fish, each meticulously eviscerated. I generously coated both the interiors and exteriors of the fish with a thick layer of salt before rehanging them on the drying rack. October 10th. Over the course of 3 days, I constructed a simple shade shelter just 10 meters from my wooden cabin. The structure was rudimentary, supported by 4 wooden posts forming a frame. I used traditional mortise and tenon joints to secure the top, binding slender bamboo poles with vines, and then covered it with broad, long leaves. The shelter, measuring approximately 5 by 6 meters, effectively shielded me from the sun, providing a spacious shaded area where I could engage in detailed work. On October 11th, while rummaging through a bird's nest, I unexpectedly stumbled upon a grain of rice. It bore clusters of golden, plump grains. Once hulled, these grains transform into rice. My immediate thought was to cultivate them. This single ear of rice was densely packed with nearly 100 grains. If I could successfully plant them, after 3 harvests, I would have a continuous supply of rice, ensuring a stable source of carbohydrates. Regrettably, being from the north, I had no experience with this crop, as my homeland only cultivated wheat. My knowledge of rice cultivation was limited to a cursory glance online, where I learned that it should be planted in water and transplanted once germinated. Rice could yield 2 to 3 harvests annually, depending on climatic conditions. Fortunately, the island receives ample rainfall, which should suffice for the rice's growth. I contemplated the stream in the forest, thinking it would be an ideal location for cultivation. I decided to take 1/3 of the seeds with me. Apprehensive about this being my first attempt, I hesitated to plant all the seeds at once. I was uncertain if there were other rice grains on the island, and should I sow them all only to fail, I would lose a precious food source. I found the nearest stream in the woods and cleared a plot of land beside it, removing weeds and stones. I turned the soil with a stick, digging it down about 10 centimeters to create a lower area than the surrounding ground. I surrounded the plot with stones and dug a drainage ditch along the stream to channel water into the field. Afterward, I evenly scattered approximately 20 to 30 grains of rice within. Having completed these tasks, all that remained was to wait patiently. I was uncertain how many days it would take for the seeds to germinate or if they would germinate at all. It was a matter of luck. Since my arrival on the island, the temperature had remained relatively stable. I had lived here for about a quarter of a year, and the climatic conditions indeed resembled those of a tropical rainforest, alleviating my concerns about the rice's growth temperature. On October 12th, I inspected the rice fields, and there were no signs of germination. Lying on the ground, I scrutinized for quite some time, but could not locate the seeds. Today's rockfall trap yielded a squirrel, which I roasted and found quite palatable, albeit the meat was scant. While checking the rope trap, I noticed an abundance of wild bananas ripening on the mountain, and I often come to harvest them. However, bananas do not store well and spoil within 3 days, so I typically only gather a few at a time. Yet, upon observing the profusion of ripe fruit, some nearing spoilage, I felt a pang of wastefulness and decided to gather them all to make banana chips. Without hesitation, I collected around 50 to 60 pounds, roughly 20 bundles, threading them together with vines to carry on my back. Breathless, I returned to camp, and an hour later, I sat under the shade with a neatly arranged array of banana peels before me, resembling a large yellow flower from a distance. Atop which were slices of banana meat sunbathing. Recently, I've sensed something peculiar about the island. Upon reflection, it struck me that it hadn't rained in over a week, a rare occurrence, as it usually rains every 2 to 3 days. On October 13th, while checking the rice again, I heard a strange noise behind me. Turning around, I was nearly startled out of my wits. 2 robust wild boars were foraging in the nearby brush. Their fur was a deep brown interspersed with sparse light yellow, with the top layer appearing coarse, and a row of bristle-like hairs standing erect along their backs. One boar was large with pronounced tusks, while the other lacked them. A cold sweat broke out over me, and I gripped my spear tightly with both hands, frozen in place as I observed them. I understood that wild boars typically do not attack humans unless in mating season or with piglets nearby, but I was uncertain about the current season's risks. The boars seemed engrossed in rooting for some plant's tubers, unaware of my presence as they drew closer. I found myself in a dilemma with 2 choices: make a noise to scare them away or escape immediately. The former was unthinkable. Who would dare provoke such powerful creatures? Thus, I resolved to retreat quietly. As I cautiously backed away, I inadvertently stepped on a dry branch, which snapped underfoot with a sharp crack. Instantly, the boars lifted their heads to regard me. Thankfully, they did not charge but stared intently, leaving me paralyzed with fear lest any movement provoke their ire. For a moment, our eyes locked in a tense standoff. Perhaps the boars were equally curious. What is this creature? Why have I never seen it before? Is it edible? We are unaware of how long we have been in an impasse. Perhaps it was 30 seconds, or at most a minute. Yet, in this moment, time feels exceedingly slow, and what seems like mere moments stretches into what feels like several hours. My mind is a blank, and beads of cold sweat trickled down my forehead. Fortunately, the two wild boars scrutinized me for a while before turning and vanishing into the forest. Instantly, my legs weakened and I collapsed onto the ground. This encounter with the wild boars has illuminated a stark truth. I am utterly defenseless in the presence of such large, aggressive creatures. The overwhelming sense of terror leaves me incapable of retaliating, even robbing me of the strength to flee. The spear in my hand offers only a feeble threat to them. My previous uneventful days on the island had lulled my vigilance, but this experience has made it abundantly clear that I must exercise utmost caution in my future endeavors here. Furthermore, I must swiftly devise weapons capable of confronting such formidable beasts. I am fortunate this time that the encounter was with wild boars. Had it been a grizzly bear, I would have surely met a dire fate. Chapter 27. The Terrifying Python, October 15th. For several days, the island has been devoid of rain, leaving me in a state of perplexity. Is this island not supposed to belong to a tropical rainforest climate? Have we entered the dry season? Upon awakening this morning, I discovered a lizard caught in a rock trap, its vibrant green body measuring approximately 40 to 50 centimeters, its head tragically crushed by a large stone. I surmised that this creature was non-venomous and fit for consumption, provided it was thoroughly cooked. As per usual, I proceeded to gut it before placing it over the fire. I must mention that my magnesium fire starter, after 4 months of use, has dwindled to a mere fifth of its original size. I now utilize it with utmost caution, for once it is exhausted, my only option for igniting a flame will be through the laborious method of friction. After 10 minutes of roasting, the lizard skin burst and gradually peeled away. I continued to roast it for an additional 40 minutes until it was completely cooked. I attempted to tear off one of its legs and took a bite. Surprisingly, the flavor was quite delightful, crispy and reminiscent of chicken, somewhat akin to the taste of small Jerry, yet far superior to that of rodent meat. I chose not to consume the remaining lizard head, placing it beside the fire as I stood to inspect the growth of the rice plants. Due to the lack of rainfall, the small stream where I had chosen to cultivate my crops had seen a significant reduction in water flow, leaving the water level in my rice paddy at a mere 2 centimeters. However, I finally spotted 2 slender yellow-green shoots slowly emerging from the soil beneath. I expanded the irrigation channel, digging deeper and wider, which allowed the water level to rise slightly. If rain does not grace us in the coming week, this stream may dry up entirely. Regret washed over me for not selecting a stream with a larger water supply during planting. If the flow ceases before the seeds sprout into rice plants, I risk losing these precious grains. As I gather my belongings to return home, I caught a glimpse of something slithering on the ground near my morning fire, a massive, serpentine figure coiling and undulating. It appeared to be a colossal green python, likely drawn in by the remnants of the lizard's head. The remnants on the ground had vanished, and this python was now slowly making its way toward my drying rack. It intended to feast upon my dried fish. Approaching cautiously, I scrutinized this magnificent serpent. This was undoubtedly a green water python, scientifically known as Morelia vortis, capable of reaching lengths of nearly 10 meters and weighing up to 160 kilograms. It is a large, non-venomous snake, representing the largest member of the boa family. I considered myself fortunate. This particular green water python was only about 3 or 4 meters long, a mere juvenile in its lineage. Yet, even as a juvenile, its formidable girth, estimated at 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, posed a significant threat. Although non-venomous, should it ensnare me, it could undoubtedly crush every bone in my body. It is often said that to strike a snake effectively, one must aim for its vulnerable spot. However, this strategy is futile against a python. Even if I were to locate its vital point, I lack the strength necessary to subdue it. My only recourse would be to strike its head with precision, delivering a fatal blow. I gazed upon the smooth and resilient form of the python, realizing that the spear in my hand would hardly inflict substantial damage with a single strike. The axe, however, seemed a more viable option, albeit its handle was rather short, necessitating my close proximity to launch an attack. Yet, I was reluctant to take such a risk. Surrounding my wooden cabin were abundant supplies of timber and bamboo. which I had gathered to construct a fence. I swiftly selected the thickest and longest piece, skillfully carving a hole in it to accommodate the axe's handle. After assessing the weight and length, I deemed it sufficient. Dragging this hefty weapon cautiously closer, the python became aware of my presence. Twisting its head to fix me with its fearsome, slitted gaze, it raised a portion of its body, hissing and flicking its forked tongue, and we found ourselves within a mere 7 or 8 meters of one another. A primal urge to discard my weapon and flee surged within me. Yet I resolutely suppressed it. I could no longer afford a retreat. I must conquer it. Lowering my center of gravity, I bent my knees and arched my back, lifting the weapon high above my head with all my might. At that moment, the python seemed incensed by my actions. Its upper body swaying back and forth in a display of aggression, its jaws agape to reveal its fangs while issuing menacing hisses. Summoning my courage, I cautiously advanced to within 3 or 4 meters of the serpent, and with all my strength, I aimed the weapon at its head and brought it crashing down. In moments of peril, human potential knows no bounds, and my strike landed true. Without pausing to assess the outcome, I turned and fled. Sprinting at full speed for about 100 meters, I halted only when silence reigned behind me. Gasping for breath, I turned back to face the python. The axe had embedded deeply into its head, leaving a gruesome scene, while the enormous body writhed around the timber, entangling itself in a final, desperate struggle, perhaps seeking to take its enemy down with it. Despite the grievous wound, the serpent continued to thrash for a good 20 minutes before finally succumbing, lying still around the wood. After observing for another 10 minutes to ensure it was indeed lifeless, I stealthily approached and gently kicked its body. There was no response. Thus, I had slain the largest beast since arriving on the island. Now came the moment of harvest. I laid the not yet stiffened body of the snake flat, estimating its weight to exceed 60 pounds. With considerable effort, I skinned the serpent, discovering within it a resilient sinew, reminiscent of an oversized leather thong, which I deemed perfect for crafting a bowstring. In an ironic twist, the very python that had intended to pilfer my drying rack provisions had now become sustenance, laid out to dry upon it. I sectioned the snake into 5 parts, coating them with a layer of salt. The original drying rack proved insufficient for the quantity of meat, prompting me to construct an extended version, a task that was relatively uncomplicated. After thoroughly cleaning the sinew, I placed it on the new rack to dry. Aside from the portions designated for curing, I retained a piece of fresh snake meat, weighing approximately 2 pounds, which I proceeded to braise. The snake meat was the most delectable fare I had encountered since my arrival on the island. Simmered to perfection, it emerged snow-white and tender, melting effortlessly in my mouth. The snake soup, simmered to a rich, milky white, is so delectable that it seems to dissolve on my tongue. Previously, I had only tasted the small grass snake, which, perhaps due to improper preparation, retained a somewhat fishy flavor. However, the taste of this green water python is remarkably exquisite, prompting me to take an interest in other serpents on the island. Through my diligent efforts over time, I have established a stable source of protein, including fish, oysters, and the occasional catch of small rodents. My vitamin intake is also sufficient, as the island is abundant with wild fruits. However, the sources of carbohydrates and fats are less reliable. Although the yam tubers I planted have begun to sprout, I remain uncertain as to how long it will take for them to mature. I have depleted the edible chestnuts from the wild chestnut trees I discovered in the forest, and fat can only be sourced from the mammals. I have a strong desire to capture some wild goats and attempt to domesticate them for breeding, yet thus far, I have only come across their footprints. Chapter 28, Crafting the Bow, October 16th. I have gathered a considerable amount of materials for constructing a fence. I began to delineate the perimeter, employing my usual method of marking the approximate location on the ground, and then I shall build along this line. Lacking nails, I strive to simplify the process. I utilized a wooden stick, approximately 1 meter in length, as a measuring tool, digging a small hole at intervals marked by additional sticks. Subsequently, I drove 1 stick into the ground using stones, leaving about 1.5 meters protruding above the surface. After driving in 2 sticks, I secured 5 horizontal bamboo poles with vines between them, progressing in this manner, one connection after another. October 19th. After 2 days of labor, I have nearly completed one side of the planned fence, specifically the edge facing the forest behind the wooden cabin. I believe that all dangers emanate from the woods. While the creatures of the sea are unlikely to venture forth to harm me, there is no urgency in completing this task. So today I intend to engage in other activities. I arrived at the plot designated for rice cultivation, where the brook now flows with only a trickle of water. The low-lying area I had excavated has completely dried up, and there lie 5 frail seedlings, the first sprouts of my rice crop, which I fear may no longer survive. I can almost certainly conclude that the island has entered the dry season, as only one light rain has fallen in the past half-month. Many of the small streams within the forest have become parched, and during my recent visit to the rocky hillside for water, I noticed a significant reduction in the moisture within the crevices. This is an unsettling phenomenon. I am uncertain how severe the drought will be or how long it shall persist. Although I believe it will not greatly affect me, I deem it prudent to prepare. I gathered a substantial amount of yellow clay, shaping 2 large earthen jars to dry in the sun, intending to fire them into pottery for water storage in the coming days. Having completed these tasks, I ventured to the backyard, specifically the grassy area near the cliff, to collect bird eggs. Recently, I have observed that many of these eggs have begun to develop embryos. Upon opening some, I found that they had even formed into fledgling birds. These eggs, when roasted, are exceptionally fragrant and crispy, reminiscent of the delightful pearls found within chicken eggs. I have learned to identify these eggs simply by shaking them and sensing the liquid movement within. While gathering the bird eggs, I observed various birds soaring back and forth, which heightened my desire to taste their flesh. Thus, I resolved that upon my return to the camp, I would immediately set about crafting a large bow, as the snake tendons I had harvested serve as excellent bowstring material. On my way back, passing beneath a tall tree at the cliff's edge, I spotted a substantial beehive at its crown. My uncle specializes in beekeeping, and having been influenced by him since childhood, I have learned the fundamentals of taming a wild beehive. I silently committed this location to memory. Upon returning to the camp, I carefully placed the bird eggs into a jar designated for their storage, and I began the process of crafting the large bow. First, I crafted the bow's body, and the most suitable material for this endeavor was bamboo. However, lacking adhesive, I found that a bow made from a single piece of bamboo was too fragile and prone to breakage. Thus, I resorted to using wood. I harvested a sturdy piece of timber from the forest, approximately 1.5 meters in length. From the densest core of the wood, I carved out a plank that was a full 5 centimeters thick. Utilizing a sharp charcoal stick as my drawing tool, I sketched a rough outline of the bow, resembling the shape of the number 3. I then meticulously chipped away at the wood with an axe, gradually refining and polishing it. The finished bow measures about 1.3 meters long. I smoothed the bow's surface with a whetstone, ensuring that the center was robust while tapering the ends to maintain overall flexibility. I carved grooves at both ends, completing the bow's construction. Next, I cut a piece of snake tendon slightly longer than the bow itself. I first secured one end, then pulled the tendon taut, looping it around the opposite end of the bow to create tension while allowing the bow to bend slightly. Afterward, I tested the bowstring, finding it remarkably stiff. It required immense effort to draw it even a short distance, yet I could not fully extend it. The materials I had chosen rendered the bow quite hefty, weighing over 30 pounds, making it somewhat cumbersome to wield. Upon releasing the bowstring, it snapped back with considerable force. Eager to test my creation, I fashioned a bamboo arrow and aimed at a tree 15 meters away, releasing the arrow with a swift whoosh, followed by a resounding thud as the tip embedded itself deeply into the trunk. At last, I possessed a powerful ranged weapon. I mused that within a 10-step range, this bow could easily penetrate the serpent I encountered days prior and even inflict damage upon the thick hide of a wild boar. Subsequently, I crafted 20 additional arrows and stored them in a quiver made from bamboo. On September 20th, I donned the formidable bow I had fashioned the previous day and ventured into the backyard, where I claimed the lives of 3 unsuspecting birds. These foolish creatures perched on branches, oblivious to my presence, as I had previously failed to harm them with my arrows. They seemed to mock me, perhaps thinking, look, that foolish bird is back. What does it intend to do now? It was only when their companions fell victim to my relentless aim, plummeting to the ground, that they erupted into a cacophony of cries and scattered in panic. Upon retrieving the 3 fallen birds, I found myself unfamiliar with their species. One was a pristine white, with only its beak colored black. Another resembled a larger thrush, and the third was a vividly colored creature akin to a flying wild duck. All 3 birds were substantial in size, as I had specifically targeted such easily struck prey. I returned to my campsite, where I prepared the birds for cooking. 2 were skewered and roasted over the charcoal fire, while I plucked every feather from the snow-white bird, chopped it into pieces, and simmered it in a clay pot. The 2 roasted birds emanated an enticing aroma. I believe most readers have savored roasted birds in their childhood, a time when certain species were not yet protected and hunting was permissible. After capturing them, they were directly tossed into the oven, resulting in an exquisite flavor that requires no elaborate description. In contrast, the braised white bird presented an indescribably unpleasant taste. It was notably fishy, with an exceedingly tough texture, and the broth was equally unpalatable. I could only manage a single taste before discarding the remainder. I suspect this was a bird that feasted on marine creatures, and I shall certainly avoid such a specimen in the future. Armed with this formidable bow, I intend to venture into the mountains, as the traps there have yet to yield the goats I seek. With a stroke of luck, I might even manage to bring one down. The day has already darkened, so I shall defer my plans until tomorrow. Chapter 29. Climbing to overlook the Isle, October 21st. Today, I prepared to embark on a mountain ascent. Equipped with my newly crafted bow, my objective was to reach the pinnacle of the northern peak to behold the entirety of the isle and the surrounding landscape. Perhaps from that vantage point, I might catch sight of habitable lands or ships traversing the distant waters. I planned to spend the night atop the mountain. Thus my provisions were ample, with my backpack laden with sizable chunks of charcoal, magnesium sticks, and a selection of food, including 2 pieces of dried salted fish, a strip of semi-dehydrated snake meat, and 5 roasted bird eggs. I secured an axe at my waist and carried 2 bamboo tubes, one filled with boiled fresh water, the other containing a dozen arrows. Grasping my spear and slinging my newly crafted bow over my shoulder, I set forth, fully armed, scaling the rocky ascent. The weight I bore was estimated to be around 70 to 80 pounds, which rendered my climb painfully slow. I found myself needing to pause for rest roughly every 2 hours. It was not until late afternoon, as the sun approached the horizon, that I reached the summit of my last visit, the spot where I had discovered the goat tracks. Regrettably, I still encountered no sign of the wild goats. For today, I decided to halt my climb. I kindled a fire and roasted a piece of salted fish to satisfy my hunger. The flavor of the dried fish was acceptable, albeit excessively salty. Accompanying it with 2 bird eggs, I consumed half the fish and drank copious amounts of water, grateful that I could collect fresh water while navigating the rocky terrain. October 22nd, I continued my ascent along the rocky path, entering territory I had never before explored. Here, I treaded with utmost caution, keenly observing my surroundings. By midday, I assessed the distance from the treetops to the mountain's base, realizing I had ascended nearly halfway. During this endeavor, I discovered a relatively flat platform on the mountainside, adorned with sprawling grapevines. Unlike other wild flora, these wild grapes bore large, purple fruits, rivaling those cultivated by humans. The ripe fruits were remarkably sweet, devoid of any sourness. The vines climbed chaotically along the branches, laden with enticing clusters of purplish-red grapes. Alas, burdened by my existing provisions, I had no means to carry these delicate fruits. Consequently, I indulged in a bountiful feast before resuming my journey. By evening, I had scaled approximately 2/3 of the mountain, drawing near to the summit. Curiously, I noted that the closer I approached the peak, the sparser the trees became. I ignited a fire, consumed a modest meal, and rested beside the flames. However, my slumber was restless, as this locale was far removed from my previous haunts. Everything felt so alien. The mountain night was particularly eerie, with flickering firelight casting dancing shadows, while the woods echoed with the coos of some unseen birds. I scanned my surroundings, wary of the darkness concealing pairs of glimmering green eyes. Yet fortunately, such a scenario did not manifest. On October 23rd, during midday, I finally reached the summit of this magnificent mountain. Upon my arrival at the pinnacle, I was taken aback to find a barren expanse. The summit formed a plateau, concealed from view by the dense foliage below. A strong scent of sulfur wafted through the air, and the ground beneath my feet was remarkably firm. It dawned on me that I was standing atop a volcano, which appeared to have erupted eons ago. I ventured southwest from the summit, where I had initially ascended on the eastern side of the island. As I progressed, I was granted a panoramic view of the entire island. Upon reaching the southwestern edge, a vast island unfolded beneath me, its shape an irregularly elongated oval. Approximately 60 to 70% of the island was cloaked in verdant forest. Near the northwest, a substantial freshwater lake came into sight, serving as the source for nearly all the streams within the woods. Among them, the widest river meandered through the forest before flowing from the previously mentioned ravine into the sea. The island boasted two prominent beaches, one on the eastern side where I resided, and another on the southwestern side, which receded into the island. The latter was too distant for me to discern its details, though I could spot some dark rocks there. Overall, the northern part of the island was the highest, gradually sloping downwards toward the south. Close to the northern third, a relatively flat hill stood, with the lake situated near its western edge. Witnessing the full view of the island for the first time left me utterly astonished. The scene before me was both breathtaking and grand. I circumnavigated the plateau at the mountain summit, discovering a small island in the distant western waters. Its size was modest, and due to the great distance, I could only perceive its lush greenery. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Could there be human inhabitants? Or perhaps other competitors residing there? My heart brimmed with anticipation. Yearning to explore, yet lacking any nautical means, I realized that swimming such a distance was impractical. Thus I had to postpone my plans. In the eastern waters, I spotted a coral reef not far from the sandy beach where I stood. The water there was shallow, and it appeared to be filtered and redirected, which I surmised was the reason for the island's remarkable scarcity of marine debris, shielded by the coral. However, the southwestern region lacked such reefs, leading me to believe that the beach there must harbor many resources I could utilize. I felt a flicker of hope for that sandy shore and was equally intrigued by the large lake, wondering what freshwater life might inhabit its depths. Having now gained a general understanding of the island's terrain, I began to plan for the days ahead. I spent an afternoon atop the mountain, observing the sea, yet no ships traversed the waters within my line of sight, and the sky remained eerily silent, devoid of the anticipated aircraft. Thus, I placed my hopes upon the distant isle. Perhaps it harbored human inhabitants. However, that island was far beyond my reach. Upon my return, I must devise a means to construct a sufficiently safe vessel to embark on an exploration of that land. Yet, I cannot place all my aspirations solely upon that island. Prior to that, I need to enrich my life with more vibrant experiences. I intend to return to the camp and first build a small raft, perhaps from bamboo, to venture to the southwestern beach. I surmise that a plethora of marine debris lay there, surely containing items of utility for my endeavors. Compared to the intricate labyrinth of the forest, navigating along the coastline would undoubtedly be more convenient, swift, and secure. Furthermore, I could maneuver the raft around the small island, seeking additional discoveries. Today, I resolved to spend the night on the mountaintop. Thus, I busily scanned the horizon, my gaze sweeping from east to west. At the center of the summit, I discovered numerous yellow, block-like stones, partially embedded in the hard ground. I used my axe to chip away at some and brought them closer for inspection. These stones exhibited a mudstone-like texture, fragile enough to crumble into powder upon impact, emitting a sharp, sulfurous scent. This must be sulfur or a valuable resource. The refined sulfur powder can effectively repel certain insects and serpents, and it is a component of gunpowder. Although somewhat impractical, should I manage to concoct such a substance, might I not become the sovereign of this island? Wild boars, pythons, and black bears would all be mere paper tigers in my dominion. Consequently, I filled my backpack with sulfur or breaking it into smaller fragments to maximize the load. as the charcoal and provisions within my pack had been nearly exhausted. Additionally, while mining the sulfur, I unearthed several amethysts from the soil. These crystals, exhibiting a hexagonal prism shape and a translucent, beautiful purple hue, were indeed treasures in human society, yet I had no use for them at present, and thus they were discarded like refuse. As I spent the night atop the mountain, I felt a sense of relaxation wash over me. The summit was barren, devoid of trees, and I harbored no fears of a beast emerging from the shadows. The pungent aroma of sulfur deterred all creatures from approaching, allowing me to sleep soundly, aside from the occasional discomfort from the strong scent. October 24th, from the mountaintop, I beheld the most exquisite vista I had ever witnessed. Strands of crimson light unfurling across the distant horizon, a hint of purplish red gradually rising from darkness into radiance. Moments later, a vibrant sun ascended, igniting the sky with a brilliant display, transforming the entire sea into a canvas of orange hues. As the sun fully emerged from the water's embrace, the exhilaration within me surged alongside the waves, seemingly washing away all anxieties and uncertainties since my arrival on the island, replaced by a sense of tranquility and vitality. After relishing the breathtaking scenery, I had a modest breakfast and began my descent along the path I had previously traversed. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easier than descending, yet I found my descent to be significantly swifter than my ascent, taking less than 2 days to reach the foot of the mountain. This was partly due to my newfound familiarity with the terrain, eliminating the need to navigate cautiously, and partly due to a subtle shift in my mindset, which seemed to lighten my burden, allowing my footsteps to become more graceful and agile. Chapter 30, Bamboo Raft. Circumnavigation. On October 27th, after returning from the mountaintop, I took a day to recuperate. I indulged in a refreshing swim in the sea, then reclined under a cool shelter, a freshly opened coconut by my side, sipping from it intermittently as I languidly enjoyed my holiday. This morning, I unpacked my backpack and removed 2/3 of the sulfur ore, which I crushed into fine powder using stones. The ore was quite soft, making it easy to pulverize. I scattered the resulting powder around the house to ward off snakes and insects. I now yearn for the stretch of beach on the southwestern side of the island. I intend to sail around the island to see if there are any useful resources or more suitable places for habitation. Before embarking on this venture, I need to construct a small boat for navigation. I chose bamboo for its buoyancy and ease of construction. I cut several lengths of bamboo of uniform thickness, bored holes of the same size at both ends, then threaded wooden sticks through these holes in succession, tightly joining each piece. To enhance the raft's sturdiness, I wrapped vines around the ends and the middle 3 times. Next, I affixed the remaining half of my kayak atop the bamboo raft using vines. The raft, larger than the kayak, allowed the latter to serve as a cockpit. I positioned the bamboo raft near the shore, close to the water, to facilitate launching later. I also fashioned a paddle from wood, which was simple. I merely split a plank and carved it into the shape of a small oar, with a narrow round center and flat ends. It took me a whole day to complete this small vessel, and by evening, I prepared my gear for the circumnavigation tomorrow. On October 28th, I awoke to a clear sky and calm seas. With my gear in tow, I made my way to the beach, timing my arrival just before the tide receded. I placed my belongings in the cockpit, the half kayak, and laboriously dragged the bamboo raft into the water. Once the waves lapped at my waist, I sprang aboard the raft. The buoyancy of the raft was impressive. The waterline did not submerge it. I gripped the wooden paddle with both hands, alternating strokes to propel myself forward. After adjusting my course several times, I deemed the raft sufficiently safe and set off toward the southern part of the island. Before long, I reached the wide sea channel, still filled with water before the tide fully receded. From the mountaintop, I had observed this channel winding its way to a large lake. I contemplated paddling along it to explore, but then reconsidered, feeling more drawn to the southwestern beach. I continued my journey throughout the morning, with the sun now directly overhead. The heat was intense atop the bamboo raft. Despite wearing a large straw hat I had woven myself, my arms turned a deep crimson from the sun's rays. I took a sip of water and rested briefly before resuming my paddling southward. In the afternoon, I had already traversed the eastern stretch of this beach and arrived at the southern part of the island. The coastline here is rather brief, as the island itself is shaped like a long oval, with this area located at the shorter edge of the ellipse. There is no sandy beach, only a soil-laden shoreline, rising about a meter on average. I adjusted my course and paddled westward. Throughout the journey around the island, I remained vigilant, observing the landscape in hopes of discovering something intriguing. It was when I reached the island's due west that I spotted a leopard on the shore. Its golden coat was adorned with a multitude of dark spots. Known as the golden leopard, this large feline is famed for its remarkable speed. At that moment, the leopard was fixated on me, its gaze filled with curiosity, hostility, and tension. I was taken aback by the presence of such a creature on the island. Fortunately, since my arrival, I had never encountered one. Otherwise, faced with its swift agility and sharp claws, I would have had no chance of escape. I maneuvered my bamboo raft further from the shore, knowing these creatures are capable swimmers, while my wooden paddle propelled me at a leisurely pace. Should it leap into the water, it could easily catch up. Thankfully, that scenario did not unfold. The leopard merely approached the water's edge to scrutinize me before vanishing from my sight. The afternoon sun had lost its fierce intensity, providing a refreshing coolness, prompting me to quicken my paddling rhythm as I navigated toward the opposite side of the island. Finally, as dusk approached, I beheld a beach to the southwest. From a distance, I could see it was indeed strewn with an abundance of marine debris, perhaps due to the absence of coral reefs to dampen the waves. The surf on the island's western side was far more tumultuous than that on the eastern side, crashing against my bamboo raft and causing me to hesitate in glancing around. Hastening my way to the shore. Half an hour later, I set foot on the sandy beach, my heart racing at the sight of the litter. These discarded remnants appeared to me as treasures. I surveyed the area. Countless plastic bottles, glass containers, an assortment of foam boards, wooden planks, dilapidated barrels, rusty tin cans, woven bags, and entangled fishing nets, an overwhelming collection. I even spotted an urn. Many of these refuse items bore incomplete patterns and letters in various languages, most of which I could not decipher, save for a few letters on a cola bottle from a known brand. I immediately began to gather usable items, first selecting 3 large tin cans, which, despite their rust, still held water. I filled one with intact plastic bottles and collected some of the disordered fishing nets, within which I discovered numerous hooks of varying sizes. Although they too were rusty, a bit of polishing could restore their function. I took some larger whole foam boards, while the wooden barrels had succumbed to the sea's relentless erosion and were no longer usable. The urn, however, remained relatively intact, yet I refrained from touching it, for one could never know if a soul lay peacefully within. As I meandered along the shoreline, collecting litter, I gradually made my way eastward. Approaching the farthest point of the eastern beach, I paused in astonishment, for there lay a boat, a fishing vessel. It took a moment for realization to dawn upon me, and I hastily discarded the refuse in my hands, racing towards the boat in a frenzy. However, as I drew near, I discovered that it was merely the derelict remains of a forsaken fishing boat, likely cast ashore by distant waves, now stranded on sand. The identifying letters and numbers on the hull had long been eroded beyond recognition. It was an old-fashioned craft, its bottom ravaged by a gaping hole, and the structure itself was in tatters. With considerable effort, I managed to climb onto the deck, which creaked ominously beneath my weight, often giving way beneath my foot and revealing gaping holes. I meticulously examined the vessel, searching for anything of utility. To my sheer delight, I unearthed a treasure trove of items, an unyielding pair of large scissors, 2 hefty axes, and a long-handled iron shovel typically used for fishing, though its wooden handle was decayed. Additionally, I found a substantial machete, its blade remarkably thick and measuring half a meter in length. These tools, rusted and weathered by the passage of years, seemed to retain potential utility with proper restoration. I carefully transferred these newfound treasures onto my bamboo raft, stowing them within the kayak in the cockpit. A wave of concern washed over me regarding the raft's ability to bear this weight. As twilight descended, I resolved to seek a safe spot on the beach to spend the night, intending to set sail at dawn to avoid losing my bearings at sea after dark. for the thought of drifting into unfamiliar waters was daunting. Chapter 31. Circumnavigation 2 on October 29th, as the first light of dawn began to break. I readied my belongings and set forth. The previous night had been one of restless slumber, and I sought refuge beneath a stack of jagged rocks, crouching low. After modest breakfast, I resumed my journey. With the raft laden with the items I had collected, the waterline nearly enveloped its surface. Fortunately, I had secured half of a kayak atop it, which provided sufficient buoyancy, allowing me to paddle onward. I adjusted my course, navigating along the western coastline towards the north. Upon reaching the northernmost point, I found no useful resources, and an unsettling incident occurred that sent chills down my spine. As I paddled to the central point west of a small island, a triangular dorsal fin emerged nearby, gliding parallel to my modest vessel. Fear gripped me, causing my legs to tremble uncontrollably, yet I was powerless to fend it off. From the size of the fin, I surmised the shark was formidable. Desperately, I paddled with all my strength, and after a brief chase, the creature eventually submerged and vanished from sight. Perhaps the absence of any wounds on my body spared me from its wrath, as it did not detect the scent of blood. Before long, I arrived at the northernmost edge of the island, the vicinity closest to the volcano. Here, the coastline ascended dramatically into sheer cliffs, forming nearly vertical precipices. I observed flocks of swiftlets, measuring approximately 13 centimeters in length, with dark brown plumage glinting with hints of blue above and pale gray beneath. Their wings were elongated and sharp, while their short feet bore delicate, light red claws. Wherever there are birds, there are nests, and upon the rocky cliffs. Countless nests were nestled upon the boulders. From a distance, their exact appearance was indistinct, but their presence was undeniable. Unlike the mud nests of swallows found in the north, these nests were primarily a light yellow, with a few showcasing a reddish hue. In our homeland, such nests are considered a rare delicacy, and the sheer abundance upon these cliffs could easily render me a millionaire if sold. However, I had no means to collect these nests, as I could not reach them from the cliff's base, nor did I possess the courage to climb. After pausing to observe for a moment, I continued paddling towards the northeast direction of the island, drawing closer to my campsite. The twilight had yet to fall, and with a brisk pace, I believed I could return before nightfall. Thus, I exerted myself, neglecting the need for sustenance, and hastily consumed a few pieces of dry banana, a successful batch from my previous undrying efforts, crispy, sweet, and an excellent source of quick energy. As evening approached, with the sun still hovering above the horizon, I made my way back to the campsite. I laboriously pushed the raft onto the sandy shore, transporting its contents in 2 trips. After securing my belongings, I dragged the raft to a spot where the water could not reach it, preserving it for future use. Upon returning home, I indulged in a sumptuous meal of snake soup and savored the refreshing taste of a coconut. After securing the door behind me, I reclined on my bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. On October 30th, after 2 exhausting days at sea, I found myself utterly fatigued. Thus my sleep was deep and restorative, lasting until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon awakening, I beheld a collection of spoils amassed outside my door, and I resolved to first attend to the assortment of rusty tools. I prepared 2 clay pots of boiling water, into which I cast 2 axes and a stubborn pair of scissors. After simmering for over half an hour, the water had turned a rusty yellow, with residue swirling atop the surface, releasing a pungent scent of iron. Inspecting the axe handles, I deemed them sufficiently treated. The rust had softened and begun to flake away. I then placed them upon a smooth stone and commenced the polishing process. I toiled diligently for a full 2 hours, eradicating every trace of rust from the 2 axes, while simultaneously sharpening their blades. I crafted 2 new wooden handles to replace the decayed old ones. Next, I turned my attention to the scissors, which had been simmering during my work on the axes. After extracting them, I applied force and found they could now bend slightly. Using a small stone, I polished the blades, a task that consumed over an hour due to the numerous surfaces involved. While the scissors were not exceptionally sharp, they were now capable of slicing through leaves and similar materials. Once the scissors were in satisfactory condition, I was left with a large machete, reminiscent of a cleaver and notably heavy with a substantial blade. The task of restoring this knife was comparatively straightforward. I swiftly eliminated all rust, resulting in a remarkably sharp machete. With an expanded array of tools at my disposal, I decided to trim my long hair using the scissors. One hand grasped my hair while the other wielded the scissors at the roots. Lacking a mirror, I was oblivious to the final appearance, but I surmised it was rather disheveled. Nevertheless, upon completion, my head felt significantly lighter and the irritation around my neck and ears had vanished. Employing the same technique, I attended to my beard, particularly the bothersome hair on my upper lip, which often tangled with food while eating, a most vexing nuisance that was now resolved. With an enhanced toolkit, I aspired to elevate my quality of life. I sought to diversify and increase my food sources, with the best approach being cultivation. Thus far, I had successfully grown yam, which was thriving, while my attempt to cultivate rice had faltered. The remaining 5 seedlings were left unchecked, their survival probability exceedingly slim. I planned to resume planting after the dry season, for I wished to avoid wasting my seeds in the event of another mishap. Contemplating my options, I concluded that the most suitable candidates for planting were grapes on the plateau of the mountains and possibly cacti, as both species were relatively easy to cultivate. The transplantation method was quite simple. Carefully uproot the entire plant while preserving the roots, dig an appropriate hole in a suitable location, replant it, and provide a modest amount of water to complete the process. On October 31st, 5 vibrant green plants adorned the clearing in front of my quaint cabin, their surfaces adorned with sharp spines. These were the cacti I had transplanted. Not far behind the cabin, beneath the trees of the woodlands, 10 delicate green shoots emerged, representing the nascent grapevines I had recently cultivated, each planted beneath its own tree. As for the reason I did not directly transplant the mature seedlings, these grapevines twist and climb towards the heights, their larger counterparts entangled with other flora, making their extraction quite challenging and transplantation rather inconvenient. Chapter 32. A bee. November 1st. Today, a charming little bee fluttered into my room, industriously buzzing about with its wings, filling the air with a delightful hum. It suddenly reminded me of the large beehive at the broken wall in the backyard. As I have mentioned before, my uncle is a professional beekeeper, which has emboldened me to handle bees barehanded since childhood. It is essential to note that I am referring to bees, not the ferocious wasps. As long as one has not pinched them while grasping, bees typically do not sting unprovoked. I pondered the possibility of domesticating a colony of bees. On this journey, I had brought along several woven bags to capture the bees and some tattered fishing nets that could be fashioned into bee veils. I was nearly equipped with all the necessary tools. If my endeavor proved successful, I would have a continuous supply of honey. The crucial first step in beekeeping is capturing the queen bee. Once the queen is confined, the entire colony will follow her, ensuring that my beekeeping venture is 70% successful. The remainder involves tending to the queen and the hive without causing them to swarm. Before capturing the queen, I must first construct a beehive for the bees to inhabit. However, creating a beehive requires beeswax and honeycomb, which means I would need to extract from 2 beehives to establish my operation. The first hive would only require the bee's nest, making it a relatively straightforward task. Before long, I organized my gear. My backpack was filled with dry hay, a large iron bucket containing 5 ceramic jars intended for honey collection, an axe secured at my waist, and a formidable machete for protection. I also carried a spear in hand. As for the bow and arrows, I left them behind due to their cumbersome weight and lack of necessity. I embarked on my journey, familiar with the route to the backyard. Soon, I arrived beneath the large tree at the cliff's edge. Fortunately, this tree grew at the base of the cliff. Had it been at the top, I would have found it challenging to access the beehive. I began by igniting a fire at the base of the tree using dry hay, followed by a few pieces of dry wood. Once the flame stabilized, I added some moist grass, producing a thick cloud of smoke. I meticulously adjusted the fire's position to ensure the smoke wafted toward the beehive. At this point, the hive was agitated and countless bees ascended into the air, darting about to escape the smoke. I withdrew my axe and began to chop the tree down. Indeed, it was a straightforward and somewhat brutal approach to procuring honey and beeswax. Thus, even if the tree fell and the hive shattered, it would not matter. The tree was in a semi-dehydrated, withered state, making it relatively easy to fell. In less than half an hour, I had reduced the tree to a precarious state. I moved to a position above the tree, lifted my leg, and delivered a forceful kick to the cut section. With a loud crack, the tree crashed heavily to the ground. Remarkably, the beehive remained intact, still clinging to a branch, unharmed by the fall. The bees within the hive are now swirling in the air, resembling a tempest of honeybees. And even I, who am usually unafraid of bee stings, feel a twinge of trepidation. I hastily placed the hive, nearly the size of my head, into an iron bucket and swiftly made my exit. In my haste, I discarded 5 ceramic jars onto the ground, intending to retrieve them once the swarm had dispersed. As I jogged on the grass, clutching the iron bucket, I stumbled unexpectedly and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the hive remained intact. Grumbling, I turned to see the cause of my misstep, a burrow, unmistakably the work of a wild rabbit. My irritation diminished by half. I resolved to return later to settle the score with the little inhabitants of that burrow. I took refuge behind a tree, approximately 200 meters away from the swarm, observing the bees while savoring a fragment of honeycomb. With each bite, the nectar burst forth, filling my mouth with a fragrance that was not merely sweet, but rather aromatic, an essence derived from the blossoms. Following this initial burst of flavor, the sweetness emerged. It was not cloying. Instead, it possessed a refreshing richness. The juxtaposition of clarity and depth in the honey sweetness was unlike any wild honey I had previously tasted, surpassing even the honey nectar provided by my uncle. Indeed, within the confines of the city, whether in towns or rural areas, there exists no comparison to the pristine environment of this island. Here, the air and rain are devoid of pollution, refreshingly pure. In contrast, urban honey is often far from authentic. Even the purest forms can be tainted by exhaust fumes and industrial emissions, which in turn affect the flowers and subsequently the honey's flavor. At this moment, indulging in a piece of honey bestowed upon me a profound sense of happiness. This sentiment was not merely an expression. I truly felt an overwhelming wave of joy, as if I were a living embodiment of the adage that sweets bring happiness. After approximately 20 minutes, the swarm gradually dispersed, leaving only a small fraction still hovering and those resting at their original nesting site. I approached with the iron bucket, shattering the outer shell of the hive. The old hive upon the tree bore a protective layer, beneath which lay the golden honeycomb. As I broke through the exterior, I counted 7 pieces of varying sizes, each measuring at least 2 fingers in width. The structure of the honeycomb was remarkably orderly. Yet many may be unfamiliar with the term honeycomb, which refers to the hexagonal cells that compose the hive. These cells serve not only to store honey, but also to insulate and regulate the temperature within the hive. When nurturing a colony of bees, if the hive lacks these cells amid significant temperature fluctuations, it can easily lead to the bees abandoning their home. Therefore, I resolved to preserve the smallest piece of honeycomb intact, intending to place it within the hive once it is constructed. I first extracted the larvae from the honeycomb, which resembled large white maggots. These are the juvenile forms of bees. Despite their unappealing appearance, they constitute a delectable delicacy. The bee pupae were scarce, amounting to only about 1/5 of a ceramic jar. After completing the extraction, I pressed all the honey from the honeycomb into a jar, yielding nearly 2 jars of honey. The remaining beeswax was placed separately into another jar, as it serves as one of the materials for crafting the honeycomb. Once I had meticulously collected the remnants of this beehive, I returned home with my spoils. It was only on the way back that I belatedly noticed 2 bee stings on my arm, and a dull ache above my right. I revealed a swelling upon touch. Chapter 33. Constructing the Beehive, November 2nd. Today I embarked on the creation of a beehive. Some may perceive a beehive as merely a simple box into which bees can be confined, but the reality is far more intricate. The interior of the hive is divided into numerous components. Initially, I crafted several uniform frames, a straightforward task of assembling 4 narrow wooden slats to form a rectangle. The primary purpose of these frames is to secure the honeycomb, ensuring that when the frames are moved, the attached honeycombs follow suit. During the honey extraction process, one merely needs to remove the frame and sever the sections containing honey. Having completed the frames, I procured fresh timber and cleaved it into variously sized wooden boards, designated for the main body of the hive, the super, and a lid. I measured the requisite dimensions on these boards using bamboo, meticulously marking the lines with a charcoal pencil. I then utilized a cleaver to cut along these lines, producing boards of approximately 3 centimeters in thickness. Finally, I assembled these boards to create 2 hive bodies, carving a small notch at the base to serve as the entrance, approximately 1 centimeter in height. Stacking the 2 hive bodies, I inserted a queen excluder in between to delineate the living space of the bees. The queen is tasked with laying eggs in the lower section, while the upper section is reserved for honey production, with the frames placed within this upper chamber. Upon completing these constructions, I heated beeswax and evenly applied it to the hive's walls to mask the scent of the wood, thereby allowing the future residents, the bees, to feel more at ease. I used one of the honeycombs I had retained, imprinting it directly onto the frame, thus creating a honey-laden comb frame. Ultimately, I assembled the entire beehive, a veritable paradise for bees. I pondered the optimal location for this hive. Placing it too close to my home might lead to bees intruding upon my tranquility, and given the sparse floral presence in my vicinity, I concluded that positioning it near the backyard garden would be most suitable. After 2 hours, I transported my beehive to the grassy expanse of the backyard. I cleared a substantial patch of grass with a spade and placed the hive there, as it was surrounded by a profusion of flowers, frequented by industrious little bees collecting nectar. I aspired for my creation to attract bees, yet it was likely that the queen would not venture in unaided. I would need to procure a new colony to capture her. As I stood before the hive, I observed a few bees alight nearby, curiously inspecting the entrance, with some even attempting to enter, only to swiftly exit and take flight. I wandered around the grassy perimeter, searching for any existing hives. Unfortunately, in my exploration, I found no hives, but stumbled upon several rabbit burrows, spotting numerous large, tawny rabbits. As soon as they caught sight of me, they darted away with astonishing speed, leaving me astounded. It was evident that I could not hope to catch them with a bow and arrow. I considered the prospect of raising them, providing a stable source of rabbit meat, and adding a touch of amusement to my island life. Capturing them is no simple task. I plan to devise a trapping cage. I shall weave a bamboo basket and, once completed, prop one corner with a wooden stick. Beneath this stick, I will place bait, so that when the rabbit nibbles on it, it will inadvertently topple the stick, becoming ensnared within the bamboo enclosure. On November 3rd, I fashioned 3 bamboo traps and positioned them at the entrances of 3 distinct rabbit burrows, using wild vegetables and tender grass for bait, gathered from the forest. By November 4th, I finally discovered a suitable beehive to excavate. I had found another the previous day, but its location was perilously high atop a cliff on a tall tree. I was reluctant to risk climbing the cliff or felling the tree, as doing so would send the bees into a frenzy, making capture impossible. Today, however, I found a hive situated on a low tree within the woods, accessible merely by stepping on a wooden post. This hive was modest in size, making the extraction effortless. I filled a woven bag to the brim with bees, nearly harvesting the entire colony. Thus, I was confident the queen was among them. As dusk approached, I emptied the bag of bees into the bottom chamber of the beehive. This step must be executed at night, as the bees enter a state of dormancy during this time, minimizing disturbance to the colony. Once the majority of the bees were inside, I swiftly replaced the hive cover and opened the top chamber, placing a bottle of diluted honey water within. I had punctured a minuscule hole at the bottle's base to reward and nourish the bees. With these tasks accomplished, I had successfully initiated the rearing of a bee colony. As long as the bees do not escape, I will have a stable source of honey. In 2 or 3 days, should worker bees venture out to forage and return, it would indicate that the colony is beginning to establish its comb and produce honey. The queen typically takes about 21 days to produce a batch of brood. Thus, if I check the hive after this period and find evidence of larvae, it would signify the successful domestication of this bee colony. This endeavor marks my first venture into apiculture since arriving on the island. And from here, my rearing endeavors escalated rapidly in scale and diversity. But that is a tale for another time. On November 5th, as dawn broke, I ventured into the backyard to observe my beehive after breakfast. The resonant hum of bees filled the air, and numerous bees were entering and exiting the hive, providing me with some reassurance. The previous night had been fraught with worry, fearing that upon my morning visit, I would find the bees had all fled. The entrances and the top section of the hive were designed with small dimensions, accommodating the ordinary bees without issue, yet preventing the queen from escaping. As long as the queen remains within, alive and unharmed, the colony will not disperse. I spent the better part of the day observing the industrious activities of the bees. As noon approached and hunger struck, I returned to the camp to cook a salted fish. The dry season on the island has become increasingly pronounced, and I now have to retrieve fresh water from a puddle halfway up the hillside. Fortunately, I possess an ample supply of plastic bottles, rendering the task relatively uncomplicated. This afternoon, I inspected 3 bamboo traps, only to discover that all had been triggered. Regrettably, not a single rabbit was caught. Consequently, I crafted 2 additional traps and placed them at the entrance of the rabbit burrow. Recently, the rockfall traps in the forest have yielded a consistent harvest, typically providing prey every 1 to 2 days. On one occasion, I even managed to capture 3 little jerries and a squirrel simultaneously. However, the rope traps and pit traps located halfway up the mountain continue to remain unproductive, gradually eroding my confidence in them. What began as daily inspections has now dwindled to checking every 3 to 4 days. Chapter 34. The Rabbit Hutch, November 6th. Today, I commenced the construction of a modest rabbit hutch for breeding purposes. I delineated a plot of approximately 10 square meters, situated about 100 meters from my quaint wooden cabin. Subsequently, I drove 4 wooden stakes, each about 1.8 meters in height, into the ground at the corners of this area. I then arranged slender wooden slats vertically, anchoring them into the earth. The walls of the hutch were constructed using timber of about 1 meter in height, while the roof was adorned with a rudimentary thatch of grass. Once the structure was completed, I was reminded of the rabbit's remarkable burrowing skills. Thus, I gathered a considerable amount of gravel and meticulously laid it across the hutch's floor. To describe the hutch succinctly, it resembles a diminutive shed, standing at a height comparable to my own, with wooden walls encircling it to a height of 1 meter. From outside the walls, one can easily observe the interior. The corners are supported by tall 1.8-meter columns, upon which I constructed a quadrilateral framework, binding several bamboo poles atop, then covering it with large leaves and dry grass, secure by vines. I left one wall with an opening just wide enough for a person to enter, crafting a simple wooden door. November 8th. The construction of the rabbit hutch took 2 days, and today I am preparing to capture wild rabbits. The bamboo traps I previously fashioned have frequently been triggered for some unknown reason, yet not a single rabbit has been ensnared. I suspect the wild rabbits are too astute and my traps too small and lightweight. Thus, I spent the entire morning weaving 3 larger bamboo traps, which I then transported to the backyard. I aim to enhance the sensitivity of these traps. This time, I employed 3 slender wooden sticks to support the bamboo traps at the entrances of the rabbit burrows. Between the sticks, I fashioned 3 delicate strings from fine grass, binding them to the wooden supports. This way, if a rabbit merely brushed against the strings, the wooden sticks would collapse, and the bamboo trap would ensnare the rabbit beneath. Simultaneously, I altered my strategy. No longer would I wait idly for the rabbits to emerge on their own, but rather, I would force them out of their burrows using smoke. The phrase "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows" aptly describes these creatures, for they do not reside in a single exit, but excavate numerous entrances to swiftly escape from any intruder. I diligently searched the grassy ground, bending low to find 3 relatively proximate burrow entrances, which I believe to be interconnected. I positioned the 3 bamboo traps at the burrow exits, ensuring they were substantial and weighty enough to secure any rabbit that might venture within. Once the traps were set, I ignited a bundle of dry grass at one of the downwind burrow entrances, adding some damp grass to the fire, which produced a thick plume of smoke that billowed into the burrow. Using a broad leaf, I waved the smoke towards the entrance, coaxing it inside. After approximately an hour, just as I began to suspect that the rabbit den was devoid of inhabitants, a series of thumping sounds emanated from a nearby burrow. Elated, I discarded the leaf I had been using to fan the smoke and swiftly made my way toward the source of the commotion. As I approached, I noticed the bamboo basket I had set at the entrance of the burrow was vigorously bouncing up and down. Inside, a small creature was frantically leaping, desperately attempting to force its way out. I rushed over and firmly covered the basket, feeling the immense strength of the wild rabbit within, its wild nature palpable. Yet, despite its vigorous struggles, it could not escape my grasp. After approximately 10 minutes, the frantic movements gradually subsided. I cautiously lifted a corner of the basket and reached in, attempting to seize it. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my hand, and I let out a cry. Retracting my hand, it had been bitten by the rabbit at the base of my palm, blood flowing profusely. How careless of me! It is often said that a frightened rabbit may bite, and this adage holds true, especially for wild rabbits, which are inherently untamed, starkly contrasting with domesticated ones. The wound on my hand was deep and excruciating, and there was also the risk of rabies from the creature. Furious, I simmered with rage. This small rabbit dared to challenge me. After applying pressure to the wound until the bleeding stopped, I fashioned my vest around my hand and once again lifted the bamboo basket, forcefully restraining the rabbit. This time, I managed to avoid being bitten. Upon lifting the basket, I realized I had grasped the rabbit by its neck. This wild rabbit was not as large as the one I had previously consumed, weighing perhaps just over 3 pounds. With my other hand, I seized its ears and raised it to eye level. Our gazes locked. Its bright, tea-gray eyes glared defiantly at me, flapping its limbs as if to say, "Release me, or I shall bite you again, if not for my whimsical desire to keep some small animals. You would already be finished." Did this diminutive creature think it could defy me? I roughly bound the wild rabbit with prepared soft vines, lifting it by its ears and repositioning the bamboo basket. I then turned my attention to another basket situated a distance away, which had already been triggered. Assuming the rabbit had escaped, I lifted the basket only to be met by the sight of a rabbit's head springing forth, nearly allowing it to flee. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a baby rabbit, appearing to weigh less than a pound, adorably fluffy and considerably more docile than the one that had bitten me. It offered no resistance as I held it, merely twitching its tiny pink nose and sniffing the air around me. I found myself quite fond of this little creature, being much gentler during the binding process, fearful of harming it. Just as I was securing this delightful little one, 2 more wild rabbits dashed out from the burrow, escaping into the grass. What a surprise! This rabbit warren seemed to house numerous inhabitants. Could it be a veritable rabbit kingdom with clearly defined roles? I reset the bamboo basket once more, carrying both rabbits as I meticulously checked the traps, patrolling the area for some time. Eventually, the trap that had first yielded wild rabbits was triggered again, and I was rewarded with another rabbit weighing around 4 pounds. After waiting a considerable time, no further rabbits emerged from a burrow. I returned to the campsite, carrying 3 rabbits. After untying them, I tossed them into the rabbit hutch. The little creatures had struggled to the point of exhaustion. Once inside their new abode, they hopped around a few times before realizing their inability to escape, settling quietly in a corner. I observed them for a while, ensuring all was well, before fetching some tender grass and wild vegetables to place before them. However, none of the rabbits ventured to eat, which was understandable given the recent fright they had endured, followed by their arrival in this strange and unfamiliar environment. They were not yet ready to partake in food. Subsequently, I fashioned a water trough from a piece of wood, placing it in the hutch and filling it with fresh water. In the afternoon, I ventured to the seaside to gather some food. I had not consumed salted fish for the past 2 days. While it's fragrant, I had grown a bit weary of it. Nevertheless, I continued to dry salted fish, as this preserved food has a long shelf life and can serve as a staple in my supplies. After dining, I returned to observe my rabbits once more. The 2 adult wild rabbits remained huddled in the corner, motionless, while the young rabbit had begun to frolic within the hutch, occasionally bouncing around and showing little fear of me. It merely regarded me with curiosity. The more I watched, the more I found it endearing, and I thought it deserved a name. As for the other two, especially the one that had bitten me, I held a particular disdain for it, wishing I could feast upon it today. To prevent the bite from becoming infected, I rinsed it with boiled water and sprinkled some salt for disinfection. The pain from the salt made me grimace, and I then wrapped the wound with a few strips of sterile cotton bandage from my first aid kit. Given their limited quantity, I used them sparingly. Once, when I had a cut on my leg from sharp rock, I bandaged it, and later, when the wound healed, I boiled the bandage for 5 minutes before returning it to the kit. Living alone on a deserted island, one often encounters injuries. So one must cherish these first aid supplies. Due to my fondness for the little white rabbit, I decided to give a name. At first, seeing it hop joyfully, I considered calling it Bouncy, but soon found that too uninspired. After a moment of reflection, I felt it resembled a cheerful little fish swimming in water, and thus decided to name it Little Fish. However, that name might lead one to believe I was raising an actual fish. As the sun began to set, casting its golden rays upon the nearby peaks, an idea struck me. I would draw inspiration from the scenery and rename it Sunrise, henceforth calling it Little U. From that moment on, during feeding times, I would call out, "Little U, it's time to eat." Over time, it became accustomed to my voice, quickly bounding to me whenever I called. Because of its remarkable docility, I eventually took this little rabbit to my small wooden cabin for care. This wild rabbit became the first creature I could converse with after arriving on the island, though it was merely a listener. It did not detract from my heartfelt confessions to it. Chapter 35. The Bear, November 9th. My rabbits still refuse to eat. I suspect their solitude is the cause. So I ventured into the backyard again, employing yesterday's method to catch rabbits. I captured a total of 7 throughout the day, and I decided to consume the largest one for lunch. The remaining 6 were placed in the rabbit pen, and indeed, with the addition of new members, the group appeared slightly more animated, yet they still would not eat. November 10th. Today, I was delighted to discover some signs of nibbling on the tender grass I had been feeding the wild rabbits. Although it was just a small portion, it confirmed that my rabbits had begun to eat. Moreover, I personally witnessed Xiao Yu drinking water at the trough. After observing the rabbits for the entire morning and having my lunch, I made my way to the beehive. An increasing number of bees were returning to the hive, laden with nectar, creating a delightful buzz that filled the air. The series of fortunate occurrences lifted my spirits, and I found myself contemplating what other creatures I might raise. I entertained the notion of aquaculture, dreaming of excavating a large pond behind my cabin, introducing water, and then catching some fish to cultivate. However, I soon felt like a fool. The nearby sea teemed with fish aplenty, and I questioned why I would squander my time and energy on such an endeavor. With no clear direction, I found myself yearning to raise a herd of goats. Not only would they enhance my meals on occasion, but I would also enjoy fresh, delicious, and nutritious goat milk. Regrettably, despite my efforts, I had yet to spot any goats. These creatures must possess their own territories, which I have yet to discover. Recently, I have been so preoccupied with nurturing small animals that I have neglected to explore the island. So far, I have only developed a small area and circumnavigated the island. Surely, there are abundant resources in other parts waiting for my discovery. However, I have no intention of venturing southward, as I have encountered the presence of leopards in that region. Such creatures are ones I would prefer to never meet. I also recalled the vast freshwater lake, which piqued my curiosity, yet I feared the possibility of encountering grizzly bears or other large animals, leaving me in a state of conflict. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over my timidity. Armed with a powerful bow and a sharply honed machete, I reasoned that even if I were to cross paths with a large animal, the outcome of such an encounter was uncertain. Furthermore, perhaps due to the island's remoteness, all creatures I encountered merely exhibited curiosity upon seeing me, showing no inclination to flee or attack. This was a reassuring sign. This evening, I prepared my belongings, ready to embark on an exploration toward the lake at dawn. November 11th. Today marks Double 11, also known as Singles Day. I feel fortunate to celebrate this occasion. This morning, I mused that had I still been in human society, I would have comfortably lain in bed at dawn, fervently clutching my phone and engaging in a frenzy of online shopping. I shook my head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, steeling myself for the journey ahead. As I ventured forth, I found myself uncertain of the lake's location, navigating solely by instinct towards the northwest. With a hefty machete in hand, I cleared the obstructive underbrush and brambles, which made traversing the forest considerably easier. By midday, I still could not ascertain the lake's whereabouts. I resolved to alter my course and ascend the northern slopes, for remaining in the woods come nightfall would be perilously unwise. Indeed, exploration proved fruitful, yielding a delightful surprise. As I climbed northward, I stumbled upon a wild lemon tree. While nearly everyone has savored lemonade, few have beheld the tree that bears the fruit. This particular lemon tree was modest in stature, with a short trunk and drooping branches adorned with a mix of greenish-yellow lemons. These wild lemons were diminutive, about half the size of those found in supermarkets. I plucked one, sliced it open, and took a taste. The sourness contorted my face, yet the invigorating zest of lemon invigorated my spirit. This fruit is one of the finest sources of vitamin C and boasts a relatively long shelf life. I gathered over 20 and stowed them in my backpack before continuing my northern trek. An hour later, I reached a slope where I encountered a grove of plants resembling bamboo. To my delight, I had discovered wild sugarcane. This extensive patch featured slender stalks, heavier than cultivated varieties, though less succulent. However, its mineral content surpassed that of ordinary sugarcane, and it was remarkably sweet. I noted the presence of tender shoots emerging from the ground nearby, reminiscent of bamboo sprouts. I harvested 2 stalks of cane, chopping them into segments and binding them to my backpack with vines. The weight was considerable, preventing me from carrying more. I marked this location in my memory, intending to return for a more substantial harvest, for sugarcane can be processed into sugar. The thought of indulging in a glass of sweetened lemonade was utterly tantalizing. With the sugarcane weighing me down, my pace slowed significantly. As dusk fell, I finally arrived at the rocky path I had traversed during my previous ascent. This area was relatively open and safer due to fewer trees. I quickly built a campfire and settled beside it to rest. In the deep of night, I added several thick logs to the fire. Just as I lay down, preparing to sleep, I suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from the forest. My senses heightened, and I sprang to my feet, grasping my machete and bow, my gaze fixed intently on the source of the disturbance. The rustling continued, suggesting the presence of a sizable creature, perhaps a wild boar or a bear. If it were a goat or a leopard, the noise would not be so pronounced. The sound grew ever closer, dispelling any notion of sleep as I stared into the encroaching darkness, my eyes wide as saucers. Suddenly, a pair of glimmering green eyes emerged from the shadows. I could only perceive a pair of eyes, akin to those of a ravenous wolf, obscured in mystery regarding their true species. The footsteps came to an abrupt halt as this creature locked its gaze upon me. Admittedly, I was trembling uncontrollably, adrenaline surging through my veins, and I felt I might lose control of my bladder. The fear of encountering a wolf consumed my thoughts, vividly conjuring images of a famished beast tearing into my flesh. Time seemed to stretch as we remained in a stalemate, but eventually the creature inched closer, and I finally discerned its true nature, a colossal brown bear. The firelight illuminated the bear's massive form, its bristly fur reflecting an eerie glow. At that moment, I was paralyzed, devoid of any strength to flee. Leaving the warmth of the fire would plunge me into darkness. A wave of heat dampened my trousers. Indeed, I had succumbed to fear, yet I felt nothing, my mind blank, a persistent buzzing echoing in my ears. In that instant, I believed my end was nigh. Regret washed over me. I lamented my choice to be an entertainer, to participate in this wretched program, to spend the night in the mountains. However, after what felt like an eternity, the brown bear did not lunge at me. As its mountainous body emerged within the flickering flames, its once eerie, greenish eyes returned to normalcy. Strangely, the bear began to sniff the air, much like a curious pup, occasionally glancing my way, seemingly devoid of any intent to harm. I was perplexed, yet I felt a flicker of regained strength. Curiosity piqued. I began to observe the bear more closely. It remained crouched, not rising on its hind legs, making it difficult to ascertain its true size, though it was undeniably large. I noted that this was a nursing mother bear, plump and robust. The bear continued to sniff around, drawing nearer to me. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I slowly reached in my backpack and retrieved a piece of salted fish. Upon witnessing my movement, the bear froze, lifting its head to watch me intently. Gently, I tossed the fish before it. Initially, the bear retreated cautiously, but then it approached to investigate the fish, ultimately taking a bite and retreating into the woods. I exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground as the tension in my mind dissipated. My hearing returned to normal, and I felt the warmth in my trousers, yet I felt no shame. A profound sense of relief washed over me. The bear had not intended to devour me, but rather was drawn to the scent of the salted fish. I found myself questioning why this bear was unafraid of the flames. Was it possible that the adage about wild beasts fearing fire was mere fiction? Chapter 36. Sugar Refining, November 12th. After the encounter with the grizzly bear last night, I found myself unable to sleep, consumed by the fear of its return. Fortunately, that apprehension proved unfounded, and as dawn began to break, I descended the mountain. Upon returning to the camp, it was well into the morning. I had a piece of sugar cane for breakfast, then closed the door behind me and indulged in a brief nap. When I awoke again, the day was already waning. I glanced at the rabbit hutch and discovered that the food I had provided yesterday had been entirely devoured by the little creatures. I ventured into the woods to gather some tender grass and wild vegetables to feed them, and then I cleaned up the droppings scattered on the ground. November 13th. This morning, as I passed by the drying rack, I was startled to find several salted fish missing and noticed a trail of enormous footprints nearby. My mind immediately recalled the grizzly bear I had encountered yesterday. It had actually followed me to the camp and stolen my fish. I could hardly fathom that such a massive creature would engage in such antics, voraciously consuming my salted fish while exhibiting a certain politeness by only taking 2 or 3, leaving my drying rack unharmed. Throughout the day, I focused on constructing a fence, eager to enclose my humble abode. November 15th. After 2 days of relentless effort, I finally completed the fence. Though the construction was somewhat hasty and rough around the edges, it provided at least a rudimentary barrier. November 16th. Upon rising this morning, I discovered that a section of the fence had been toppled. I am certain it was the gluttonous grizzly bear at work, as 2 more salted fish had vanished from the drying rack. I was left in a state of amusement. This colossal beast could easily bypass a mere fence. I decided to disregard it, as this creature only sought to pilfer, not to harm. A few stolen salted fish were of little consequence to me. I contemplated setting traps near the drying rack, but upon reflection, I realized that I lacked the means to capture such a formidable beast, and even if I did, I would be unable to slay it. This evening, I observed the drying rack from my window. Shortly after nightfall, a figure gradually emerged from the east. By the light of the fire, I discerned the enormous grizzly bear stealthily traversing the fence towards the drying rack. It paused to sniff the fish, and after confirming its target, it stood on its hind legs, grasped 2 fish, indulged in one on the spot, and carried the other away in its mouth. I was left speechless. Why did this creature prefer the flavor of salted fish over fresh ones? Thankfully, it showed no interest in me within the wooden cabin, not even casting a glance in my direction. November 17th. Today, I inspected the beehive and, upon lifting the upper chamber, discovered that the bees had indeed begun to construct their nest. Neatly arranged combs appeared within the frames, and it won't be long before I can savor the honey produced by my own bees. Of the 5 cacti I transplanted in front of the door, 4 have survived, and out of 10 young grapevines, 8 remain. Due to the recent lack of rainfall, I have been watering them every 3 to 4 days, and these little sprouts have grown significantly, promising fruit in the near future. The batch of python meat I last dried has long been consumed, and the tender, fragrant taste lingers in my memory. Therefore, today I intend to venture into the forest in search of fortune. My equipment is quite complete, and hunting a few small snakes is an effortless task. Armed with a bow and a machete, I enter the woods, continuously searching for their forms amidst the grass and branches. After approximately an hour, I managed to capture 5 small snakes, 3 of which were green bamboo vipers, while the other 2 were unidentified, with a uniform earthy gray hue adorned with black patterns. These 5 snakes were not large. The longest measured around a meter. I felt an impulse to raise snakes, but then reconsidered, realizing they are cold-blooded creatures and their smooth bodies would be quite challenging to contain. Thus, I dismissed the thought. Upon returning to camp, I decided to cook the largest snake. I discarded the head, wary of potential venom, and divided the body, half for a stew and half for grilling. I relished a delightful meal. Snake meat is indeed best suited for stewing, tender and delectable, offering an endless array of flavors. Though grilled snake meat was also enjoyable, its texture fell slightly short. These small snakes did not compare to the previous green water python, as their flesh was lean and lacked fat. In the afternoon, I resolved to experiment with the remaining piece of sugarcane, about one stalk, to attempt sugar refining. I smashed the cane, exerting force to extract the juice, which I placed into a ceramic pot for boiling. The juice from this wild sugarcane was not abundant. From one stalk, I managed to extract only a few inches of liquid. After a brief period of boiling, the sugarcane juice began to bubble. I periodically removed the pot from the fire to regulate the temperature, preventing it from burning. The liquid transformed into a reddish-brown hue, emitting a rich, sweet aroma. After approximately 10 minutes, only a thin layer of syrup remained at the bottom of the pot. I removed the pot from the fire and set it aside to cool. After a while, I gently pressed the solidified substance with my finger. It had set. I procured a sharp stone and carefully struck the solid, quickly reducing it to fragments, which I poured into a bamboo tube and continued to break down until it formed fine granules, sugar. Eagerly, I boiled a pot of water and poured the sugar into my cup, mixing it thoroughly with chopsticks. The resulting syrup was a vibrant red, reminiscent of brown sugar water, interspersed with bits of sugarcane residue. After allowing it to cool slightly, I took a sip. The flavor was indeed akin to brown sugar water, sweet and delightful. I sliced a lemon into thin rounds and added the lemon slices to the cooled syrup. Once the lemon juice infused, I tasted it. The combination of sweet syrup and the lemon's tartness and fragrance surpassed any milk tea I had previously purchased, proving to be vastly superior. November 18th. I dedicated an entire day to sugar production. To enhance the efficiency of transporting sugarcane, I fashioned a carrying yoke from coarse bamboo, emptied my backpack to accommodate the cane, and wielded a large machete. After a few hours, I successfully transported 70 to 80 pounds of sugarcane. And now it was time to extract the juice and continue the sugar-making process. The sugarcane yielded merely 20 to 30 pounds of juice, falling short of even half its weight. From this modest amount of juice, I managed to extract approximately 2 pounds of sugar, which should suffice for a considerable period. I stored this sugar in a pristine plastic bottle. Additionally, I whimsically picked 2 coconuts and attempted to boil the coconut water, resulting in a delightful discovery of coconut sugar. However, the yield of sugar from the coconut juice was disappointingly low, and the sweetness of the sugar produced paled in comparison to that derived from the sugarcane. Chapter 37. A new edition, November 19th. In the forthcoming days, I intend to dedicate my time entirely to stockpiling essential supplies, such as crafting more pottery, producing charcoal, refining sugar and salt, and drying an abundance of fish, snake meat, and bananas. I shall also attempt to dehydrate grapes, as this would prolong their preservation. There are numerous grapes on the hillside that rot after ripening, which is a lamentable waste. Once I have amassed a substantial reserve of food, I will be able to lead a stable existence on this island, affording me the luxury of time and energy to explore other pursuits. My daily routine has taken on a work-like regularity. I rise in the morning for breakfast, then commence my tasks. At noon, when the sun reaches its zenith, I take a meal and rest, resuming my labors in the afternoon and returning home to sleep at sunset. This cycle has repeated itself for nearly half a month. December 5th. After this period of labor, I have fashioned over 50 ceramic jars, 5 large water vessels, more than 100 pounds of charcoal, 2 jars of sugar, 4 jars of salt, 5 jars of dried bananas, 3 jars of raisins, and over 30 strips of dried snake meat. However, I have sun-dried over 100 salted fish, though a few have been pilfered by thieves, leaving me with just over 60 fish. Throughout these weeks, the brown bear has gradually become somewhat familiar with me. The day before yesterday, before the sun had set, it ventured close to my enclosure while I was in the shelter gathering dry bananas. Upon hearing a rustle, I turned to look and I found that my fear of it had diminished. I approached the drying rack and tossed it 2 pieces of dried fish. It devoured one immediately and carried the other away. I sense a certain intelligence in this bear, akin to a gentleman among its kind, devoid of any savage temperament, though perhaps my lack of provocation plays a role. Over time, I have grown accustomed to its presence, and, at times, I even find myself missing it when it is out of sight. During this time, of the 9 rabbits I once cared for, only 8 remain. One, with a fierce disposition, resolutely refused to eat, and fearing for its survival, I sadly ended its life prematurely, the very one that had bitten me. I assure you, my intentions were not vengeful. I carefully skinned it and preserved its pelt, later relishing a delightful rabbit stew. Among these rabbits, Xiao Yuer is the most obedient and endearing. I always feed it separately, and now this little creature has grown accustomed to eating from my hand. Each time I call out, "Xiao Yuer, it's time for dinner," it promptly hops to my side. I attempted to pick it up, and to my delight, it showed no resistance. I gently stroked its fluffy little head, utterly smitten. Thus, I constructed a small nest for it in the wooden cabin, fashioned from bamboo strips, resembling a doghouse, and lined with a thick layer of grass. Siua adores it, and every evening, it willingly retreats to its cozy abode for sleep. I carried it to the stream and bathed it with charcoal ash, leaving its fur even fluffier and softer. Almost daily, I hold it close and converse with it, saying things like, "Good morning, Xiao Yuer, dinner time, Xiao Yuer, and good night." Xiao Yuer. I cherish this little companion deeply. December 6th. I have crafted an abundance of items, which has rendered my modest cabin rather cramped. Consequently, I have resolved to construct a storage shed adjacent to the cabin. Unlike the cabin, the shed does not necessitate such robust fortitude. However, it must be impervious to rain. Although recent rainfall has been scarce, I anticipate that the rainy season will soon return. The framework of the shed I am building resembles that of a yurt. I began by marking a circular outline on the ground, approximately 5 meters in diameter and over 2 meters in height. 16 bamboo poles were then inserted around the circumference, and slender branches were affixed to these poles with vines, gradually bending inward until the 16 branches converged at the top, forming a peak, which was secured with more vines. Additionally, I connected soft twigs within the framework, creating a layer of support every 20 centimeters, culminating in the completion of the shed structure. Next, I gathered an abundance of palm fronds and dry grass, binding the grass into bundles and securing them to each layer of the framework with vines, starting from the base and layering upwards. Finally, I covered the dry grass with palm fronds using the same method. Upon completion, I realized that this would only provide limited protection against light rain. Thus, I transported a substantial amount of yellow clay and mixed it with charred oyster shell powder and charcoal, applying this mixture evenly to the exterior of the shed. Although the resulting structure appears somewhat unsightly, once the clay dries, its rainproofing capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Inside, I initially placed large stones on the ground, followed by a layer of sand from the beach, and topped it off with half bamboo stalks. I then moved all excess pottery and items into the shed for storage, also crafting a simple wooden door. December 9th. The construction of the shed consumed 3 days of my time, resulting in a stable supply of food and tools for the near future, allowing me more leisure to pursue other endeavors. Having not explored bird nests for quite some time, I donned my backpack today, equipped with my bow and arrows, and ventured into the backyard. I successfully shot a bird resembling a dove and began to climb trees in search of nests. However, after scaling over a dozen trees, I only retrieved 5 eggs. I discovered that many nests contained broken eggs, replaced instead by clusters of delicate chicks, most of which were barely feathered. I initially considered capturing a few to sample their flavor, but upon seeing the tiny creatures, I found myself unable to do so. They looked so pitiful and were scarcely meaty. Climbing yet another tree, I encountered a nest constructed from dried grass, which, to my surprise, contained not eggs but 5 fluffy chicks. These little birds were utterly charming, their bodies adorned with a faint layer of soft down, a pale green hue, and their gem-like black eyes gazing curiously at me. 4 of them seemed intrigued by my presence, while one even mistook me for its mother, opening its tiny beak wide and chirping adorably. These little beings were indeed delightful, particularly the one that called out to me. It reignited my passion for nurturing and raising creatures. The nest of birds appeared to have hatched some time ago, suggesting they would be relatively easy to care for and unafraid of humans. I resolved to adopt one and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to take the one that approached me seeking food. With utmost care, I gently cupped the little creature in my hands. It remained blissfully unaware of its abduction, chirping eagerly for sustenance, truly a little gourmand. I cradled it in one hand, and it did not peck at me as I stealthily descended the tree. That afternoon, a new bird cage, woven from slender strips of bamboo, found its place in my abode. At the bottom, I crafted a nest from soft grass, albeit a chaotic one, lacking the finesse of a mother bird's handiwork. Yet, the little one seemed unconcerned by such trifles, curiously surveying its surroundings without a hint of fear. I placed the cage upon the square table, secured the doors and windows to deter any potential thieves, and ventured into the woods in search of food. I unearthed 2 earthworms, captured 2 grasshoppers, and gathered a small handful of nightshade berries, uncertain of which delicacy the little creature would prefer. Upon returning home, I fed the little one systematically, first presenting an earthworm. Instantly, it raised its head and opened its mouth, chirping eagerly. I placed the worm into its beak, and in 3 swift gulps, it devoured the entire thing, then continued to vocalize for more. I offered the remaining grasshoppers and nightshade berries, and to my astonishment, it accepted everything without hesitation. Its already small belly swelled round and full, yet it persisted in its display of hunger, calling out for more. I found myself sweating at the thought that it might overindulge and suffer. After a while, the little one quieted down, observing me with its round, glistening black eyes, occasionally turning its head in curiosity. It remained still in its nest, continuously swiveling its head and fluttering its wings, perhaps still lacking the strength to move about. I pondered names anew, this time without much deliberation, wishing for it to grow up safe and healthy to share my life on this deserted island. I decided to name it Kong Kong. Chapter 38, Fire by Friction, December 10th. Previously, I mentioned that the magnesium rod I selected for starting a fire had dwindled to 1/3 of its original length, and after continued use, it has now diminished to a mere fragment. Therefore, I have resolved that from today onward, unless faced with exceptional circumstances, such as overnight excursions or emergencies, I shall refrain from utilizing the magnesium rod to kindle fire. Instead, I intend to embark upon the practice and exploration of fire by friction. In the opening chapter of this narrative, I articulated the challenges associated with this method and how, until now, I have yet to succeed in igniting a fire through this means, despite the seemingly effortless demonstrations presented in online videos. The reality is that only a scant few possess the ability to truly create fire by this technique. Most individuals rely on the effects of video editing for dramatic effect, with only a select few genuinely adept at this skill. Those who can achieve fire by friction likely have callous palms and robust arms. Coincidentally, after my laborious endeavors on this deserted island, while my arms may not have grown significantly larger, they're now well-defined and exude strength, and my hands have become remarkably coarse and resilient. I procured a piece of dry wood and carved a small notch into it with an axe. Next, I took a straight wooden stick, its tip rounded, and aligned it with a notch. I pressed down firmly and began to rub the stick back and forth vigorously, causing it to rotate against the wood, generating heat through friction to ignite the dry tinder beneath, composed of fine wood shavings enveloped in dry grass. For approximately 10 minutes, I fervently rubbed, my arms growing increasingly fatigued and my palms reddening and aching. Yet, the interface between the stick and wood yielded no sign of progress. I intensified my efforts for another 5 minutes, at which point a wisp of white smoke began to emerge from the notch. However, my weary arms could no longer endure the strain. I was compelled to take a brief respite. Leaning closer to the notch, I noticed a slight charred appearance, and upon touching it, I felt considerable heat. It seemed that had I persevered a little longer, I might have produced embers. Unable to withstand the fatigue any longer, I shook my sore arms and lay down to rest in the shade. After approximately half an hour, feeling my strength returning, I assessed the wood I had been using for friction and deemed its density insufficient, as it produced an excessive amount of shavings. Thus, I sought out a heavier piece of dry wood, feeling its substantial weight and high density. With renewed determination, I gritted my teeth, shook out my arms, and resumed my efforts. This time, my movements were more rhythmic. Rather than charging forward relentlessly, I paused slightly after every 6 strokes. Through this methodical approach, I soon noticed a wisp of white smoke emerging from the contact point. Encouraged by this sign, I quickened my pace, and soon the white smoke transformed into black smoke. With charred fragments falling onto the tinder below, I excitedly cast aside the small wooden stick and gingerly cradled the smoldering ignition material in my hands. With a puffed-up cheek, I gently blew a few breaths onto it, causing the embers within to flicker and glow. After a series of persistent blows, a small flame burst forth in a flourish. Overcome with exhilaration, I swiftly lowered the flame to ignite the dry grass, adding small twigs and ultimately coaxing the charcoal to catch fire. I had successfully mastered fire by means of this primitive technique for the very first time in my life. I encourage anyone with the opportunity to attempt it. I can assure you that 80% of individuals would find it nearly impossible, for it demands significant physical exertion. Moreover, those unaccustomed to manual labor may find their palms blistered or even bloodied. I hold a deep admiration for the first person in human history who discovered the method of friction fire. Indeed, human ingenuity is boundless. However, I realized a pressing issue. It is impractical to rely on this method daily to produce fire. If I were to consume 3 meals of cooked food each day, I would need to create fire 3 times, a frequency that even my enhanced stamina would struggle to meet. I recall watching a video where someone devised a simple contraption involving a bow-like apparatus tethered to a wooden stick which could be pulled back and forth to create fire. Hence, I organized my thoughts and began to explore the underlying principles and construction methods. Soon, I conceived a plan: procure a stone roughly circular in shape, and, using the pointed edge of an axe, gently carve a small circular hole at its center to serve as a socket, applying pressure to the fire stick. Next, I searched for a wooden stick approximately 40 centimeters long, one that possessed a degree of elasticity and a slight curve resembling a bow. This would serve as the bow's body. I needed a robust and resilient material for the bowstring, which would wrap around a fire stick. Initially, I used thin vines, but after several attempts, I found them inadequate. Subsequently, I ventured to the hillside, where I dismantled a segment from a trap's rope. This nylon cord consisted of 6 intertwined strands. I extracted one strand and secured it to both sides of the bow's body, ensuring the string was neither too tight nor too loose. I rounded one end of the fire stick and fitted it into the carved notch of the wooden block, placing some dry tinder within, preferably something easily ignitable. I opted for dry grass. I then wrapped the bowstring around the fire stick and held the bow with my right hand while my left pressed firmly on the socket, the small circular stone with the carved groove. With a firm grip, I maintained the fire stick vertical to the wooden block, moving the bow back and forth in a steady motion. The key was to maintain a consistent speed. The force applied should neither be too weak nor excessive. Stability was paramount. This method indeed proved to be significantly less laborious and remarkably efficient. Within less than 10 minutes of sawing, I witnessed sparks flying from the tinder, and soon, a fire blazed triumphantly. Although it lacks the convenience of a magnesium rod, this bow drill method is, for the time being, the most practical approach I have encountered. I once came across a news article from 1983. Due to the discovery of several sapphire deposits within the basalt mountains of the eastern coastal region, experts have ventured to various locations for geological surveys. Upon reaching the vicinity of Fangshan in Changle County, the experts were taken aback. They encountered a shepherd who was using a sapphire to strike a fire starter. Upon inquiring, the experts learned that the shepherd had casually collected the stones from a ravine. Their hardness, depth, and brilliance made them popular among children who enjoyed playing with them, while adults favored them for kindling fires. Thus the locals referred to them as blue firestones. These sapphires, which later proved to be invaluable, were utilized by the shepherds for igniting fires, affirming that this mineral was indeed suitable for such purposes. The towering mountain to the north is a volcano that appears to have erupted in the past. Its summit, with its rugged black terrain, likely harbors not only crystals and sulfur, but also precious minerals such as sapphires, rubies, and even diamonds. Therefore, I intend to ascend the peak again in the future, armed with my iron pickaxe, to excavate and see if I can unearth these gemstones. To me, these precious stones are akin to gold in a basket, devoid of any inherent value, as I cannot barter them for anything. However, the utility of sapphires for fire-making far surpasses their intrinsic wealth. Yet, all things are possible, should I return to human society one day with an abundance of gemstones. I could become a millionaire through this fortune. Indeed, one must always harbor dreams. Chapter 39. The road construction plan December 11th. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with various tasks, and the exploration of the small island has remained in a state of suspension. For numerous reasons, it has been approximately 6 months since I first set foot on the island, yet I have not fully traversed its diverse terrain. The island, vast in size and intricate in topography, has instilled in me a sense of caution. I dare not venture too deeply into the forest, particularly fearing to spend the night within its depths. From my previous ascent to the mountaintop, I discovered that over 60% of the island is cloaked in rainforest. To fully unlock the mysteries of this isle, I must surmount these challenges. Contemplating potential solutions to this predicament, I ultimately resolved to embark on a feasible and relatively safe course of action: the construction of roads. I intend to carve out pathways through the woods, clearing away trees, underbrush, and rocks along the way. Additionally, I plan to establish a rudimentary shelter approximately every day's journey, providing a safe haven for overnight stays. The moment this idea materialized, I found it remarkably practical. Although it may require a bit more time, this strategy will enable me to gradually and safely infiltrate the entire island, ultimately achieving dominion over this land. I fashioned a wooden plank and used charcoal as my brush to sketch a rough outline of the island. Inspired by my previous mountaintop experience and circumnavigation of the isle, I marked my current location and illustrated a small cottage, along with familiar landmarks to the north and the position of my garden. Once I had labeled all the locations I recognized, I drew a line connecting my cottage symbol to the garden on the map, signaling the commencement of my road construction plan. This route represents the area I know best and frequent most often. Thus, it is imperative that I first establish this pathway. With my thoughts organized and determination set, I gathered my gear, including enough provisions and fresh water for the day, as well as an axe, a pickaxe, and a machete. I began my journey along this route towards the garden, marking the trees I needed to fell. I aimed to maintain a relatively straight path, though I encountered some particularly stubborn trees and complex terrain that required me to navigate around them. After approximately half a day of marking and selecting the terrain, I arrived at the garden, where I commenced the task of felling trees. The trees I chose were relatively slender, making the task significantly easier. December 16th. After 5 days of diligent labor, I finally completed the felling of all the trees along the route. All that remained were the stumps, which I had no desire to expend time excavating from the ground. Next, I turned my attention to the tangled vines and branches along the path. Armed with my machete, I swung back and forth through the jungle, finding this work exceptionally therapeutic. I imagined myself battling foes, envisioning the errant vines and branches as feral pirates, striking at them fiercely and executing various combat moves, even letting out exclamations of triumph. Behold, amidst the cacophony of my solitary musings, I find myself reflecting on the duration of my solitude. Although I now have the company of Xiao Yu and Kong Kong, the pervasive sense of loneliness lingers. Perhaps my dedication to the task at hand has consumed me. Within a single day, I have cleared every obstacle on a path that once hindered my progress. The next step involved utilizing a spade to meticulously remove the diamond-like weeds and the branches and vines I had severed, depositing them to the sides of the road. This endeavor proved to be time-consuming, spanning 3 days, but at last, on the 20th of December, I successfully constructed the first road on the island. I traversed the path, and, indeed, the time taken for my journeys has been significantly reduced, and walking along this route is a most pleasant experience, devoid of the constant worry of encountering snakes, insects, or rodents lurking in the underbrush, ready to deliver an unexpected bite. Throughout this period of road construction, I have not neglected the care of my companions. Xiaoyu has grown considerably, losing some of the charming allure of its youth, yet remains obedient and well-behaved. Kong Kong, too, has developed a fuller set of wings and can now perch on its claws. I have placed a slender stick within the birdcage, where it often stands. Kong Kong is likely a budgerigar, and as it matures, its plumage is transformed into vibrant yellow-green hues. The back of its head, sides of its neck, upper back, and wings are adorned with soft brown shades, each feather flecked with yellow and black. Its neck and head are yellow, while the area beneath its cheeks exhibits varying degrees of blue and purple, with 3 black spots adorning its throat. The feathers on its chest are delicately edged in black. In summary, Kong Kong is a kaleidoscope of colors, embodying nearly every hue on the spectrum, with its vibrancy deepening as it grows. Its personality is lively and affectionate. Each time I feed it, it leaps onto my hand, flapping its wings with joy before devouring the morsels I offer. In my humble abode, I have endeavored to release it from its cage. To my astonishment, it flitted around me in circles before perching on my head. Upon extending my hand, it would hop onto it, chirping merrily, utterly endearing and nearly eclipsing Xiaoyu's charm. I am reluctant to take it outdoors, fearing it might fly away, rendering my efforts at taming it in vain, which would surely bring me great sorrow. Thus, aside from allowing it a few flights within the confines of my dwelling during meals, I keep it enclosed in its cage. It is worth noting that budgerigars can mimic speech. I have repeatedly called out Kong Kong in hopes of teaching it its name, yet thus far, it has not learned. My intention for the second road is to extend it to the location where I previously gathered chestnuts, as that chestnut tree has begun to bear fruit again. Due to favorable weather conditions, the island's flora remains perpetually verdant, yielding fruit throughout the year, a most fortunate circumstance indeed. Thus, I adopted a similar approach, commencing the marking of the path, subsequently chopping down trees, severing tangled vines and branches, and clearing the way. For an extended period henceforth, these processes of road construction became my daily routine. Concurrently, I established a regular schedule, working from Monday to Saturday and resting on Sunday, while diligently feeding the small animals I had raised, as well as attending to their needs. On December 21st, I harvested the first batch of honey from a beehive. Perhaps due to climatic conditions, the bees on the island did not enter a state of hibernation. Instead, they labored tirelessly throughout the year, with industrious worker bees ceaselessly flitting among the blossoms to gather nectar. The frames I had provided for them had been meticulously constructed into orderly combs, adorned with thick, golden honey. Once the comb exceeds a finger's width, it is ripe for harvesting, and the combs within my hive had surpassed 2 fingers in thickness. I procured a ceramic jar and carefully extracted honey from 3 of the combs, yielding more than half a jar. Unbeknownst to me, as if destined by the fates, the very next day after obtaining my first harvest of honey, I encounter my future closest companion, whose favorite delicacy happened to be none other than honey. Chapter 40, Plush Toys, December 22nd. Today marks a Sunday, designated as my day of rest, and thus I have conscientiously chosen to embrace a day of leisure. Upon awakening this morning, I exchanged greetings with my companions, Yu and Kong Kong, saying, "Good morning, Ur." "Good morning, Kong Kong." I then tenderly fed them before opening the door and stretching languidly. Perhaps due to the relaxation afforded by this day of respite, I was suddenly struck by the extraordinary beauty of the morning on the island. The sun was just breaking free from the horizon, while languorous seagulls drifted above the water's surface, occasionally diving to catch fish, only to soar away to nearby rocks to feast. The gentle sea breeze caressed the landscape, and the waves lapped rhythmically against the rocks, creating a soothing symphony of sound. Nearby, a coconut tree swayed gracefully with the wind, and the entire island resonated with a sense of ease and delightful tranquility. To my surprise, I discovered that the tide had receded significantly today. Such low tides occur only once or twice each month, and during these rare occasions, the bounty of the shore is plentiful. I could not allow this precious opportunity to slip away. Swiftly, I shed my clothing, leaving only my shorts and boots. I slung a large bamboo basket over my back, a craft I had fashioned one day while idly sitting in the shade. The basket was sizable, resembling a vase, narrow at the top and wider at the base, complete with a lid. Armed with a spear, which I had previously seldom used since acquiring a bow and machete. I had shortened it to about a meter in length to serve as a makeshift harpoon. In no time, I arrived at the rocky shore, searching the pools and crevices for my quarry. Fortune smiled upon me as I spotted a fish resembling a water snake writhing within a shallow pool. It was a large eel, and I grasped its head firmly, placing it into my bamboo basket. These eels possess sharp teeth capable of inflicting serious bites, so it was essential to hold it securely behind the head. The subsequent harvest proved extraordinarily fruitful. 2 stranded sea breams, one yellow and the other red, a sizable octopus, which clung tenaciously to my wrist and forearm with its powerful suckers, requiring great effort to detach, leaving my skin flushed. 3 large needle crabs, each weighing over a pound. A red crab with formidable pincers, 2 sea cucumbers, 2 abalone, 3 conchs, 2 cat's eye snails, and for the ground's breathing holes, I excavated numerous clams, razor clams, and blood clams. After 3 hours, as the tide began to rise once more, my bamboo basket was filled to the brim, and I reluctantly made my way back to camp, still yearning for more. I plucked 2 coconuts and prepared a seafood medley for lunch. I placed all the gathered seafood into 3 ceramic jars, added fresh water, and set them over the fire to steam. While waiting, I opened 1 coconut to sip from it and pried open 2 large oysters. I now prefer to consume oysters raw, especially after drizzling them with lemon juice. As I lifted the lid of the oyster, I noticed the flesh still gently wriggling. I severed the adductor muscle, sliced a lemon in half, and squeezed the juice evenly over the oyster meat. With one swift motion, I savored it. The texture was smooth, the sweetness and acidity danced upon my palate, while a subtle saltiness lingered at the tip of my tongue. The oysters from this island are the most exquisite and flavorful I have ever tasted. I had eaten raw oysters before, but their flavor paled in comparison, often accompanied by an unpleasant fishiness. Here, however, the oysters exuded only a fresh sweetness, akin to indulging in a delectable fruit. Even after traveling the globe and sampling oysters from various regions, I have yet to discover any that surpass these in quality. After enjoying 2 pre-meal delicacies, my steamed seafood was nearly ready, due to the exceptionally clear and pristine waters around the island. I generally consume seafood cooked to medium or medium rare. Such seafood is tender and juicy, allowing one to indulge without concerns of gastrointestinal distress or parasites. As I lifted the lids of the 3 jars, an enticing aroma wafted toward me. I poured the contents onto a large leaf. The fish was soft and succulent, the crabs bursting with fragrance, and the sea cucumbers, abalones, and octopuses were delightfully chewy. The conch and clams offered their unique flavors. This meal was immensely satisfying. I can confidently assert that few have had the pleasure of such fresh and high-quality seafood. Even coastal fishermen cannot compare, for this marine area is astonishingly clean, reminiscent of sky washed by rain. The marine life here is robust and devoid of any fishy aroma. Despite the generous spread, I could not finish it all, having consumed only about half. I took a sip of coconut water and reclined in the shade, feeling utterly relaxed as the gentle sea breeze caressed my body. Gazing at the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, I gradually drifted into slumber. I lost track of time during my nap until a rustling sound reached my ears. Initially, I paid it no mind, but the noise persisted and grew closer. Sleepily, I opened my eyes and sat up to investigate the source of the sound. A plump brown bear, swaying its ample backside, ambled away from me. This rascal had come to pilfer once more, and now it was retreating after its thievery, occasionally glancing back at me with increasing boldness. "Put down my fish," I shouted at it. However, it merely turned to gaze at me for a moment longer before leisurely continuing its departure. I felt utterly exasperated. This bear had initially frightened me so much that I nearly wet myself. Yet, I gradually came to realize that it was merely a mischievous thief posing no real threat. My perception of it transformed significantly. I no longer felt fear, but rather found it endearing, and I affectionately named it Big Bear. I did not take this little incident to heart, and continued to doze for a while. However, disturbed by Bear Big, I found sleep elusive. I rose to sip some coconut juice and strolled over to the drying rack to inspect the situation. To my surprise, as I approached the rack, my peripheral vision caught sight of something near the fence, a small, dark mass. I focused my gaze and was taken aback. It was a plush toy bear. Where could it have come from? Am I still half asleep? Chapter 41. The little bear. As I approached for a closer look, I was astonished to discover that it was indeed a living creature, a little bear cub. The small creature stood dazedly by the fence, nearly motionless. I was uncertain of its age, but its size resembled that of an adult teddy bear, adorned with brownish-black fur that differed slightly from that of a fully grown brown bear, possessing a hint of light yellow undertones. A ring of fine, soft, fluffy white fur encircled its neck. Perplexed, I wondered what had transpired. Had the bear left its cub behind in haste, or was it perhaps an exchange of sorts, trading its offspring for something as trivial as salted fish? This parent seemed rather irresponsible. I found myself at a loss regarding how to handle this little creature. As I crouched down to examine it more closely, the cub appeared somewhat anxious, clumsily retreating as I drew nearer. It was then that I noticed its right hind leg was limply dangling as if it lacked strength. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. I gently grasped the cub's forelegs and lifted it to inspect further. To my dismay, the right hind leg seemed to be fractured, hanging motionless while the other leg awkwardly flailed about. Was it possible that the bear had left me in charge of this little one as a sort of rescue mission? If so, this brown bear was remarkably clever. I cautiously touched the injured leg, prompting the cub to emit a series of plaintive cries reminiscent of a young puppy. The sound was strikingly similar to that of a weaned pup, and I felt an inexplicable surge of empathy wash over me, akin to cradling my own injured child. I quickly enveloped the little one in my arms. After all young creatures possess an innate charm, and this cub was undeniably more adorable than my own you and calm. Its bright, expressive eyes brimmed with intelligence, suggesting a high level of cognitive ability, which I could only imagine would flourish with maturity, as evidenced by its parentess behavior. Holding the vocal cub, I gazed towards the northern horizon, where the imposing figure of its mother had long since vanished. I silently chided the unreliable brown bear mother before carrying the cub back to my small cabin. The adorable creature squirmed vigorously, though its efforts seemed rather clumsy, lacking even the strength of my own you. Soft and pliable, I cradled it and fetched a jar of honey, dipping my finger into the sweet substance before offering it to the cub. Upon sniffing it, the little one eagerly extended its tongue to lap up the honey. I continued to feed it several times, and yet the cub seemed insatiable. I had been rather frugal with my own honey consumption, only to find it lavishly devoured by this newfound companion, and I felt a pang of regret. The little creature consumed my honey, gradually becoming quiet and ceasing its struggles. Its face wore an expression of innocent harmlessness, with two round, sparkling eyes, a plump head, and a cherubic mouth. Oh, how utterly adorable! I gently turned it onto its back and placed it on the bed, then retrieved my first aid kit. I carefully examined its leg, finding that the fracture was not severe. The bones had not separated, indicating a minor injury, likely just a crack. I procured 2 sturdy sticks and secured them with bandages around the bear cub's injured leg, stabilizing it on both sides. With some time for healing, it should be fine. During the treatment, the little one remained completely still, allowing me to attend to its needs. I found myself pondering, do wild brown bear cubs exhibit such docility? Could it be an inherited trait from its mother, reflecting that endearing disposition? After tending to the bear's injury, I faced a dilemma. What should I do with this little cub? Should I return it to its mother? But where would I find her? Even if I located her, would she take the cub back? To be honest, I was quite tempted to domesticate this charming little creature. Yet the formidable appetite of brown bears gave me pause. These animals can grow to weigh hundreds of pounds within mere months. What could I possibly feed it? Moreover, I lacked the knowledge of how to nurture it. Rabbits can consume wild greens, parrots can eat insects, but what does a brown bear eat? Aside from honey, does it feast on salted fish? Such a petite bear surely cannot subsist solely on that, and I certainly did not have enough honey to sustain it. Cursed be that bear, abandoning its offspring to pose a challenge for me. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to keep this little bear. What can I say? My kindness and overflowing compassion compelled me. If I were to cast this tiny creature out to fend for itself, it would undoubtedly perish within 3 days, as evidenced by its slow movements. Resolute in my decision, I hastened to construct a snug den for it. This little rascal grows too quickly. I had no intention of building a house for it within my wooden abode. Instead, I gathered numerous slender sticks and fashioned a bear's nest on the ground, resembling a large bird's nest, situated adjacent to the rabbit hutch of little Ewer. Upon completion, I cheerfully informed Ewer, "Hey, little Ewer, you have a new neighbor." I laid a thick layer of grass within the bear's nest and spread 2 rabbit pelts I had saved on the inside. Once prepared, I gently lifted the rambunctious bear cub from my bed and placed it in the cozy nest I had meticulously arranged for it. To my dismay, the cub seemed dissatisfied with its new abode, clawing its way out and wandering about the small enclosure like an inquisitive little explorer. During its exploration, it stealthily crept to the entrance of Ewer's hutch, curiously peering inside. After a while, perhaps feeling unsatisfied, it attempted to crawl inside, only to be met with a swift kick from Ewer, sending it sprawling onto its back. The poor little bear, feeling wronged, lay on the ground, crying out in distress, as if it had suffered an immense grievance. This scene left me both amused and perplexed. The little creature was truly a performer. Yet, I felt a pang of sympathy, for the little one's leg was still injured. I hurriedly scooped it into my arms, soothingly stroking its plush, bear-like head. "Oh, do not cry, do not cry." To my astonishment, after a brief moment of comfort, the little one ceased its tears, vigorously flailing its limbs in an eager attempt to escape my embrace and return to play on the ground. Throughout the afternoon, I devoted myself to entertaining the little bear, while Kong Kong perched atop my shoulder, curiously observing this delightful being. The playful antics of the bear, at times utterly ridiculous, endeared it to me even more. A profound affection blossomed within me for this charming creature, momentarily overshadowing my feelings for Xiaoyu and Kong Kong. I felt a twinge of guilt, as if I were forsaking old loves for a new one, but truly, this little fellow was simply too endearing to resist. That evening, I ventured into the woods to gather an abundance of nightshades and fresh bananas, combining them with honey to create a delectable bowl of sweet honey fruit porridge. The little one devoured it with great enthusiasm, displaying an unexpected grace only while eating. I resolved to bestow upon it a name of distinctive character, for brown bears possess a long lifespan, potentially reaching 2 or 3 decades. It could accompany me in my life on the island for many years to come, and should I ever find a way to escape, I would undoubtedly bring it along. After much deliberation for over an hour, I settled upon a powerful name, General Qian Kun, affectionately shortened to Kunkin. That night, Kunkin howled late into the evening, reminiscent of a newly adopted puppy. No matter how I tried to soothe it in my arms, nothing seemed to work. Frustration mounted for both Xiaoyu and Kong Kong as we struggled to find rest throughout the night. It was only in the early hours, exhausted from its cries, that Kunkin finally drifted into a peaceful slumber in my embrace. Chapter 42. Full-time stay-at-home dad, December 23rd. This morning, upon waking, I found Kun sprawled out on the floor in front of my bed. This little rascal has a knack for causing mischief and only managed to fall asleep past midnight last night. I scooped him up from the floor and placed him into the cozy bear den I had crafted for him. The little one was sound asleep, resembling a lifeless pig, completely unresponsive and even softly snoring. Xiao Yu and Kong Kong had already awakened and were curiously observing Kun. Kong Kong appeared as though still in a daze. His typically round eyes were only half open today, perhaps disturbed by the unexpected arrival of Kun, leaving him unrest. The sight of the little bear felt dreamlike. I rubbed my eyes vigorously and patted my cheeks, confirming to myself that I was indeed awake. However, the next scene rendered me momentarily speechless. As I pushed open the door, I was greeted by the sight of fish right at my doorstep. A freshwater fish, a fresh, recently deceased white catfish. My first thought was of Big Bear, for upon examining the fish, I noticed 2 distinct fang marks on its body. Was this a token of gratitude from him? Such a creature is remarkably intelligent, almost human-like. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of Big Bear's rotund figure, wishing he would take his offspring away to care for, but he was nowhere to be found. Instead, I noticed that 2 of the dried fish on the drying rack had vanished. What an odd occurrence, delivering a fresh fish while pilfering 2 of my dried ones. Well, I concede that this large catfish, weighing approximately 10 pounds, certainly outweighs my 2 dried fish. It seems he did not take unfair advantage of me. I struggled to lift the hefty catfish. The head of the fish constitutes a significant portion of its mass and is also the most delectable part, often utilized in fish head soup or spicy fish head dishes. I severed the head from the body, then filleted the fish, particularly the belly section, which is renowned for its tenderness and rich oil content. I plan to use the belly and head to prepare a soup. The remaining parts I seasoned with salt and hung them back on the drying rack, reserving them for Big Bear. I chopped the fish head in half, cut the belly into several small pieces, and placed them into a pot to simmer. If only I had some ginger, cooking wine, or green onions, it would enhance the flavor beautifully. I suspected that aromatic plants might be growing on the island, but unfortunately, I had yet to discover them, especially wild ginger, which is typically abundant in the wild. After simmering for over half an hour, the aroma of the catfish filled the air. I could hear Cooin stirring awake. Ow, ow. This little gourmet must have been lured by the fragrance. I ignored him and continued my culinary endeavors. After another 15 minutes, I deemed the soup ready. In my country, fish soup is known for its snowy white clarity and rich, robust flavor. I added a suitable pinch of salt, removed the pot from the fire, fetched some bamboo chopsticks, and selected some boneless meat to place into a bowl. I poured a bit of soup over it and set it aside to cool, while I served myself a generous bowl of fish meat and soup. The flavor is quite delightful, with the fish being tender and richly aromatic. Compared to marine fish, it possesses a subtle, earthy taste. However, the fish soup is considerably more delectable than that of oceanic varieties. If only a few pieces of tofu could be added, it would be perfection. After finishing my portion, I noticed the leftovers I'd set aside for Cooin had cooled significantly. As I carried the bowl and opened the door, Cooin, in his clumsy exuberance, bounded out as if he had been starved for a week. Resembling a pig that had escaped its pen, I swiftly grabbed the scruff of his neck to pull him back. The little fellow struggled in midair, as though exclaiming, "Let me out! I must seize the food." Once I closed the door and set Cooin down, I approached the dining table with my bowl. I opened the jar of honey and added a touch to the fish soup, stirring it well before placing it before Cooin. The term wolfing down is often used to describe someone eating in haste, yet today I witnessed bear-like voracity. Cooin devoured the food without even glancing at it. His little nose twitched as he detected the meal's location, and then he commenced a vigorous gulping, consuming the entire bowl with an urgency that was quite astonishing, all the while emitting muffled sounds of delight. The breakfast I had meticulously prepared was gone in a mere minute. I suspected he barely registered the flavor, merely pouring it into his belly. Convinced he had not satiated his hunger, I offered him the remainder from the jar, carefully removing the bones and head, leaving only the fish meat. I cradled the jar and presented it to Cooin, who once again made quick work of it, his upper body soon disappearing into the jar. Eventually, he realized he could not extricate himself and began to whine from within. I rolled my eyes, annoyed, and pulled him out. He sat on the floor with a loud belch, a sight reminiscent of a gluttonous creature, far from the graceful bears one might expect. My previous plans for road construction had been disrupted by his antics, and I felt uneasy about leaving him confined in the small room, as he was quite the troublemaker, especially with his hind leg still injured. I worried that his cries could attract carnivorous animals like leopards. Thus, I found myself temporarily embracing the role of a devoted caretaker. Determined to stay close until his leg healed, I placed him on the floor to play, and despite his clumsy and slow movements, he was never idle, constantly exploring his surroundings. His curiosity about Little U was particularly pronounced. He frequently crawled to the threshold of U's door, peering in. Whenever Little U moved, he would follow suit, though after being kicked the previous day, he was now hesitant to approach. Fortunately, Little U provided companionship to alleviate his boredom. Otherwise, my days spent solely with him would become quite tedious. I planned to fashion a harness for him, akin to those used for small dogs, but the vines I found seemed unsuitable, likely to be uncomfortable for Kuin Kuin. In a hurry, I rushed to the hillside near the rope trap and dismantled a piece of nylon rope intended for hanging, swiftly returning home. This illustrates just how much care and concern I hold for this little creature. Breathless upon returning home, I cast a glance at Kuin Kuin, who was playfully darting back and forth behind Yuer. With my mind at ease, I unraveled the nylon rope in my hands, dividing it into strands. I then measured Kuin Kuin's dimensions, ultimately crafting a harness for him. The harness consisted of two components. One part served to tether him, which posed no significant challenge, while the other was designed to encircle Kuin Kuin. I refrained from fastening it directly around his neck, fearing it might choke him. Instead, I wove a vest that would fit snugly around his chest and back. This way, even under considerable strain, the force would be distributed across his chest, ensuring a much safer experience. I adorned Kuin Kuin with the vest, and he lowered his head to sniff it, perhaps feeling slightly uncomfortable. After a brief moment of scratching at it with his tiny front paws, he ultimately resigned to its presence and resumed his frolic with Yuer. Chapter 43. Mundane Life, December 30th. It has been a week since I entrusted Kuin Kuin to my care. This past week has been the most fulfilling and joyous time since my arrival on the island. My little abode now boasts 3 delightful companions, and the ever-enthusiastic bear frequently visits, bringing fresh fish and retrieving a share of dried fish, which has enlivened my existence, banishing solitude and monotony. A few days ago, while tending to the rabbits, I was startled to discover that only 4 remained. Initially, I feared that the 3 missing rabbits had fallen prey to a larger predator. However, upon closer inspection, I found a small hole in one corner of the rabbit hutch, indicating that the 3 wild rabbits had staged an audacious escape. My feelings were a mix of anger and sorrow. These ungrateful creatures, whom I had diligently fed and cared for, seemed to have forgotten the comforts I provided and sought freedom instead. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that I had deprived them of their liberty, confining them away from the lush grasslands. Their desire to flee was only natural unless I fully domesticated them, accustoming them to a life of ease and dependency. I devoted an entire day to reinforcing the rabbit hutch, burying large stones up to half a meter deep and encircling the wooden perimeter with a mixture of clay and stones. Now, let's see how they plan to escape. As for my little companions, the least changed is Xiaoyu, who has merely grown slightly larger. In contrast, Kong Kong has become increasingly beautiful, adorned with vibrant colors that have become more striking over time. I perceive her as a lovely little female bird, graceful and exquisite. Under my daily tutelage, she has successfully learned her first word, Kong Kong, though her voice is rather hoarse. It is the first instance of human language I have heard on this island in over 6 months. This avian utterance brought a tear to my eye. The next word I intend to teach her is Yuer, pointing to the little Xiaoyu on the ground as I repeat, Yuer, Yuer, little Yuer, uncertain if she comprehends my intent. The most remarkable transformation has been in Kuin Kuin. In just a week, he has grown noticeably larger, his physique becoming more robust, exuding a regal presence. Correspondingly, his appetite has increased tremendously. The freshwater fish bear delivers are scarcely sufficient for a single day as consumption, and our honey supply is dwindling. Though his size increasingly resembles that of a bear, his demeanor remains endearingly naive as he follows Xiaoyu around, seemingly enamored by her presence. Throughout this time, Kuin Kuin has grown more familiar with me, and Xiaoyu appears to have equally acclimatized to Kuin Kuin's company. Occasionally, Kuin Kuin approaches her, nuzzling against her, and Xiaoyu no longer kicks him away as she did at first. The 2 little creatures seem to have forged a genuine friendship. Furthermore, Kong Kong has grown quite familiar with its surroundings. On one occasion, it perched atop Kuin Kuin's head, and Kuin Kuin, in a display of tranquility, chose not to disturb it, creating an atmosphere of harmonious coexistence. Today, I intend to remove the wooden support from Kuin Kuin's injured leg. Recent observations indicate that Kuin Kuin's right hind leg has regained mobility. I cannot help but marvel at the remarkable healing abilities of animals, far surpassing those of humans. If it were a person with a leg fracture, One would typically require at least 100 days for recovery, as the saying goes, and 100 days to heal a bone injury. I carefully removed the bandage and took away the wooden support, and Kuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, attempting to take a few tentative steps. Upon realizing its leg had healed, it exuberantly darted away, albeit with a slightly awkward gait, bounding as it ran. I could see that the injured leg had not completely recovered, perhaps leaving some residual effects, as it appeared to twist slightly when exerting force, causing me a twinge of concern. However, recalling its robust physique, I found solace in the thought that even if there were some lingering issues, it would not pose a significant threat to its survival, as I could always provide sustenance and prevent it from perishing from hunger. After much anticipation, I decided to take this little creature outside for some fresh air. I secured it with a leash and let it outdoors. The poor thing had been confined indoors for a week, seemingly forgetting the existence of the vibrant world outside. Upon stepping out, it paused in astonishment before vigorously tugging at the leash to explore further. I guided it to the beach, where Kuan's paws curiously sank into the fine sand, seemingly questioning why this texture felt so different from other surfaces. After a brief period of adjustment, it joyfully frolicked along the shore. I brought it to the water's edge, where Kuan cautiously observed the waves from a distance, watching as they ebbed and flowed. It approached the damp sand, sniffing the salty air, gradually gaining courage to playfully paw at the surf. As it realized the waves posed no threat, Kuan began to chase after the frothy crests, bounding, leaping, and rolling in delight. Seizing the opportunity, I fetched some charcoal powder to give the little one a bath, as it carried an unpleasant odor reminiscent of stale fish mingled with a fishy scent. I wondered if it had unwittingly rubbed against its parent after a meal of salted fish, a rather unrefined situation. After its bath, Kuan continued to revel in the ocean for a while, playing until midday. Eventually, I led it back to our campsite. Since it was drenched, we basked in the sun on the grassy patch in front of our tent. I offered it some dried banana leaves, and the little creature crunched happily, its teeth growing stronger and sharper. Upon prying open its mouth, I could see 2 rows of pointed little teeth. Today, the unreliable bear failed to deliver fresh fish, so I had to resort to preparing a pot of salted fish for Kuan. Surprisingly, the salted fish, which Bear adored, did not appeal to Kuan. It sniffed at the food with a look of disdain. Ultimately, I had no choice but to mix in 2 dried snakes, which it reluctantly consumed. How peculiar it is that one would disdain the very food their mother cherished. Could it be that the flavor of salted fish had once overwhelmed it in its youth? I surveyed the meager provisions that remained, realizing I had scarcely any supplies left. Kuan's insatiable appetite had taken its toll. I must devise a strategy to broaden my sources of sustenance. Otherwise, with my current responsibilities and dependence, how could I possibly sustain our lives? Chapter 44. Mangroves, December 31st. This morning, I rose early to fish. Unfortunately, Kuan is not fond of salted dried fish, so I must catch fresh fish for him. I have yet to locate a freshwater lake. Otherwise, the fish there would suffice to nourish Kuan as he grows. My fishing skills have now reached a commendable level. I can discern the optimal times for fishing based on the tides, weather, and swells. I believe that if I were to enter a fishing competition now, I would undoubtedly earn the title of master angler. Before long, I had caught 2 fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds each, enough to sustain Kuan for a day. For reasons unknown, Kuan refuses to eat raw fish, compelling me to prepare cooked meals for him. In the past, I rarely needed to light a fire for breakfast. After preparing a pot of fish soup, Kuan promptly awoke to the aroma and eagerly devoured his meal. His biological clock seems entirely dependent on when I start cooking. After the 4 of us had breakfast, I contemplated how to spend the day. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly. My gaze fell upon a bamboo raft on the grass, and a delightful idea struck me, to take Kuan out to sea for a breezy outing. An hour later, we found ourselves on the ocean surface, seated atop the bamboo raft. Kuan was initially overjoyed, curiously scampering to the edge of the raft to nuzzle the seawater. However, he soon tumbled into the water with a splash. Floating in the sea, he panicked, thrashing towards me in a frenzy. I walked over and lifted him back onto the raft, drenched from head to toe. This experience calmed him down, and he settled quietly by my side, gazing curiously at the surroundings. I rowed along the southern side of the small island, and before long, we arrived at the estuary, a broad marine channel. I had long wished to paddle into this channel, so this time I resolutely adjusted the bow of the raft and steered inward. After paddling for over an hour, the channel gradually became shallower, and the land on both sides darkened. I continued for another half hour until I encountered an unfamiliar landscape. Before me lay what resembled a marshy expanse, where the banks transformed into a muddy riverbed, replete with numerous channels. The winds were gentle here, revealing the roots of trees along the shore due to the receding tide. I noticed that the species of trees were distinct from those in other areas. Their root systems were extensive, intricately intertwined within the black silt, while the trunks exhibited uneven surfaces and pronounced curves. The leaves possessed a waxy texture, and the upper halves of the trees bore some resemblance to tea trees, exhibiting significant individual variation. Some were smaller than my height, while others towered majestically towards the sky. Upon entering this realm, the air was infused with a peculiar aroma, a blend of earthy scents, salt water, plant foliage, and a faint hint of seafood. In short, the fragrance was complex and not particularly pleasant. At that moment, I suddenly realized, could this be a mangrove forest? Mangroves, thriving in the intertidal zones of tropical and subtropical coasts, are wetland ecosystems predominantly composed of evergreens known as mangrove trees or shrubs. They play an indispensable role in purifying seawater, mitigating winds and waves, sequestering carbon, and maintaining biodiversity. Often referred to as the guardians of the coast and the lungs of the ocean, these ecosystems also serve as vital habitats for rare and endangered waterfowl, as well as breeding grounds for fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. Such landscapes are notably scarce in our country, with only a few areas in Hainan exhibiting this remarkable topography. When I think of mangroves, the first creature that comes to mind is the blue crab, a marine crab somewhat reminiscent of its freshwater counterparts, specifically a variety of swimming crab. With its considerable size, I once watched an exhilarating video by a foreign blogger capturing the thrill of catching these blue crabs, which left me longing to savor their delectable flavor. I promptly halted my paddling, rose from the bamboo raft, and scanned the surrounding muddy terrain in search of these crustaceans. To my dismay, I found no trace of crabs. I cautiously maneuvered the bamboo raft toward the shore, gingerly stepping onto the bank. The muck appeared swamp-like, and I feared sinking into its depths. Fortunately, the mud merely enveloped my shoes. Kuin, tethered to the raft, was anxiously tugging at the rope and vocalizing his distress. For safety's sake, I decided he should remain aboard. I began meticulously searching for the silhouette of a blue crab amidst the mud. After taking only a few steps, I indeed spotted the outline of a crab concealed beneath the sediment. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that its coloration blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Had I not approached, I might have easily overlooked it. This formidable blue crab, upon sensing my proximity, raised its imposing pincers in a display of defiance, stabilizing its body with its hind legs. The sight of those pincers, nearly the size of my fists, filled me with trepidation. A pinch from such a creature could easily sever a finger. Hesitant to capture it barehanded, I sought a long stick, sharpening one end to create a point. I then aimed this makeshift tool at the crab's carapace and thrust down with force, producing a sharp crack as the blue crab became speared. It flailed its 8 legs in the air, a spectacle of chaos. Weighing in at approximately 2 pounds, this sizable crab was quite a sight to behold. On examining its abdomen, I discerned it to be a male, as the distinguishing feature between male and female blue crabs lies in their abdomens. Females possess a rounded shape, while males exhibit a triangular or elongated form. Perhaps it was the sight of my imminent capture that prompted Kuin, in his charmingly foolish manner, to break free from his restraints and leap from the wooden raft, only to tumble comically into the mud, his rear end raised high. He plunged his head into the muck, struggling for a considerable while before finally extricating himself, his head now smeared with mud, a sight both humorous and endearing. Kuin seemed quite displeased with the filth on his nose, persistently attempting to wipe it away with his front paws, only to inadvertently smear it further. Although I had grown accustomed to his amusing antics, I could not help but be entertained by his antics. Armed with a stick adorned with a blue crab, I approached him, using my vest to wipe his eyes and mouth. Instantly, the little rascal was back on his feet, gingerly traversing the muddy terrain to follow me. I decided to let him frolic freely, and he dutifully remained at my side as we began our hunt for blue crabs amidst the mangroves. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the muddy flats were indeed teeming with blue crabs of various sizes. I focused on capturing the larger specimens, spending 3 hours selectively choosing my catches. I soon noticed that the marsh waters were beginning to rise, signaling an impending tide. By then, I had successfully captured 8 sizable blue crabs, the largest weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds, with claws that surpassed the size of my face. To be precise, I had caught 7 crabs, with the smallest being the one Kuin had managed to seize. Just as I bent down to search for more crabs, Kuin suddenly emitted a distressed yelp. I turned around swiftly, concerned for his well-being, only to find him limping towards me, one front paw raised, a small blue crab clamped stubbornly onto his paw. The little creature refused to release its grip, causing Kuin to whimper in pain, his eyes brimming with tears. This mischievous creature was certainly a handful. I sighed as I crouched down to pry open the crab's claw. Fortunately, the crab was not particularly large, and Kuin's robust paw prevented any serious injury. Upon witnessing the crab subdued, Kuin seemed to regain his confidence, preparing to pounce and bite, yet he hesitated, failing to take that final leap. I shook my head in resignation, lifting the silly bear back onto the bamboo raft and securing him once more. With my haul of 8 blue crabs speared onto a stick, I embarked back on the raft, regretting not having brought a basket along. Who could have imagined that a bountiful mangrove forest existed on this island? Within this lush enclave, I encountered not only blue crabs, but also a myriad of other creatures, various species of hermit crabs, an array of algae, shellfish, and an assortment of birds, along with mud-covered mice, ants, and snakes. Upon returning to our camp with Kuin, we both treated ourselves to a refreshing bath. I washed my clothes and shoes, allowing them to dry before indulging in our spoils. I prepared 4 of the blue crabs, as these average 2 to 3 pound crustaceans would suffice for a hearty meal for both Kuin and me. I chose to steam 2 crabs while grilling the other 2. Due to the considerable size and thick shells of these blue crabs, I boiled them for a full half hour. As these crabs inhabit muddy environments, I felt it necessary to ensure they were thoroughly cooked before consumption. Starting with a boiled blue crab, I lifted the lid of a female crab, and as the steam dissipated, I was greeted by a plump body. The flesh was translucent, and the vibrant yellow hue of the crab was as alluring as gold. Eagerly, I savored a morsel of crab roe. The flavor was rich and fragrant, naturally briny without the need for added salt, reminiscent of the roe from hairy crabs. With each bite, the delightful aroma seemed to emanate from every pore. After indulging in the roe, I pried off a massive claw and cracked it open with a stone, revealing the tender meat within. Taking a generous bite, the juices burst forth, both fresh and succulent, delivering an exquisite experience. The grilled blue crab, though less juicy than the steamed version, offered a more intense flavor. Observing my rapture, Kuin, the little one, was driven to tears of longing, drool spilling from its jowls, truly the most formidable little gourmet. Alas, it could not peel the shells. Its newly sprouted sharp little teeth seemed inadequate against the crab's formidable armor. After satiating my hunger, I began to feed Kuin, who devoured each morsel with such speed, whimpering for me to hurry with the peeling. By chance, I stumbled upon a hidden gem of a location, filling me with exceptional joy. It's essential to venture out more often, for there may be other delectable delights awaiting us. Chapter 45. The Gregorian Year, January 1st, 2016. Today marks the onset of the Gregorian calendar year, a globally celebrated New Year's Day, yet I find myself in solitude upon this desolate island. Time slips away in the blink of an eye. I have unwittingly remained on this island for 6 months. On this morning, I meticulously count the markings on a piece of wood that I have employed to record the dates, and to my careful scrutiny, it reveals 191 days inscribed upon it. In these 191 days, I have encountered the most profound upheavals of my existence. Once an ordinary young man within the fabric of human society, I have been cast away to this forsaken isle, grappling for survival, barely managing to navigate through each crisis and enduring alone. Despite the gravity of my circumstances, I am, by comparison, exceedingly fortunate, for the 3 companions who journeyed with me have long since perished. Captain Wang and first mate Liu have sunk into the depths of the ocean. Their fates unknown, while old Gao, in a final moment of despair, succumbed the day before our arrival on the island. In a foreign land, one feels the pangs of homesickness acutely, especially during festive occasions. On this day, I am overwhelmed with nostalgia, yearning for my family, my friends, and my homeland. A sense of joy eludes me. After rising from my slumber, Kuan continues to indulge in his languor. I step outside, facing the vast ocean, standing in a contemplative trance for nearly half an hour before deciding to pay my respects to old Gao. With a canister of fresh water in hand, I slowly approach old Gao's grave. The small mound, once a grave, has been eroded by the rain into a modest hillock, now overgrown with a patch of weeds. Since laying old Gao to rest, I have hesitated to visit, for each sight of this humble earthen mound brings forth a wave of melancholy, and tears cascade uncontrollably. I cannot help but recall the harrowing scene when we encountered calamity at sea, witnessing 3 vibrant lives fade before my eyes, while I remained powerless, clinging to my own existence. I pour the water from the canister onto the ground before old Gao's grave, offering it as a tribute. Lacking yellow paper, candles, incense, or any objects to honor his memory, I can only use water in place of wine to convey my respect and remembrance. I clear the weeds from the grave, replenishing the earth atop it, and gather some stones to encircle the grave, fortifying it further. I hope that old Gao's spirit may find peace beneath the earth. Recalling his last words, he implored me to convey news of his passing to his family and urged them to live on with strength. His address remains etched in my memory, never to be forgotten. As I gaze at the gravestone, memories flood my mind like scenes from a film. Bowing my head in silence, a profound sense of sorrow washes over me, ultimately spilling forth uncontrollably. I collapse to the ground, weeping inconsolably, curling into a ball, arms wrapped around my legs, burying my head between my knees. Captain Wang, First Mate Liu, old Gao, I miss you. And my dear family and friends, do you know that I am alive? I still breathe. At this very moment, do you grieve like I do, standing before my grave in remembrance? This accursed island, why has it been so long without any human presence? When shall I return to my homeland? I curled up, my sobs growing louder, my emotions overwhelming, tears streaming down my face. I lost track of time when suddenly I felt something furry nudging me persistently. I looked up in astonishment, and to my surprise, it was Kunkin using its fluffy bear-like head to nudge my lower back. Seeing its adorably clumsy demeanor instantly melted my heart. I cried and couldn't help but smile, even as my nose ran freely. I disregarded the mess and embraced Kunkin tightly, speaking through my tears. How did you manage to escape, little one? How did you know I was here? Did you come to witness my misfortune, or are you simply hungry again, seeking food from me? I held it close, pouring out my feelings, and the little creature remained calm and quiet, displaying an extraordinary sensitivity. I don't know how long I vented my emotions, but eventually, I began to feel somewhat better. Looking down, I saw Kunkin gazing up at me with an innocent expression, its bare face dampened by my tears. It occasionally licked at my face, prompting another laugh from me. This little creature seemed like a dark angel, unexpectedly appearing in my life, rescuing my lonely and restless soul. After my emotional outpouring, my spirits gradually began to lift, largely thanks to Kunkin. Despite its usual goofy antics, this little one always brought me joy and a glimmer of hope in dire moments. Later, when I decided to document this unforgettable experience, each time I wrote about Kunkin, I was reminded of its adorable childhood and the charmingly silly things it did. I thought to myself, Had it not been for Kunkin's sudden arrival, I might have withered away in despair on this island, for prolonged solitude can lead to troubling thoughts and even suicidal tendencies. I bid farewell to Lao Gao and returned to the camp, cradling the little creature. Upon entering, I discovered that the door latch I had crafted had been nudged open by Kunkin. Perhaps it followed the scent I left behind to find me. While I marveled at its cleverness, a sliver of worry crept in. What if this little one ventured out and got lost or encountered a carnivorous beast? Thus, I reinforced the latch and raised it significantly higher. On New Year's Eve, I built a grand bonfire and released Kunkin, along with Xiaoyu and Kong Kong. After a long period of acclimatization, the two little ones showed no inclination to flee and were unafraid of the flames. They gathered around me, munching on the treats I had collected during the day. Kunkin, ever the curious one, even reached out a paw to touch the fire, only to yelp as a tuft of fur singed. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. This silly creature never learns, and curiosity truly can be a perilous trait for a bear. That night, I astonishingly stayed up late, frolicking around the campfire with my companions until the early hours of the morning. It was only when they finally succumbed to slumber before the fire that I gently carried them indoors, placing each in their respective nests, before surrendering to a myriad of thoughts and gradually drifting into sleep. Chapter 46, Potatoes, January 2nd. I awoke to find it was already noon, roused by Kuin, who has now learned to climb onto my bed by himself. Perhaps he was hungry and discovered his slothful cook indulging in leisure, for he proceeded to lavish my face with eager licks. In a flurry, I scrambled out of bed, and with a sigh of resignation, I prepared a meal for the little creature. After breakfast, I resolved to resume my road construction project. Kuin's leg had healed, yet I was reluctant to leave him indoors, especially since he had escaped from the house just yesterday. Therefore, I decided to tether him to a tree while I worked. Thus far, I had completed 2 roads, and for the third, I intended to connect the 2 existing paths. As I continued my labor, however, the presence of my little companion, though endearing, significantly hampered my efficiency, as I had to keep a watchful eye on him. Nonetheless, his company alleviated some of my fatigue. January 10th. This particular road was quite lengthy, and due to my clumsy companion, it took me 8 days to clear the trees along the way. While I was clearing the ground, to my astonishment, I unearthed 2 small potatoes with a single shovel stroke. It is indeed true that sometimes, when one is not actively seeking beauty, treasures may unexpectedly reveal themselves. As I continued to excavate cautiously, I discovered a total of 6 potatoes, each no larger than a clenched fist. Upon closer inspection of the stems atop the potatoes, I recognized the familiar leaves and blossoms, round and verdant, with 5 delicate white petals. How had I overlooked such a sight until now? I felt a pang of regret, as if I had missed out on a fortune. I meticulously searched through the surrounding weeds, ultimately yielding significant rewards. I found 5 more potato plants, gathering a total of 35 potatoes of various sizes. This day, I abandoned my road repair efforts, instead leading Kuin through the forest in pursuit of potatoes. Regrettably, the discovery was confined to that small area, with no further rewards elsewhere. These wild potatoes, while diminutive, yielded a maximum of 6 per plant, contrasting sharply with the varieties from my hometown, which could produce over a dozen, and of a much larger size. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the value they brought me. I had no intention of consuming these 35 potatoes. Instead, they would serve as seeds. Unlike rice, potatoes are resilient to both cold and drought, capable of yielding 2 harvests a year in my northern homeland, let alone in this warm, rain-soaked tropical climate. My first task would be to encourage these potatoes to sprout. To hasten their growth, I excavated a trench about 25 centimeters deep in a sunlit area outdoors, laying down a layer of fine sand within. I then cut the potatoes into smaller pieces, layering them upon the sand, with a layer of sand between each layer of seed potato pieces, creating 2 tiers in total. To finish, I evenly scattered some fruit on top and covered everything with dry grass for insulation. On the small island, during the dry season, the nighttime temperature fluctuates considerably, occasionally bringing a slight chill. I decided to cover the soil and the top layer a bit thicker, approximately 5 to 6 centimeters. This method of encouraging potato sprouting is reminiscent of practices from my hometown, where they employ thermal insulation tools like films, which are unnecessary here due to the local temperature. Once these preparations are complete, all that remains is to exercise patience. In my homeland, it typically takes about 20 to 25 days to sprout a batch of potato seedlings. However, I believe the island's climate will significantly shorten this duration. A single potato can produce numerous sprouts, but to ensure a higher survival rate, it is advisable to select only the top 4 to 6 robust sprouts. Therefore, these 35 potatoes could potentially yield around 140 to 210 sprouts. If we average this to 175 sprouts, and assuming each sprout produces 5 potatoes, I would eventually harvest 875 potatoes. This is ample sustenance for me and Kunkin, as we could easily consume 10 each day for quite some time. With this, the fear of famine will no longer haunt us. Recently, Kunkin and I have predominantly subsisted on sea fish and freshly picked fruits, which hardly satiate our hunger, often leaving us ravenous before mealtime. The introduction of potatoes will provide a stable source of carbohydrates, which are immensely satisfying. However, I must temper my enthusiasm, for all these calculations remain mere conjectures until the sprouts emerge. Before that occurs, it is imperative that I swiftly cultivate a fertile plot for transplanting the potato seedlings. Fortunately, the soil on the island is rich, yet potatoes prefer dry, sunlit environments, so I must seek a higher elevation. Ultimately, I chose a grassy area north of the small cabin, approximately 2 kilometers away, near the mountainside where the terrain is elevated. I meticulously dug drainage channels, ensuring that even with the onset of the rainy season, flooding would not be a concern. Armed with a shovel and machete, I led Kunkin to delineate a plot of roughly half an acre, an area exceeding 300 square meters, for those unfamiliar with this measurement. In truth, my initial planting of an estimated 200 seedlings does not require such an expansive area, but I plan to enlarge the planting space for subsequent batches, thus preparing in advance to avoid future complications. Including weeding and soil turning, I dedicated over a day to this task. I gathered numerous dried leaves and seafood shells to enrich the soil, along with manure for my little companions and even my own. After tilling the land, I spent an additional 2 days digging drainage and irrigation ditches, dividing the rectangular plot into 7 long rows. Between each row, I excavated 30-centimeter deep drainage channels and fortified the sides of the planting rows with stones, meticulously considering every conceivable factor. My previous failure in rice cultivation has heightened my attention to these details. Once all tasks were complete, a sudden realization struck me. It seemed that something essential was still missing. I clapped my hands, pondering how a field could ever be devoid of a scarecrow. Although avian visitors are rather scarce in my vicinity, a sense of ceremony must be upheld. First, I procured 2 bamboo poles, one tall, standing upright, and the other short, affixed horizontally at a third of its length with vine. Then, I unleashed my artistic flair, binding and adorning it with weeds. An hour later, a rather chaotic scarecrow took shape. Admittedly, my craftsmanship leaves much to be desired, yet the objective was achieved. Even I was somewhat intimidated by my creation. Kuin incessantly barked at this peculiar figure, as if exclaiming, "What an ugly monstrosity you have made. You've frightened this little bear to death." As for the birds, their reaction would surely be no different. After an additional half hour, I fashioned a hat for the scarecrow, though it too was executed rather hastily. Nevertheless, it sufficed to give the impression of a hat. Having completed this task, I gazed at the unplanted field before me, filled with a sense of accomplishment, nodding in satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to await the sprouting of the potato tubers. Chapter 47, Castaway Diary, January 7th, 3rd. My honey has run out. I checked the beehive, but the honeycomb is still not quite ready. I fear that harvesting too frequently may disturb the bees, and should they flee, it will be a loss too great to bear. I spent the day crafting 2 new beehives, carefully calculating their placement in the backyard, preparing to nurture 2 more colonies of bees. January 2nd. With Kuin by my side, I ventured into the woods and discovered 2 beehives. However, the terrain was perilously steep, and I decided against the risk of attempting to extract honey. January 3rd. I took Kuin on a mountain hike, hoping to stumble upon new beehives. But my efforts bore no fruit. I gathered an abundance of bananas and grapes. As the dried bananas and raisins from my last sun-drying session were nearly consumed by Kuan and me. Xiaoyu and Kong Kong also enjoy these treats, so I plan to dry a larger batch this time. January 4th. Today, I followed the path through the backyard to the sugarcane grove, where I harvested 2 fresh stalks of sugarcane. I still have half a jar of the brown sugar I made previously, so I am in no rush to gather more sugarcane, especially since these wild varieties are quite heavy and the roads here remain unpaved. However, Xiao Ningming collected a substantial amount, and I employed the same method to slice and dry the lemons. Now, before my wooden cabin in the fence yard, numerous flat stones are laid out, upon which banana and lemon slices are sun-drying. I hung the grapes to air dry around the house, and Kuan occasionally pilfers a bunch or two, reminiscent of its mother who would sneak a few salted fish now and then. Recently, the visits from the bear have diminished. Perhaps it has grown weary of the salted fish. From daily visits to once or twice a week, this change has left me somewhat displeased. Is my dried fish unpalatable? Such a picky creature. My campsite increasingly exudes the essence of homely warmth. From a distance, it resembles the idyllic scenes depicted in literature and film, portraying the life of a recluse in the wilderness. A wooden cabin, a fence, provisions, and a dog. Yes, my dog has become Kuan, a bear. Though the heavy snow has yet to blanket the mountains, the smoke from my cooking drifts gracefully in the air. While the stories often feature blue skies, white clouds, sandy beaches, and crashing waves, I, the protagonist, am living this life out of necessity. January 5th, at last, I discovered a new beehive nestled within the crevices of a cliff. Fortunately, the hive was situated low enough for me to manage. I successfully retrieved a colony using a woven bag. Now my backyard hive boasts a second colony. However, the consequence of my endeavor was that my forehead and cheeks swelled for 2 days, and a red bump appeared on Kuan's nose from sting. On the same day, I unearthed some potatoes buried in the sand, and to my delight, several had sprouted tender shoots. I was filled with excitement and patiently watered them, waiting for the shoots to grow a bit more before I could transplant them. January 6th. While searching for beehives in the woods with Kuan, we passed the creek where I had previously planted rice. This creek has now dwindled to a mere finger's width of trickling water. Instinctively, I glanced at the rice field, and what I saw left me utterly astonished. I have discovered that among the last batch, 3 of the 5 sprouted rice plants still stand tall. These 3 rice plants have matured and are now ready for harvest. They bend their heads low, arch their backs, resembling humble exemplars of success, while simultaneously mocking me in a peculiar way. Look at you, the failure. We have thrived solely on our own. Hastily, I approached to assess the situation, and there I beheld that these 3 rice stalks were laden with heavy grains, each one plump and bountiful. The water in the soil beneath them had long since evaporated. Yet when I tested it with my hand, I felt a hint of moisture. I could hardly believe that these 3 rice plants had survived under such conditions. Had I known, I would have transplanted all 5 sprouted rice plants closer to the rich stream of water ahead. Perhaps all 5 could have thrived. After all, each of these 3 plants bore an impressive yield of approximately 1 or 200 grains, totaling 5 to 600 grains. While the loss of the 2 others meant I had forfeited 3 to 400 grains that could have served as fresh, plump seeds. Regret washed over me. Yet pondering these losses now serves no purpose. I carefully uprooted the 3 rice plants, ensuring not a single grain fell, and wrapped them in large leaves to place in my backpack. I scarcely paused to continue searching for the beehive, instead leading the still curious Kunkin back to the campsite. I found a stone and gently struck the 3 rice plants until all the grains fell away, then meticulously collected each grain, gathering them into a clay jar for safekeeping. These rice grains were remarkably fresh, far more plump than those from the previous yellowed ear of rice. I am certain that using these as seeds will yield a much higher germination rate. I did not succumb to the tedium of counting each grain. Yet from a general estimation, if I successfully plant these grains this year, I shall have an ample supply of rice to sustain me when the seeds mature. This time, I must proceed with caution patiently awaiting the arrival of the rainy season, and I must choose my planting site with greater care. The plot I selected previously, in hindsight, was clearly chosen without much deliberation. I merely found a small stream and fenced off an area to plant, which explains my failure. At that time, I lacked experience and was unaware that the island experienced distinct rainy and dry seasons. For this planting, I must ensure that it is close to a stream with abundant water flow and dig deep pits and irrigation channels to guarantee sufficient moisture in the soil. I do not know how long it will be until the rainy season returns, but I anticipate that by March or April at the latest, the dry season will conclude, ushering in the rains. I must patiently wait for another 2 to 3 months. Recently, my life has become increasingly filled with hope, as the arrival of potatoes and rice, two miraculous staples, has instilled in me tremendous confidence in their cultivation. I have come to realize that all this goodness has unfolded since Kunkin appeared. I consider Kunkin my lucky star and talisman. I plucked a vibrant red flower and placed it atop Kunkin's head, making it appear even more endearing. Indeed, Kuin is a small male bear who, when relieving himself, exhibits a charming habit akin to that of a puppy, lifting one hind leg to mark his territory on pillars, stones, and trees. It often seems as though he lacks a specific target, resulting in a rather aimless endeavor. Fortunately, this little creature possesses a commendable sense of hygiene, opting to step outside for his needs rather than soiling the house. There was, however, one incident during the night when, perhaps due to my slumber, he could not rouse me, and with no one to open the door for him, he left a substantial deposit right at the entrance. Consequently, upon awakening the next morning, still groggy, I nearly lost my footing on the unexpected surprise. Chapter 48, Iron, or January 10th. I have successfully coaxed the potato tubers in my germination field, and the majority have sprouted tender shoots. At long last, I can proceed with the transplantation of these seedlings. I carefully extract the sprouted tubers, cautious not to break the delicate shoots, and then gather them into a single pile, washing away the surrounding soil. Subsequently, I dig small holes in the cultivated land to plant the seedlings, each approximately the size of a fist. I bury the sprouted tubers, leaving a portion of the tender shoots exposed above the soil. From 35 potatoes, I have coaxed a total of 183 tender shoots, which aligns with my expectations. The remaining tubers have succumbed to rot or withered beyond recognition, rendering them worthless. I can only scatter them across the soil to serve as fertilizer. My gentle and meticulous approach consumed nearly an entire day to plant these potato seedlings. January 13th. Over the past 3 days, I have been constructing a fence to enclose the potato fields. January 15th. I have commenced preparations for the cultivation of rice. Although the rainy season has yet to arrive, it does not hinder my efforts to clear a plot for the rice paddy in advance. This time, I need to locate a broad and bountiful stream, unlike the previous narrow creek that dried up during the dry season, leaving my seedlings to wither. I easily found a rapidly flowing stream, albeit flanked by dense trees. After selecting a suitable area, I dedicated 10 days to clearing the large trees and vegetation. I then employed the same method as before, digging ditches to channel water for irrigation. I even fashioned a wooden board to serve as a gate to control the water depth. January 15th. I took Kuin with me to ascend the mountain, intending to collect more sulfur, which I currently utilize as an insect repellent with remarkable efficacy. While mining for sulfur, I stumbled upon some mineral-rich stones buried beneath the hard earth at the mountain summit. These stones shimmered brightly, and I was certain they were composed of some metal. However, they were not gold, as the color was incorrect. The volcanic craters, post-eruption, often yield rare metals such as iron, cobalt, nickel, chromium, and copper alongside the emerging magma. Although I'm uncertain of the specific metal, I collected a few pieces to examine back at the camp, hoping to extract the metals contained within. January 17th. I laboriously crushed I discovered atop the mountain into smaller fragments, continuing to grind them into a granular consistency. The glimmering substance within became even more pronounced, resembling bits of silver. I sorted the heavier metallic particles using a simple method. I wove an improvised sieve and shook it vigorously, allowing the sand to be carried away by the wind. The lighter materials remaining were stones, which I discarded, leaving only the metallic-rich granules. The filtered metallic substance was scarce, resembling merely a handful. I retrieved a ceramic bowl to contain the metallic particles, subsequently sealing it in a clay kiln for smelting. I diligently maintained the fire throughout the morning, my arms weary from operating the blower. Upon cooling, I extracted the ceramic bowl to discover a complete mass of metal, akin to a briquette, riddled with various size cavities and charred on the surface. When I struck this metallic lump against a stone, it produced a crisp sound, exhibiting remarkable hardness. Yet, with a slight exertion, it fractured. The smelting process had not achieved sufficient purity. Thus, I resorted to breaking the metallic mass with a large stone, patiently chipping it into smaller fragments to eliminate impurities. I prepared for another round of smelting, filling the kiln with charcoal and wooden sticks to enhance the internal temperature, then sealing the opening with yellow clay, leaving only a small aperture for ventilation and charcoal addition. The next phase involved fervently operating the blower, alternating between my arms as fatigue set in. The wind roared forth, igniting the flames within the kiln, which leaped upward, transforming into a pale blue hue. This frenzied smelting persisted into the evening, at which point I noticed the kiln's walls had begun to crack, with a significant fissure exposing the glowing embers of burning charcoal. It was evident that the clay kiln had reached the end of its utility. Unable to withstand the heat, I forcefully kicked it open along the crack, sending sparks flying and scorching several holes into my trousers, a regrettable oversight. In haste, I retrieved the ceramic bowl from the kiln's partition, which glowed incandescently in the night like a precious gem. However, my admiration was fleeting as my focus shifted to the metal within. The kiln's temperature had soared, causing the metals to appear almost liquid. I lamented the absence of a clay mold to pour the molten metal into for crafting tools. Time was of the essence, as soon the metals would solidify once more. Nonetheless, I resolved to experiment and ascertain whether the metallic substances had indeed liquefied, curious about the hardness of the resultant material. I procured a bamboo tube, securing the ceramic bowl with branches, and poured the molten metal into the bamboo. Instantly, the bamboo ignited, but fortunately, being freshly crafted and still moist, it did not explode, averting a disastrous spill of molten metal. Embarking on such endeavors for the first time inevitably brought about a degree of clumsiness and oversight. For instance, when I first attempted to cultivate rice, I hastily clutched the bamboo tube and dashed toward the water tank. The moment the tube was submerged, a cacophony arose, accompanied by a plume of white steam, which gradually subsided. After retrieving the bamboo tube, I found it had split in half from the ordeal, yet I was relieved to discover that the metal at the bottom had fully solidified. I carefully extracted this metallic piece and observed it in the palm of my hand. Once the solid metal had cooled, it took on a disc-like shape, reminiscent in size of 2 yuan shirkai, silver dollars stacked upon one another, emanating a gentle warmth. I took this piece of metal and scraped it against a stone. It proved to be quite hard, although it paled in comparison to my formidable machete and axe. Applying significant force caused a small amount of white powder to flake off. I then struck it several times with a small stone, resulting in slight deformation. However, overall, its hardness remained commendable. I am certain that this is not iron, as iron has a melting point exceeding 1500 degrees Celsius, a temperature my earthen kiln could never achieve. It is also not silver, tin, or copper, as this metal is significantly harder than the aforementioned materials. Frowning, I reflected on my considerable knowledge of metallic substances, yet I could not discern the exact nature of this particular specimen. Rather than exhausting myself in futile contemplation, I resolved to postpone the arduous task of refining these metals. Currently, I possess an adequate array of tools, rendering it unnecessary to squander time and energy on such research. I would prefer to enrich my life further, ideally exploring the entirety of the island before delving into the study of these more advanced materials. Chapter 49. The Days of Road Construction, January 28th. In recent times, I have been engaged in the laborious task of constructing pathways through the forest alongside Kuan. If an aerial drone were to hover above, it would reveal my diligent efforts to create a grid-like network of roads, of which I have successfully completed 7. At this juncture, I believe I have unlocked 1/5 of the woodland. During this period of road construction, I have encountered numerous unexpected delights, including several varieties of spices, wild ginger, Sichuan pepper, star anise, goji berries, and various wild plants such as radishes, wild pineapples, gourd leaves, roadside greens, leeks, and amaranth, often referred to as wild cabbage, though it bears little resemblance to the cultivated variety. I also stumbled upon 2 additional chestnut trees, and for several days, Kuan and I indulged in charcoal-grilled chestnuts. Among the many unidentified plants that appeared edible, I hesitated to sample them, fearing potential toxicity. Of the plants I discovered, a small portion did not appear entirely wild. I surmised that perhaps birds from the island had unwittingly dropped seeds, which fortuitously took root and flourished, thus allowing me to benefit from their bounty. I have taken great care to protect these plants, carefully navigating around them during my road work, only harvesting the mature fruits while refraining from transplanting them, as I feel I have yet to fully comprehend the seasonal variations on the island. Any unusual climate could adversely affect their survival rate post-transplantation. In recent days, sporadic light rains have graced the island, heralding the imminent arrival of the rainy season. The potatoes I planted are thriving remarkably well, with 90% of the seedlings having flourished and continuously sprouting new leaves, now reaching a height of over 10 centimeters, exuding vitality. Additionally, during this period of road construction, I successfully nurtured a new hive of bees, harvesting honey from the first hive. This new colony has been producing honey at an impressive rate, yielding a small jar during this harvest, much to Kuan's delight, who devoured it with gusto, seemingly unfazed by its sweetness. I find myself concerned that this little creature might develop cavities. Kuan has grown remarkably fast, now measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters in length, and has learned to stand on his hind legs. Initially, he was quite wobbly and unstable. Sometimes, I would deliberately support him by holding his paws, causing him to sway and spin as if dancing, a rather comical sight. His voice has also deepened, and at times, he would let out a loud call, startling me from my afternoon slumber. Little Yu remains unchanged, though he has grown considerably plump. His 3-part mouth and small nose are perpetually twitching as he sniffs the air. On several occasions, I have suspected he was chewing on something, only to discover upon inspecting his jaw that he possessed only 2 large rabbit teeth. I am left to ponder what exactly his mouth is twitching about. Could be an itch? Kong has once again mastered a few phrases, including Kong, Kunkin, and Xiaoyuer, often adding an EI after pronouncing the retroflex ending, perhaps due to some difficulty in articulating it. He has also learned to call my name, Zhang Lin. One morning, while I was still in a daze, I abruptly awoke to the sound of someone calling me, which startled me greatly. Upon rising, I discovered it was Kong. Our most delightful interaction occurs when I greet him with good morning, to which he responds with a cheerful good morning as well. This exchange fills me with a sense of accomplishment and has cultivated a habit of greeting each other every morning. Recently, I have grown weary of lingering in the forest. The tropical rainforest, regardless of the season, is perpetually hot and humid, enveloped in a stifling warmth that makes it difficult to breathe after spending even a single day inside. Moreover, the abundance of mosquitoes, snakes, and ants adds to the discomfort. Each time I enter, I apply a bit of sulfur powder to my skin, which proves somewhat effective, though I still find myself periodically bitten by mosquitoes or ants crawling into my clothing, which is particularly distressing. Consequently, I have decided to temporarily halt my road repairs in the forest and shift my focus to the mountains. The mountain trail, while comparatively easier to ascend, presents its own challenges with steep passages that necessitate detours, as well as various obstructions from twisted trees. In short, navigating these paths is far more arduous than the roads traversed by human society. Therefore, I intend to enhance the mountain trail by clearing obstructive trees, removing entangling vines and branches, and creating small steps with a shovel at steep sections, filling in depressions with stones and soil. Currently, it takes me nearly 3 days to climb this mountain, yet I anticipate that repairing this path and ascending with a light load will take merely a day, if not less. On February 6th, after 11 days of arduous labor, I finally completed the mountain path. On the day the road was finished, I embarked on a climb, setting out in the morning and reaching the summit before sunset, significantly increasing my efficiency. Indeed, the wisdom of my predecessors rings true. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. I now find it much more convenient and safer to gather bananas, pick grapes, and collect water from the mountain. During the course of this road construction, I encountered a goat for the first time, a creature shrouded in mystery. A large adult goat accompanied by two smaller ones appeared before me. This adult goat was larger than the sheep we commonly see, with a slender, muscular body and long, delicate limbs, suggesting remarkable agility. Its head bore two long, slightly curved horns with sharp tips, appearing robust enough to easily penetrate a human body with force. Wild creatures, no matter how innocuous they may seem, should never be underestimated. When I spotted the trio of goats, the adult had already noticed my presence, observing my every move with vigilance, while the two kids continued to graze. Just as I slowly began to draw my bow from my back, preparing to shoot, Kunkin, in his usual clumsiness, let out a loud shout towards the three goats. A sudden shout startled the goat, causing it to flee with the swiftness of the wind, leaving me standing alone in the chaos of the breeze. After this foolish act of scaring off the goat, Kunkin, in a rather boastful manner, stood on its hind legs, swaying unsteadily towards me. Infuriated, I could not help but deliver a light slap to its dark, furry head, not with any force, merely as a gesture, considering this creature is now robust and resilient. Even a strong hit might not inflict pain. However, the little rascal immediately adopted a posture of utter dejection, sinking down onto the ground in a fit of gloom. I had no choice but to embrace its fluffy, bear-like head and offer a plethora of apologies and comforting words to win back Kunkin's affection. During this time, we encountered a trio of wild boars. Although they were not particularly large, their sharp tusks gleamed menacingly, instilling a deep sense of fear. I quickly grasped Kunkin, urging it to remain alert, dreading that it might not grasp the gravity of the situation and provoke these formidable creatures. Such an encounter could spell disaster for both of us. Wild boars are notoriously intolerant of provocation, and should they charge, we would be left with more than just a few scratches. Fortunately, the three wild boars showed little interest in us, indulging themselves in nearby foraging before wandering away. Chapter 50. The Triangular Wooden Cabin, February 10th. Including the mountain path used for climbing, I have now constructed a total of 10 roads, intricately crisscrossing and unlocking a vast expanse of rainforest. However, I feel that merely having pathways is somewhat insufficient, as I still lack a secure shelter. Thus, I intend to build a series of small wooden cabins at the intersections of these roads, serving as a safe haven for rest and overnight stays. My first objective is to commence construction at the nearest junction. I first cleared a patch of land at the intersection before gathering materials nearby, cutting many slender wooden sticks. Since I do not require these cabins for permanent habitation, but rather for occasional respite, they need not be grand or spacious. Nevertheless, the air in the forest is excessively humid, and the ground is particularly damp. Therefore, the cabin must be elevated above the ground. I used 4 slightly thicker logs to create sturdy stakes, and at a height of half a meter from the ground, I constructed a frame in a tent-shaped formation, securing it with vines for stability. Then, I laid some thinner wooden sticks horizontally across the frame, forming the base of the cabin. For the walls and roof, I opted for the simplest approach, a connected design, using longer pieces of wood to reach across the 2 side frames, creating an A shape when viewed from the side. I then filled in the gaps on either side and packed the spaces between the wood with mud to ensure solidity. Thus, a rudimentary A-shaped wooden cabin was completed. The interior space is quite limited, accommodating only myself and Kunkin. However, due to the elevated structure, I need not spend additional time constructing a bed, as I can simply sleep on the wooden floor within. Given the simplicity of this cabin's design and my somewhat careless construction, I was able to build an A-frame cabin in under a day. Over the course of 6 days, I erected similar structures at each intersection, adding thoughtful decorations such as vines and leaves, making these cabins blend harmoniously with the surrounding flora. February 17th. The spring winds of February cut like scissors. Although the seasonal changes on the island are not markedly distinct, I have recently felt the frequent gusts of sea breezes and the continuous light rains over the past 3 days. The rainy season is fast approaching, and I intend to reinforce the roof of my cabin before it arrives. Currently, the roof structure is constructed from wood, topped with 2 layers of split bamboo. This construction offers only moderate rain protection, as the bamboo has shrunk considerably due to the dry season sun and wind, some even showing slight deformation. Yesterday, during the rain, I discovered a leak in the northeastern corner of the cabin. After some contemplation, I have decided to adopt a tiled roof structure. I now have ample time to craft the tiles, using the yellow clay as material. After extensive testing, the pottery I have created has successfully withstood the test of time, showing no signs of crumbling or breaking, aside from one pot that I accidentally dropped. Before this, I needed to construct a new earthen kiln, as the previous one had shattered during the iron smelting process. This time, I aim to create a larger and more robust structure. Positioned at the entrance of my dwelling, I meticulously built a circular kiln with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Initially, I arranged a circle of relatively flat stones and coated them with yellow clay. Layer by layer, I stacked stones and applied yellow clay until it reached a height of approximately 1 meter, finishing with a thick outer layer of clay. The internal structure remained consistent with the previous design, featuring 2 levels separated by a 40-centimeter gap, with openings for flames to ascend. However, due to its considerable size, I incorporated 3 openings for adding fuel, thus completing this colossal earthen kiln. Such a vast kiln necessitated several days for drying in the sun, which provided me with the perfect opportunity to create clay tiles. To produce a batch of uniform tiles, consistency in size, shape, and dimensions was imperative, requiring the use of molds. Lacking suitable molds, I resorted to crafting my own. I cut 4 wooden planks and assembled them into a rectangular mold measuring approximately 40 by 30 centimeters. With the mold ready, the process became straightforward. I evenly pressed the prepared yellow clay into the base of the mold, compacting it with a small wooden board. Prior to this, I sprinkled a layer of dry yellow clay underneath to prevent sticking. Once shaped, I extracted the rectangular clay block and used a bamboo tube to create a curve at one end of the longer side. This design allowed the tiles to interlock seamlessly, enabling rainwater to flow from high to low, significantly enhancing their rainproofing capabilities. Given the substantial size of the tiles I was crafting, I feared they would be too heavy and strain the rafters when hung on the roof. Thus, I made them quite thin, approximately 1 centimeter in thickness. My wooden dwelling spans 50 square meters, which may seem modest compared to some homes, but in the wilderness, such a spacious shelter can be deemed a mansion. One can imagine the vastness, equivalent to 3 or 4 times the size of a typical room. The creation of these clay tiles consumed 2 full days, and I anticipated that many would be imperfect or broken during the firing process, so I produced an ample quantity. On February 21st, after 3 days of drying, the kiln was nearly ready. I arranged the clay tiles neatly inside. This large kiln could only accommodate 1/3 of the tiles at a time. One can only imagine the volume of clay I had prepared. As I filled the kiln with charcoal and wood, preparing to ignite it, I suddenly realized that the blower I had previously used was woefully inadequate compared to the new kiln, comically small in comparison. In a hurry, I constructed a larger blower, a straightforward endeavor that took merely half a day. Once I connected the blower to the kiln, the firing process commenced. I shall refrain from detailing this stage extensively, but suffice it to say that 3 days later, I was rewarded with a substantial collection of tiles. Of the clay tiles I had crafted, less than 2/3 emerged relatively intact from the firing. The remainder either shattered, cracked, or deformed excessively to be of any use. I began stacking these tiles layer by layer from the highest point, accumulating precisely 6 layers on each side. With the addition of the tiled roof, my quaint cabin now appears even more exquisite. Whereas it once resembled a dwelling of primitive man, it has now transformed into something reminiscent of a Han Dynasty creation. In essence, it has evolved into a structure of greater elegance and sophistication than before. Chapter 51. A Paradise on Earth. Swan Lake, February 22nd. the weather is delightful, with a clear sky and gentle breezes. This afternoon, I continued to forge a path through the forest, leading along the sugarcane grove toward the western edge of the woods. During this journey, I finally stumbled upon a magnificent lake. The dense trees before me suddenly gave way to an expansive meadow, and not far from it lay a pool of water, as clear as blue crystal, sparkling with brilliance. One word dominated my thoughts: beauty. It was simply breathtaking. The surface of the lake rippled gently, creating waves that resembled a vast mirror reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Surrounding the lake was a smooth expanse of grass, tall and swaying lightly in the breeze. To the north, gentle hills began to rise, while the southern terrain undulated significantly, obscuring the landscape for the moment. I led my companion, Kunkin, northward, ascending a hill. At that moment, a picturesque scene unfolded before me, akin to a traditional landscape painting from the Tang or Song dynasty. The cerulean sky was dotted with a few leisurely clouds, and the crystalline lake lay tranquil and relaxed, adorned with weeping willows swaying gently. This lush meadow was teeming with life, as groups of goats traversed the terrain. It echoed the saying, "The sky is vast, the wilderness boundless, the wind blows low grass," revealing cattle and sheep. In that moment, I was entranced, immersed in this poetic masterpiece of nature. After some time, I roused from my reverie, pondering two revelations. I had discovered a freshwater lake in the territory of the goats. The visual splendor and the exhilaration of my spirit filled me with joy. And with Kunkin in tow, I joyfully descended the hill to the edge of the freshwater lake. In the process, the goats, startled by Kunkin's playful antics, darted away, hiding in the grass. The lake's water was crystal clear, revealing a breathtaking vista that encompassed the trees, the lake, and the exquisite lotus flowers. I must contest the adage that clear water harbors no fish. With my naked eye, I could distinctly see groups of fish swimming just beneath the surface. While I could not identify the specific species, they appeared quite sizable. This place was not only a haven for fish, but also a sanctuary for many other creatures. As I sat quietly by the lake, I observed that aside from the goats on the grass, there were numerous freshwater shrimp, snails, wild rabbits, swans, wild ducks, birds, insects, and more. I even spotted a few vividly colored mandarin ducks, which were utterly enchanting. Water is the source of life, and I was certain that the vicinity of this lake harbored a significant portion of the island's biodiversity. Perhaps beneath a tuft of grass lay large animals, akin to leopards, watching me with keen eyes. Contemplating this possibility, I cautiously moved to a patch where the grass was sparse, scanning my surroundings. Yet I saw nothing. These natural predators would not be easily detected by me. I regretted not bringing my bow, as it would have provided me with a sense of security. The lake should be devoid of crocodiles. I strolled along the lakeshore, making a complete circuit while seeking a safe vantage point where I could observe the entirety of the scene. After a lengthy vigil, I was relieved to find no floating debris resembling dead wood upon the water surface. This brought me a measure of comfort, for I intended to frequent this place in the future to catch freshwater fish, a delicacy that Kuan enjoys. After some time spent observing, I returned to the entrance of this area, nestled within the woods, where I cleared the surrounding grass to enhance my visibility and ensure safety. I toiled until dusk, eventually resting for the night in the nearest A-frame cabin with Kuan. I found the lakeside to be an ideal place for habitation, with picturesque scenery. Lying here during daylight would undoubtedly be delightful. However, I was in no rush to implement this plan, as my current camp boasted a reliable food source, the rocky beach area, abundant with marine fish, alongside my cultivated fields where hardy potato plants were nearing maturity. I had grown quite familiar with the terrain there, having thoroughly explored it without encountering any perilous elements. Thus, I resolved to gradually explore this new locale, contemplating relocation only after I had fully penetrated its mysteries. February 25th. After 3 days of labor, I completed the path leading to Swan Lake, a name I bestowed upon this enchanting and romantic body of water. I constructed an A-frame cabin at the entrance. February 26th. I caught a carp in Swan Lake, a robust specimen weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds, which required considerable effort to reel in. Fishing for freshwater species differs markedly from angling in the sea. Marine fish strike with great force and tenacity, making it highly unlikely for them to escape once hooked. Consequently, one need only cast the bait into the ocean, tighten the line, and respond to any vibrations on the rod. In contrast, 80% of freshwater fish approach bait with caution, tentatively testing it before consuming it, believing it poses no threat. Thus, anglers often utilize a float to ascertain whether the fish are feeding. Lacking a float, I was fortunate that the lake's waters were sufficiently clear for me to observe the carp nibbling at the bait, allowing me to set the hook. I consumed a portion of the fish, while the remainder was devoured by kuin-kuin. Kuin-kuin and bearda are polar opposites. One bear relishes freshwater fish, while the other has a penchant for salted fish. I later attributed this phenomenon to the necessity of salt in animals' diets. Bearda has limited access to salt in the wild, while my salted fish is rich in sodium, easily fulfilling bearda's requirements. Conversely, kuin-kuin's meals are always prepared with added coarse salt, thus negating the need for salted fish. Speaking of bearda, a recent incident must be mentioned, an exhilarating tale that unfolded approximately 2 weeks ago when a long-missed bearda reappeared before me, closer than ever before. It approached kuin-kuin, passing by me with indifference, and made its way to kuin-kuin's side. The two bears began to sniff each other, as if seeking confirmation of their identities. Soon, they appeared to recognize one another, cuddling and frolicking together for an extended period. Bearda incessantly nudged kuin-kuin, seemingly checking whether its previously injured leg had healed. The two bears played from noon until the afternoon, with the sun nearing its descent. Bearda eventually stood up and ambled towards the northern part of the small island, followed closely by kuin-kuin. As they ventured roughly 100 meters away, a wave of panic surged through me. I was fearful that both bears would abandon me and wander off. I hastily called out, "Kuin-kuin, where are you going?" Upon hearing my voice, kuin-kuin paused and turned to look at me, while bearda, noticing the absence of footsteps behind, turned its head and let out a roar, as if urging, "Son, hurry up and follow your mother." Kuin-kuin glanced between me and bearda, seemingly torn in its decision. Growing increasingly anxious, he shouted again, "Kuin-kuin, it's time to head home. Dinner is about to be served." Whether it was due to my words or the profound bond we had forged in our recent interactions, kuin-kuin ultimately chose to run towards me. Bearda, witnessing this scene, made no move, standing there in a daze as kuin-kuin raced towards me, before turning away with a sense of melancholy and heading north until it vanished into the woods. A twinge of guilt stirred within me, yet I resolved not to relinquish kuin-kuin even a step. Simultaneously, I silently assured bearda in the direction it had disappeared, "Rest assured, bearda, I shall take good care of your little one. Come visit often. There will always be enough fish." Chapter 52. Constructing Swan Lake, February 27th. As the rainy season approaches, I have constructed a dedicated shed for storing firewood and charcoal next to the wooden cabin. The previously built warehouse has become somewhat cramped with the increasing number of items, and storing food, pottery, and charcoal together has raised concerns regarding hygiene, as the charcoal often leaves a dark residue everywhere. Today, I have simultaneously charred 3 batches of charcoal using the traditional earth baking method. In a few days, once the charcoal is properly prepared, it should suffice for over 6 months. February 28th. With the tide receding today, I took kuin-kuin to the shore. This little rascal managed to get one of his legs stuck in the crevice of a rock, and it took me considerable effort to free him. Fortunately, his leg was unharmed, though he cried out in pain. February 29th. Today, I returned to Swan Lake with the intention of creating a broad pathway through the waist-high weeds. This task was neither too grand nor too trivial, taking me 3 days to complete. I first cleared a path approximately 2 meters wide, extending from the entrance of the forest to the edge of the lake, using a machete and a shovel. I then collected some smooth pebbles to pave the path, flanking it with 2 simple fences on either side. I believe that only with such a thoughtfully constructed path can it truly complement the beautiful scenery of Swan Lake. The grassy area by the lake is vast, with robust blades of grass growing abundantly. If only I had a lawnmower. Alas, I possess only a large machete. So I began to wield my tool, harvesting the grass. However, I do not intend to uproot the grass entirely, as that would desecrate this sacred ground. Instead, I merely cut the upper portions about 30 centimeters above the roots, allowing the grass to continue flourishing while preserving the ecological balance of the area. While I was tending to the grass, I frequently heard the sounds of animals scurrying through the nearby thickets, occasionally accompanied by the soft bleating of goats. These agile creatures would vanish into the underbrush before I could spot them. March 5th. After days of diligent effort, I have cleared a spacious area amidst the grass near Swan Lake, approximately 3 acres in size. The grass I have tended resembles the meticulously maintained lawns of French estates. Neat and orderly. I plan to construct a house here, akin to my current wooden cabin, spacious and robust, and even more magnificent and luxurious, ultimately creating a villa. This time, I intend to utilize a more diverse array of materials and carefully design the structure of the house. This will require a considerable amount of time for gathering resources. For instance, it took over a month just to fell the trees for my current cabin. However, unlike the urgency of constructing the cabin, which was necessitated by my need for a secure shelter, I can take my time with this project. Therefore, I have devised a new plan. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I will work on the paths within the forest. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I will focus on felling trees and gathering materials for the villa, and Sundays will be reserved for rest. Today, with the remaining hours, I found solace by the shores of Swan Lake, where I meticulously leveled a patch of ground and erected a platform using wooden sticks encircled by railings. This would henceforth serve as my dedicated fishing stage. March 6th, my desire to taste the bleating goats intensified, prompting me to venture to the hillside where I dismantled all the rope traps. In retrospect, their placements were rather poor, as the vicinity is sparsely populated by wildlife. I subsequently repositioned the traps into the grassy expanse, augmenting the setup with 2 additional traps crafted from vines, bringing the total to 9. I am confident that a fruitful catch will soon follow. March 7th. A relentless downpour persisted throughout the day, commencing the previous night and continuing until dusk. I refrained from outdoor labor, enjoying a leisurely day with Kuan Kuan, Xiaoyu Air, and Kong Kong. March 9th. Following yesterday's gentle drizzle, this morning revealed a long-lost coconut crab on the beach after the rain ceased. Though smaller than the last, its flavor was equally exquisite. I procured the largest leaf from a nearby tree, made an incision in the coconut, and placed the crab pieces inside, complemented by fresh coconut flesh and a pinch of salt, along with a slice of lemon. After sealing and steaming, the result was an unparalleled delight, tangy, sweet, and richly aromatic. I pondered where those enormous coconut crabs typically hide. During my time on the island, I had yet to uncover their burrows, having only caught 2 after 2 rainy days. Satisfied but craving more, Kuan Kuan and I ventured into the mangroves that afternoon, each accompanied by a bear, eager to indulge in crabs once more. I timed our arrival with the receding tide, as this is when the blue crabs are most easily captured and the terrain is more navigable. This time, we opted against paddling our bamboo raft, deeming it both time-consuming and unnecessary. Upon entering the mangroves, I was once again awestruck by the extraordinary landscape, reminiscent of the magical world of Harry Potter, teeming with enchantment. The trees were both beautiful and peculiar, their roots intricately woven into the muddy waters. Having gained experience in capturing blue crabs, I learned to grasp them by their hind legs to avoid being pinched, a cautionary note to others, as their claws differ from those of other crabs. Kuan Kuan, having learned from a previous painful lesson, wisely observed from the sidelines, too intimidated to intervene. When I lifted a blue crab by its hind leg, I playfully brought it close to Kuan Kuan's bare face, causing it to flee in fright, resembling a startled puppy. I mused to myself, perhaps this creature is more akin to a dog bear. After returning from our muddy escapade, we successfully caught 8 sizable blue crabs, 4 males and 4 females. The males contained a gelatinous roe, while the females were rich with fragrant crab butter, each offering its own delightful flavor, yet both equally delectable. As I secured the blue crabs with vines and prepared to return to the camp, I chanced upon a vividly colored wild hen beside a red mangrove. Its elongated feathers shimmered with a metallic luster, exuding an air of majesty. while its face was adorned with a brilliant red comb. The creature was intently pecking at a clam. I picked up a stone, intending to stealthily approach it and deliver a decisive strike, as I had not brought a bow and arrow. However, before I could close the distance, the wild hen detected my presence and assumed a defensive posture, seemingly poised to attack. To my surprise, the temper of such a bird was rather fierce. Yet, when Kuin charged forward with a roar, the hen flapped its wings and soon vanished from sight, leaving behind only 2 or 3 fallen feathers. Chapter 53. The goat March 10th, at the break of dawn. Armed with my bow and arrow, I ventured into the mangrove forest, intent on locating the wild hen that had provoked me the previous day. Alas, the tide had yet to recede, rendering the elusive creatures invisible to my gaze. After a midday meal, I collected some firewood and transported it to a clearing by Swan Lake. As I passed by a patch of grass, I was startled by a series of frantic cries of meon. Meon. Upon closer inspection, I realized with excitement that these sounds originated from the very location where I had set my snare trap a couple of days prior. I crouched low, parting the underbrush in search of the source of the commotion, with Kunkin eagerly trailing behind me, brimming with enthusiasm, as if we were about to pilfer potatoes from someone else's field. Under normal circumstances, I no longer needed to tether Kunkin. He had learned to obediently stay by my side, no longer prone to wandering off. Recently, he had grown remarkably fast, now nearly reaching my chin when standing, his limbs becoming increasingly robust, and his claws resembling 2 large fans. His fangs had also elongated into sharp points, making me wary during our playful tussles, lest he inadvertently bite down hard in a moment of excitement. Before long, I arrived at the trap to find a mature goat, its hind leg ensnared tightly by the rope, anxiously pacing around the trap while bleeding in distress. Unfortunately, it was utterly alone, even if there were companions nearby. They would not possess the intelligence to assist in freeing it from its bonds. What a magnificent creature! My eyes gleamed with hunger as I swallowed hard. Since my arrival on the island, I had not tasted a morsel of mutton. In fact, I had not savored pork either, and it had nearly been a year since my last substantial meal. The most common meat I had consumed consisted of wild rabbits and the small jerry, leaving my palate nearly weary of mushrooms. Now, with such a sizable piece of mutton before me, how could I not be tempted? Despite my cravings, I refrained from recklessly charging at the goat. Its formidable horns appeared sharper than my spear, indicating it was likely a male goat, characterized by its large, curved horns, while female goats typically possess smaller ones. Since my goal today was to gather wood, I had only brought an axe with me, leaving my bow and knife behind. Thus, I had to return to the camp to retrieve the necessary tools. I reluctantly restrained the eager Kunkin, dragging him away, as I feared the goat's lethal horns could inflict serious harm. I hurried back, fortunate that the path had been repaired. I completed the round trip in just over 2 hours, panting heavily, anxious that my prize might escape. Fortunately, the goat remained ensnared by the rope. Seemingly exhausted and standing still, its trapped leg extended. With my bow and knife in hand, I contemplated my approach. I considered using the bow to strike the goat from a distance, but I knew that would require multiple arrows. I am no marksman, and the prospect of hitting the goat's heart with a single shot seemed improbable. I feared that by the time I succeeded, the goat would be transformed into a prickly hedgehog. Yet, simultaneously, I found myself deeply intrigued by the goat's exquisite pelt. I could not fathom why. Merely beholding the creature's hide ignited within me an overwhelming desire to preserve it in its entirety. Consequently, I relinquished the notion of slaying it with a bow and arrow, opting instead for a formidable cleaver. A precise strike to the goat's neck should swiftly end its life, though I had to remain vigilant to avoid being gored by its horns. My audacity at that moment was entirely contingent upon the goat, which appeared utterly fatigued, as if the struggles of the past had drained it of all strength. I was deceived by its seemingly feeble demeanor, and thus paid a grievous price. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, I discarded the bow and firmly grasped the cleaver, summoning my courage to approach the goat stealthily. The creature, sensing my approach, shifted nervously, its hooves betraying an anxious demeanor, poised to charge. Undeterred, I raised the cleaver to my right cheek. Anyone observing would surely liken my posture to that of an Eastern swordsman. As I drew nearer, the goat exhibited little reaction, and just as I believed it to be utterly exhausted and incapable of resistance, it lunged forward with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, it bent its forelegs into a bow-like stance and lowered its head, presenting its horns aimed squarely at me. The execution of its attack was seamless and rapid, leaving me no time to react. Suddenly, a sharp tingling sensation coursed through my thigh, and I found myself struggling to maintain my balance. Initially, I felt no pain, but my mind quickly registered the gravity of my predicament. I had underestimated the goat. It still possessed latent strength and, sensing danger, unleashed a tremendous potential in a moment of crisis. Suppressing my panic, I forcefully drove the cleaver into the goat's neck. However, my instability caused the blade to veer off course, merely inflicting a shallow gash that failed to deliver a fatal blow. Even so, the startled goat retaliated, knocking me to the ground and retreating several meters. It was poised to charge at me once more, this time targeting my vulnerable abdomen sprawled on the ground. At that critical juncture, a black shadow surged forth. Kuin Kuin, witnessing my injury, roared with ferocity. It was the first time I had seen Kuin Kuin so enraged. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing menacing fangs. With precision, it leapt and sank its teeth into the goat's neck. The force propelled the goat to the ground beneath Kuin Kuin, its sharp fangs instantly causing the goat to bleed profusely, as Kuin Kuin shook its massive head while emitting a primal growl. As for the ensuing chaos, I did not witness it, for I was preoccupied with clutching my injured right leg. A gaping wound on the outer side of my thigh was incessantly oozing blood, the pain radiating to my brain and causing me to break into a cold sweat. I tore open my pants, those jungle camouflage cargo trousers, and observed that the injury appeared quite severe, though thankfully not extensive. The goat had merely driven one of its sharp horns into my flesh. Fortuitously, it was perhaps the irregular shape of the horns that spared my life. Had they pierced me directly, I would likely have succumbed instantly, or at the very least, the subsequent bleeding would have been uncontainable. I swiftly removed my vest, tearing it into long strips and tightly bound the wound, eliciting cries of pain from my lips. This marked the first time since my arrival on the island that I had sustained such a grievous injury, and blood continued to seep relentlessly from the wound. Meanwhile, the battle on Kuin's side raged on. Chapter 54. The Blind Bear and the Lame Zhang after hastily tending to my wounds. I disregarded the still bleeding gash as I rose, limping with great effort. Kunkin, being merely an adolescent brown bear, had not yet reached maturity. Initially, he had utilized his momentum to tackle the goat, but now he seemed to lack the energy to continue. The goat was slowly attempting to rise. Fearing for Kunkin's safety, I hurried forward, dragging my injured right leg, wielding a machete. With the blade's tip, I thrust it fiercely into the goat's neck. In an instant, the goat collapsed violently, thrashing about as its blood stained the earth beneath us. I swiftly pulled back the frenzied Kunkin and retreated to observe from a safe distance. After nearly 10 minutes of struggle, the wild goat ultimately succumbed to the grasp of Kunkin and me, its eyes wide yet lifeless as its head drooped in defeat. A sigh of relief escaped me, quickly followed by a wave of apprehension. I had not anticipated that a herbivorous goat could exhibit such fierce resistance when faced with life and death. Indeed, a cornered rabbit can bite. Fortunately, despite losing a leg in the fray, I triumphed over the goat. Upon inspecting Kunkin's body, I found no injuries aside from the blood that stained his mouth, all of which was from the goat. I needed to return to the camp swiftly to retrieve a first aid kit for my injury. Otherwise, infection could set in, leading to dire consequences. I untied the rope from the goat's lifeless legs and attempted to drag it. The goat was heavy, weighing approximately 100 pounds, and with my injured leg, I could not hoist it onto my shoulder. Thus, I detached the sturdy 5-meter rope from the trap, fastening one end around the goat's neck and securing the other around my waist. I found a sturdy stick to use as a crutch and limped toward the camp. Fortunately, I had already repaired the path. Otherwise, dragging such a heavy goat would have significantly delayed my return. Kunkin followed quietly behind, occasionally glancing back at the goat. as if to ensure it would not spring back to life and wreak havoc. Our appearances were quite disheveled, covered in mud, leaves, and dry grass. I moved with a pronounced limp, resembling a comical pairing of a blind bear and a lame man. With my injured leg, it took me over 4 hours to reach the camp, and twilight was approaching. I could not afford to rest after tending to my wound. I had to process the goat promptly. Otherwise, in the sweltering heat of the island, it would soon spoil. I placed the goat at the entrance and went in search of the first aid kit. First, I washed the wound with boiling water, cleansing it of blood and scabs. The injury showed signs of mild redness and inflammation, and I sprinkled some salt on it, causing tears to stream down my face from the pain. I pounded my fist on the ground, waiting for the agony to subside. Eventually, I crushed 2 anti-inflammatory tablets and sprinkled the powder onto the wound, swallowing another antibiotic. Some have questioned why such medications were not administered to gout Deming initially, noting that the first aid kit contained only anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. The anti-inflammatory medication is evidently intended to alleviate inflammation, while antibiotics primarily combat infections. Given that Gao was suffering from a high fever, dehydration, and refusal to eat, these medications proved ineffective. Rather than attributing his demise solely to illness, it seems more plausible that he succumbed to weakness following the fever, compounded by a lack of water and food, ultimately leading to death by thirst and starvation. After tending to the wound, I turned my attention to the spoils of my labor. I painstakingly stripped the goat's hide, for it was this very skin that had led me into such perilous circumstances. Once I had cleaned and dried the hide, I laid in the bear's den for Kuin. Subsequently, I proceeded to eviscerate the goat, ensuring that none of the edible internal organs went to waste. The inedible portions were chopped into small pieces and discarded into the potato field as fertilizer. I spent over an hour meticulously processing the large goat. With no energy left to create fire by traditional means, I resorted to using my magnesium rod. In that moment, I was reminded of the wisdom in my earlier decision to reserve the magnesium rod for emergencies. The mutton I procured would sustain both Kuin and me for an extended period, necessitating thorough preservation. The simplest method would be to apply salt for curing and air drying. However, lacking sufficient salt and facing frequent rains that could spoil the meat, I devised an alternative: smoking the meat. Fortunately, I had an old warehouse at my disposal. I constructed the smoking chamber within the warehouse, which was well ventilated and secure against rain. I gathered an abundance of fresh branches, dry bamboo, and charcoal, igniting a fire inside. The addition of fresh branches to the flames produced a copious amount of thick smoke. I then salted the goat meat lightly and hung the pieces from the ceiling, sealing the warehouse door. Dense smoke billowed, escaping through the cracks and ascending into the sky. The smoking process would require at least 7 consecutive days, with 3 to 4 hours of exposure to smoke each day to ensure long-term preservation. By the time I completed processing the goat, night had fallen, signaling the moment to indulge in my culinary creations. I set aside a hind leg, a piece of tenderloin, and the goat's head. Additionally, I meticulously trimmed the thicker layers of fat from the goat, intending to render the fat for storage, as goat fat has numerous uses. I scored the leg and constructed a simple wooden grill using 2 sticks to support crossbar. I placed the leg atop this makeshift grill, sprinkling it with the collected seasonings of Sichuan pepper, ground star anise, and salt, while continually turning it to prevent charring. As for the tenderloin, I plan to prepare it in a clay pot, reminiscent of the Xinjiang-style teapot meat. I cut the meat into suitable portions, adding fresh water to the pot along with wild ginger pieces, pepper, star anise, dried chili, sliced lemon, and chunks of radish. The quantity of these seasonings was limited, and I typically reserve them for special occasions. After covering the pot, I simmered the contents, preparing 2 large clay pots in total, as Kuin required a substantial amount to eat. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb leg wafted through the air, evoking tears that threatened to spill from my eyes. It was a scent both familiar and somewhat foreign, the fragrance of skewered lamb. Unable to resist any longer, I seized the cleaver and carved a slice of the succulent meat, disregarding the heat, and eagerly stuffed it into my mouth. With my eyes closed in bliss, I savored the flavors. The texture was slightly tough, perhaps due to the age of the goat, yet it did not diminish the rich and robust essence of the lamb, infused with a hint of herbal notes, resonating on my palate. Chapter 55. Delectable delicacies. Kunkin had been fixated on the leg of lamb, roasting over the fire for quite some time, resembling an eager puppy as it sat beside me. Upon witnessing me savoring our hard-won spoils, it could no longer contain its excitement, emitting soft whines. Chewing on the succulent meat, I reassured Kunkin, "Patience, little one. Your share is assured." I cut a generous portion of lamb and offered it to Kunkin, which promptly grasped it and devoured it in a few hearty bites. Perhaps it was the first time Kunkin had tasted such exquisite fare, as its eyes sparkled with delight. It continued to whimper, urging me to hasten in feeding him more. Naturally, I was not one to withhold, for Kunkin had played a significant role in our fortune of feasting on this goat. Thus, I diligently sliced more meat for my companion. The cleaver the first wielded was over half a meter long, making it quite cumbersome for cutting the lamb. I mused that a sharp little knife would have been ideal. I resolved, once my injuries healed, to see if I could forge a dagger from the metal-rich ores nearby. After half an hour, Kunkin and I had nearly devoured the entire leg of lamb, with Kunkin consuming the majority. The lamb tenderloin, simmering in the clay pots, should be ready as well. But I wasn't particularly hungry at that moment and decided to let it cook a while longer to achieve even greater tenderness. 3 clay pots bubbled over the fire, 2 containing the lamb tenderloin, while the other was rendering the lamb fat into oil. I opened the latter pot to find the fat had melted into a bubbling liquid, with some charred remnants swirling within. Using chopsticks, I extracted the remnants and continued to add more lamb fat to render. This lamb oil would be useful for cooking and even for crafting candles. My little wooden cabin was perpetually shrouded in darkness at night, as I dared not light a fire indoors for fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. However, with candles, my circumstances would change. I could engage in various activities after dark, even crafting lanterns, alleviating my trepidation when needing to venture to the toilet at night. I beg your pardon for digressing into the dining scene. One night, feeling quite unwell, I stumbled out into the darkness to relieve myself. Grasping a burning stick from the fire, I found myself squatting for a longer duration than anticipated, when suddenly the wind extinguished my makeshift torch, plunging me into utter darkness. A wave of anxiety washed over me as I sensed something lurking behind. Suddenly, a furry paw unexpectedly landed on my shoulder. My heart raced, and I was consumed by fear, recalling the terrifying tales of my childhood, how wolves would place their paws on the shoulders of travelers, and turning around would lead to a fatal encounter. In a panic, I fled without a second thought, only to hear something rustling behind me, pursuing my retreat. Yet, as I sprinted back to my cabin and glanced over my shoulder, I discovered that the creature was none other than a dark, furry bear. Goodness, what was Kunkin doing, trailing me to the toilet in the dead of night? After rendering all the fat into 3 clay pots of lamb oil, I deemed the meat in the pots should be sufficiently cooked as well. As I opened a jar, a rich and fragrant aroma of lamb, intertwined with spices, wafted towards me. I prodded the tenderloin inside with chopsticks, akin to poking at cotton. With leaves as a cushion, I carefully lifted the clay pot and extracted a piece of lamb that had been stewed to perfection, so tender that it fell off the bone. After gently blowing on it, I placed it in my mouth. The meat dissolved upon the touch of my tongue, bursting with freshness, tenderness, and delightful flavor. A sip of lamb broth followed, salty and piping hot, with a hint of the unique scent of mutton, enveloping me in warmth from within, as if my wounds were hastening their healing. Kunkin and I each had a pot. I intended to offer Kunkin a larger share, but he was so stuffed that he let out several loud burps, leading me to worry he might choke. I quickly patted his back, but he merely gazed at me, bewildered, as if to say, "Why are you bothering me when I'm enjoying my meal?" Observing his round belly, I dared not feed him any more. Our meal extended into the midnight hour, and by then, the island's small creatures had likely drifted into a peaceful slumber. Apart from the occasional hoot of an owl from the depths of the forest, the only sounds were those of the crackling fire beside me. Once the food was consumed, Kunkin rose unsteadily, lazily returned to his nest, and fell asleep almost instantly. I watched this silly creature with bemusement, while I remained wide awake, feeling overstuffed. I glanced at my injury, noticing some redness and swelling, and suddenly recalled that lamb might be a troublesome food for injuries. Having just feasted on a hearty portion of lamb right after getting hurt, I wondered if it was a sign of tempting fate. My unease only grew, and I couldn't entirely blame myself. Anyone who had endured a year without a proper meat meal would likely act recklessly as I had. With limited medical supplies on the island and a dwindling stock of medications, the thought of infection loomed large. I hastily swallowed an anti-inflammatory and an antibiotic, vowing not to indulge in lamb again tomorrow. Unable to sleep, I decided to find something to occupy my time. I added some dry twigs to the fire to brighten the flames, and then began crafting a candle. I procured a slender bamboo stalk and cut a segment with nodes, filling it with lamb fat, which had begun to solidify and turn white after being heated. After filling the bamboo with the fat, I twisted soft tree bark and dried grass into a thin cord, placing it at the bottom of the tube, leaving only a small portion exposed. Thus, a simple candle was born. Using a small stick, I ignited the cord, and to my delight, it burned steadily, emitting a faint aroma of lamb. I brought the candle into my small dwelling, where it instantly cast a warm, gentle glow, accompanied by a distinctive fragrance. I could distinctly see Kunkin's nose twitching, followed by a lick of his lips. I vowed that this fellow was surely dreaming of feasting on lamb once more, although the candle burns with remarkable stability. Once the tallow at its apex is consumed, the surface of the oil diminishes, causing the flame to recede. The walls of the bamboo tube, being excessively thick, do not burn in tandem, resulting in the light being obscured within, growing dimmer by the moment. It appears that bamboo is ill-suited for candle making. A solution must be devised. After pondering for a considerable time, I was suddenly reminded of the ancient oil lamps. I slapped my forehead in realization. Of course, crafting a ceramic lamp would suffice. It seems I truly ought to retire for the night. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? With that thought, I lay down on my bed, and as I relaxed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over me, and I swiftly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 56. The Daily Life of the Injured March 11th. Today I awoke quite late, and even Kuin indulged in a rare slumber, not rising early to seek his breakfast, likely due to having eaten to his heart's content the night before. Upon walking at noon, I noticed a beautiful little bird perched upon my belly. Kong, catching sight of my awakening, greeted me first, opening his beak to chirp a melodious good morning. I smiled in return, replying, "Good morning, Kong." I then rose to feed him a couple of bamboo worms from a jar, and proceeded to check my wound. The injury was still red, but had begun to scab over slightly. It seemed not to be serious. However, I would certainly be unable to work for the next few days and should focus on recuperating at home. Fortunately, my provisions were plentiful. With an ample supply of sun-dried salted fish, snake jerky, banana chips, and raisins, along with 2 jars of honey, a small pile of chestnuts, and several plump wild rabbits in the rabbit hutch. My injury did not hinder my ability to fish by the seaside, which would suffice for both Kuin and me in the short term. In the warehouse, I rekindled some fresh branches, letting the thick smoke envelop the mutton hanging from the ceiling. For the foreseeable future, this task would be a part of my daily routine. After securing the warehouse door, I leaned on a wooden stick and sat in the cool shade, contemplating my next endeavors. Heavy labor, such as road repairs, was out of the question for me now. I had recently discovered that cooking with those clay pots was rather inconvenient, especially when preparing mutton. The pots were too small, necessitating the use of several at once. Thus, I resolved to craft a few larger pots, planning to also create a feeding bowl for Kuin and one for Xiao Yu and Kong as well. They currently dined on the ground, which was neither hygienic nor dignified. With my wooden stick as support, I limped back with a bag of yellow clay and fashioned a variety of pottery: round pots, frying pans, soup pots, bowls of various sizes, basins, and earthen jars. My newly constructed kiln was sufficiently large to fire multiple pieces at once. I even used the last of my materials to mold 2 small terracotta warriors, dedicating 4 days to air drying and firing them. March 15th, I allocated my finished pottery to their respective purposes. placing feeding bowls in front of Kong Kong and Xiao Yu's nests. As for Kuan's, I set it beside the outdoor fire pit, as this fellow made quite the mess during mealtime, scattering crumbs everywhere. During this time, I also crafted a reclining chair from bamboo, which was remarkably comfortable. Previously, I had constructed a chair, but it lacked the refinement of this one and had some creaky spots. Regarding the two terracotta warriors I molded, everyone knew I lacked artistic talent. They emerged from the kiln crooked and misshapen, barely resembling human figures from a distance. I placed them on the square table in my home, regarding them as objects of art. My wound had improved significantly, the scab had thickened, and the surrounding redness had faded. I could now walk with a bit more confidence, beginning to wean myself off anti-inflammatory medication and antibiotics. Yet, given the depth of the injury, I remained cautious about engaging in any strenuous activities. On March 16th, I observed that the grapevines I had transplanted behind the wooden cabin were laden with bountiful fruit. Suddenly, an idea surged into my mind. I resolved to attempt crafting a modest batch of wine from these grapes. The fermentation of homemade wine relies on the wild yeast microorganisms that cling to the surface of the grapes, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the yeast itself. I gathered a small handful of grapes and gently washed them with clean, lukewarm water, careful not to scrub too vigorously, lest I remove the delicate bloom, which is the wild yeast I mentioned. Next, I procured a ceramic jar, which I thoroughly sanitized by pouring boiling water over both the inside and outside. Afterward, I placed the cleaned grapes into the jar and crushed them with a sterilized bamboo stick. It is said that in some French vineyards, grapes are placed in wooden barrels and young maidens tread upon them with bare feet, resulting in a wine of richer flavor. However, upon inspecting my own feet, adorned with long, unkempt toenails, I swiftly dismissed this notion, as I did upon observing Kuan's mud-caked paws. I opted instead for the wooden stick, reasoning that perhaps the resulting wine would carry a subtle hint of bamboo flavor, a belief I later discovered to be utterly misguided. Once I had crushed the grapes in the jar, I added white sugar. Although grapes naturally contain sugar, the levels are insufficient for fermentation, necessitating the addition of sugar to facilitate the yeast's activity. Under the influence of the yeast, glucose transforms into alcohol and carbon dioxide. The sugar also helps to balance the tartness of the grape juice. Lacking white sugar, I resorted to using brown sugar derived from sugarcane, as any form of sugar would suffice. The ideal ratio of sugar to grapes is approximately 2 to 8, or perhaps 3 to 7. The higher the sugar content, the greater the alcohol yield. Concerned that the brown sugar I had extracted might be inadequate, I opted to add a bit more. After thoroughly mixing the grape pulp and juice with the sugar, I sealed the jar with a suitably sized wooden lid, securing it with yellow clay. All that remained was to patiently await the fermentation of the grape juice for about 40 days, after which I would be able to savor my homemade wine. This method reflects the traditional approach to crafting wine at home, which I have previously attempted with somewhat murky results that possessed a sweet flavor and a considerable alcohol content, leading to a quick intoxication. However, studies indicate that such homemade wines often harbor excessive microbial colonies and may not be hygienic, with instances of methanol contamination reported, leading to blindness in some cases. Therefore, I caution everyone against attempting this. I placed the fermentation jar in the newly constructed storage shed, safeguarding it from sunlight and preserving in darkness. As this was my inaugural attempt, I only prepared one jar. If successful, I would embark on a larger production of this wine. My life on the island has grown increasingly fulfilling. I have unlocked more than half of the island's areas, and I can now confidently declare my food independence, enjoying a diverse array of sustenance, residing in a spacious home, and sharing my days with 3 companions. Each passing day brings greater promise, and once my leg is healed, I intend to swiftly unlock the remaining parts of the island, transforming this survival existence into one of enjoyment. Once my essentials are secured, I intend to construct a sturdy little vessel, stocked with ample provisions, to venture towards the nearby island and explore its shores. Perhaps there might be signs of human activity, though such hope is faint, as thus far I have not encountered any ships or aircraft traversing the vicinity. I have never relinquished the thought of escape, despite gradually developing an affinity for this small island. Chapter 57. West Sand Beach, a gathering of sea turtles, March 15th. My injuries have healed. Although the scabs at the side of my wounds have yet to completely fall off, I no longer feel any pain when exerting my thigh. I have begun to return to my normal work routine, dedicating myself to road construction and the development of Swan Lake. The seemingly harmless wild goats have become creatures I no longer wish to approach, as this recent encounter has left a shadow of fear in my heart. However, I have observed that many of the female goats in the meadow are showing signs of pregnancy, their bellies round and full. I plan to wait until this batch of kids is born to see if I might attempt to capture and tame them. March 20th. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the weather has cleared today with no wind. I intend to take Kunkin to the northern beach once more. Recently, while repairing the road near the southern edge of the forest, I have frequently encountered traces of leopards. Fortunately, these cautious creatures have not attacked me, but this has hindered my ability to reach the southwestern beach, which is littered with marine debris. I gather my supplies, bringing enough food and fresh water for both Kunkin and myself for 3 days, along with a backpack, bow, and arrows, and a large machete. Taking advantage of the rising tide, I launched my bamboo raft and set off towards the south. This voyage was smooth, free from encounters with sharks or leopards. And as dusk approached, I landed once more on the northwestern beach. The beach appeared much as it did before. The tides had washed away many items while also bringing forth a plethora of new discoveries. I quickly scanned the area, but did not find a cremation urn from my previous visit. I did collect numerous plastic bottles and 3 iron barrels, though all were leaking and unsuitable for storing fresh water. Among my haul were various flotsam, including foam and large plastic balls used as fishing net floats. I plan to utilize these buoyant items when constructing a small boat to explore the nearby island. After filling my raft to the brim, I ventured into the adjacent forest. Due to the presence of many leopards in the vicinity, I dared not venture too deep, instead walking cautiously along the forest's edge. Nevertheless, my efforts were not in vain. I discovered a jujube tree, known scientifically as Ziziphus jujuba, bearing sweet, honey-like fruits. The tree was modest in size and bore few fruits, so after harvesting them, I decided to uproot the entire tree, having loosened the soil around its base, intending to transplant it near my wooden cabin. With Kunkin by my side, I felt less fearful that night. I built a campfire, and after dinner, we snuggled together and fell asleep. Kunkin's warmth and soft fur were comforting, though I found his snoring quite loud. The next morning, I awoke early. Not having slept in a proper bed, my body felt sore all over. I stretched and heard my neck crack, feeling somewhat stiff and achy, while Kunkin remained curled up in deep slumber. Facing the sea, I stretched once more and suddenly noticed a large group of round shapes moving across the beach. Upon closer inspection, I gasped in astonishment. A multitude of sea turtles. These sea turtles are colossal, resembling moving monoliths as they arrive in droves on the sandy shore, seemingly to lay their eggs. What a fortunate turn of events for me. Today I am in for a treat. As I approached cautiously, I was astonished to find these magnificent creatures unperturbed by my presence, each engrossed in their own tasks. I observed one turtle, after laying its eggs, using its hind legs to bury them beneath the sand. Armed with a machete, I found myself momentarily hesitant to act. For such enchanting beings as these turtles deserve reverence. How could I possibly bring myself to consume one? After a little over half an hour, my bamboo raft bore the weight of a freshly slaughtered sea turtle, a creature of considerable heft that proved challenging to maneuver. In my efforts to hoist it aboard, I nearly strained my back. My backpack was filled to the brim with turtle eggs, which Kuin and I had already sampled. Exquisite in taste, tender and fragrant, far surpassing the freshness of chicken, bird, duck, or even ostrich eggs. I dared to try one raw. It was both sweet and succulent, devoid of any fishy aftertaste. As for the turtle, I intended to savor it back at the campsite. If I delayed, I would find myself sleeping on the beach once more that night. With the raft laden with such weight, the waterline had dipped significantly, and with Kuin, my hefty companion, paddling proved to be a laborious task. Initially, our bamboo vessel barely moved, but as we found our rhythm, we began to glide swiftly across the water. Finally, As twilight descended, we returned to camp. The tide had not yet fully risen, leaving a considerable stretch of coastline from the beach. I exerted immense effort to transport the raft and its cargo ashore, contemplating whether a small cart might be a worthwhile investment for future expeditions. In our haste, neither Kuan nor I had eaten lunch, and now we gazed longingly at the gargantuan sea turtle, saliva pooling in our mouths. Although sizable, this was the smallest turtle I could find on the beach, and I estimated its weight to be nearly 200 pounds, primarily due to its sturdy shell. I could only manage to lift one edge and roll it to move it. The other larger specimens I suspected would be impossible for me to budge. It is imperative to clarify that, prior to this moment, I had never consumed sea turtle meat. As a species classified as a second-class protected animal by the state, capturing, slaughtering, or selling sea turtles is illegal. Yet in this remote location, far from home and entirely alone on the island, I felt no apprehension regarding the law. Moreover, the population of turtles was abundant. Even if I were to feast on one daily, I would never exhaust their numbers. After considerable effort, I managed to crack the turtle's tough, yet relatively fragile inner shell and began to carve the flesh. This particular turtle, perhaps having already laid its eggs, revealed no signs of them within. Despite its near 200-pound weight, the flesh yielded a mere 50 to 60 pounds, less than that of goat meat. I placed the turtle's two most robust hind legs, skin and all, over the fire to roast, while I diced a chunk of meat from its belly to add to my freshly prepared soup pot, simmering it with aromatic spices. 2 hours later, the meat was cooked. As sea turtles are protected species, I shall refrain from elaborating on its flavor to avoid tempting you, dear readers, into indulging in something that could lead to my grave misdeed. I can only say that the sea turtle is the most exquisite meat I have ever tasted thus far. After dinner, it was quite late, and the moon in the sky was remarkably full, casting a brilliant silvery glow. I spent the night marinating the remaining sea turtle meat and hung it in the smokehouse, alongside the goat meat. The goat meat, having undergone several days of smoking, had taken on a rich golden hue, resembling delectable cured meat. Chapter 58. The Tree-Climbing Bear and the Fish-Catching Bear. March 22nd. After a hearty breakfast, I planted the jujube tree I had brought back from the West Beach not far from the potato field, where the potato plants had grown remarkably robust. The verdant landscape exuded a vibrant vitality. The harvest of these potatoes would soon be upon us. Once some of the stems and leaves turned from green to yellow and then withered, the creeping stems would shrink and the tuber skins would develop a thick woody layer, signaling the cessation of growth beneath the soil, the optimal moment for harvest. Witnessing this flourishing scene uplifted my spirits and instilled in me a renewed hope for life. Simultaneously, I sensed it was time to plant rice. The dry season on the island had passed, and recent gentle rains had invigorated the streams flowing through the crevices of the Rocky Mountains. Several languid plants, once drooping, had begun to raise their heads anew. That afternoon, I retrieved a ceramic jar from the storeroom, containing the rice I had stored. The grains were a brilliant golden hue, plump and inviting. I brought the jar to the rice field I had previously prepared and inspected the surroundings. The environment was highly suitable, with ample water flow that would not cease even in the dry season. I spent the entire afternoon planting the rice, this time without reservation, for I had gained experience and confidence that I would not end up with nothing. As before, I fashioned a well-crafted scarecrow to place in the field, indifferent to its efficacy. However, judging by the situation in the potato field, it seemed to be quite effective, as I rarely observed birds alighting on the ground. March 23rd. Today, I ventured to Swan Lake with Kuan to fish. As we passed a large tree, previously noted for housing a beehive, I unexpectedly spotted a bear climbing it with all fours. Intrigued, I initially wondered if this could be the infamous bear duh, but upon closer inspection, I realized this bear was entirely different, smaller, and with a different fur color. I admired the bravery of this brown bear. Upon seeing the beehive, I had decisively opted against attempting to reach it, as the bees had built their nest too high and the branches appeared precarious. The brown bear had ascended nearly halfway and was soon to reach the beehive. Keeping a safe distance with Kuan, I observed with keen interest. After approximately 10 minutes, the intrepid bear finally approached the hive. With a paw, it prodded several times until, with a resounding thud, the hive fell to the ground, spilling honeycomb and golden honey all around. The sight of the fallen hive ignited a strong impulse within me to seize it and flee. However, I ultimately resisted the urge, for my 3 beehives continuously yielded a bountiful supply of honey. There was no need to commit such a morally reprehensible act for a mere taste of honey. The tree-climbing bear hurriedly descended from the tree, glancing anxiously from side to side as it made its way down. I could not discern whether it was lured by the allure of honey or stung by bees. I suspect it was primarily the former. After a while, it finally reached the ground and immediately sought out the beehive, entirely oblivious to the fact that Kuin and I were watching in secret. It plopped down on the ground, using its forepaws to grasp a piece of honeycomb, voraciously chewing with honey dribbling from the corners of its mouth. The bear's eating habits mirrored those of Kuin, lacking any semblance of decorum, even swallowing the beeswax used to construct the comb. In no more than 5 or 6 minutes, it had consumed a sizable portion of the hive. The bear then stood on all fours, licking the honey from the ground, even devouring the sand that clung to it. I couldn't help but glance sideways at Kuin, thinking, look at that. This little bear is so fortunate under my care, while that fellow is so famished it is eating dirt. I was curious about Kuin's thoughts. But as the tree-climbing bear finished with the hive and began to turn away, Kuin suddenly dashed forward, leaving me no time to intervene. I was taken aback. Kuin was incredibly unreliable. The tree-climbing bear had heard the commotion behind it and noticed both Kuin and me, wearing an expression of uncertainty. In truth, the bear's face bore no discernible expression. That was merely my imagination at play. Fortunately, the tree-climbing bear did not exhibit any aggressive behavior towards me. Soon, Kuin approached the tree-climbing bear. Perhaps due to their shared nature, and given that Kuin was shorter than the bear, he posed no threat. The 2 bears began to sniff each other, and I observed that this species bears a striking resemblance to dogs in their habits. Their method of greeting is through scent. After exchanging pleasantries, they seem to recognize each other as compatriots, visibly relaxing. However, the tree-climbing bear occasionally glanced at me, as if questioning, what is this 2-legged creature? Kuin played with the tree-climbing bear for quite some time. Eventually, growing impatient, I called Kuin back, and the 2 bears reluctantly bid each other farewell. I led Kuin onward to Swan Lake. To my astonishment, I spotted yet another bear from a distance by the lakeside. I was utterly perplexed. What a day for encounters with bears. Typically, I would not see even a single one. Yet today I had come across 2. Due to the considerable distance, I could not discern the bear's features clearly. However, it appeared quite large, undoubtedly an adult brown bear, which instilled a profound sense of intimidation within me. Not all brown bears possess a gentle disposition. If this particular bear were to have a fiery temperament and show no regard for Kuin, I could find myself in peril. Thus, I held on to Kuin tightly, maintaining a safe distance while quietly observing. The bear was fishing by the lake. It seemed to be in a shallow area, standing on its hind legs in the water, quietly waiting with its forepaws poised in front. Remarkably, it maintained this stance for over 10 minutes, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, its forepaws plunged into the water, as if pressing on something. Opening its mouth wide, it caught a large fish, which thrashed desperately in its grip. After the fishing bear caught its prey, it turned and gradually made its way away. I noticed that whether it was Bear Big, the tree-climbing bear, or the fishing bear, their departure always pointed towards the north, near the mountainside. I surmised that these bears must prefer to build their dens in elevated areas, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity, despite my numerous mountain excursions. I had yet to encounter any of these brown bears' lairs. What could they possibly be? My curiosity consumed my thoughts as I followed the fishing bear from a distance with Kuin in tow. I was eager to discover the territory inhabited by these creatures and to see what a wild brown bear's den might look like. Could it resemble a grand bird's nest? Chapter 59. The cave. I crouched low, resembling a guerrilla fighter, leading Kuin as we trailed behind a magnificent brown bear from a distance. Fortunately, the bear's imposing size and singular focus ensured that I would not lose track of it. The creature ambled steadily northwest through the underbrush, and gradually, The terrain began to incline steeply. We were now in close proximity to the mountainside, where the soil grew rocky and uneven. After approximately 30 minutes of following, we encountered a chaotic pile of stones, both large and small, leaning against the mountain and forming a sheer cliff-like appearance. The bear, adept at fishing, began to ascend, prompting me to halt and hold Kuan back as I gazed up at the bear. Despite their seemingly cumbersome form, brown bears are astonishingly agile and flexible, akin to a kung fu panda, gracefully navigating the large boulders. After about 15 minutes, the bear disappeared into a sizable crevice, out of sight. It dawned on me that these creatures made their home here. I surveyed my surroundings and recognized this place as a wonderfully secluded refuge, providing shelter from the elements. My keen curiosity was piqued, and I longed to explore the interior. However, lacking adequate equipment for the day, I resolved to save this adventure for tomorrow. I committed the route to memory and returned with Kuan to Swan Lake for fishing. This time, I chose a new spot, the very location where the bear had been fishing. The water here was relatively shallow, with a gentle slope, allowing me to effortlessly catch a carp and a sizable catfish weighing over 10 pounds. After a busy day, I had dinner and then began crafting a lantern for my exploration of the cave the following day. Among the large batch of pottery I had fired while injured were two small lampstands, shallow and resembling a plate, with a tiny pillar in the center to hold the wick. I lit the wick for a trial, and the results were quite promising. Additionally, there was a round, hollowed-out spherical piece of pottery, reminiscent of a pumpkin, with two large openings carved on either side, its interior entirely scooped out. I placed a lampstand inside, and thus a simple lantern was born. I procured a piece of bamboo to serve as a handle for the lantern and gathered some tree bark. After breaking it apart, I twisted the fibers into strips and wove them together, ultimately producing 4 sturdy and flexible ropes to secure the lantern. Eagerly, I ignited the wick and ventured outside with the lantern to test its effectiveness. To my dismay, I discovered that its brightness was rather dim, illuminating only a limited area. A sudden gust of wind extinguished the flame without a sound. I felt disheartened. This contraption was indeed not windproof. Lacking glass, I did possess some transparent plastic, leftover bags collected from West Beach, but given the lantern's already inadequate brightness, covering it with plastic would only diminish its efficacy further. I stood outside, staring blankly at the extinguished lantern in my hand, my mind racing through every conceivable solution. Ultimately, amidst a myriad of thoughts, I cast aside the lantern with a swift motion, shattering the pottery upon the ground into several fragments. Yet, I felt no pang of regret. Muttering to myself about that wretched object, the lantern, which I had painstakingly crafted, proved far less effective than a mere torch. I realized that I had narrowed my path, perhaps out of sheer boredom, constantly preoccupied with tinkering with peculiar and extraordinary items. In the end, I procured a sturdy piece of wood and, with an axe, shaped it into a fine staff. I adorned one end with numerous dried vines and withered grass, saturating it with sheep tallow before igniting it. Instantly, the flames illuminated the surrounding area, exhibiting commendable resistance to the wind. As long as the gusts were not too fierce, the tallow-soaked torch remained steadfast. How simple this contraption was. I pondered, reflecting on the time and energy squandered on crafting something ultimately useless. On March 24th, in the morning, I equipped myself with a bow and arrows, a machete, the torch, and a magnesium stick, leading my companion Kuan towards the cave I had discovered the day prior. After about 2 hours, we arrived at the mouth of the cave, which loomed before me, dark and ominous, towering above my head. A wave of fear washed over me, and I felt a strong inclination to retreat. I wondered if any of you had ever ventured into a cave. Those who have surely understand the dread that accompanies confronting the unknown darkness, as if malevolent creatures lurked within. Just as I contemplated giving up, Kuan seized the moment, breaking free from the rope and darting into the shadows. My heart raced with apprehension as I realized I had not held the rope tightly. I immediately called out, "Kuan, come back." Alas, this rebellious creature paid no heed, vanishing into the darkness within mere seconds. The cave, already shrouded in gloom, became even more impenetrable with a black bear inside, utterly invisible. Before long, I heard Kuin emit a low growl, followed by a rustling commotion, reminiscent of two animals grappling on the ground. Anxiety surged through me. What if this was the lair of a large beast? A mere juvenile bear like Kuin would stand no chance. Driven by maternal instinct, I disregarded my fears and swiftly retrieved the magnesium stick, igniting the torch. As I pressed forward into the cave, the sunlight gradually dimmed until it vanished completely. The flickering light of the torch danced upon the stone walls, casting an even more terrifying aura over the already fearsome cavern. The air within was thick with a foul stench, and I was certain that some creature resided there, perhaps a bear, or even a leopard, or another creature yet to be discovered. At that moment, Kuin's growls ceased, leaving only faint rustling sounds. My mind buzzed with terror. Had my bear been slain? Was the assailant now feasting upon Kuin's flesh? A surge of blood rushed to my head, igniting an uncontrollable fury within me. Although I am not married and have yet to experience the profound joys of parenthood, over this period, I have embraced the little one as if he were my own child. Now that he is in peril, I find myself willing to forsake my very life. As a torrent of adrenaline coursed through me, my emotional outrage overshadowed the fear that lurked within. I shouted, Kuin, and, disregarding all else, brandished a cleaver and charged forward. Chapter 60. Nighter, I roared with fervor, brandishing my machete as I charged into the cave. In my haste to engage in battle, I discarded my backpack and bow, and were it not for the necessity of illumination, I would have even cast aside my torch. The cavern was not particularly deep, and after a mere few strides, I reached its farthest recess. However, upon rounding the bend, the scene that unfolded before me left me utterly dumbfounded. Before me stood two brown bears, one large and the other small, engaged in a tender embrace, grooming each other's fur. The gentle rustling sound I had heard earlier was indeed this. The smaller bear was unmistakably Kunkin, while the larger one I recognized as none other than the formidable Bear Dad. Startled by my abrupt entrance, the two bears paused their affectionate antics and turned to face me. Our gazes locked, two human eyes meeting four round, curious bear eyes, as if they were silently questioning my presence. What are you doing here? What is that peculiar stance? Why the ruckus just moments ago? It appeared I had unwittingly stumbled into a most peculiar situation. My arms weakened, and in that instant, the machete slipped from my grasp and clattered to the ground. The courage I had mustered was merely a fade, and as my taut nerves relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over me. My head throbbed, a dull ache pulsating from the surge of adrenaline. Simultaneously, I mused upon the sheer coincidence of finding myself within Bear Dad's dwelling, only to be met with indifference. Bear Dad regarded me with a fleeting glance before dismissing me as mere air, offering not even a cursory invitation to make myself comfortable. Regaining my composure, I began to survey Bear Dad's abode. The cave was permeated by a pungent odor, an amalgamation of fishy and putrid scents. Upon closer inspection, I detected a faint whiff of salted fish. The interior bore no furniture, save for a scattering of dried twigs and leaves strewn upon the ground, likely gathered by Bear Dad to serve as bedding. Scattered about were numerous fish bones, and in one corner I even spotted a decayed fish head. Wielding my torch, I circumnavigated the cavern and discovered numerous glimmering stones embedded in the walls. Whether they were precious gems, I could not ascertain, for my attempts to pry them loose with my hands proved futile. I refrained from using my machete, lest I inadvertently disturb Bear Dad's sanctuary. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a considerable time, without finding anything of particular interest, the noxious scent began to overwhelm me, prompting a hasty retreat to the cave's entrance for fresh air. Seated at the mouth of the cave, I gazed up at the enchanting sky, my mind wandering freely. If only I had a smartphone. Friends, take a look behind me. Behold, the dwelling of a brown bear. Can you guess what lies within? Indeed, two bears, one of which I have adopted. Lost in my reverie, I soon snapped back to reality, pondering Kunkin's delay. What could possibly be so fascinating in that dark, foul-smelling cave? I was reluctant to leave alone, fearing Kunkin might seek me out and risk getting lost. I resumed my examination of the surroundings, suddenly recalling the shimmering substances I had spotted on the cave walls. Could those be diamonds? If it were diamonds, with such an abundance, the opportunity to take them outside would undoubtedly lead to immense wealth. I stood up, filled with excitement, and, guided by the sunlight, ventured into the cave, searching along the wall near the entrance. Indeed, I found some of this substance on the wall close to the cave's mouth. Upon meticulous observation, I confirmed that these were not diamonds, but rather grayish-white crystalline formations, varying in size. Disappointment washed over me as my hopes of striking it rich were dashed. With determination, I pried a small piece from the wall for examination. This fragment was not large, approximately the size of 2 thumb pads, and felt surprisingly light in my hand, indicating a low density. Scraping its surface with my nail revealed its softness, reminiscent of plaster. 2 substances came to mind: quartz and fluorite. However, further scrutiny led me to conclude that it was neither of these minerals. I found myself pondering what it could be. Since I had time to spare, I used the tip of my machete to extract several more pieces from the wall, 2 of which were relatively sizable. After studying them for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, I casually struck 2 of the stones together and was astonished to see sparks fly. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Could this be saltpeter? Many stones can produce sparks upon collision, including the sapphires I had mentioned earlier, as well as flint and other minerals. But those stones possess a high degree of hardness and distinctiveness. In contrast, these lightweight stones felt quite soft. Thus, I could fairly ascertain that these grayish-white crystals were indeed saltpeter. Although I had never encountered saltpeter before, I remembered playing with wall saltpeter during my childhood. In my rural hometown, we would often find white frost seeping through the walls, resembling mold, particularly prevalent on the exterior walls of toilets. My friends and I would gather a small bag of it and ignite it with matches, producing delightful little sparks. Such fun. Later, I learned that saltpeter could also be used to make ice. It is said that in ancient times, the ice enjoyed by emperors during summer was derived in this manner. However, I later attempted to create ice using it, but it merely cooled the water, leading me to doubt its efficacy. Yet, this discovery could indeed lead to fortune. The fright of today was not in vain, for the uses of saltpeter are manifold. Beyond its potential for ice making, the most immediate application is in gunpowder. Saltpeter is one of its essential ingredients. If I could manufacture this powerful tool, what need would I have to fear leopards or brown bears? Moreover, saltpeter serves as a medicinal substance, known for its ability to clear heat, alleviate nausea, promote bowel movements, and relieve pain. It can expel internal heat toxins, mitigating symptoms such as vomiting, nausea, and diarrhea, which I occasionally experience due to the humid weather on the island. With saltpeter at my disposal, my life would undoubtedly become more comfortable. I immediately set to work, initiating the demolition at the entrance of Bear's abode. Armed with a machete, I tirelessly excavated the pale gray stones, and before long, the entire entrance lay hollowed out before me. Bear emerged, perplexed, and let out a few confused roars. Likely pondering, is this intruder dismantling my home? Should I take a bite out of him? I glanced at a small pile of saltpeter on the ground, weighing roughly over a pound, and decided to pause my efforts, thinking it prudent to collect this much for the time being. I would return to conduct some experiments. After all, if my assessment were incorrect and it turned out not to be saltpeter, I would have been elated for naught, not to mention having disrupted Bear's doorstep. Subsequently, I continued to dig in the surrounding soil, discovering that this saltpeter was not only embedded in the walls of Bear's dwelling, but also plentiful near the colossal stones adjacent to me, nestled within the arid sandy earth. This revelation filled me with joy, for it meant I would no longer need to excavate Bear's residence, thus avoiding the risk of inciting Bear's wrath, which could have dire consequences for me. Chapter 61. Black Powder, March 25th. Yesterday, by sheer happenstance, I stumbled upon saltpeter, and today I could hardly contain my eagerness to attempt the creation of black powder. Seated beneath a cool pavilion, I arranged 3 small heaps of raw materials before me: charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. I first procured 2 flat stones, utilizing them to crush these block-like substances into a fine powder. The charcoal and sulfur proved relatively simple to pulverize, yet when it came to the saltpeter, each strike sent sparks flying in every direction, accompanied by the acrid scent of scorched earth. Helplessly, I endeavored to be as gentle as possible, but despite my careful approach, sparks would still occasionally erupt. After quite some time, I finally reduced these materials to a fine powder. A memory flickered in my mind from a previous exploration of literature. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal. I fetched a small bamboo tube as a measuring device, scooping 1 portion of sulfur powder, 2 portions of saltpeter powder, and 3 portions of charcoal powder into a ceramic dish, stirring thoroughly to achieve a homogeneous mixture. Gazing upon this homemade concoction of black powder filled me with exhilaration. I promptly took a small amount and placed it on the ground, igniting it with a lit stick. To my surprise, rather than igniting in a fierce explosion, the powder burned slowly, reminiscent of the sparklers I played with in my youth. I was perplexed, unsure of where the flaw lay. Perhaps it was a matter of improper proportions or a lack of purity in the ingredients. Aside from the sulfur, the purity of the remaining materials should not have been an issue. However, as I was unfamiliar with the process of purifying sulfur, I could only experiment with varying ratios of the ingredients. I spent the entirety of the morning in diligent experimentation, ultimately discovering that the more saltpeter I added, the more vigorous the explosive reaction became. In one particularly intense trial, a violent combustion nearly singed my eyebrows. Ultimately, I settled on a composition of approximately 75% saltpeter powder, 15% charcoal powder, and 10% sulfur powder. After numerous trials, I found my supply of saltpeter from yesterday had dwindled considerably. I took my companion, Kunkin, and once again sought out Berda, bringing him a salted fish as a thoughtful gift. Armed with a prepared shovel, I began to excavate saltpeter from the nearby earth, and after about half an hour, my backpack brimmed with over 10 pounds of the precious mineral. March 26th. Yesterday, I devoted the entire afternoon to grinding half of the saltpeter into powder. As it required careful handling, excessive force would incinerate much of it. I retrieved a ceramic jar and, adhering to the ratios I had discovered, carefully layered the saltpeter powder, charcoal powder, and sulfur powder, stirring them together with great caution. Concerned that static electricity might cause the entire jar of powder to explode, I added water to the mixture, blending it as one would knead clay. Once I felt the mixture was adequately combined, I divided this large mass of black paste into 8 smaller lumps, each roughly the size of a clenched fist, and laid them out to dry on several fresh broadleaves. March 27th. My homemade black powder has dried. I cautiously picked up a clay ball, its texture reminiscent of honeycomb coal, with a gritty surface and a weight lighter than stone. I placed the powdery mass into a ceramic jar and found a stick to crush it, executing the process with utmost gentleness, fearful that a moment's carelessness might lead to an explosion. Fortunately, nothing ignited, and I successfully ground it into a fine powder. Now, both in appearance and scent, it closely resembled the black powder I used to pour out when setting off firecrackers. Eager to test its potency, I procured a slender bamboo tube, approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, and cut it to a height of 3 centimeters, filling it tightly with the powder. However, I was suddenly at a loss, for I lacked a fuse, and I dared not approach this makeshift bomb to ignite it at close range. Although small, the singed eyebrows from my recent experiment reminded me not to underestimate its power. Eventually, I gathered some dry grass, crushed it with a stone, and extracted the more pliable fibers, mixing them with black powder to form a fuse, which I made a generous 30 centimeters long for safety. Thus, my mini bomb was complete, with a slender bamboo stick inserted into the ground, its base featuring a node, while the top remained unsealed due to my impatience. The powder was packed tightly within, with my homemade fuse protruding from the center. I presumed this little explosive had a high probability of not detonating, expecting it to burn away from the top like a sparkler. However, I lit the fuse and sprinted away, covering approximately 50 meters before glancing back. The fuse had burned less than halfway before extinguishing. In desperation, I reignited a small stick and approached once more. I pondered whether to create another fuse, given that the one before me had nearly burned down. Judging by the sound earlier, Its burning speed was quite rapid. After some deliberation, I decided not to waste time. Whether it would explode was uncertain. I leaned in again to ignite the fuse, then turned and ran. Just as I'd taken only a few steps, a tremendous bang erupted behind me. Startled, I promptly dropped to the ground, the sound akin to thunder, leaving my ears ringing. The commotion frightened Kuan, whom I had confined in the room, causing him to yelp, while the wooden house resonated with the sound of chaos. I imagined the three little creatures were thoroughly alarmed. I was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a loud noise. Gradually regaining my senses, I felt a throbbing pain in my backside. Reaching back, I pulled out a small, bloodied bamboo splinter. Indeed, this endeavor was fraught with danger. I implore everyone not to imitate this. When igniting fireworks, one must adhere to safety protocols. Thankfully, it was made of bamboo. Had it been metal, I might have sustained severe injuries. Rising to my feet, I turned to observe the spot where the bomb had been placed, now marked by a small pit 10 centimeters deep and 20 centimeters wide, surrounded by scattered fragments of bamboo. I am filled with both exhilaration and trepidation. The exhilaration stems from my possession of a formidable weapon. With it, I can traverse the island with an air of confidence. For a single thrown bomb is enough to send any beast scurrying in terror. However, the fear arises from the realization that this weapon is a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, it serves as a means of protection, yet when mishandled, it becomes a ticking time bomb. Consequently, I have grown increasingly cautious and meticulous, dividing the dried black powder into 15 portions for storage, and with every movement of these ceramic jars, I cradle them with both hands, exercising utmost care. In tandem, I have begun to unleash my abundant creativity, experimenting with various applications of this black powder. Chapter 62: The Birth of the First Gun, March 28th. Today, I ingeniously crafted a firearm using bamboo and gunpowder, which I have dubbed the bamboo gun. The method of its creation is recorded below. I selected several straight, slender pieces of bamboo and patiently burned through the nodes using a glowing stick, ensuring to preserve the section closest to me. Subsequently, I hollowed out a small cavity at the top of this bamboo segment for the insertion of a fuse, and then poured a small amount of black powder into the muzzle, compacting it with a stick, followed by the addition of fine gravel. Thus, the island's first unprincipled firearm was born. I set the bamboo gun upon the ground, aimed it at a tree trunk, ignited the fuse, and swiftly ran away. After a while, a sharp report echoed. Unsurprisingly, the bamboo gun's body exploded, yet the gravel inside was propelled outward, dispersing like the pellets of a shotgun. And upon inspecting the tree trunk, I found some of the gravel embedded shallowly within. I reconstructed the device and conducted 2 more experiments. Its power was commendable, albeit with a limited range, and it was ultimately a one-time use contraption. After a single discharge, the bamboo tube would invariably rupture. Most disconcertingly, this device could not be held in hand during firing, as it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic injury, such as severed fingers or facial harm. Moreover, I improved the method of crafting the fuse, utilizing the same materials as before, fibers from dried grass twisted into a rope, but I adjusted the proportions of the components, reducing the amount of saltpeter while increasing the sulfur powder. Through experimentation, I discovered that this new ratio significantly extended the burning time of the fuse, allowing me to ignite it without the previous frantic need to flee. I racked my brain for a substitute for the bamboo tube. I considered using yellow clay or wooden sticks, but the efficacy would likely be comparable to bamboo. I also contemplated extracting metal from or containing metallic elements to forge a metallic barrel. However, this endeavor would require extensive time for exploration and experimentation. For now, I was left with bamboo. Eventually, I attempted to wrap the bamboo tube tightly with vines, securing it from end to end, and found that this method enhanced the structural integrity of the bamboo, enabling me to load more gunpowder for greater power. Nevertheless, such a creation remained a single-use device. Even if the barrel did not explode, cracks would inevitably form upon firing. In a moment of wild ambition, I devised a weapon, a 6-barreled Gatling bamboo gun. At its core lay a thicker bamboo tube, surrounded by 5 thinner tubes, all meticulously bound together with vines to ensure they remained parallel. The 6 fuses were fashioned to be of equal length and twisted together into one. Due to its striking resemblance to a certain nation's Gatling gun, I bestowed upon it a suitably flamboyant name. I filled the barrels with a substantial quantity of gunpowder and larger pieces of gravel, aimed once more at the previous tree, and ignited it from a distance of approximately 5 meters before hastily retreating. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 thunderous reports erupted almost simultaneously, reverberating through the forest and startling a multitude of birds into flight. A brilliant flash erupted from the base of the gun barrel, momentarily illuminating the gaps in the vines. As plumes of smoke slowly ascended into the sky, I released my hands from my ears, astonished by the sheer force generated. Once the smoke dissipated and I ascertained my safety, I approached the tree. The bark had been violently torn away in a substantial area, with the impacted spot forming a depression nearly 1/3 of the tree's circumference, small pebbles the size of a thumb deeply embedded within. My goodness, the power of this weapon is truly formidable. I can assure you that even a robust creature like the bear would surely collapse if struck within 5 meters. Although I would never harm such a creature, it serves merely as an illustration. Regrettably, this device cannot be wielded directly, making it impossible to aim accurately. Animals such as grizzly bears, leopards, or even goats would not stand still to be targeted. Ultimately, I devised a solution. I crafted a mount for the 6-barrel Gatling bamboo gun, akin to a telescope, allowing for adjustments in both vertical and horizontal positioning. This setup would afford me a brief window for aiming before the fuse burned out, after which I could quickly drop to the ground. While still quite inconvenient, this was the best I could conceive. I believed that even if I did not strike my foe, the tremendous noise generated by the bamboo gun would likely frighten off any approaching beasts, provided there was sufficient distance between us. A close encounter would leave me no opportunity to ignite the weapon. At that moment, a large machete would be far more useful. I constructed 2 6-barrel Gatling bamboo guns, each mounted outside the windows of my wooden cabin, allowing me to ignite and fire them from within. Additionally, I created 10 bamboo tube bombs, utilizing thicker bamboo than before and affixing lids made from a mixture of yellow clay and oyster shell ash, which becomes exceedingly hard when dried. Each bomb was fitted with a modified fuse approximately 20 centimeters long, which I had tested to burn for about 7 to 8 seconds, ample time for me to throw the bomb. I was hesitant to store these bamboo bombs in my home, fearing an explosion could spell disaster. Thus, 9 were placed in a ceramic jar within the charcoal storage room, while 1 was kept conveniently at the entrance of the cabin for emergencies. With these bamboo guns at my disposal, I felt emboldened to attempt hunting the goats near Swan Lake. Even if I missed, they would likely not charge at me, considering my companion, Kuin, has grown remarkably robust. While his combat prowess may be lacking, his imposing appearance is certainly intimidating. Kuin and the other 3 little ones have become accustomed to the sound around them, gradually adapting from the initial cacophony of birds, rabbits, and bear calls to a state of indifference toward the noise. Speaking of goats, I must mention the smoked mutton from the smokehouse. I sampled a piece today. The flavor was decent, yet it seemed undercooked compared to the delectable varieties I had previously purchased. The fat within had not undergone the expected curing process. I am uncertain whether it is a matter of timing or technique. However, the smoked turtle meat remains as delicious as ever. I find myself yearning for fresh turtle meat once more. However, my schedule will be rather hectic in the near future. My potatoes are set to be harvested by next month at the latest, as the leaves of the plants have already turned yellow significantly. I must await the wilting of the upper branches before promptly unearthing them, lest all the potatoes take root and sprout in the soil. Concurrently, the rice, once germinated, will also require transplantation. Thus, I must temporarily suppress my cravings. Chapter 63. Castaway Diary, March 8th, 31. After 2 consecutive days of rain, my gunpowder has become somewhat damp. Following the downpour, I poured the powder onto the stones in front of my door to dry. In the afternoon, I took a small pouch of black powder and 3 bamboo guns to Swan Lake for hunting. Unfortunately, I returned empty-handed. The distance between the wild goats and myself was too great. Before I could approach, they had already sensed my presence and fled. If I am to employ these weapons effectively against the goats, modifications are imperative. April 1st, I intend to expand the rabbit hutch. During my injury, I consumed all the rabbits within, leaving the space vacant. This experience has illuminated the wisdom of domestication. In times of need, one can effortlessly procure sustenance. I plan to construct a significantly larger hutch, which took me approximately 10 days to complete. My method involved building an additional structure adjacent to the original hutch, maintaining a wooden framework with a rainproof roof, while the walls were constructed from relatively smooth stones mixed with yellow clay. The ground was laid with stones to prevent the wild rabbits from burrowing their escape. Next, I delineated a substantial area and erected a surrounding wall. Unlike its predecessor, this wall was intricately designed, with narrow gaps and a height of about 1.5 meters. To further secure it, I buried stones at the base. An opening was created in the walls of both rabbit huts, resulting in a semi-open compound. At night or during rain, the rabbits could retreat into the shelter, while on sunny days, they could frolic in the open air of the enclosure. Over the ensuing 3 days, Kuin and I managed to catch around 30 to 40 rabbits, although none were captured by Kuin. I relied on my previous bamboo basket traps, along with the method of smoking the rabbit burrows. With these new inhabitants, my rabbit hutch has regained its vitality, and this time, the population is considerably larger, with the rabbits adapting more swiftly than before. By the second day, they had begun to feed. I occasionally placed Xiao Yu in with the other young rabbits for playtime, observing that Yu was notably plumper than the others. Under my attentive care, Xiao Yu was both chubby and clean, resembling a noble among the rabbit community, with behavior that distinctly set him apart. April 12th. The rice I planted has now sprouted into lush seedlings, emerging vibrantly from the water. The germination rate has been remarkably high. Though I have not counted precisely, it appears that over 80% have sprouted. Carefully, I uprooted these seedlings, then drained half the water from the paddy, securing the sluice gate. I spaced the tender shoots apart, arranging them in an orderly fashion before replanting them. Bent over and barefoot, I toiled in the paddy for an entire day. Ultimately, despite the aches in my back and waist, I succeeded in planting the seedlings, which now stand in perfect alignment, reminiscent of a ceremonial parade. All that remains is to regulate the water flow and patiently await the maturation of the rice. April 15th. Recently, apart from laboring in the woods, I often find myself nestled within the grasses by Swan Lake, discharging my bamboo gun, though regrettably to no avail. On one occasion, I managed to injure a goat's hind leg. However, the damage was minimal, and though the creature stumbled momentarily, it swiftly darted away. After my incessant disturbances, this already vigilant group of goats has grown even more alert, disappearing at the slightest rustle of the wind. As for the goat, I once ensnared in a rope trap, for reasons unknown, perhaps mere fortune or the goat's newfound cleverness, no further successes have followed. On one occasion, a trap was triggered, yet the rope mysteriously vanished, along with the branch that secured it, leading me to believe that the creature responsible was not a goat. Goats lack the strength to snap a branch as thick as an arm. It was likely a brown bear, with that possibility being more plausible than a leopard. Consequently, I resolved to excavate a pitfall trap here, akin to the expansive pit I had previously dug on the mountainside. This would be a deep hole, covered with slender sticks and dry grass, causing any goat that stepped upon it to plunge directly down, unable to escape. Utilizing a shovel, and given the relatively soft soil, I completed a 2-meter deep pit in less than a day, ensuring a narrow opening and a wider base to effectively prevent any prey from leaping out. Halfway through, I prudently returned to the camp to fetch a ladder, to avoid compromising the structure after completing the excavation. My familiarity with Swan Lake grows deeper, as does my understanding of its ecological tapestry. Among the larger fauna, the goats are the most numerous, estimated at least 100 to 180, weaving through the undergrowth. Next in line are the brown bears, many of which venture here to fish, followed by wild boars that I often encounter in pairs, their rotund bodies brimming with muscle. Whenever I see them, I tighten my grip on the eager Kuin, as their temperament can be quite unpredictable. One wrong move could incite their wrath. Lastly, there are the leopards, those golden beasts adorned with black spots, whose appearances are infrequent. I have only witnessed them twice, the first being a young leopard drinking at the lakeside, and and the second, a mature leopard successfully hunting a goat. I observed this leopard's remarkable intelligence as it stealthily maneuvered through the grass, waiting until it was sufficiently close to its target before launching itself with astonishing speed and cat-like agility. They are indeed born assassins. The island teems with diverse wildlife. On one occasion, in the western part of the rainforest, heading towards the southwest beach, I spotted several monkeys perched atop the trees, seemingly clutching wild fruits such as bananas and oranges. These fruits could not have originated from the northern banana grove I first discovered. I have unlocked a significant portion of this small island, with only the southernmost area remaining unexplored, likely the source of the fruits. April 16th, I dedicated the entire day to weaving 2 large bamboo baskets, intended for the storage of potatoes after the harvest. My weaving skills have significantly improved, from my initial clumsiness to now being able to craft 2 sizable baskets in a single day. I believe that with this skill in weaving, I could secure a commendable job. Chapter 64. A bountiful harvest on May 1st, a fortnight had passed, and my potato plants had turned a vibrant yellow, their branches withering away. It was time for the harvest. I took Kuan to the potato field, wielding a shovel with care as I unearthed a single potato plant. To my delight, it yielded 6 potatoes, each significantly larger than those I had previously harvested, a testament to my diligent watering and fertilization. I had planted a total of 183 potato seedlings, a small portion of which had perished during their growth. Nevertheless, this batch had blessed me with a grand total of 1,001 potatoes. I counted them meticulously, turning the soil with each plant I unearthed, fearful of overlooking any hidden treasures. The final harvest formed a small mound of potatoes. My rough estimate suggested a yield of approximately 150 pounds, a meager amount compared to the bounty from my homeland. Yet for someone stranded on a deserted island, it was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. I retrieved the bamboo baskets I had prepared, only to find them insufficient. 2 baskets could not contain all the potatoes, and I could only transport 1 basket at a time. Thus, I cheerfully made 4 trips to carry these precious goods back to my campsite. Fortunately, the plot I had chosen was not far from home, and I began to contemplate the allocation of my potatoes. Although they had grown considerably since I first discovered them, they were still smaller than the typical varieties, averaging about 6 or 7 to a pound. If I consumed 6 a day and Kuan 10, we would have enough to last us 2 months. Additionally, I needed to reserve some for sprouting and replanting. Reflecting on my previous endeavor, where 35 planted potatoes yielded 1,000, I realized that if the island's climate allowed for maturation in 3 to 4 months, planting 100 potatoes this time would suffice for both Kuan and me until the next harvest. I selected 100 of the larger potatoes for sprouting, while the remainder would serve as our feast. I carefully stored the potatoes, laying stones in the warehouse, followed by a thick layer of sea sand, and then a generous heap of dried grass. It was imperative to keep these potatoes in a dark, dry environment to prevent sprouting, as sprouted potatoes are toxic and inedible. That evening, Kuan and I indulged in roasted potatoes and stir-fried potatoes with cured meat. The fresh potatoes, while not as starchy as expected, exuded a robust flavor. Those roasted over charcoal emerged a vibrant yellow, tender, and aromatic, providing a substantial sense of satiety. The stir-fried potatoes with cured meat were a true delight. I employed a clay skillet, heating it with a touch of lamb fat before adding wild ginger and Sichuan pepper, followed by slices of cured meat, which had been perfectly cured to reveal a tantalizing marbling. After a brief saute, I added the potato chunks, continuing to stir before pouring in some mountain spring water to braise. After approximately 20 minutes, the broth in the pot had reduced significantly. I added salt and stirred before serving it. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. This was the first dish I had prepared on the island. As I gazed at the golden-hued stir-fried potatoes with cured meat in the earthenware bowl, tears welled up in my eyes. This dish was a testament to my efforts since arriving on the island, proving that I had not abandoned myself, but was striving diligently to live with purpose. This plate of food brought me feelings of happiness, satisfaction, pride, and a twinge of loneliness, all of which ultimately transformed into an insatiable appetite. I devoured the entire dish of stir-fried potatoes with cured meat, leaving not a drop of oil behind. This prompted my companion, Kunkin, who had been patiently waiting for food, to exclaim, "Master, do you not like me anymore?" It dawned on me that I had inadvertently neglected Kunkin amidst the plethora of emotions evoked by the meal. I promptly heated another pot of oil and prepared a generous serving of stir-fried potatoes with cured meat for Kunkin, who ate with delighted little noises. May 2nd, I set about burying the selected potatoes to encourage sprouting. To this end, I excavated a new sprouting bed adjacent to the original one, significantly larger than the first, and busied myself all morning. Additionally, I needed to expand the potato field. I dismantled a corner of the fence and cultivated approximately half an acre more, turning over all the soil and incorporating ample quantities of dried grass and decaying leaves to enrich the land. As plants grow, the soil can become increasingly barren, necessitating regular fertilization. Lacking professional fertilizers, I relied on decaying branches, excrement, and leftover food scraps. Though this may sound unappealing, the results were remarkably evident. The potatoes I grew were considerably larger than before. May 3rd, after a full day yesterday and this morning, I finally completed the expansion of the potato field and re-fenced it. Tapping into my artistic inclinations, I crafted 2 scarecrows to place in the potato patch. Humans, once satiated, often find themselves intrigued by peculiar endeavors. I plan to extract starch from the potatoes, hoping to create a bowl of noodles from scratch. Although I had never attempted such a task, I felt reasonably confident. I gathered 10 precious potatoes, mindful not to waste them, as the thought of failure was disheartening. I poured fresh water into a ceramic jar and found a stone resembling a miniature washboard. After cleaning it, I pressed the potatoes firmly against the stone, rubbing them up and down to produce a steady stream of potato pulp. Once processed, I washed away the white starch repeatedly, filtering it through a bamboo tube with fine holes. I added clean water and pressed until the liquid emerged without any visible white starch. After letting the starch water settle overnight, the next day, the water and starch had completely separated. I carefully discarded the upper layer of water, revealing the white potato starch below, which I scooped into the bamboo tube and placed in the sun to dry. Once dried, the white solid can be crushed into a delicate powder, which is nothing less than potato starch. I utilized this starch, kneading it with water to form irregularly shaped strands of handmade rice noodles, which I then placed on a wooden board. Subsequently, I procured a ceramic pot resembling a large iron cauldron and simmered a pot of cured meat with potatoes, generously adding spices and water before introducing the rice noodles. How can one describe it? The flavor is truly enchanting. Chapter 65. Forging May 4th. I have secured a stable source of sustenance, and henceforth, as long as I remain on the island and refrain from engaging in perilous endeavors, I can lead a prolonged and stable existence. However, humans are inherently restless beings, always devising ways to explore novel ventures. Currently, I find myself in need of a reliable knife, and the bamboo spear I fashioned is rather flimsy. It is imperative that I swiftly utilize the metallic ores at my disposal to create durable iron tools. May 6th, I dedicated the past 2 days to transporting a considerable quantity of gleaming stones from the mountain summit. I subsequently shattered them, sieving through to extract the metallic fragments within. May 7th, I placed these metallic materials into a large ceramic bowl, subjecting them to intense heat for an entire day. The searing temperature, even through the thick kiln walls, blistered my lips. As evening approached, I pried open the clay, sealing the kiln, revealing that the carbon within had nearly burned away, leaving behind a glowing ember encasing the ceramic bowl. With 2 axes, I carefully extracted the bowl, discovering it contained half a bowl of molten iron. I poured this liquid iron into a pre-prepared mold crafted from yellow clay, shaped like an elongated dagger, and awaited its cooling. After approximately 10 minutes, the crimson glow of the metal faded. I submerged the mold into cold water, and a cacophony of boiling sounds erupted before tranquility returned. Upon retrieving the mold, I attempted to extract the dagger-shaped metal, only to find them firmly bonded. In a fit of frustration, I dropped the mold onto the ground, shattering it and yielding a relatively flat piece of metal. This dagger is merely in its nascent stage. lacking a hilt or sharpened edge, and its surface remains irregular. I procured a smooth stone and positioned it before the fire, sitting cross-legged to harness the glow as I began to refine the blade. After considerable effort, the blade took on a more uniform appearance, resembling something of substance. I then rinsed away the metallic dust from the stone and resumed my work to hone the edge. During the process, I discerned that this metal was notably soft, far softer than iron. I surmised it to be aluminum, a metallic substance with a melting point around 600 degrees Celsius. In my hometown, there was often an elderly gentleman, his hair a mix of white and gray, known for his skill in metalworking. His name was Wang Qingyi, and he would call out at the village entrance, inviting patrons to bring their materials for crafting. It was customary for visitors to provide their used aluminum cans, those left over from beverages or beers. The blade of my dagger is quite thick, approximately 1 centimeter. And after extensive polishing, I finally achieved a sharp edge on one side. To test its sharpness, I took a piece of salted fish and made a cut. The blade proved satisfactory, slicing through the tough exterior, though it is only suitable for culinary tasks, preparing cured meats, vegetables, and wild ginger. It is certainly inadequate for confronting beasts or engaging in combat. I procured a piece of wood and meticulously shaped it into the form of a knife handle using my axe. Next, I fashioned a fine cord from tree bark, wrapping it tightly around the handle in spirals, securing it firmly in place. After 2 complete rotations, a blade reminiscent of a Western Zhou artifact was born. By the time I completed the dagger, night had fallen. The metallic ore I had gathered, upon closer inspection, appeared to be aluminum, somewhat malleable, yet still quite useful given my current circumstances. My creation for the day could serve as a knife for cutting meat and vegetables, or even for crafting cookware. However, it fell far short of my original aspirations. It was clearly unsuitable for fabricating a gun barrel. I had long envisioned creating a weapon that was hard, sharp, and capable of striking from a distance, akin to a spear. The spears I previously crafted from wooden sticks lacked the necessary rigidity. Their primary function, piercing forward, was compromised by the inadequacy of aluminum, which might bend upon impact. How could I realize this goal? Why need to search the island for iron ore? Suddenly, my gaze fell upon an iron bucket used for holding water. Of course, this was the very material I sought. Moreover, it had been forged through established processes, ensuring that any spearhead crafted from it would possess remarkable durability. On May 8th, I retrieved a leaking iron bucket from the storeroom, a remnant from my second expedition to Shisha Beach. With my axe, I chopped the bucket into several pieces, then utilized the back of the axe to flatten these iron shards into a cohesive sheet. It was time to commence the smelting process. Although my earthen furnace likely could not reach the melting point of iron, I did not require it to liquefy. I only needed it to glow red and soften enough to be shaped as desired. I placed the iron within the kiln, heating it until it was red hot, then extracted it with my axe and laid it upon a flat stone. I struck it repeatedly with the back of the axe, a process that consumed the entire morning, until the iron coalesced into a singular form. I continued to hammer it slowly into the shape I needed. After another afternoon of labor, my arms ached and my back throbbed, yet I had fashioned a rudimentary spearhead approximately half a meter long, 10 centimeters wide, and 3 centimeters thick. Given the hardness of the iron and my novice forging skills, the spearhead bore an irregular, uneven shape. However, I was confident that subsequent polishing and refinement would rectify these imperfections. I reheated the spear, placing it on a ceramic dish, and poured rendered mutton fat over it. The moment was electrifying as flames erupted violently. I was in the midst of quenching. Typically, one would use waste oil or specially formulated quenching liquids, but lacking such resources, I resorted to mutton fat instead. The spearhead, quenched in mutton fat, emerged with a lustrous, dark surface. Once cooled, I lifted the elongated iron piece. It felt particularly weighty in my hands. Yet, I still needed to grind away nearly half of the spear's body. I struck it against the stone, producing a crisp sound that suggested a high degree of hardness, promising indeed. On the 10th of May, I dedicated an entire 2 days to meticulously polishing the spearhead, and my hands, long unaccustomed to such labor, developed a significant blister. At last, I sculpted the spearhead into the form I desired. Flat, smooth, and exquisitely sharp. I fashioned a wooden shaft, roughly the height of myself, selecting the core of a small tree, the densest part of the wood, renowned for its resilience. I carved a suitable fork at the top to secure the spearhead in place, and fashioned the tail of the spearhead into a T-shape, allowing it to fit snugly within the wooden shaft, which I then bound tightly with rope. At last, I possessed a reliable weapon, measuring approximately 2 meters in length. It afforded me a considerable safety distance. The completed spear was quite hefty, requiring both hands to wield it effectively. I grasped the spear firmly and thrust it forcefully towards a nearby large tree. With a resounding thud, the spear tip penetrated the trunk, embedding itself halfway up the spear's length, astonishingly sharp. Chapter 66. The Passage of Time, May 25th. I have gathered sufficient materials to construct a second dwelling by Swan Lake, envisioning it as a 2-story abode. In pursuit of a more refined residence, I dismantled 2 dilapidated iron barrels and fashioned numerous iron nails. Although they vary in length and shape, they will suffice for my needs. Given the magnitude of the construction, I anticipate that it will take over a year to complete this grand villa. And I am in no rush, standing on the verdant grass by Swan Lake, gazing at the towering pile of building materials before me. I was struck by the desire to perform a ritualistic act. Why not hold a foundation-laying ceremony? Once this thought took root, it spiraled into action. I returned to my camp, retrieved a canister of black gunpowder, and carved numerous slender bamboo segments. I packed the gunpowder into these tubes, punctured small holes at the bottoms with scissors, and inserted fuses, thus giving birth to a series of firecrackers. To invoke a propitious number, I crafted 18 of these firecrackers and constructed a bamboo double-kick firecracker using 2 thicker bamboo segments. I placed the 2 segments filled with gunpowder at a distance apart, secured them with a thicker piece of bamboo, and connected them with fuses, resulting in a theoretically functional device. I tucked these firecrackers into my backpack along with a piece of cured meat, a salted fish, and a bamboo tube of wine. My previous winemaking endeavor had been quite successful, devoid of any mold or spoilage. It was delightful, imbued with the essence of grapes and a hint of sweetness reminiscent of sugarcane, with a smooth and pleasant taste. I arranged these offerings as tributes on the cleared ground before my designated foundation, bowed thrice, and with hands clasped, prayed to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. O Savior of the suffering, I beseech you to bless my endeavors on this island and ensure my safe return to my homeland. After my devotions, I sprinkled wine onto the ground and proclaimed loudly, the foundation-laying ceremony for the grand villa on this deserted island officially commences. There was no applause, only a curious dark bear observing me from nearby, seemingly puzzled by my antics. Yet, I remained unfazed. This seemingly futile ritual imbued my spirit with joy. Next, I ignited my homemade firecrackers. The carefully arranged fuses burned slowly, and soon the air was filled with thunderous explosions. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds resonated like the loud, brilliant firecrackers of folklore. My occasional experiments with firearms and explosives had accustomed the little creature, Kuan Kuan, to such noises. Each time I set off a firecracker, he would raise his front paws to cover his ears, appearing as endearing as a panda. Once the firecrackers had finished, it was time for the double kick. I lit it and quickly retreated. Boom, clang. The second sound rang out not far from me, scattering bamboo shavings all over me and Kuan Kuan. Indeed, this contraption is not to be trifled with. It is far too unreliable. The second segment of bamboo did not ascend to the heavens as anticipated, but rather traced a graceful arc through the air, landing a short distance away from me. Fortunately, it did not fall upon either Kuan Kuan or myself. Kuan Kuan, too, expressed his profound shock, stumbling to his feet and darting away, howling as if he were a small dog whose tail had been stepped on. Once the ritual was concluded, I transitioned from the role of masterback to that of a laborer, taking up a shovel to dig the foundation. I envisioned constructing a 2-story house. Thus the foundation must be firm and deep. As the day's labor came to an end, dusk settled in. After having dinner with Xiongda, we kindled a bonfire on the beach and reclined beside it. The night air was gently caressed by a soft breeze. accompanied by the faint sound of waves lapping against the shore. The weather was splendid, the sky a clear expanse devoid of clouds, with the moon shining brightly amidst a scattering of stars. I gazed up at the vast celestial tapestry, entranced by the grandeur of the night sky. The island, far removed from the clamor of human society, was free from light pollution, rendering the stars exceptionally captivating, as if within arm's reach, ready to be plucked from the heavens. I stared in a daze, my spirit seemingly adrift among the sea of stars. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, jolting my wandering soul back to reality. Instinctively, I felt compelled to make a wish, yet when the desire reached my lips, I found myself at a loss for words. After much contemplation, I clasped my hands to my chest, closed my eyes, and earnestly uttered, "May my family be blessed with health and prosperity, and may I find peace on this desolate island." Upon opening my eyes, a wave of melancholy washed over me. A celestial phenomenon that should have brought joy instead plunged me into sorrowful thoughts. My spirits sank deeper, leading me into a state of confusion, doubt, and even a fleeting inclination to surrender. Who knows how long I must endure this solitude on this uninhabited isle? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or perhaps a lifetime. What meaning does my existence hold in such isolation? I cannot see my family, engage in conversations with friends, earn a living, or build a family. What then am I persevering for? When one finds oneself ensnared in a quagmire, utterly alone, despair inevitably follows. It is evident that I am now deeply mired in such a predicament, my gaze vacant, resembling a mere shell of a person. After a while, my thoughts remained ensnared within this mire. I even entertained thoughts of ending my life. Indeed, what was I clinging to in this desolate existence? A life devoid of light seemed less bearable than a swift conclusion. I discovered a vine beside the wooden cabin and fashioned a noose, securing the other end tightly to a branch. I gathered a few stones to place beneath my feet. Was this to be the end? As I slipped my head into the noose, the vine tightened around my neck. Just as I prepared to kick the stones away, I caught a distant glimpse of Gao Deming's grave. In the moonlight, the grave appeared so forlorn, and I felt as though I could see Gao's smile. He seemed to speak, saying, "Zhang Lin, if you die, who will bring me back to my hometown? Consider this, your parents and loved ones may still be waiting desperately for you. Your current situation is far from hopeless. Why must you surrender? Hold on a little longer, not just for yourself, but for me, for your parents, for those who have not forgotten you." My nose tinged with emotion, and tears welled up in my eyes as I withdrew my head from the noose. Indeed, why could I not continue to persevere? Even for those who long for me, I must strive to live on. Chapter 67. Preparations before departure, May 26th. This afternoon, the island was enveloped by a thick blanket of dark clouds, obscuring the sun and heralding an imminent downpour. Anticipating the severity of the rain, I hastily gathered the drying raisins and secured them in the warehouse. To protect my supplies from potential water damage, I placed large leaves atop the roofs of both warehouses. As evening descended, the rain arrived as predicted, though fortunately, strong winds did not accompany it. My newly planted potato seedlings, now 2 weeks in the ground, would have been devastated by a tempest. However, my rice paddies, cultivated within the embrace of a dense forest, were well shielded by towering trees, alleviating my concerns. Gazing through the window at the rain-soaked landscape, it appeared as though a curtain of pearls hung between heaven and earth, the droplets cascading to the ground and splattering into shimmering pools. Many find solace in rainy days, relishing the sound of rain as a lullaby, yet I felt a growing weariness towards the incessant downpour, my body damp and clammy. I contemplated the necessity of preparing the bamboo raft swiftly to explore the adjacent island. Otherwise, the arrival of the rainy season would result in near-daily deluges, perhaps even typhoons. I pondered 2 plans. One involved augmenting the existing raft with floats and foam, while the other entailed constructing a new vessel altogether. The neighboring island, neither too far nor too close, would necessitate an overnight stay on the boat. Thus it must be sturdy and reliable. May 28th. The rain persisted for 2 days and nights, only beginning to abate today. I inspected the supplies in both warehouses and discovered that aside from some damp gunpowder and charcoal, everything else remained unaffected. Time was of the essence as I set about crafting the small boat. I dragged the original wooden raft out, preparing for another journey to West Sandy Beach. Although the path there had yet to be restored, I could still traverse the forest, albeit at the risk of encountering leopards. Without the bamboo raft, transporting items proved cumbersome, so the sea route remained the safer option. May 30th, at noon, Kuan and I arrived at West Sandy Beach. This time, we did not encounter any sea turtles, but we unearthed numerous turtle eggs in the sand. We roasted over 20 of them, satisfying our hunger. The primary objective of this excursion was to gather foam blocks and spherical floats. I spent the entire afternoon collecting nearly all such floating debris from the beach, creating a sizable pile. Utilizing a tattered fishing net, I secured these items for transport. During my search, I stumbled upon an intact glass jar, resembling a peach preserve canister, which held many potential uses. I carefully stowed it in my backpack. That evening, we ignited a bonfire, and with Kuan's thunderous snoring accompanying me, the night swiftly passed. I returned to camp with the gathered floats. Ultimately, I resolved to construct a new boat after over 6 months of use. The bamboo raft had become somewhat unstable in its joints. I preferred to invest additional time, even foregoing a trip to the small island, rather than risk a perilous journey. For this venture, I resolved to construct a small boat from wood. Conveniently, by Swan Lake, there lay an abundance of timber felled for house building. I selected several logs, each approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, and cut them into lengths of 3.5 meters. At the front, middle, and rear of these logs, I skillfully carved holes of similar dimensions. Subsequently, I procured 3 additional pieces of wood, meticulously whittling them down to the appropriate thickness, and threaded the perforated logs together. Thus, a raft measuring 3.5 meters in length and 3 meters in width was completed. Undeterred, I continued with the same method to craft a second raft, which I then layered upon the first, interspersing it with an abundance of buoyant materials and foam blocks. Finally, I secured the assembly with a sturdy binding made from my homemade ropes, which, constructed from tree bark, proved far superior in both flexibility and strength compared to vine. For safety's sake, I encircled the raft with a low railing, reminiscent of a garden fence, albeit much shorter, to prevent myself and Kuan from inadvertently falling off during our slumber at night. This vessel took me 3 days to complete. Upon testing its mobility, I found it immovable. Fortunately, as I had constructed it on the beach not far from the shoreline, I retrieved 2 substantial logs, placing them beneath the raft's hull. With determined effort, I pushed the boat a short distance before switching to the other log. Once the small boat was afloat, I invited Kuan aboard for a test run. Thanks to the buoyant materials within the layers, the raft proved remarkably stable. With a shallow draft that far exceeded the previous bamboo raft, which had been prone to capsizing at the slightest wave, I devoted 2 days to crafting numerous lengthy ropes, connecting them into a bundle that I estimated to be at least 50 to 60 meters in length. One end was securely tied to the boat, while the other was affixed to a sizable stone, serving as an anchor. On June 2nd, I ensured my domesticated pets were well fed, stocking their enclosure with an ample supply of fresh grass and water. I placed Xiaoyu within, while planning to bring Kong along. After a lengthy period of taming, Kong had become quite affectionate, remaining perched on my shoulder even when I opened the door, occasionally uttering a few words. Uncertain of how long my journey would take, I prepared a substantial supply of provisions: 30 kilograms of smoked turtle and lamb meat, 5 kilograms of dried snake, 20 salted fish, a jar of honey, a jar of dry bananas, half a jar of raisins, and a tin of fresh water. As for tools, I packed a magnesium stick, an axe, a machete, a bow and arrows, a spear, and a small pouch of gunpowder, along with some charcoal in a woven bag. Additionally, I repurposed a glass jar resembling a peach preserve container into a lamp. With patience, I smoothed the bottom of the jar, then inverted it, placing the lamp wick atop the lid. When ignited, it transformed into a perfect wind-resistant lamp, with the glass reflecting light to enhance the brightness of the flame. Just as I felt fully prepared, the weather took a turn for the worse, with a light drizzle beginning to fall. Consequently, I secured the small boat to a rocky outcrop along the shore, patiently awaiting clearer skies before embarking on my journey. June 5th, on this morning, I arose early to discover the weather was splendid, with clear skies stretching endlessly above, making it an ideal day for setting sail. I hurriedly roused the still slumbering Kunkin, prepared a meal to satisfy our hunger, and meticulously covered all the supplies at our campsite. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure there were no hazards, I took Kunkin by the hand and led him to the beach. Glancing back at the little island, I silently wished for a smooth journey, assuring myself that I would return swiftly. Releasing the tether of the small boat, we set forth, two companions, a bear and a bird, filled with anticipation and hope, embarking on our grand adventure. Chapter 68. Voyage. The entire morning was marked by a smooth voyage. The weather was splendid, with calm winds. Yet the scorching sun was rather too exuberant. I regretted not donning a straw hat, as my entire body was enveloped in a burning sensation, uncomfortably hot. Kong, petite in stature, nestled into the shadow of a clay pot, appearing quite content. Meanwhile, the larger Kun, with its thick, dark fur, resembled a solar panel, absorbing the heat. Its ample layer of fat provided more warmth than a down jacket, rendering it a wilted mass sprawled on the small boat, its paws outstretched, panting heavily. Ha! Ha ha! The creature's antics were akin to a dog draped in bare skin. Though comical in appearance, my heart ached for it. I tirelessly offered it water and splashed some on its coat, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I felt as though it radiated warmth, reminiscent of freshly steamed buns. Come noon, under the relentless sun, both Kun and I had scarcely consumed any food, though we had drunk a significant portion of water. A third of the fresh water in the iron barrel had already diminished. Regret washed over me for not having brought more fresh water along, especially since we were still far from the small island. I gazed ahead at the island and then back towards our point of departure, sensing that our journey was still less than halfway complete. Such is the nature of the sea. One often perceives a distant target as being near, when in reality, it remains far away, an apt reflection of my current predicament. Fortunately, the afternoon sun began to temper slightly, prompting me to quicken my rowing pace and minimize water consumption. As twilight approached, I resolved to cease our voyage. The night ocean would be shrouded in darkness, rendering navigation impossible without a guiding light. I cast the large stone tethered by rope into the sea. It sank swiftly and halted when approximately a third remained visible, indicating it had reached the bottom. We hastily consumed some provisions, igniting the can lantern we had brought. Its feeble glow illuminated only half of the boat. In the dim light, I glanced at Kun, a rather unattractive, black-eyed creature. There it sat, indifferent to the heat, resembling a plump, fur-covered behemoth, facing the oil lamp, lost in its own thoughts. Kong also returned to perch on my shoulder, standing silently. Everything felt harmonious and serene. Gentle waves rocked the small boat, a refreshing breeze blowing towards us. My body seemed to merge with the tides, rising and falling incessantly, gradually leading my head to bob along, inducing a sensation akin to inebriation. This feeling intensified until I could no longer maintain my seat, suddenly leaning over the side of the boat, and with a heave, my dinner was offered back to the sea. I had succumbed to seasickness. That night, I scarcely slept, feeling as though my entire being, body and soul, was swaying with the waves. An uncomfortable experience that persisted for an extended period before I gradually acclimatized. At dawn the next day, disregarding the need for further rest, I hastened to retrieve the sunken stone. The buoyancy of seawater, being greater than that of fresh water, made the task laborious yet achievable. After securing the stone, I consumed some dried bananas and resumed our voyage. Perhaps I did not sleep well yesterday, or it could be the lingering effects of seasickness. Rowing the boat this morning proved exceptionally arduous. I once contemplated affixing a sail to my small vessel, yet I lacked suitable materials and the knowledge to maneuver a sail. From my previous research, I learned that sailing techniques vary according to the wind direction, categorized as downwind, upwind, and against the wind. If one fails to adjust the sail's angle accordingly, the consequences can range from mere regression to capsizing. Thus, I was compelled to rely on the most primitive method of propulsion, rowing. However, the newly constructed vessel is heavy, laden with an abundance of supplies, and accompanied by a large, cumbersome bear. Consequently, each stroke of the oar demands considerable effort, and even the slightest lapse in strength results in ineffective rowing. At times, I found myself wishing to unceremoniously toss the bear into the sea, hoping it would swim to safety on its own. By afternoon, I had navigated to a point approximately midway between two islands. The surrounding waters were noticeably deeper than those I had encountered earlier. The once azure surface had taken on a dark, foreboding hue, instilling a sense of unease within me. It felt as if a monstrous creature lurked beneath the depths, watching me intently. Could this be the fabled fear of the deep sea? I surmised that such feelings stemmed from a lack of confidence in my current predicament. Were I aboard a colossal cargo ship measuring 400 meters in length and weighing over 40 tons, I would hardly experience such trepidation. Indeed, all fears arise from insufficient power. June 7th. I have been adrift at sea for 2 days. Last night, my sleep remained troubled, though markedly more restful than the previous night. Upon rising, I consumed a generous portion of dried fruits and prepared a cup of honey water, which revitalized my energy. As I surveyed my surroundings, I beheld only my solitary boat upon the vast ocean. I could no longer discern the routes I had traversed, and the island ahead appeared to shift, always seeming just within reach, yet still far away. Its features remained obscured, revealing only a green silhouette. Initially, I had anticipated reaching this distance in no more than 2 or 3 days, yet it now seemed an insurmountable journey. Despite my careful rationing of fresh water over the past 2 days, the iron barrel contained less than half its capacity. Conversely, my food supplies were plentiful, yet a twinge of anxiety crept in. What if the island I sought harbored no fresh water? Will we not perish from thirst? Truly, my inexperience often leads me into dire straits. June 10th. On the 5th day of my maritime voyage, the midday sun revealed the island with increasing clarity. I could finally discern some of its features, though I had diligently minimized my water intake over the past 2 days, causing layers of dryness to form upon my lips. Unfortunately, my companion, the bear, exacerbated our predicament. The water in the iron barrel had dwindled to a mere shallow layer. Observing the bear's discomfort in the heat, I resorted to splashing seawater upon it for relief. To compound matters, the sky darkened in the afternoon as ominous clouds drifted in from the west, signaling that rain would likely arrive by nightfall or, at the latest, by tomorrow morning. I continued to row with reckless abandon, a strong ache radiating from my back. The act of rowing not only exercises the arms but also engages the latissimus dorsi, teres major, and teres minor muscle groups in the back. I surmise that my back has now taken on the shape of a perfect inverted triangle. Alas, all of this is but a fleeting illusion. Even if I were to attain the status of a world-class bodybuilding champion, in this desolate place where not a soul resides, there would be no one to appreciate my efforts. Far more tangible is a simple bottle of mineral water. As dusk approached, a sudden downpour ensued, drenching everything on the small boat, including myself. The waves grew restless and turbulent, and both Kuan and I became increasingly agitated, caring little for anything else as we rowed through the darkness, guided only by a rough sense of direction. Chapter 69. Landing on the island on the evening of June 10th, I finally arrived at the island that had occupied my thoughts day and night. However, our situation was dire. We were drenched from relentless rain, and the typically dim light of dusk was obscured by a thick blanket of dark clouds. My visibility was severely limited, and I could not ascertain whether any dangers lurked on this island. I hesitated to disembark, fearing that I might be stepping into a territory ruled by lions, tigers, or venomous serpents, transforming my arrival into a perilous fate. The small boat appeared to be hindered by a submerged rock, so I cautiously lowered myself into the water, relieved to find it shallow beneath my feet. I felt the sand beneath me and managed to locate the tethered rope, securing it around a large stone before climbing back onto the boat. Despite being in a tropical locale, the prolonged exposure to the rain in the cool night air sent shivers through me, and I regretted not having constructed a rain shelter on the vessel. My companion, Kunkin, robust and unbothered by the cold, sprawled comfortably on the bamboo raft, while Kong Kong rested in a nook fashioned from clay pots, oblivious to the discomfort I endured, shivering through the night. The hours dragged on, and it felt as though I had experienced an eternity. Finally, dawn broke, and the rain subsided slightly. My vision cleared, revealing the full extent of the island before me. It appeared rather diminutive, roughly one-third the size of my previous island, lacking expansive beaches and abundant coral formations, presenting an exceptionally barren and desolate landscape. A chill of despair washed over me. The likelihood of human habitation on such a desolate isle was nearly non-existent, rendering my chances of rescue nearly zero. Yet, having arrived, I resolved to explore this forsaken land, as my soaked gear required drying. I plunged into the water, ferrying supplies to the shore, where I conducted a brief assessment. All the preserved food had become waterlogged, though it would not spoil in the short term. Fortunately, the dried fruits and honey remained unscathed, as I had thoughtfully added lids to the clay pots during their creation, preventing any water from seeping inside. Alas, the charcoal I had brought was now soaked, rendering it useless for fire. We shared a modest meal of raisins and honey, sipping some water. The downpour had fortuitously replenished our iron barrel with fresh water, a silver lining amidst our misfortune. After a simple repast, I organized my equipment, taking all weapons while leaving the clay pots behind. I packed some food into my backpack, accompanied by Kunkin and Kong Kong, and began to follow the coastline, disoriented and unsure of my bearings. I decided to explore the perimeter of the island first. By noon, the weather finally cleared, and I took off my drenched clothing, hanging it on a tree to dry. I found a large stone to rest upon, glancing back at the landing point, which I realized I had circled around. This island was indeed small. I surmised that I could traverse its entirety within a day. Furthermore, I discovered that there were no rocky areas suitable for fishing along the coast. Only a few solitary stones submerged in the sea and a sparse scattering of coconut trees along the shore. Fortunately, I did not drift to this island. Otherwise, I would surely have perished from hunger. The tropical weather is perpetually capricious and difficult to navigate. The morning began with a dreary rain, but by noon, the sun blazed intensely, and within 2 hours, my clothes had dried completely. I donned my attire, consumed some raisins, and continued my journey ahead. As I approached 4 or 5 in the afternoon, it was time to return, for there was nothing nearby to kindle a fire. To my left lay the sea, while to my right, not far off, stood the woods, with no beach or grassy expanse in sight. Accompanied by my companion, I hastened back to the landing point before darkness fell. The charcoal I had spread out to dry was thoroughly parched, and I ignited a fire to roast some cured meat, filling our bellies. After days of subsisting on dried fruits, the taste of meat rejuvenated my strength. Having learned from this experience, I resolved that next time I embark on a voyage, I must prepare sufficient provisions to bring aboard, as it is impossible to cook while at sea. June 12th. Last night, I slept soundly as my companion brought me a sense of security. I trust that no creature would dare to provoke a robust-looking brown bear, even though it has yet to reach full maturity. Today, I ventured with Kunkin in the opposite direction of yesterday's exploration. After half a day of wandering, I had yet to uncover anything remarkable, although I did encounter numerous pieces of marine debris. However, on the western beach of my small island, there is an abundance of such refuse, which I have no need for. Gradually, my interest in this small island waned. Despite expending considerable effort, the yield was disheartening. Nevertheless, coastlines tend to exhibit similar conditions, so I decided to explore the woods instead. I surmised that this modest island harbored no large predatory animals, as it lacked a foundational food chain to sustain them. With Kunkin by my side, I plunged into the dense forest, which bore a striking resemblance to my island: thick underbrush, intertwining branches and vines, and the occasional sighting of serpents flicking their tongues. I proceeded with caution, wielding a machete to clear the vegetation obstructing my path. Before long, I stumbled upon a small stream. I sampled it and found it to be fresh water. However, the stream was quite narrow. I surmised that the island would not possess spacious riverways, as the terrain was flat and devoid of the grand mountains that characterize my own island's landscape. Following the stream, I discovered a variety of small creatures flitting about, little jays, squirrels, and various insects, but no sign of larger animals. the forest did yield some treasures, as I found a wild pineapple, which was quite delicious, albeit in short supply, and I lacked the knowledge to cultivate it. I also encountered a solitary wild apple tree, but for some unknown reason, it bore only a handful of unripe apples. Additionally, there was a cluster of banana trees, yet they too had few mature bunches. This island is indeed impoverished. Even the fruit yield is so meager. Has it been depleted by the island's other inhabitants? I found myself utterly perplexed as twilight descended. With my spear, I managed to capture a few serpents and traversed along a relatively smooth path leading out of the forest, an odd route, as if frequently tread upon by some creature. Eventually, I stumbled upon a flat expanse of land where I kindled a fire to roast the snake meat. My mind incessantly replayed the peculiar phenomena I had encountered in the woods. I surmised that there might be wild goats on the island, for the trails seemed to be formed by their passage. The wild fruits, I speculated, could have been the handiwork of squirrels. Or perhaps there were wild monkeys inhabiting the island. Yes, it must be so. Suddenly, amidst my musings, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Assuming it to be some creature, I lifted my gaze and was instantly startled, left speechless. It was a person? Chapter 70. The Wild Man. I stood in astonishment, gazing at the wild man before me, my mind seemingly short-circuited, devoid of any commands, whether verbal or physical. With the faint glow of the fire, I could only discern his rough outline. His hair was a disheveled mess, and his attire was tattered and torn, obscuring his features and skin tone, though he likely did not belong to the African race. Beside me, Kuin, who had been gnawing on snake meat, finally reacted, startled by the sudden appearance of this wild man. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, letting out a fierce roar. The wild man, taken aback, darted into the forest and vanished without a trace. I hastily restrained Kuin, who was eager to pursue, while my mind raced with calculations on how to proceed. I had encountered numerous accounts online of primitive tribes inhabiting remote forests or islands, people who, for various reasons, had not integrated into human society, their customs frozen in the Stone Age. I recalled a news story about a foreign journalist venturing into the wilderness to seek out these individuals, only to be ruthlessly devoured, a testament to the feral nature retained by such primitive humans. Of course, some primitive tribes are known for their hospitality, yet I was uncertain about the temperament of the wild man residing on this island. What if they were akin to the cannibalistic tribes depicted in the news? Fear began to creep in, especially since Kuin had already startled the wild man. I pondered where he might have gone. Had he fled in sheer panic? Or had he returned to his tribe to summon others? Would a horde of wild men soon come charging at me, capturing and consuming me? The more I contemplated, the more frantic I became. I hastily gathered my gear, retrieving a burning torch from the campfire, and set off towards the landing point, yearning to depart this place as swiftly as possible. The illumination from the torch was scant, and in my panic-stricken haste, I tripped over a vine, causing the torch to crash to the ground and extinguish. My wits, already half scattered, were now reduced to a mere flicker of consciousness remaining within my body. I scrambled to my feet in sheer panic, finding myself enveloped in darkness, nearly unable to see my hand in front of my face. It took a considerable amount of time for my eyes to adjust enough to discern a faint path. Fortunately, I had not chosen to spend the night in the forest. Otherwise, the dense canopy would have blotted out the final vestiges of moonlight. I stood frozen, hesitant to move, constantly surveying my surroundings, feeling as though countless demons were lurking nearby, waiting to feast upon me. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a pair of glimmering green eyes. A scream escaped my lips, causing the remnants of my consciousness to flee in terror. Yet, it quickly returned, for I realized that the eerie green light emanated from Kuin's bear-like eyes. This creature was staring intently at me, lost in its own thoughts. Infuriated, I delivered a forceful smack to its head. After enduring the tumult caused by Kuin, my heart gradually found its calm. I realized I must not frighten myself. Humanity often harbors an inexplicable dread of the unknown. My primary concern now was to evade the wild inhabitants of the island, and secondly, to avoid stepping upon venomous serpents and similar creatures. Steadying my mind, I cautiously made my way towards the small boat, guided by the faintest glimmer of light. However, after wandering for over half an hour, I discovered I had lost my way, utterly unable to discern my location or the direction of the boat. The absence of cries from the wild people behind me enveloped the island in an eerie silence. Remarkably, even the hooting of owls was absent from the night. This provided me with a modicum of reassurance. I found a large stone to tether Kuin, setting down my gear to rest momentarily. Yet, a sense of something missing gnawed at me. In a moment of realization, I turned my gaze to my shoulder. Kong was gone. My dear companion, whom I had brought back and nurtured for nearly a year, had vanished. Panic surged within me as I yearned to retrace my steps to find Kong. However, in the enveloping darkness, gathering firewood proved to be a daunting task. Desperately, I called out for Kong, disregarding the potential danger of attracting the wild people. I hoped my voice would guide Kong back to me. Yet after a prolonged period of calling, there was still no sign of him. Overwhelmed with sorrow, tears welled in my eyes. Could it be that I had truly lost Kong? Regret flooded my heart for having brought him along. I felt like an utterly incompetent guardian. Xiao Yu, Kong, and Kuin were my only companions on this island, and I had come to regard them as friends, as family. The thought of any misfortune befalling them would haunt me for a lifetime. Resolutely, I altered my plans. I would not flee for now. At dawn, I would set out to search for Kong. The forest likely harbored few wild people, or perhaps they were not as savage as I feared, having no intention of capturing me for their own purposes. With a heavy heart, I spent the night in this place. As the first light of dawn broke, I took Kuin and retraced my steps in search of Kong. By midday, I had scoured every possible route, but found no trace of him. A wave of despondency washed over me as I pondered. Could Kong have been devoured by a snake or snatched away by an eagle? My aimless searching in the woods yielded no results when, suddenly, I stumbled upon a site that bore evidence of human habitation. On a slightly elevated earthen slope stood a makeshift hut constructed from branches, haphazardly assembled, far inferior to my own small wooden dwelling. Approaching with caution, I found it empty, the ground scattered with remnants of charred grass and wood. The hut could barely accommodate one person, and no other shelters were visible nearby. Were these not the dwellings of a communal group of wild people? I was perplexed. Who might inhabit such a place? Were they also castaways, victims of a maritime disaster? Summoning my courage, I called out loudly, "Hello? Is anyone there?" I spoke in English, the only other language I had mastered beyond my mother tongue, albeit at a rudimentary level. I called out for an extended period, but no response echoed back. Kong was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to board a boat home, heartbroken and holding on to Kuin, I heard footsteps behind me, accompanied by the desperate cries of "Help me. I'm coming out." I hastily turned around and discovered the wild man who had been frightened away by Kuin the previous night. He was a man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in tattered garments, his hair unkempt, and his emaciated frame resembling that of a mere skeleton. His sunken eyes and the straw sandals on his feet suggested a resemblance to a Vietnamese, though he belonged to the yellow race, his skin dark and weathered. The man sprinted towards me, repeatedly shouting, "Help me." Noticing that he bore no weapon, I lowered my guard, firmly holding on to Kuin, fearful that this man might act erratically and scare him into fleeing once more. At that moment, my heart raced with exhilaration. After a year, I had finally encountered a living soul. Chapter 71. Friends, the frail man ran swiftly, and soon the distance between us shrank to less than 10 meters. He seemed somewhat fearful of Kuin, halting at a distance while repeatedly uttering the words, "Help me." His expression and actions vividly revealed his agitation. I even discerned joyful tears glistening in his eyes. I could ascertain that he, too, was a wanderer lost in this desolate place. As we drew closer, I noticed that the man was not particularly old, contrary to my earlier assumption of him being in his 30s or 40s. Though his skin was dark and glistening, it appeared remarkably youthful, devoid of wrinkles. His hair was exceptionally long, and his face was adorned with a beard interspersed with small twigs and dried leaves. He was filthy, emanating an unpleasant odor that made even Kuin seem more fragrant in comparison. I took a moment to steady my racing heart. extending my hands to signal him to calm down. As I formulated my words, I finally blurted out, "How are you?" The thin man paused at my words, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion, as if to say, "Are you foolish? Do you see how I look? Am I well? I'm on the brink of starvation. Where are you from? Can you take me away?" He implored. He did not respond to my inquiry about his well-being. I only grasped the first half of his statement, and the latter part eluded me entirely due to my limited command of English. Deciding not to squander words, I gestured to indicate my lack of understanding. His previously calm demeanor became even more agitated. He muttered incessantly in English, gesturing wildly as he gradually approached me, suddenly seizing my hand. I furrowed my brow, not reacting much, but Kuan, displeased, stood up and let out a menacing growl, revealing his sharp, fearsome fangs. The man was startled and plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming two words I could understand. "What the hell?" I was taken aback. Was he Chinese? Was he speaking our native tongue? Surely. I hadn't misheard due to a ringing in my ears. In my surprise, my mind struggled to comprehend, and I cautiously inquired, "You are from China?" Yes, I am Chinese," he replied. "What the hell?" Both of us were momentarily stunned. After a pause, I broke the silence, asking, "What shall I call you? How did you end up here? Do you know what country this is? Is there a way to contact the outside world?" The slender man appeared taken aback for a moment before gradually falling silent. He likely realized that I, too, was a compatriot who had wandered into this place. He slowly replied, "My name is Guyao. I accidentally ended up here, and I do not know which territory this belongs to." Hearing him speak, I couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Indeed, we were both lost souls in this vast expanse. "Wait, Guyao, why does that name sound so familiar?" I abruptly lifted my head, my gaze fixated on the man's visage, gradually aligning with the memory of my fellow villager, Guyao, from the moment we gathered at the production team. Although Guyao had undergone a remarkable transformation, one so drastic it bordered on absurdity, morphing from a robust young man into a gaunt figure resembling a wild man with disheveled hair. His features, particularly his eyes, were still somewhat recognizable. "Yuck! How could it be you? It's me, Zhang Lin, the Zhang Lin from the production team. Fellow villager," he exclaimed excitedly. "Ah, Zhang Lin?" Guyao appeared momentarily dazed, but soon recollected me, his eyes widening as if straining to recognize. It had been quite a while since I had seen my own reflection, but I imagine my appearance was not vastly different from Guyao's, both of us tanned from exposure. Fortunately, I possessed a pair of scissors to trim my hair and beard, ensuring I did not resemble a wild man too closely. Seeing a fellow villager moved us to tears, and we settled beside Guyao's makeshift shelter. He hurriedly brought forth 2 wooden cups, and we exchanged tales of our respective wanderings. Through our conversation, I learned that the tempest which had engulfed our small boat, leading to its sinking, had similarly afflicted Guyao and his group of 4. Their vessel had capsized, resulting in the disappearance of the production team members and a deputy. Guyao and the captain clung desperately to an old tire, drifting for 2 days and nights before reaching this desolate island. I inquired about the whereabouts of the other individual, the captain. Guyao, upon hearing my question, lowered his head in silence for a moment before responding. He perished within the first month on the island, bitten by a venomous snake in the forest. We had separated to scout, and when he returned to find me, the wound was severely swollen and blackened. I attempted to drain some of his blood, but ultimately he succumbed to the poison. Noticing Guyao's somber mood, I offered him words of comfort and shared the experiences of our group. We both considered ourselves fortunate to have survived the calamity. Our conversation then shifted to Kuan, and Guyao expressed astonishment, inquiring how I came to care for a bear. I recounted the entire story, leaving Guyao momentarily speechless, and he expressed a keen curiosity to see this bear that had an affinity for dried salted fish. I learned that the island Guyao inhabited lacked large animals. It was home to rabbits, insects, various birds, and a bothersome troop of monkeys that often pilfered his foraged fruits. Suddenly, it dawned on me that the fruit trees I had previously observed were already stripped of their bounty, explaining why so few fruits remained. Guyao had previously clashed with these monkeys, resulting in him being pelted with stones and sustaining numerous bumps on his head. Since then, he had kept his distance from the monkey troop, avoiding them at all costs. I inquired about the location of the monkeys, wondering why I had not encountered them. Gu Yao explained that they resided on the southwest side of the island, while we were situated on the northeast. Two individuals, both having spent over a year in silence, unexpectedly encounter a confidant in each other, someone familiar, a fellow townsman. Naturally, this sparks an enthusiastic exchange, and we converse for an entire day, causing Kuan to feel neglected. In an outburst of frustration, he directed his ire at Gu Yao, seemingly exclaiming, "Where did you come from, and when will you return Zhang Lin to me?" Sensing that the little creature might be hungry, I inquired of Gu Yao whether there was any food available. He assured me there was, and, after a brief pause, he dashed to the base of a tree, lifted a hefty wooden stick that covered a substantial pit beneath, revealing a mountaineering backpack reminiscent of my own. Upon opening the pack, I was greeted with an abundance of apples. Chapter 72, Desert Island Diary 9. I, Zhang Lin, have been marooned on this desolate island for 1 year and 1 month. Throughout this past year, I have often felt the pangs of loneliness, shedding tears on numerous occasions, even teetering on the brink of madness. Perhaps it was divine providence that orchestrated my encounter with Gu Yao, and from that moment onward, I no longer found myself in solitude. June 14th. Last night, I tasted an apple that Gu Yao had brought forth. It was diminutive in size, sour, and unpalatable. I cannot discern whether it was unripe or lacking in nutrients. After consuming half, I grimaced, feeling a discomfort in my teeth, and thus retrieved some cured meat from my backpack, suggesting we eat that instead. Upon witnessing the meat, Gu Yao appeared utterly astonished, as if struck by lightning, repeatedly inquiring about its origin. I informed him it was mutton, explaining that many wild goats roamed my little island. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he longed to dash forth and chase the goats across the grassy plains. Skillfully, I set the cured meat to roast, while Gu Yao watched intently, his mouth watering incessantly. After approximately 10 minutes, the meat was far from fully cooked, yet he could hardly wait a moment longer, eagerly asking if he could eat it. I cautioned him that it was not yet ready, to which he replied nonchalantly, "It's fine," and disregarding the heat. He grasped the meat and shoved it into his mouth, devouring it with an alarming fervor. I stood in astonishment, as did Kuan beside me, pondering the extent of his hunger that led him to such desperation. His mouth was stuffed, and the greasy juices dribbled down his chin. As he continued to eat, he began to choke, tears streaming down his face, his expression one of profound grievance. Between sobs, he choked further. Hastily, I fetched him a cup of water, patting his back and advising him to take it slow. I reminded him that there was still some food left on the small boat I had arrived in. I felt a pang of sympathy. Gu Yao's emaciated frame revealed the depths of his starvation. The piece of cured meat weighed about half a pound, and I had only brought a portion with me, leaving the rest at the landing site. Additionally, when one is deprived of sustenance for an extended period, suddenly gorging oneself can lead to complications. Hence I refrained from retrieving more for the time being, allowing Gu Yao to gradually acclimate. I inquired about his usual diet on the island, and he replied that he mainly subsisted on bananas and apples, occasionally roasting insects. Understanding this, I realized why he had become so gaunt. Who could endure a diet of such meager offerings? I asked why he did not fish in the sea, to which he explained that there were no reefs along the shore, and the nearby waters were teeming with sharks. On one occasion, he and the captain had fashioned a harpoon and attempted to dive for fish, only to be frightened off by the approach of a great white shark. After our evening meal, Gu Yao and I engaged in a camel-lit conversation, sharing our thoughts until the early hours of the morning. The prolonged tension of recent days melted away, and I eventually drifted into slumber without even realizing how. In the morning, I awoke before Gu Yao, having enjoyed a restful night as sleep, finally accompanied by the presence of another living soul. From Gu Yao's words, I learned that this small island harbors no large predators, allowing me to feel considerably more at ease. Gu Yao awakened from his slumber in the late afternoon, remarking that he had not experienced such a peaceful sleep in over a year. We deliberated on our next course of action and ultimately decided to return to my island, as its vast expanse offered ample food supplies, and my quaint wooden cabin was undeniably more comfortable than Gu Yao's dilapidated dwelling. Resolute in our decision, I assisted Gu Yao in packing his belongings. His possessions were rather limited. Among the items chosen from the production team were an axe, a saw, and a flashlight. While the axe and saw remained intact, the flashlight had long since depleted its batteries, gathering dust in a corner. Inquiring about his fire-starting methods, he revealed his hands, calloused and rough, akin to those of a laborer, and explained that he rarely ignited fires unless catching insects or small animals, resorting to the primitive technique of friction to kindle flames. Within a single afternoon, Gu Yao had assembled his belongings into a hiking backpack filled with apples and bananas, some of which were already wilting or even rotting. Yet, he clung to them as if they were treasures. I urged him to discard the spoiled fruit, but he shook his head vehemently, insisting that these provisions represented a significant part of his sustenance, declaring he would waste nothing. He also packed 2 vests and a pair of tactical training pants. I noticed he wore a pair of unevenly woven grass sandals and curiously inquired about his shoes, only to learn that they had been lost during his arrival on the island, swept away by the waves. After gathering these items, Gu Yao emerged from the forest with a large tire, evidently salvaged from an off-road vehicle, likely the very one he mentioned using to escape here with the captain. Although its utility was substantial, it was quite heavy. Nonetheless, my small boat could accommodate it, or we could tether it behind if necessary. I led him to my vessel, and he expressed admiration for my craftsmanship, astonished that I had managed to construct such a sizable boat. Together, we loaded the items onto the craft, but as the hour was late, we resolved to set sail at dawn the following day, June 15th. Our anticipated voyage was postponed by a light rain, prompting us to seek refuge in a nearby cave where we engaged in leisurely conversation throughout the morning. At noon, we prepared a substantial amount of cured meat and assalted fish, with Gu Yao devouring his portion ravenously, tears of joy shimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Kuan and I savored our meal more deliberately, watching Gu Yao's eating process with keen interest. After lunch, approximately an hour passed before the rain subsided, and we prepared to embark. Just as I was about to loosen the mooring line, Gu Yao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I must bid farewell to the captain." He then leaped from the small boat and sprinted to my right. I did not impede his actions, as they reminded me of Lao Gao. I trailed behind him, and after half an hour, we arrived at the base of a grand tree, where a small mound of earth lay. Gu Yao did not even erect a gravestone for the captain, standing silently before the mound, murmuring softly. After a moment, he bowed several times before turning to walk back toward me. I observed him discreetly wiping away his tears, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of solace, and inquiring about the captain's age and origin. Gu Yao revealed that his captain was named Lu Peng, 50 years of age, hailing from Hainan, a man of simplicity and kindness, endowed with a conversational charm. After landing on the island, he had taken great care of Gu Yao. Alas, as Gu Yao spoke, tears cascaded down once more, and I couldn't help but rub my forehead in exasperation. My initial intention to offer comfort only seemed to amplify his sorrow. Thus, I fell silent, letting out a soft sigh and giving his shoulder another reassuring pat. Before long, we boarded the vessel again. This time, Gu Yao had no further concerns. He assisted me by bringing the ropes and pushing the boat into deeper waters, after which we both skillfully climbed aboard. Chapter 73. A sky of endless clarity on the afternoon of June 15th. The sky was resplendently clear, devoid of clouds, and the azure expanse appeared as if washed by water, immaculate and pristine. I leisurely rowed my small boat, whistling a tune, while Gu Yao shared dried banana chips with Kuan, the two creatures reveling in their feast. Gu Yao was quite intrigued by Kuan, often reaching out to stroke its head, only to be rebuffed each time, as if Kuan were asserting that its head belonged solely to me. This journey proved to be fruitful. Although I did not discover any useful supplies, I did manage to rescue a living person. The only sorrowful note was the absence of Kong. I scoured the entire island but failed to catch sight of that familiar little bird. I rowed throughout the afternoon and, by evening, filled my belly with the remaining food, all of which I had cooked before departing. As dusk settled, We cast anchor and retired for the night. On June 16th, I rose early, intending to let Guiyao take the oars for a while. After all, I could not allow him to enjoy my hospitality without contributing. However, Guiyao began to feel seasick. He could not even sit up to row, let alone lie still, rolling from side to side, claiming dizziness. He vomited all that he had eaten that morning into the sea. At a loss for words, I continued to paddle alone. By afternoon, Guiyao's condition had improved somewhat, yet I graciously allowed him another night of rest, assuring him that he would row first thing in the morning. Guiyao promised earnestly that he would. On June 17th, the weather was particularly favorable, showing no signs of rain. I awoke early to find Guiyao still fast asleep. Clutching his backpack, I suspected that the fruits within might have turned to mush. For I noticed some moisture on the bag surface. Whether it was juice from the fruits or saliva from Guiyao, I could not tell. I hesitated to wake him, contemplating whether it was wise to rouse him for rowing, but ultimately, I could not bear to disturb him as he appeared utterly wretched, emaciated to the point that I doubted he weighed even 100 pounds. Thus, I nibbled on some roasted dried meat and continued to row. By midday, the sun blazed intensely, scorching my skin, and Guiyao seemed unable to withstand the heat any longer. He groggily sat up, and upon realizing he had missed his turn, he quickly stood and sheepishly apologized. Sorry, I accidentally overslept. Seeing his disheveled hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest, I replied with a sigh, "It's all right. Just eat something first, then we can talk." Guiyao, unperturbed, chuckled awkwardly, dug out a piece of dried meat, and opened his backpack. Indeed, many of the fruits had rotted, but Guiyao showed no disgust, tearing off the decayed parts and stuffing them into his mouth. Hey, don't eat that. It's spoiled, you'll upset your stomach," I exclaimed urgently. Guiyao laughed nonchalantly. It's fine. I've always eaten this way. I'm used to it." With a hint of irritation, I remarked to him that there was an abundance of preserved meat available. So why resort to consuming those rotten fruits? There was even a bit of honey left in the jar. Guiyao expressed his deep-seated fear of hunger, claiming he could not bear to waste even the slightest morsel. In his desperation, he had once grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, savoring it as if it were a delicacy. Well, it seems he has developed an immunity to such extremes, as long as he doesn't jeopardize his health. I am content with the fact that my recently found companion has not yet departed this world. Guiyao consumed his food with remarkable speed, finishing within 10 minutes, and then promptly moved to row the boat. I felt no need to be polite. My body was undoubtedly fatigued from the recent exertion. I settled beside Kunkin and reached out to stroke the bear's head. The little creature was gnawing on a piece of preserved meat, cradling it in its front paws. At times, Kunkin resembled a dog, but at this moment, he appeared more like a panda, munching contentedly and occasionally licking his lips. I surveyed the tranquil sea around us. The ocean, in its calmness, was stunningly beautiful, concealing its ferocious nature. The water gently rippled, while cheerful seagulls often plunged into the depths, emerging with small fish, which they carried off to distant isles. I frequently scanned the horizon, hoping to spot a passing vessel, yet my efforts were in vain. I asked Guiyao if he had ever seen any boats or planes, and to my surprise, he recounted a single occasion. He explained that he had seen what appeared to be a warship from a great distance. He had excitedly shouted towards the ship, but alas, it was too far for anyone on board to notice him. Since that day, he had not encountered another. Intrigued, I eagerly inquired about when and where he had spotted it. Guiyao recollected that it had been around the 3rd or 4th month after we landed on the island, and he pointed out a direction. Following his gesture, I glanced toward that horizon, but it was empty, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. If it had been a fishing boat or a commercial vessel, there might have been a fixed route, allowing us to calculate its passage time and seek rescue. Unfortunately, Guiyao's sighting had been of a warship, indicating a lack of regularity in its course. There was no telling when it would reappear, and even if it did, our small boat would be unable to match its speed. We could only hope to signal with smoke and chance our luck. Nonetheless, the appearance of any vessel signified that there was still a chance for us to escape this place, especially now that Guiyao had joined us, significantly enhancing our survival prospects. With this thought, my previously heavy heart lifted. I glanced toward my little island and realized we were drawing closer. I estimated we would arrive within 2 days. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that our small boat had become somewhat sluggish. Turning to look at Guyao, I was taken aback. There he was, chest puffed out, gritting his teeth, straining to row with his spindly arms, as if the 20-pound or weighed 100. The minuscule muscles in his arms were taut, veins bulging, as if they might burst forth at any moment. No wonder the boat seems to be making little progress. It turns out the oarsman is a mere wisp of a dog. I felt a pang of compassion and contemplated switching places with Guyao, but ultimately decided to row myself. After all, this fellow had been undernourished for an extended period, and I feared that sudden exertion might lead to dire consequences. To my surprise, Guyao, displaying a rather strong-willed disposition, adamantly refused to let me take over. Gritting his teeth, he insisted loudly, "I'm fine. I can manage. You just keep resting." "Very well," I replied, "then take it slow. The weather is fine, and there's no rush. If you find yourself too exhausted, just call for me." I allowed Guyao to continue, not wishing to bruise his resilient pride. A peculiar feeling surged within me. Could this be what they refer to as an indomitable spirit in the face of adversity? Chapter 74. The arrival of Guyao on June 19th. We finally returned to my little island. Guyao had been rowing for 2 days and collapsed from exhaustion last night. In his own words, he asked me to check his back for ants. Upon inspecting him, I observed that he had become remarkably frail, with only 2 prominent shoulder blades visible. I distinctly remembered our first encounter. Although he was slender, he was notably sturdy. Now, he appeared as a victim of malnutrition. Worried that he might overexert himself and suffer from muscle breakdown, I decided to take the initiative early this morning, as we were already quite close to the island. In the afternoon, we landed on the northern beach. Together, we dragged the small boat ashore. I must admit that having a companion made the task considerably easier, sparing us the trouble of moving the boat with logs. With our arms laden with supplies, we made our way to my cottage. As we approached, I caught sight of a colorful little bird perched motionlessly on the roof. My heart raced with excitement. It was Kong Kong. To my astonishment, my dear Kong Kong was alive and had found its way home, bringing me immense joy. I set down my belongings, whistled to Kong Kong, and extended my arm. The little creature fluttered its wings and gracefully landed on my hand, chirping melodiously, "Zhang Lin. Good afternoon. It's time for dinner." I imagine it must have been quite hungry, so I hurried inside to retrieve the jar of insects. Thankfully, the insects had survived, and I fed Kong Kong several plump, white worms, gently stroking its small head. How wonderful it was to have Kong Kong back. I usually pamper these little companions, yet I had forgotten their innate skills. Perhaps for a small bird, the distance between the 2 islands was trivial. Kuin also seemed weary from the journey. Once inside, it drank some water and retreated to its nest, lying still. I rushed to the rabbit hutch to assess the situation. The domesticated wild rabbits were faring well, but the wild grass had nearly been depleted, especially with around 40 rabbits in the enclosure. Amidst the throng of rabbits, I immediately recognized Xiaoyu, as it was the only one bounding towards me. I opened the door and scooped Xiaoyu up, stroking it affectionately as I walked inside. Big Xiaoyu is home. Guyao followed closely behind, his expression filled with disbelief and wonder. I could sense his envy as he marveled at the grandeur of my abode. A magnificent villa compared to his humble shelter and the multitude of animals I had, reminiscent of a small zoo. I provided Xiaoyu with some water and fresh tender grass, then proceeded to feed the wild rabbits in the hutch. It was at this moment that Guyao finally spoke, asking, "What are these animals?" I replied, "Oh, these rabbits were captured from a grassy area on the island. I keep them in captivity just in case." Then, I recounted the tales of Kong Kong, and Kuin in their entirety, captivating Guyao's expression. In stark contrast to Guyao's rather unremarkable island, mine was evidently bountiful, eliciting envy. I noticed his eyes, fixated on my wild rabbits, his throat twitching with anticipation. Instantly, I grasped his intentions and cautiously warned him. "Let's make an agreement. The wild rabbits in the hutch are raised for consumption. However, if you dare to lay a hand on little or Kong Kong, we shall part ways immediately." I refrained from mentioning Kuin, as I knew he lacked the audacity to provoke a formidable brown bear. Ye-o nuded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains, assuring me, of course, I understand the gravity of the situation and will not resort to indiscriminate choices. Witnessing his pitiful demeanor evoked a mixture of helplessness and sorrow within me. Consequently, I caught 3 rabbits, informing Gu Yao that they would serve as our supper for the evening. With a strange cry, he swiftly snatched one from my grasp, swiftly ending its life with a stone, then hurriedly kindled a fire, neglecting to clean the fur or entrails, and placed it directly over the flames to roast. In truth, it was still far from mealtime. The sun had yet to descend. As the tide receded, I retrieved a bamboo basket and spear from my dwelling to gather seafood. For Gu Yao was a guest, and I wished to extend my hospitality. Engrossed in roasting the rabbit, Gu Yao remained oblivious to my departure. Approximately an hour later, I returned with a basket brimming with treasures from the sea, only to find Gu Yao had finished his rabbit, seated on the ground, rubbing his full belly, his gaze lingering on the 2 untouched wild rabbits I had slaughtered but not yet processed. Indeed, he displayed a commendable sense of propriety, although tempted. He refrained from touching my food without my consent. Upon seeing me emerge with a large basket of seafood, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment, and exclaimed, "Zhang Lin, I saw you head toward the rocks earlier. Did you gather all this seafood? This place is incredibly abundant." Amused by his comical expression, I stifled a laugh and replied, "Yes, many seafood abound at low tide near the rocks." I swear I meant no disrespect towards Gu Yao. It was merely that his current demeanor, combined with his tattered attire, made him resemble a refugee encountering a feast of delicacies. I informed him that I would prepare dinner, and there was still some time before dusk. I suggested he explore the island, but not to wander too far, as larger animals roamed the area. Upon hearing this, Gu Yao displayed an eager expression and timidly inquired about the large animals present. I mentioned wild boars, brown bears, and leopards, prompting him to exclaim that he dared not venture recklessly. I reassured him of our safety in this region, which allowed him to cautiously stroll along the coastline towards the east, gripping an axe tightly as if to fortify his courage. In Gu Yao, I seemed to see a reflection of myself when I first arrived on the island. I commenced my culinary endeavors, constrained by the ticking clock and a scarcity of ingredients. I retrieved a clay pot and steam-cooked an assortment of seafood, while preparing 2 wild hares, one braised and the other sweet and sour. Admittedly, my selection of spices was limited, yet the procedures bore a semblance to the traditional methods. Nevertheless, I am confident that these dishes will present flavors that Gu Yao has not savored over the past year. I toiled diligently until the approach of dusk, and, as the meal neared completion, a sudden howl echoed from the eastern vicinity. Chapter 75. Truths Unveiled and Intoxication Startled. I swiftly rose to my feet and gazed eastward, fearing that Gu Yao had encountered some peril. However, upon closer inspection, I could not suppress my amusement. There was Gu Yao, wielding an axe with one hand, dashing toward the camp, his silhouette a blur as he shouted in a frenzy. His straw sandals kicked up sparks as he ran, and I marveled at the speed of the seemingly frail Gu Yao, moving like a bolt of lightning. Trailing behind him at a leisurely pace was a figure I recognized despite the dimming light. It was a brown bear, massive in stature, its ample rear swaying as it ambled along. Who else could it be but Bearda? In mere moments, Gu Yao had reached my side, breathless and pointing at the bear that had been left far behind. "Bear, run, Zhang Lin. That bear is like a small mountain," he cried urgently, shifting his weight as if to flee once more. I seized him to halt his flight. "Stay put. That is Bearda, the one I mentioned before. He won't harm you." My words, though somewhat clumsy, were intended to soothe his frayed nerves. Is it the one you said loves to eat salty fish? Kuin's mother?" Gu Yao still struggled to regain his composure. I nodded and patted his shoulder, assuring him that all would be well. At last, he calmed, though he remained hidden behind me. I refrained from mocking his timidity. After all, I had once been terrified into submission by Bearda myself. It was impossible to blame my fear. Bearda's robust and formidable physique was indeed intimidating. I estimated that among all adult bears, Bearda's weight must rank among the highest. Even though Kuan had grown significantly in comparison to Bearda, he appeared as nothing more than a mere toy. Before long, the unhurried Bearda approached, standing a short distance away. It opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar directed at me. The sound sent a tremor through Guyao, who seemed poised to bolt at any moment. Bearda, perhaps, was contemplating my abrupt departure without a proper greeting, taking into account that we had been away from the island for over 10 days. It was only natural for the bear to feel some resentment upon discovering that its beloved cub was absent. Inside the dwelling, Kuan, upon hearing the commotion, joyfully bounded outside. The two bears frolicked together in front of the house, engaging in playful antics. The wisdom reflected in Bearda's eyes, especially coupled with that reproachful growl, conveyed a wealth of meaning. After our prolonged companionship, I found myself increasingly astonished by the intelligence of these creatures. At times, I felt as though they were perpetually pondering profound thoughts, though their inability to articulate them remained evident. Many have observed the clever antics of numerous small dogs, which often perform unexpected actions due to certain breeds possessing an intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. In my estimation, the intellect of brown bears far surpasses that of dogs. As I watched the two bears engage in their playful reunion, Guyao finally ceased his trembling. I, with a mischievous intent, squinted at his lower half, only to be met with disappointment. There were no signs of moisture there. Fortunately, he did not notice my small act. Instead, he was captivated by the aromatic rabbit meat simmering in the pot. His expression of terror was swiftly supplanted by an insatiable craving, his eyes gleaming with a disconcerting light. I carried out the square table from the room, adorning it with a splendid array of dishes. I prepared a medley of steamed seafood, elegantly arranged upon a large banana leaf, featuring crabs, octopuses, conchs, clams, blood clams, sea urchins, and more, for plump, opened oysters, 2 red snapper, a grilled eel, a plate of braised wild rabbit, and another of sweet and sour rabbit, alongside roasted cured goat meat, cured turtle meat, and dried snake meat. I also brought forth some dried bananas and raisins. A droplet of saliva betrayed Guyao, trickling from the corner of his mouth, and I refrained from tantalizing him further, allowing him to wait just a moment longer. Perhaps he did not hear me, as he stood there in a daze, silent. I retrieved a sealed ceramic jar from the storeroom, containing the grape wine I had crafted. I procured 2 ceramic cups, filling them generously before gesturing to Guyao to begin. Finally, he snapped back to reality, gulped down some saliva, and nodded, exclaiming, "Oh, well then, I shall indulge." Grasping a rabbit leg with his right hand, he took a large bite, exclaiming, "Delicious." His left hand was equally active, seizing an octopus and devouring it in one swift motion. The food scarcely lingered in his mouth before it was swallowed, as he consumed the meal with the ferocity of a tempest. Observing his voraciousness, I could not help but feel a pang of hunger myself. However, my manners were far more refined than his. After a while, I raised my cup, clinking it with Yao's, saying, "Cheers, Guyao. Take a sip, and welcome to my little island as a guest. From now on, we shall look after one another. One for you. Thank you, Zhang Lin. Were it not for my good fortune in encountering you, I cannot fathom how long I might survive, let alone indulge in such exquisite food." Guyao lamented, tears beginning to flow as he continued to chew. I pondered to myself how a grown man could be so prone to tears. Hastily, I raised my cup and took a sip to alleviate the awkwardness. To my surprise, Guyao lifted his cup and downed it in one go, his voice trembling with emotion. "Ah, what fine wine! Refreshing." The wine I crafted was sweet, and after a period of fermentation, its flavor had matured beautifully, offering a robust grape aroma intertwined with a subtle hint of alcohol, reminiscent of a meticulously mixed cocktail. However, given the island's limited resources, I could not guarantee the safety of my concoction, and thus I only dared to drink half a cup each time, fearful of potential repercussions. Unbeknownst to Guyao, he treated the wine as though it were mere water, using it to soothe his somewhat choked throat. I felt a twinge of concern. Would he risk blinding himself with such indulgence? Should he become blind, would I be compelled to consider casting him into the sea to feed the sharks? After all, caring for a blind person would surely exhaust me. Of course, these were mere jests, Yet witnessing his hurried consumption, I could not suppress my concerns. To my surprise, Guyao waved his hand dismissively, chewing his food and mumbling, "Oh, it's quite all right, Zhang Lin. My grandmother used to make wine frequently, and I consumed quite a bit each time without any ill effects. Could you possibly pour me another glass? Thank you." Given his earnest plea, how could I be stingy? Thus, I filled his glass to the brim once more. Half an hour later, the food on the table had dwindled significantly, while the wine remained in half a bottle. An hour later, the remnants of the meal were still the same, yet the wine had nearly vanished. Though this wine lacked potency, its after effects were undeniably profound. A gentle sea breeze swept by, and Guyao found himself swaying unsteadily, collapsing onto the ground and bursting into tears. He clutched my feet, resting his face upon them. "So Bing Wa, Zhang Lin, my brother Hick. My dear friend, this past year has been so wretched for me. Do you know? I have endured more suffering than I ever imagined possible. Despite having partaken in considerable amounts of wine myself, my mind remained lucid. As I observed him, reeking of alcohol and clinging to me, it would be disingenuous to claim I felt no aversion. However, contemplating our shared future on this island, I resolved to bear with it." Guyao continued his inebriated rambling. "Brother, do you realize? When we first started out, the food had all been consumed. I searched high and low with the captain, but we found nothing to eat. Hick, during that time, can you guess what I resorted to? I had to eat my own excrement. Excrement." My eyes widened in astonishment. It appeared I had stumbled upon a most shocking revelation. Though Guyao's drunken demeanor was somewhat off-putting, this fellow proved to be quite remarkable. Chapter 76. A Stroll for Two last night. I reveled until the early hours with Guyao. Rather than a celebration, it was more of a one-sided affair where I listened to his ramblings and drunken mutterings. This fellow, once intoxicated, spoke unabashedly about everything. Topics ranging from the most inappropriate to the mundane, including his personal physiological matters and even the distasteful subject of consuming excrement. I must admit, he is quite a character. He spoke for over an hour before collapsing onto the floor in slumber. I carried him indoors and laid him on my bed. It was then I noticed that Kuan and Xiongda had yet to eat. I proceeded to boil some potatoes and cured meats for them, and I even took the liberty of grilling 2 salted fish specifically for Xiongda. After finishing his meal, Xiongda wiggled his rear and vanished into the flames. Kuan and I returned to the room to sleep. I relinquished the bed to Guyao and had no choice but to make a makeshift bed on the floor. I spread some dry straw beside Kuan's nest and gradually drifted off to sleep. June 20th. I awoke this morning with a heavy, throbbing headache, perhaps a consequence of last night's excessive consumption of substandard liquor or the discomfort of sleeping on hard ground. My stomach also felt slightly uneasy. I ventured outside to light a fire and boiled a few potatoes. Once cooked, I mashed them and mixed in some honey. I intended to add a dash of lemon juice, but alas, the fresh lemons I had gathered previously had all spoiled. Upon tasting it, I found the flavor quite delightful, sweet and soft. At this moment, Guyao emerged from the house, rubbing his head. "Good morning, Zhang Lin." "Oh, why does my head ache so?" I retorted somewhat irately. "I warned you to drink less, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're reaping the bitter fruits of your folly." Guyao chuckled sheepishly. "It's been too long since I've had meat, you know. I got carried away. By the way, did I embarrass myself last night?" His increasing nervousness was palpable as he scratched the back of his head. "Well, you didn't make a fool of yourself. You could easily take up a career in comedic performance. Suprasingalo, y raplia, no. You merely drank too much and fell asleep." I told a harmless little lie. I then invited Guyao to sit down for breakfast. Upon seeing the mashed potatoes in the earthen bowl, his eyes widened. "Potatoes? You actually have potatoes? Did you prepare this before arriving on the island?" I explained that I had found them in the forest and pointed to the nearby potato field, informing him that I had already planted a second batch. Guyao's expression turned to disbelief before he began to complain about the barren conditions of his island. Noticing he was still standing without eating, I urged, "What are you dawdling for? Come eat before it gets cold." Suddenly, Guyao turned and walked toward the back of the wooden house, puzzled by his intentions. I heard him say, "Just a moment, let me relieve myself." I called out, "Make sure to go further away. Don't do that behind the house." After a considerable time, I began to suspect he might be constipated as he returned with an awkward gait, likely due to his legs falling asleep from squatting. Once we finished breakfast, I planned to take Yao for a tour around the island. After all, he would be living here, and it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the territory. Plus, having an extra set of hands could provide additional strength and perhaps even insightful knowledge and suggestions that I hadn't considered. As a result, I discovered that Yao, this fellow, apart from uttering flattery such as "Wow, Zhang Lin, you are truly impressive," and "Wow, you are just too strong, Zhang Lin," offered no other useful suggestions. Initially, I took him to the nearest potato field, where the current batch had already sprouted, bursting with vitality. This crop was more than sufficient for both Kuan and me. But with Gui Yao's arrival, we would need to replan. While we were in the field, apart from weeding, he pointed at the scarecrow and asked, "What is that?" I was at a loss for words. How could he not recognize such an obvious scarecrow? Was he merely mocking my handiwork? Though I internally scoffed, I patiently explained it to him. Gui Yao responded with a simple "oh," and when I inquired about his origins in Qingdao, I suspected he was not from the countryside, exhibiting a rather uninformed demeanor. My guess proved correct. He hailed from Shernan. Next, I guided him around Swan Lake, and the breathtaking scenery astonished the naive Gui Yao. Reminiscent of my own first visit, he expressed his awe repeatedly. While wandering by the lakeside, upon spotting a herd of wild goats, I noticed him swallowing hard, clearly tempted. "Zhang Lin, shall we catch a goat?" Gui Yao's eyes were fixed intently on the grazing goats. I informed him that these goats were incredibly swift, making it impossible for us to catch them barehanded. To instill some caution, I jokingly warned him that there might be a leopard lurking in the bushes, causing him to retreat behind me in fear. However, with his inclusion, capturing these goats would become significantly easier in the future. I also observed that the previously pregnant female goats now had 1 or 2 kids grazing beside them, completely engrossed in feeding. My stock of smoked goat meat was nearly depleted, and I needed to devise a plan to catch some soon. The young goats should be captured early. I aimed to raise a few of them, as waiting for them to grow would complicate both capturing and taming them. By now it was noon, and both of us felt a pang of hunger. I decided to take Gui Yao to the mangroves to catch some large blue crabs. Upon learning of my plan, Gui Yao displayed an eager glint in his eyes, exclaiming, "Great! I've never had blue crabs before." I led him through the thicket along the path I had constructed. Once again, the sycophant surfaced, praising my ingenuity. I humbly remarked that it was merely a way to stave off boredom and inquired about his usual activities on the island. Gui Yao replied, "Just biding my time. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how much longer I could endure." Sob. As he choked up, I felt overwhelmed and quickly asked him to help me clear the weeds and vines along the path to distract him, which fortunately stopped his tears. After 2 hours, we arrived at the mangroves, where we caught numerous blue crabs. Gui Yao, undeterred by whether he could eat them all, found a vine and strung together a line of crabs, and then we headed back home to cook them. In the evening, Gui Yao joyfully devoured the crabs. The first time I saw him, his withered face was filled with despair, but now he appeared invigorated, and in his eyes I witnessed 2 words: hope. In my eyes, there likely resides a similar glimmer. Disregarding those thoughts, I opened a blue crab and began to savor its legs, while Kuan indulged in the crab, crunching through the shell and skin, the sounds of his munching echoing around us. As the 2 connoisseurs relished their feast, I began to contemplate my future plans. Tomorrow, I shall take Yao for a brief exploration. Once he becomes acquainted with the terrain, I will commence the construction of a sheep pen, hastening the implementation of our goat-rearing initiative. This fellow, Gui Yao, having consumed so much of my provisions, ought to contribute some labor in return. I have discerned what could be considered a questionable virtue of his, an exceedingly high level of compliance. Whatever task I assign him, he dutifully undertakes without a hint of personal opinion. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The advantage lies in having a willing assistant at my disposal. Yet the drawback remains that I must continue to devise strategies and ponder ways to ensure our survival. Chapter 77. Diary of a Deserted Island, June 10th, 21. Yesterday, I was plagued by an inexplicable sensation, as if I had overlooked something significant. It was only in the evening that I recalled my intention to construct another bed within the confines of our shelter. However, by the time the thought resurfaced, it was already too late. Guyao suggested that the two of us could manage to squeeze in together for the night and address the matter in the morning. Yet, I found his odor quite disagreeable. Just look at the thick layer of mud clinging to him, likely sufficient to fashion a box of clay figurines. His scruffy beard and disheveled hair rendered him akin to a caveman, and the stench emanating from him was quite intolerable. Such matters are not easily articulated. So I subtly hinted to him that I tend to be restless in my sleep, thus a small bed would be inadequate. Guyao, ever perceptive, responded, "Oh, then I'll sleep on the floor, and you can have the bed." I feigned a polite smile and insincerely insisted, "As the guest, you shouldn't sleep on the ground. I shall take it instead." Guyao shook his head and waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, I am quite accustomed to sleeping on the ground. A bed would be rather uncomfortable for me." Before he could finish speaking, he tossed his backpack onto the patch of grass I had prepared the previous night and sat atop it, declaring it his territory. I sighed in relief, fearing he might insist on taking the bed for himself. I lit a candle made from the glass jar I had previously found, illuminating our small abode. One of us sat on the bed, while the other settled on the grass mat, sharing stories about the day's observations. As we conversed, Guyao's attention wandered. He glanced at Kong Kong in the cage, then at Yu Er and Kuin nestled in their corner, before his gaze swept across my long table. His eyes suddenly widening as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Following his gaze, my heart sank. This fellow was about to make a fuss over the terracotta figurines. These were merely whimsical creations I had fashioned during my pottery endeavors, crooked and unrecognizable artistic expressions. "Hey, Zhang Lin, I've never noticed this before. What is it?" Guyao inquired with curiosity, rising to inspect the figurines more closely. "Oh, that? I unearthed it while constructing a path in the woods," I replied, jokingly refusing to acknowledge that I had made them, for my reputation as an artist must remain intact. Could this possibly be an antique? It must be quite valuable. It appears to be a figure of a person, but doesn't it resemble a diminutive terracotta warrior? Are there such artifacts abroad? Guyao picked up a small clay figure, furrowing his brow in wonder. "Well, who can say? It might be anything. But honestly, even if it were valuable, what good would it do us here on this little island? Let's just get some sleep," I hastily explained, feigning a yawn and lying down to rest. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Guyao casting me a skeptical glance before resuming his examination of the figurines. Eventually, with a perplexed expression, he carefully returned them to their original place, perhaps genuinely convinced that they were precious archaeological relics from abroad. "These are the little interludes from last night. Today, we rose early, and after breakfast, I deliberately took scissors and began trimming my beard in front of Guyao. Curiously, he inquired about the origin of the scissors, prompting me to recount my journey from Shisha Beach, which left him in astonishment. I intentionally avoided mentioning the sea turtles, fearing he would eagerly drag me off to seek them out. My plan succeeded to some extent, as Guyao, after observing my grooming, cheerfully asked, "May I borrow those?" Ever since I arrived at this desolate place, I haven't had a haircut, and it's quite bothersome. "No need to be so polite. I will be delighted for you to use them," I replied slowly. Perhaps it was a momentary lapse of judgment, as I added, "Would you like me to help you with your haircut?" "Great. You're so kind, Zhang Lin," Guyao said, somewhat bashfully. I truly wish to slap myself for being so foolish. Striving to maintain a smile, I walked behind him, where my grin immediately vanished. His hair was indeed greasy. The wild goat I had caught was cleaner than this. I felt that if I squeezed it, oil would surely ooze out. Alas, one must bear the consequences of their own words. I cut swiftly and haphazardly. After all, he had no mirror to see the result. In 10 minutes, I had fashioned a shaggy, egg-shaped hairstyle adorned with some stains. Do not think ill of it. Those are not my doing, but rather remnants left by lice. Seizing the opportunity, I cautioned Guyao about the wounds left by the lice on his head, suggesting he should disinfect them, and advised him to soak in the sea for a while, as salt water could cleanse and sanitize, providing a perfect bath. Guyao responded with a cheerful, "All right, thank you, Zhang Lin." He then stepped onto the beach, heading toward the sea, clutching the charcoal powder I had given him. Before long, I beheld a scene. A man, dark as night, bathing in the tranquil waves. His skin was a deep shade of red, which contrasted starkly with his two pale, tender buttocks. Half an hour later, Gu Yao returned. Noticing me lounging in the shade, he joined me, cheerfully exclaiming, "Ah, that was refreshing. I feel so much lighter now." Upon closer inspection, I was astonished. He had washed off the grime, and his complexion appeared noticeably brighter. Well, the horrifying smell is finally gone. I want to have a hole in my nose tonight. I'm used to, right? I almost forgot about building the bed. I immediately rose from my chair and beckoned Gu Yao to the bamboo grove. Together, we transported a large bundle of bamboo. In the past, I had to carry it alone, which was quite laborious, but with two of us, it was much easier. After 2 hours, my wooden house had a new bed, which I deliberately placed further away to avoid being disturbed by his snoring. In the afternoon, I and Gu Yao discussed the construction of the sheep pen. After a thorough discussion, we finalized our plan. I would design it, and Gu Yao would follow my instructions, as he always responded with, okay. I inquired if he had any suggestions, to which he replied that he had none and praised my ideas. Once we reached an agreement, we commenced our work, opting to employ the traditional methods. I delineated a considerable area on the ground, selecting a location adjacent to the potato field. This choice ensured that our living arrangements within the wooden cabin remained undisturbed, while allowing us to utilize sheep manure to fertilize the potato crops. Though we were 2 in number, we possessed only a single shovel, thus we divided our tasks. Gu Yao was responsible for excavating the foundation, while I ventured into the forest to gather materials for constructing the sheep shelter. I envisioned erecting a stone wall around the shelter, half a person's height, to ensure it was sufficiently sturdy, given that sheep are also adept at digging. This endeavor required a substantial quantity of stones, and I transported all the nearby stones I could manage, yet it still felt inadequate. Ultimately, I recalled the time when we first arrived on the island, when we had arranged a monumental SOS on the beach. After being displayed for such a lengthy period, it proved utterly futile. It would be far more beneficial to repurpose that effort into constructing the sheep shelter instead. Chapter 78. The Sheep Pen and Capturing Goats, June 24th. After 4 days of relentless effort, the sheep pen has been completed, spanning approximately 60 square meters. The walls are constructed from stone, with long timber embedded at each corner, supporting a roof covered with half bamboo. With the sheep pen established, our next task is, of course, to capture the goats. I inquired with Gu Yao if he had any effective methods. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed that digging a pit would be quite practical, a notion I wholeheartedly agreed with. On June 25th, the 2 of us, along with the bear, set off for Swan Lake, laden with various supplies. I bore a shovel, and Gu Yao carried a large metal bucket. The bucket was intended for soaking the soil to enhance our excavation efficiency, conveniently located near the river for easy access to water. We marked our spots, selecting several areas frequented by goats. I took on the responsibility of digging, while Gu Yao managed the water supply. Within just half a morning, we successfully excavated a 2-meter-deep pit, camouflaging it as best as we could, and then proceeded to dig another at a distance. At noon, we enjoyed grilled fish by Swan Lake. I had brought along my fishing rod, and this lake is teeming with various fish species. Thus far, I have saber carp, crucian carp, tilapia, blackfish, herring, and whitebait, among others. Remarkably, there are even ornamental fish such as goldfish, silverfish, and parrotfish, which command a hefty price in pet stores. Moreover, these fish have never been fished before, displaying no wariness towards bait, foolishly darting towards the hook. With a stroke of luck, one could catch several sizable fish within half an hour. After our meal, fatigue evaporated, replaced by renewed vigor. As dusk approached, we dug another large pit, alongside one that was partially excavated. I planned to create 5 such traps to maximize our chances of capturing goats. June 27th, this midday, Gu Yao and I exceeded our expectations, crafting 6 pitfall traps. We now lay in wait among the grass, preparing to drive the goats into the traps. Prior to this, I had taken Kunkin to play with the bears, quietly slipping away while they frolicked. Such an endeavor would be unfeasible with the little one present. I harbored no concerns for Kunkin's safety, as no creature on the island posed a threat to the 2 bears. I concealed myself in the grass to the west, closer to Swan Lake, while Gu Yao hid to the north not far away. Between us grazed 5 goats, 3 adults and 2 kids. Our plan was to herd the goats eastward, where 3 traps were strategically positioned. If the goats fled in the correct direction, there was a substantial chance they would tumble into the pits. We crouched low, inching closer to the goats while making every effort to remain silent. However, as I approached within 15 meters of the herd, one adult goat twitched its ears, turning its wary gaze toward me. Realizing we were about to be discovered, I shouted and dashed towards the flock, prompting Gu Yao to join the fray. The goats bolted eastward, but in the next instant, I found myself unable to keep track of them. These swift creatures vanished in a flash. What astonished me even more was the sight of Yao sprinting with extraordinary speed, his frantic cries echoing through the air. Though he paled in comparison to a goat, he was at least able to keep a fair distance behind the flock. I barely caught a glimpse of him before he vanished into the underbrush. Why was he running so swiftly? I even entertained the notion that his grass shoes might possess some magical properties. Left behind, I could only rely on my ears to discern the general direction, hastily making my way toward the sound, yet gradually faded. Straining to listen, I suddenly thought I heard Gu Yao shout. My heart raced with excitement. He must have driven a goat into the trap. I wondered if it was the 2 little goats. Eagerly, I sought out the source, and soon enough, I indeed spotted a trap that had been triggered. The delicate bamboo strips and blades of grass covering it had fallen away. I scanned the surroundings. Where had Gu Yao gone? Surely he wasn't still chasing the goats. What a tenacious fellow. Regardless, I decided to let him pursue while I assessed the outcome. I hurried to the mouth of the pit, filled with anticipation as I peered inside. To my surprise, there was a person who appeared to have fainted. Who else could it be but Gu Yao? This, oh dear. I paused momentarily, internally grumbling. Yet, my concern for Gu Yao's safety overshadowed my thoughts. This pit was a full 2 meters deep, and given his speed, what if he had sustained a serious injury? I quickly jumped in to check on him, feeling for his breath. He was still alive. I examined his limbs and discovered that both of his palms were scraped, and his right knee was bleeding slightly, though thankfully there were no signs of fractures. A small gash marred the right side of his head, from which blood trickled down. Gently, I patted his cheek and called out, Gu Yao, Gu Yao, wake up. Hey, Gu Yao. After a moment of patting, he suddenly twitched, rolled his eyes back, and gradually opened his eyes. Zhang Lin. I almost caught that little goat. Just a little more. I was taken aback. Was he racing against the goat? Our plan was to drive them into the trap. For goodness sake. I asked, did you not realize there was a trap here? I was having such a great time running that I forgot. He even managed to smile, indicating that his injuries were not too severe. I helped him to his feet and inquired about any pain or lack of strength in his limbs. He shook his hands and feet, assuring me he was fine, though his head felt a bit dazed. Well, as long as he was all right. I intended to help him up, but when I looked up, I was bewildered. In my haste, I had forgotten to bring a ladder. Ultimately, I exerted tremendous effort to climb out of the pit. The bottom of the hole was wide, but the opening was small, and the soil around the entrance was particularly loose, causing it to collapse whenever I grasped it, resulting in several tumbles. After finally setting down a ladder, Gu Yao managed to crawl out as well. We exchanged glances, both covered in dirt, and couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Our first attempt at capturing goats had ended in failure. I instructed Gu Yao to return to the camp first, emphasizing the necessity of treating his wound by rinsing it with fresh water and applying salt for disinfection. Should an infection occur, it would spell disaster. Gu Yao reassured me, mentioning that he had a first aid kit in his backpack, with its contents largely untouched. Upon reaching the bear's den, I found Kunkin, and the 2 of them gazed at my muddy attire with inquisitive eyes, sparkling with curiosity, as if pondering whether I had been mining for coal. As I walked home with Kunkin, we passed a grassy patch where goats raised their heads to observe me, their mouths moving rhythmically as they grazed. A pang of resentment stirred within me. Just you wait. Chapter 79. Captive Prey, June 28th. Gu Yao's unexpected injury compelled us to rest for a day. He sustained a considerable bump on his forehead. While not severe, it was quite pronounced in a deep shade of purple. After a day of recuperation, we rose early today and concealed ourselves in the grass. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, we once again spotted a herd of goats. This group was larger than the one we encountered 2 days ago, comprising a total of 8 goats, including 3 kids and a heavily pregnant doe, likely near to giving birth. I assessed Guyao's position, gauging it was time to act. I signaled him, then mustered all my strength and shouted as I dashed toward the herd. The grazing goats, startled, scattered in all directions. 2 did not flee east as anticipated but bolted north. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Guyao was more cautious and did not run as swiftly. We synchronously pursued the remaining 6 goats, which fled in the intended direction. After 7 or 8 minutes, I distinctly saw a large and a small goat tumble into a deep pit. I could hardly contain my excitement. It was a success. I beckoned Guyao, signaling him to halt the chase. The trap had been triggered. He ceased his frantic sprint and joined me, both of us filled with anticipation as we approached the pit. Upon nearing, we heard a commotion from the bottom, revealing 2 goats frantically attempting to leap their way out. Goats possess remarkable jumping abilities. Had I not deliberately shaped the pit to be wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, the adult goat would have easily escaped. Upon sensing our presence, the goats grew increasingly agitated, bleating incessantly and wildly jumping around. Several times, the larger goat nearly leaped out, but I was determined not to let it succeed. Armed with a stick, I prodded it down each time its front hooves grazed the edge of the pit. I refrained from descending into the pit, preventing Guyao, who was eager to jump in, from doing so. I warned him of the goat's temperament and recounted my previous experience, rolling up my pant leg to show him the scar from my injury. This dissuaded him from the idea of jumping in. The adult goat we had captured was evidently a female, discernible by her swollen abdomen filled with milk. However, I found myself perplexed about how to retrieve her. Guyao suggested we use a spear to kill them first, then hoist them up with a ladder for meat. While this was indeed a practical solution, my intention was to domesticate the goats for sustainable rearing. I continued to ponder the best approach. By noon, the 2 goats had clearly exhausted themselves, ceasing their frantic attempts to escape. They seemed to comprehend that with 2 humans present, there was no means of escape. Guyao, unable to contain himself, urged Zhang Lin, "Look, the goats are tired. Let's go down and tie them up." I promptly refuted his suggestion, insisting that they only appeared calm while still retaining strength. I had been careless before, which resulted in my injury. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for a decade. I was not one to forget such lessons. I observed the 2 sheep and noticed that the little lamb had laid down, resting its head low to the ground, while the mother goat held her head high, defiantly gazing at me with one vigilant eye, brimming with wariness and an air of unruliness. What kind of look is that? Do you truly believe I cannot do anything to you? Her gaze provoked a flicker of anger within me. The injuries I had sustained previously had fostered a deep resentment towards these sheep. Moreover, the midday sun blazed down fiercely, causing both of us to sweat profusely, our stomachs rumbling with hunger. Thus, I resolved immediately. The larger one would be slaughtered for meat, while the smaller one would be taken back for domestication. I instructed Guyao to keep watch here while I returned to retrieve my bow and spear, conveniently stored at the entrance of the forest in that triangular wooden hut. 20 minutes later, armed with weapons, I handed the spear to Guyao and readied my bow, aiming at the adult goat. In the past, I would have hesitated to take such action, but after a period of survival on the island, I had gradually become more ruthless. It was an unfortunate necessity, for you were simply too delectable. Upon noticing the peculiar object in my hands, the goat likely sensed something was amiss, as it grew agitated, pacing restlessly and bleating anxiously. I drew back the bowstring, aligning my aim at its neck, and released an arrow. Given the proximity and the size of the target, there was no reason to miss. The wooden shaft struck true, piercing the goat's belly. The wounded goat became even more frantic, darting wildly within the pit. I nocked another arrow. 10 minutes later, I had exhausted the arrows in my bamboo tube, and the goat was now riddled with shafts, resembling a hedgehog, bloodied like a bull in a Spanish bull ring, yet still spiritedly leaping about. The vitality of the creature was formidable, but my archery left much to be desired. I simply could not hit the vital areas. It was not entirely my fault, for the injured goat's erratic movements made it exceedingly difficult to aim. Guyao witnessed the entire ordeal, and I felt a flush of embarrassment Surely he wouldn't mock me? Stealing a glance at him, I was relieved to find no hint of laughter in his expression. His gaze fixed intently on the goat in the pit, allowing me to relax slightly. After an extended struggle, the goat gradually succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing with feeble bleats. I deemed the moment ripe and beckoned Guyao to descend and finish it off with the spear. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyao sprang down into the pit with gleaming eyes, not even bothering with the ladder. When the goat noticed someone approaching, it struggled to rise, and my heart tightened with concern. Would it still possess the strength to stand? Thankfully, my worries proved unfounded. After several attempts, it could not regain its footing. Guyao seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and thrust the spear into the goat's chest. The goat emitted a mournful wail before falling silent. Guyao, who often appeared timid, exhibited a remarkable decisiveness in action. That night, the two of us, along with a bear, once again savored the delectable and fresh mutton. Guyao finally ceased her tears, engrossed in devouring the meat, her face smeared with grease. From within the sheep pen, the occasional bleat of a lamb echoed, a soft, tender sound. Indeed, it was the little lamb that had fallen into the pit. We had exerted considerable effort, depleting the lamb's energy, and meticulously bound it with vines before bringing it back. At that moment, the little lamb was restlessly pacing back and forth within the pen. Chapter 80, Peril July 3rd. In recent days, Guyao and I have been traversing the grassy thickets of the back garden, pursuing and capturing the wild goats that inhabit this area. Through a series of clever maneuvers in our encounters with these goats, our skills have become increasingly refined. We have successfully captured 4 playful kids, whose bleats resonate in a delightful chorus. Additionally, we have ensnared 7 adult goats, each proving to be stubbornly untamable. With a spirit of compassion, I decided to hang them all in the storage shed for curing. This shed has been entirely emptied, and I constructed a large earthen platform within the house, designated for making fires to smoke the meat. The cured goat meat now adorns the entire small space, sufficient to sustain us for quite some time. This morning, Guyao and I planned to capture one final wave of goats before calling it a day, for we had an abundance of meat that would be wasteful to let go uneaten, and sustaining 5 kids was more than adequate for the time being. Due to the recent disturbances, the goats had grown increasingly alert. At the slightest rustle, they would scatter like startled birds. We stealthily concealed ourselves in a grassy nook, inching closer to the grazing herd. After 10 minutes of preparation, just as I was about to signal Guyao to move forward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the underbrush. From a seemingly inconspicuous patch of grass not far from me, a flash of yellow lightning erupted. It moved with incredible speed, darting toward the herd. The group of 7 or 8 goats reacted instantaneously, failing to spit out the tender grass they had been chewing, and bolted away on their long legs. It was an adult leopard, its coat a brilliant gold adorned with black rosettes, having hidden itself with utmost silence. I had been completely oblivious to its presence, and a cold sweat broke out across my body. Thankfully, its target was not me. Had it pounced in my direction, I would have scarcely had time to react before it severed my throat. In light of this alarming incident, Guyao and I quickly huddled together, our eyes filled with uncertainty. I, in particular, found myself repeatedly patting my chest, attempting to soothe my startled spirit. In our hometown, when someone is frightened, it is customary to call back their soul, especially for children who sometimes suffer from prolonged fevers and convulsions after a scare. In such cases, adults would assist in calling back the child's spirit, and miraculously, their symptoms would often vanish. At that moment, I found myself murmuring, "Soul of Zhang Lin, return home." Meanwhile, the chase continued before us. The leopard had its sights set on a smaller goat within the herd and was relentlessly pursuing it. The goat, displaying remarkable agility, would swiftly change direction just as the leopard was about to pounce, maintaining a precarious distance. However, despite its efforts, the gap between them continued to diminish. I observed that, in comparison to the goat, the leopard moved with a fluid gracefulness. Its spine undulated rhythmically with each stride, while the goat's movements appeared markedly rigid, its forelegs propelling it forward in a frantic manner. After a brief moment of contemplation, Giao turned to me and inquired what our course of action would be. My gaze was fixed upon the leopard pursuing the goat, and I resolved to show it a thing or two. Who dares to intimidate me? My trepidation was not solely due to the leopard's earlier fright. In my plans, this area near Swan Lake was intended to be my exclusive domain. If such perilous creatures were to linger here, it would pose a significant threat to us. Thus, I determined to drive them away, or at the very least, ensure they understood that this territory belonged to me and should not be trespassed upon lightly. We gathered our equipment from the nearby meadow. I slung a formidable bow across my back and wielded a spear, while Giao brandished my large machete and a rope intended for ensnaring the heads of goats, an arrangement for those unfortunate adult goats that might fall into our traps. Just as we finished assembling our gear, the hapless goat ultimately succumbed to the predator's grasp. In a sudden turn, the leopard seized its opportunity, lunging ferociously at the goat, which was swiftly brought low. With its sharp fangs, the leopard clamped down on the goat's neck, and blood began to trickle from the corners of its mouth. The goat thrashed and cried out in a desperate struggle, but alas, this cold-blooded hunter exhibited no mercy. Giao and I exchanged a glance and cautiously advanced. I found myself reminiscing about Kuan. Had it been present, it would have instilled a great deal of confidence in me. Yet, this creature had a penchant for causing chaos whenever we attempted to catch goats, often revealing our position prematurely and scattering the herd before we were fully prepared. Consequently, I had kept it confined at home in recent days. Initially, it had sulked, refusing to acknowledge my presence, but I eventually placated it with a jar of honey. The 3 beehives I tended produced a steady supply of honey, leaving me unconcerned about running out. As we approached within 50 meters, the leopard became aware of our presence. By this point, the unfortunate goat lay utterly motionless, likely only exhaling its last breaths. The leopard fixed its fierce, predatory gaze upon us, one paw pressing down on the goat, as if to proclaim, "This is my prize." It bared its teeth in a sinister grin and emitted low, rumbling growls that resembled the distant thunder of summer storms, mingled with the idling roar of a motorcycle. I confess, in that moment, my legs felt somewhat weak, and I was tempted to flee. However, I pondered whether the leopard might chase after a retreating target like a dog. To my surprise, Giao displayed unexpected bravery, gripping the machete and inching closer, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. I could not discern if his courage was genuine or a facade. With my arrow nocked, there was no turning back. We were now within a mere 30 meters of the leopard. Its reaction intensified, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, its body coiling in readiness to pounce. I fought to suppress my terror as I drew back the bowstring, yet my trembling arms made it difficult to aim accurately. Fortunately, the target was substantial enough. Disregarding precision, I decided to shoot regardless. Whoosh! The first arrow went astray, grazing the leopard's head before embedding itself into the ground nearby, provoking a furious roar from the beast, which lunged forward with renewed ferocity. In a state of urgency, I hastily nocked another arrow, this time striking true. The arrow penetrated the leopard's chest, embedding itself partially within. This act ignited the leopard's wrath, and with a thunderous roar, it surged toward me. In a flurry of panic, I discarded my bow and drew my spear, aiming its tip at the oncoming predator. Almost in the blink of an eye, the leopard was upon me, and I found myself paralyzed with fear as if my body were made of cotton, despite the strength in my arms. They felt rigid and unresponsive. As the leopard tackled me to the ground, it poised to sink its teeth into my throat, its bloodied fangs alarmingly close. My vision blurred with desperation. I summoned every ounce of strength and let out a primal scream, which perhaps restored a fraction of my mobility. Gripping the spear tightly, I thrust it repeatedly towards the leopard's head, my strikes frantic and wild, until one of them struck its eye, blood pouring forth. All of this transpired in mere moments. At that instant, Giao also sprang into action, shouting to bolster his courage while delivering a fierce blow to the leopard with his machete from the side. Due to the angle, I could not see the impact of his strike, but the leopard reacted violently. I anticipated that the creature, in pain, would retreat. Instead, it became even more ferocious, lunging at me with reckless abandon. Just as I had half risen from my crouch, I had no time to ponder. I gripped my spear and rolled to the right, quickly regaining my footing beside Guyao. We exchanged no words, our focus unwavering as we locked our gaze on the leopard. After missing its attack, the leopard circled us, baring its teeth, as if seeking an opening. Moments later, it abruptly halted its circling and let out a deafening roar. I braced myself for another assault, but to my astonishment, after its roar, the creature turned and fled into the underbrush, abandoning even the goat it had been pursuing. Neither of us felt the urge to chase after it. Guyao pulled apart my clothing to inspect my injuries. Fortunately, I bore no severe wounds, only superficial abrasions and the remnants of a profound fright. This encounter marked the closest brush with death I had experienced since arriving on the island. Chapter 81. A restless night. This recent experience has imparted a profound lesson upon me. The island, which I once perceived as a sanctuary of safety, conceals beneath its seemingly tranquil facade numerous lurking dangers. After a lengthy period of recuperation, I managed to regain my composure alongside Guyao, sorting through the emotional turbulence that arose from the fright. Gasping for breath, I placed my still trembling hand upon my chest and said to Guyao, "You terrified me. I nearly met my end just now." Indeed, that creature emerged silently, catching me completely off guard. "My mind went blank in an instant," he replied, his gaze darting around with a mix of suspicion and unease, reflecting the palpable dread we both felt. We commenced a discussion on our next course of action. For the time being, the goat would certainly refrain from approaching, and regarding the lamb that had fallen victim to the leopard, we concluded that it was best to leave it undisturbed. As far as I know, felines possess an extraordinary capacity for vengeance. We had disrupted its hunt and inflicted injury. It is likely that we are now firmly ensnared in its thoughts. Should we dare to steal its prey, it would surely escalate into a relentless pursuit. One must never underestimate the extent of an animal's grudges. Even a neutered tomcat may harbor resentment towards its owner for an extended period. There is an old adage: if a wolf turns back, it is not to repay kindness, but to seek revenge. While this may sound far-fetched, I find it to be quite sagacious. Imagine being perpetually pursued by a hidden leopard on an island dense with jungle, vulnerable during every moment, while foraging for food, while eating, while sleeping, even while attending to nature's call, when suddenly it pounces from behind. Thus, Guyao and I prepared our gear, intending to retreat to safety. We treaded carefully along the way, weapons in hand. I took the lead in observing our front, while Guyao vigilantly watched our rear, as if facing a formidable foe, fearing the leopard might retaliate by suddenly launching an attack from the underbrush. Our journey was fraught with trepidation, but thankfully, the leopard did not follow us, and we returned to camp unscathed. Upon releasing Kuan, who had been scratching at the door, he exuberantly bounded onto the beach after devouring a small jar of honey. His presence significantly bolstered our sense of security. I believe that Kuan could hold his own against the leopard in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, the leopard's stealth and lightning-fast speed rendered it an ever-present threat. Do you think that creature might follow us back to camp? Perhaps it would take advantage of our complacency and strike? Guyao asked earnestly. I pondered for a moment. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. We must remain vigilant. Suddenly, I recalled the gunpowder hidden in the storage. It might come in handy. I had yet to disclose its existence to Guyao, so I retrieved the canister from the storage. Upon seeing it, Guyao was taken aback and inquired about its origin. I explained the provenance of the gunpowder and showed him the bamboo spear I had crafted. Some friends may wonder why I possess such a formidable weapon as gunpowder, yet do not carry it with me to deal with the leopard. In reality, the current applications of this gunpowder are rather trivial. Setting aside the potency of my bamboo spear, the challenge lies in its ignition. The leopard is unlikely to patiently await my attempts to kindle a flame, ignite a fuse, and aim at it. During that interval, the leopard could easily have lunged at me multiple times. I had discussed this very dilemma with Guyao, hoping he could provide some useful advice. Unfortunately, neither of us possesses the expertise to craft a triggering mechanism. What we envisioned was akin to an ancient flintlock, where the firing mechanism resembles that of a flint lighter. Just a mere strike on the flint would ignite the gunpowder within. Guyao suggested the possibility of creating a shorter fuse which would enhance the firing efficiency. The incense he referred to is the type used during festivals, which sparked a realization in me. Indeed, during my childhood, when lighting firecrackers, I would simply use a stick of incense to ignite the fuse, a method that was both convenient and swift. However, I lacked the knowledge to create such incense. I had presumed that glue was necessary, but Gu Yao informed me otherwise. He had a particular fondness for the incense derived from the pear tree and agarwood, and he had experimented with making it himself. The process required adhesive powder, typically crafted from sandalwood, but we only needed something practical, without the need for excessive refinement. He suggested that we could utilize various plants with adhesive properties. When I inquired about suitable substitutes available on the island, he mentioned an abundance of options: cassava, corn, sweet potatoes, and many more. It seemed that any starchy plant would suffice. I immediately recalled the wild yam I transplanted last year and asked Gu Yao if it would work. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "It should be fine, I suppose." As our discussion drew to a close, the sun began to set, casting shadows across the landscape. We hastily finished our dinner and secured the doors and windows of the house. July 4th. Last night, fearing the leopard might seek revenge, Gu Yao and I divided the night watch. I took the first half. Perhaps due to my heightened anxiety, I was convinced I heard faint footsteps outside the cabin, intermittently echoing from behind. When one is on edge, it is easy to lose composure. I was in considerable discomfort from the urge to relieve myself, but dare not venture outside. Ultimately, I had no choice but to open a window and discreetly address my predicament. Trembling with trepidation, I hastily closed the window afterward. My hands damp and disregarding hygiene, I carelessly wiped them on the snoring Kuan. This morning, upon waking, I discovered that Gu Yao, this unreliable fellow, had fallen asleep at the doorstep. I was unaware of how late he had kept watch during the latter half of the night, but thankfully, we had passed the night unscathed. I took Kuan by the leash and opened the door, stepping outside. My first instinct was to inspect the location from which I had heard noises the previous night. To my astonishment, I discovered a series of paw prints on the grass nearby, resembling enlarged cat tracks, extending from the forest. The closest prints were alarmingly close to the cabin, right next to the very window where I had attended to my needs last night. A wave of dread washed over me. This vengeful creature had indeed come to my doorstep. I called out loudly for Gu Yao. After a considerable while, he groggily approached me, and upon noticing my serious expression, he squinted down at the ground. In an instant, he became fully alert. We exchanged glances, and after a moment, Gu Yao asked, "What should we do?" "What else is there to do? You, my friend, slept quite soundly during the night." I retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I accidentally dozed off." Gu Yao chuckled sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. I could only roll my eyes in exasperation. I couldn't entirely blame him. After all, the recent endeavors of capturing sheep had left us utterly fatigued. Suddenly, I remembered the 4 little lambs in the pen. I hurriedly rushed over to check on them. Fortunately, that leopard had not laid a paw on the lambs. All 4 were intact, watching me with vigilant eyes. These sheep had not eaten for several days, their bodies emaciated from hunger. I was at a loss for a solution, only hoping they would soon come to terms with their reality and begin to eat. Chapter 82. The sheep thief. Neither Gu Yao nor I had breakfast, as the series of footprints instilled in us a profound sense of urgency, leaving us devoid of any appetite. For an extended period thereafter, every time we ventured outside, we donned full armor. Gu Yao even fashioned a suit of armor from bamboo, binding his arms, legs, and neck with slender vines, creating a rather comical and awkward appearance. With a hint of exasperation, I inquired, "What purpose does this serve? It must be cumbersome to run in." Gu Yao chuckled sheepishly. "At least it offers a sense of security, doesn't it?" We unearthed several yam tubers, which had been transplanted over a year ago. The growth of their roots was painfully slow, resembling the thickness of a thumb. Gu Yao informed me, "These yams, transplanted in your manner, will require at least 2 years before they can be consumed." I asked why, to which he admitted he was unsure, having merely heard it from others. I felt a twinge of disappointment. When I had initially transplanted these yams, I was filled with hope, believing I would be able to savor my homegrown produce this year. Alas, I would have to wait another year. Fortunately, I had potatoes at my disposal. and the rice was abundantly ripening. Once the grains turned golden, harvest would be imminent, rendering the wait for the yams inconsequential. We dug up 5 sections of yam tubers, and Guyao assured me that it was more than sufficient. We did not need an excess of starch. Next came the moment to observe Guyao's technique. He placed the yams upon a stone and crushed them into a sticky paste. Then there was a pause. I questioned, "Is that it?" He confirmed, "Yes. Once dried and ground into powder, it will be ready." He then beckoned me to the forest to seek fragrant materials together. As we ventured forth, we harvested a diverse array of timber from the outskirts of the woods. Our knowledge of trees was scant, as we had rarely traversed tropical regions. The plants and trees we had learned about in books and online slipped from my memory upon encountering them in reality. They all seemed vaguely familiar, yet nameless. Ultimately, we felled a variety of timber, and I found myself perplexed, asking him, "Why so many? Will this truly suffice?" Guyao turned and smiled mysteriously. "Actually, all of these can be used for incense." My curiosity piqued. I inquired further, "Then why cut so many?" He sheepishly replied, I'm sorry, it's a habit. I wanted to experiment and see if any have a pleasing scent." Guyao then chopped off a branch, grinning. Upon hearing this, I grew anxious. Did he not comprehend the gravity of our situation? In such critical moments, he was preoccupied with exploration and innovation. I impatiently urged him to return to the camp. During our tree-felling escapade, I took on the role of lookout, feeling an unsettling certainty that a leopard was lurking nearby, my spear gripped tightly. Upon our return to the camp, Guyao arranged the assorted timber by the fire to dry. He explained that once the moisture was evaporated, we would grind it into a fine powder, mix it with the dried yam powder, and knead it with water into strips to create incense, a process estimated to take 3 to 4 days. That afternoon, Guyao commenced grinding a portion of the wood. Lacking proper tools made the task laborious. He first chopped the wood into small sticks, then sharpened his axe, painstakingly scraping off shavings to produce wood powder. It was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. During this period, I took the opportunity to craft numerous bamboo tubes, both large and small. This time, my creations were more intricate. I selected a whole bamboo segment, meticulously cut it into neat sections, ensuring that the edges were as smooth as possible. Then, I procured a pair of scissors to scrape one end from the inside out and the other from the outside in, continually adjusting the angle until I could snugly fit the two halves together. I discovered a leftover piece from my previous endeavor of crafting a small knife, a refined block of metallic ore. I surmised that this metal was aluminum, a known accelerant. When added to firecrackers, it enhances their power and brilliance. The kind sold back home often contains aluminum powder mixed with magnesium, and I decided to experiment with this as well. Ultimately, I ground a small amount of aluminum powder, which, due to its low hardness, proved easy to pulverize. I then combined the aluminum powder with black gunpowder, mixing it thoroughly before packing it tightly into the bamboo tube. This particular tube measured about 7 or 8 centimeters in length and had a diameter of approximately 3 centimeters. I inserted it into the ground, lit the fuse, and swiftly retreated. Guyao, happily grinding wood powder, looked up in astonishment as I dashed towards him, promptly rising to inquire, "What is going on? Is a leopard back?" No sooner had he spoken than a resounding bang erupted behind me. I witnessed Guyao lift off the ground, trembling in shock from the fright. Kuin, equally terrified, yelped and scurried into the house for cover. "Dude, Zhang Lin, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Are you experimenting with explosives?" Guyao exclaimed. I chuckled heartily and asked him, "How was the impact? Was it loud?" "Very loud. I thought it was thunder. It felt just like the thunderous firecrackers we set off during New Year." Ye-o replied. I informed him that the addition of aluminum powder amplified the sound. I was convinced that if the leopard had been nearby, it too would have been frightened away, for no creature would remain unperturbed by the noise of firecrackers. Thus, I resolved to craft several more, planning to light one and toss it outside the window should I hear any disturbances at night, to see if the little leopard would dare continue its harassment. Over the following 2 days, each evening, I placed 2 bamboo firecrackers not far from the door. Whether it was due to this precaution or not, I heard no sound from the vicinity during those nights. Just as I began to believe that the leopard had been deterred from returning, an unexpected event transpired. On July 6th, early this morning, as I prepared to check on the situation of the goats in the pen, I noticed from a distance that there were unmistakable bloodstains on one wall of the enclosure, with a trail of blood flowing along the ground. My heart sank, and I hurried to investigate. Of the original 4 goats, 1 had vanished, while the remaining 3 cowered in a corner, trembling and splattered with blood. The pen was in disarray, strewn with wool, weeds, and blood. I was furious. This was undoubtedly the work of that wretched leopard. I opened the gate of the pen and stepped inside for a closer inspection. The leopard had entered from the western wall, having pushed aside a wooden fence, killed, and carried off one of the goats. I discovered that a ram had been taken, which incited my fury even further, for among the 4 lambs, it was the sole male, the only breeding ram within the pen. I called upon Guyao, and upon witnessing the disarray of the sheepfold, he too was filled with indignation. This leopard's audacity has grown bolder. We resolved to devise a plan to eliminate the threat it posed. Chapter 83. Rainy night, the little sheep we painstakingly captured must not fall prey to the cunning thief. After much deliberation, we resolved to lay an elaborate trap near the sheepfold to ambush the elusive leopard. Together, we reinforced the strength of the sheepfold's fence, adding numerous long and sturdy wooden sticks securely bound with vines. I also set up several rope snares in the vicinity. However, due to the terrain, I was unable to find any small trees to serve as stakes. Instead, I resorted to cutting some resilient branches to suffice. While the strength of these traps was rather modest, it would serve as a warning should the leopard inadvertently trigger them. In the afternoon, Guyao and I exerted ourselves to dig a deep pit right where the leopard had leapt over the wall the previous night. The pit measured nearly 3 meters in depth. Guyao proposed that we place sharp spikes at the bottom to give the leopard a chilling surprise should it fall in. After some contemplation, I dismissed this suggestion, fearing that we might inadvertently tumble in ourselves. Moreover, I was deeply concerned about Kunkin, who roamed freely and might unwittingly step into danger. Ultimately, we opted not to install spikes, but instead placed numerous foot snares, which felt considerably safer. Through several days of observation, I noted that this leopard was not particularly bold. It refrained from showing itself during daylight and only emerged in the dead of night. Gradually, we became accustomed to its presence, transitioning from a state of constant anxiety to one of relative normalcy. Humans often harbor greater fear of the unknown, but once the veil of mystery is lifted, it often seems less daunting. For instance, in our childhood, tales of the wolf would send us into fits of terror. Imagining a ravenous wolf stalking behind us, its claws poised to touch our shoulders. Even the slightest rustle would send shivers down our spines, prompting us to flee in panic. This fear, I believe, stemmed from our ignorance of wolves. Having never encountered one, we perceive them as enigmatic creatures, colossal and ferocious. This perception persisted until I was 8 when I chanced upon a few wolves at the zoo. To my astonishment, they appeared no larger than a husky. From that moment on, my fear of wolves dissipated entirely, recognizing them as mere scare tactics for children. In modern society, aside from zoos, where else might one encounter a wolf? Furthermore, wolves are social animals, known for their cunning. They only attack humans when they are isolated from their pack. Having digressed somewhat, I can say that we no longer harbor the same fear of this leopard. Should we encounter it again, I would undoubtedly take the initiative rather than remain paralyzed with fear as I did previously. At least, that is how I envision it. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire for dinner. The sheepfold was situated about 100 meters away, a distance chosen for hygiene considerations. We also ignited 2 more campfires nearby to illuminate our surroundings, ensuring that the leopard could not stealthily snatch away the little sheep without our knowledge. Recently, our meals have been quite lavish, with an abundance of fish and meat served daily. Guyao's physique has visibly flourished, resembling a deflated balloon slowly being filled with air. I remarked to him, "Tonight, let us adhere to our usual routine. You shall keep watch during the first half of the night, and I will take over for the latter half." Guyao, with a piece of lamb chop in hand, his face smeared with grease, mumbled through his mouthful, "No problem. This time I shall not slack off." After a brief pause, he surprisingly exclaimed, "When night falls, please close your eyes." The werewolves commenced their actions. I stared at him, momentarily speechless. His childishness was quite astonishing at his age. Nevertheless, his words were fitting given the ambience, as darkness enveloped the island, and the shadows of the trees danced in the jungle, creating an utterly charged atmosphere. Casting my gaze skyward, I noted that the moon was obscured by dense clouds. Earlier in the afternoon, ominous clouds had drifted in from the east, and the sea breeze carried a hint of dampness. Based on my experience, I surmised that a torrential downpour was imminent. After our meal, I habitually lit a few bamboo firecrackers and tossed them into the nearby woods. The resounding explosions reverberated across the island, startling the forest's inhabitants into a cacophony of protests. From the nearby underbrush, I heard a rustling noise, uncertain if it was the elusive leopard or another creature. Shortly after we entered the house, the gentle patter of raindrops began to fall on the roof tiles, lulling us into a deepening drowsiness. The rain intensified, swiftly extinguishing the fire outside, plunging the sheepfold into utter darkness, obscuring our view of the situation. This predicament left us in distress, deeply concerned for the safety of the 3 lambs. Guyao volunteered to spend the night in the sheepfold to safeguard the little ones, but I advised against it, warning that the darkness could ensnare him as well. Ultimately, we resolved to open the window facing the sheepfold, remaining vigilant for any signs of disturbance. At the slightest rustle, we would rouse the other from slumber to investigate. We agreed that Guyao would keep watch during the first half of the night, while I lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic sound of the rain, gradually drifting into sleep. In a hazy state between wakefulness and slumber, I felt someone tapping my shoulder. I opened my heavy eyelids to find Guyao smiling at me, uttering something I could not quite decipher. Sitting up to gain clarity, I inquired if he had noticed anything unusual. He replied, "Aside from the rain, there is nothing amiss." Rising from my bed, I approached the window, where the rain had intensified, falling in torrents. The wind slanted some droplets against the window frame, sending tiny beads of water splashing onto my face, refreshing me and sharpening my senses. I wiped my face and gestured for Guyao to return to his slumber, assuring him that I would wake him if anything arose. Before long, the gentle crescendo of Guyao's snores filled the room, resonating like distant thunder, lulling me into a drowsy state. I pondered whether I snored in my sleep, marveling at the peculiar phenomenon of human snoring. Did they not find it rather awkward? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and I felt as though it passed at a languid pace. Outside, the rain gradually diminished, its once tumultuous clamor transforming into a gentle patter. My drowsiness intensified, prompting me to pull a chair to the window, resting my chin upon my hand as my eyelids engaged in a relentless struggle against each other. Just as I believed this night would unfold serenely and without incident, a disturbance emerged from the sheepfold. Chapter 84. The Annoying Leopard. Before recounting the day's encounters, allow me to express my grievances. In my estimation, the leopard ranks among the top 3 most bothersome creatures. Throughout my prolonged stay on this island, spiders, particularly the vividly colored varieties, have secured the 3rd position in my list of despised beings. My aversion to them is instinctual. The leopard, which I had previously regarded with a modicum of fondness, has now ascended to 2nd place due to the misdeeds of a certain sheep-stealing rogue, altering my perception of its entire species. As for the creature that holds the 1st rank in my disdain, I shall document that in due time, an entity truly deserving of my utmost loathing. July 7th. From the vicinity of the sheep pen in the west, I heard the dull thud of wood colliding, accompanied by the frantic bleating of the lambs. Despite the rain, my acute hearing discerned that the leopard had returned to pilfer sheep yet again. I hastily roused Guyao, who was deep in slumber, and ignited the 2 torches I had prepared at the door, crafted from dry tree bark soaked in mutton fat. The flames roared to life with a single spark from the oil lamp, and though the rain had lessened, it would take some time to extinguish them. Seeing my urgent demeanor, Guyao quickly comprehended the situation and dressed with remarkable speed. He seized a torch, donned his gear, and flung open the door, braving the light drizzle as we made our way towards the sheep pen. I had intended to summon Kuan Kuan, but this fellow was utterly disinclined to rise, curling up and grumbling as I nudged him, barely acknowledging my presence. Though situated in the tropics, the night rain brought a chill to our skin. The illumination from our torches was limited, compelling us to tread cautiously. As we approached the sheep pen, the bleating of the lambs grew increasingly urgent. To our dismay, we discovered that the pen's door had been forcefully flung open, leaning askew. I rushed forward to assess the situation, and my heart ignited with fury at the sight before me. A yellow figure was viciously tearing into a lamb, the poor creature struggling feebly on the ground, blood mingling with rainwater, its life ebbing away at the jaws of the leopard. The burden of my vigil had already filled me with resentment, and this gruesome scene only intensified my ire. Adrenaline surged through me, banishing fear as I raised my torch in my left hand and brandished my spear in my right. Charging in with determination, the leopard, perhaps startled by my fervor, emitted a roar but quickly leapt onto a nearby wall, frantically attempting to escape through the gaps in the wooden railing we had reinforced. Its hips became ensnared in the slats, its hind legs thrashing against the wall. In a flash, I closed the distance behind the leopard, summoning all my strength into my right arm. I thrust the spear's tip into the leopard's rear. I heard a hoarse roar escape its throat, and a wave of satisfaction washed over me. This was retribution for its theft of my sheep. As I prepared to strike a second time, Guyao joined me, wielding a machete, and together we presented a fearsome visage, poised to execute the leopard on the spot. In response to the pain, the leopard reacted violently, dislodging the railing and making a desperate leap, vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Curse it! My anger boiled over as I hurled the spear onto the ground in frustration. Once again, this creature had eluded capture. Damn it! Guyao was equally vexed. In a sheepfold, we simmered in silence for a considerable stretch of time, the torch flickering perilously close to extinction before we finally came to our senses and assessed the condition of the lambs. The one that had been attacked had succumbed, its life extinguished, while the other two, unscathed yet trembling with fear, cowered in a corner. In an instant, our painstakingly acquired 4 lambs had been reduced to a mere 2, all due to that accursed leopard, which had now been inscribed on our list of targets for retribution. We made a hasty repair to the wooden door of the sheepfold, extinguished the torch completely, and returned to the cabin in darkness. I surmised that the leopard would not return that night. My spear had struck with formidable force, inflicting significant injury, as evidenced by its prolonged absence from our vicinity. By midday, I awoke alongside Guyao, while the little ones, already ravenous, bleated incessantly. Kong Kong perched atop my forehead, repeatedly chattering. Zhang Lin. Good morning. It's time to eat. I fed them, then shared a meal with Guyao, taking the entire afternoon to reinforce the sheepfold and tend to the lamb's remains, a new addition to the smokehouse. In the afternoon, Guyao, cradling his mound of sawdust, announced that it was sufficiently dry and began the process of crafting incense. I observed for a while, but found it monotonous, akin to working with mud, and decided to inspect the rice crop. The recent rainfall had left the forest muddy, yet I had constructed numerous trails, making the trek considerably easier. I noticed that in a brief span, the paths had become overgrown with weeds. At this rate, they would be completely engulfed within a month. I contemplated whether I should lay another layer of stones on the pathways. Otherwise, the task of clearing the grass would consume a significant amount of time. Following the trail, I soon arrived at the rice field, where the soil was somewhat saturated. I hastily opened the sluice gates to release some water. The rice plants thrived, their heavy ears bending the stalks as they filled with grain. Being from the north and having little prior experience with rice cultivation, I could not ascertain the yield, but felt assured that it would suffice for our needs. I removed my shoes and wandered through the field, carefully observing that many of the grains and roots bore signs of nibbling, with some even severed at the base, lying despondently on the ground, which pained my heart. Numerous small insects feasted upon the rice, and, as the ears began to turn a faint yellow, the loss of even a single grain would be a significant blow. These pests, along with little Jerry, required a strategy for control. Otherwise, I would suffer a considerable decrease in my harvest. Upon returning to the camp, I found Guyao had completed his incense making and was playfully engaging with the lambs by the sheepfold. Upon seeing me, he greeted, "Hey, Zhang Lin, these two lambs have started eating grass." This was splendid news. I hurried over to witness the sight of the two emaciated lambs, now eagerly nibbling on the tender grass, their mouths working diligently as they occasionally bleated softly. A smile spread across my face. This signified that our endeavor in husbandry had achieved initial success. As long as these two sheep do not encounter any unforeseen incidents with sheep thieves and grow up healthy, we shall acquire a steady source of lambs and enjoy fresh sheep's milk. I inquired about the progress of Gu Yaoxiang's work, and she led me into the house. On the table inside lay elongated, crooked objects, unsightly and awkwardly shaped. Gu Yao seemed to perceive my thoughts and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "The tools are limited, so turn out this way, but I assure you they will be functional. Just let them dry for 2 to 3 days, as long as they serve their purpose." I replied, then shared the situation regarding the rice paddy with Gu Yao. I packed my bag with some sulfur powder and brought along various materials for constructing rockfall traps. Returning to the rice fields, we set up numerous rockfall traps around the area, similar to those I used to catch little Jerry when I first arrived on the island. We sprinkled sulfur powder around, being cautious not to use too much as I feared it might harm the plants. The two of us spent the afternoon gathering insect from the fields, grasshoppers, mantises, and large white worms, all of which are edible. We collected them in leaves, planning to indulge in a change of flavors that evening. Chapter 85. Mushrooms on our way home after work. Gu Yao occasionally gazed at the myriad of mushrooms in the forest, several times on the brink of expressing her thoughts. I too had taken notice of those vibrant fungi, which had sprouted from the earth following the rain, each more exquisite than the last. I had never dared to touch them, for I did not possess the knowledge to distinguish between the edible and the poisonous. After walking for a while, Gu Yao could no longer contain herself. With a sudden toss of her belongings, she turned to me and exclaimed, "Zhang Lin, shall we gather some mushrooms to eat? Have you lost your mind? You cannot eat those indiscriminately. Do you know which ones are toxic? Consuming the wrong kind could be fatal." I immediately shook my head in disapproval. "Fear not. I have a classmate from Yunnan who took me mushroom picking in his hometown a few years ago. I can recognize many varieties." She insisted, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "No, absolutely not. We cannot take such risks," I protested, shaking my head fervently. I often read news reports about individuals from Yunnan who faced dire consequences after consuming wild mushrooms. "Oh, come on. Look over there under that tree. That one is called the red meat mushroom, the king of mushrooms. It is absolutely delicious." Gu Yao, resembling a fervent proselytizer, implored me, her face alight with desire. I glanced in the direction she indicated, spotting a few red-capped, white-stemmed mushrooms that appeared far from legitimate. Despite her relentless persuasion, I found it hard to yield, and finally said, "If you wish to eat them, go ahead. I will not partake under any circumstances. Rest assured, I am most familiar with this type of mushroom. There will be no issues," Gu Yao confidently proclaimed, patting her chest, and promptly scurried to the base of a tree, swiftly gathering a considerable amount of those red mushrooms, wrapping them in leaves, and stowing them in her backpack. That evening, we set a ceramic pot over the campfire, filled with the cleaned and chopped red mushrooms. After much coaxing from me, Gu Yao used only a small portion of the mushrooms. She began by sautéing some spices and lamb fat, then added the red mushrooms, stir-frying them for a while before incorporating slices of cured meat and chunks of potatoes, finally adding water to simmer. I must admit, Gu Yao possessed quite the culinary talent, rivaling my own. However, I swore I would never sample that concoction and was ready to spring into action to save her if necessary. I had already devised a plan to administer water for gastric lavage should anything go awry. Gu Yao looked at me quizzically as I prepared a large bucket of water nearby. Yet she did not inquire about my intentions and continued her fervent efforts to prepare the mushroom stew. After a while, an intoxicating aroma wafted from the pot. I had never encountered such a fragrant scent before. The mushrooms I had previously tasted were limited to the likes of oyster mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and the chicken leg fungus served in restaurants, none of which bore such an enticing fragrance. Gulp! I embarrassingly swallowed hard, for I too was beginning to feel hungry. Before me lay a sizzling lamb chop, glistening with fat, a dish I had indulged in repeatedly of late. initially delectable, but gradually becoming a tad tiresome. Upon witnessing Gu Yaosheng serving a bowl of enticing mushroom soup, I must confess that I was momentarily tempted. Yi Yasheng, rubbing his slightly scalded hands, flashed a grin in my direction. He then used a small spoon crafted from bamboo to scoop a spoonful of soup, blowing gently before savoring it, smacking his lips in sheer delight. How exquisite! I, too, was overwhelmed with desire, yet felt too shy to ask for some, silently swallowing my saliva. Gu Yaosheng quickly finished his bowl of mushroom soup and exclaimed, "Zhang Lin, this is absolutely delightful. It tastes just like before. Look, I drank it without any issue. You should try a bowl." Observing his rosy complexion and lacking any signs of poisoning, coupled with the growling of my own stomach, I found myself nodding in agreement, albeit reluctantly. "All right, just a little taste." Gu Yaosheng, beaming with joy, promptly filled a large bowl for me, complete with several pieces of red mushrooms. I cautiously took a sip. Divine. It was astonishingly fresh. The broth instantly captivated my palate. I never anticipated that a mushroom, sprouting from the earth, could possess such a remarkable flavor, infinitely more delectable than freshly harvested sea urchins. This experience utterly transformed my previous perceptions of mushrooms. At that moment, my reservations and caution were completely vanquished by the deliciousness, and I immersed myself in the soup, ultimately leaving my belly round and full. After finishing, a hint of regret flickered in my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. Such deliciousness must be harmless. After all, I felt perfectly fine. However, as night fell and we prepared for sleep, I gradually sensed a slight dizziness creeping in, and an uneasy feeling washed over me. I glanced at Gu Yaosheng, who sat on the bed, staring blankly at the floor as if pondering some profound question, appearing entirely unaffected. Perhaps I was being overly cautious? Most of the soup had been consumed by him. If there were any adverse effects, he should have manifested them by now. "Gu Yaosheng, do you feel dizzy at all?" I inquired. He slowly turned his head, suddenly breaking into a bizarre grin, shouting, "Patrick Star, let us go catch jellyfish." Ha ha! My heart sank. This was not good. I sprang up, rushing to the water bucket, gulping down water until I could drink no more, then hurried to the door to gag. Ugh! I crouched down, determined to expel every morsel from my stomach, but the dizziness only intensified. I quickly returned to check on Gu Yaosheng, who now resembled a child with a troubled mind, bouncing around the room, laughing maniacally. "Zianjiang, look, I've tied up Grey Wolf. Bait Qiyang, let us dance. Hee hee hee. La 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 la." Gu Yaosheng's mouth never paused, calling out characters from various animated shows, dancing wildly, his eyes wide and vacant as if struggling to focus. Kuin and I were utterly stunned, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. What shall I do? Ultimately, I procured some vines, bound Gu Yao tightly, and cast him onto the ground outside. Even in captivity, this fellow could not remain still. Writhing on the earth and uttering nonsensical phrases such as, "I am a worm, and I crave vegetable leaves." I exerted considerable effort to force water down his throat to induce vomiting. At this moment, my own vision began to blur, as if all things around me were engaged in a dance. The distant trees sprouted limbs and legs, their gaping mouths seemingly rushing towards me to bite. That night was a cacophony of chaos. Here, I implore everyone to refrain from experimenting with wild mushrooms. Even those who have grown up in the mountains often fall victim to their toxic effects. The fact that Gu Yao and I were not poisoned is indeed a stroke of luck. Chapter 86, Shou Tian. July 10th, we spent a full 3 days recuperating at home before we began to feel somewhat restored. On the night of the 7th, Gu Yao was restless until the early hours of the morning before finally succumbing to slumber. My own reaction was relatively mild. I merely experienced a fleeting dizziness accompanied by occasional hallucinations, a sensation both extraordinary and indescribable. While others might find this amusing or intriguing, I urge you not to attempt it. For the following day, I was besieged by a splitting headache, as if an invisible imp wielding a chisel and hammer were relentlessly pounding my skull. This torment persisted throughout the day. Gu Yao's aftereffects were even more pronounced. He groaned in pain, his face swollen like that of a pig, and his lips bore a purplish hue. He went 2 days without food, and his once healthy physique dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Once I ascertained that he was out of danger, I unleashed a torrent of ridicule and reprimand upon him. This fellow is utterly unreliable. A few mere mushrooms nearly led to our demise. Thankfully, the blessings of Lord Guan spared us from losing our lives. The author is a devotee of Lord Guan. However, I cannot place all the blame on Guyao. I bear significant responsibility myself. My resolve faltered, and I allowed the allure of delectable treats to erode my judgment. I have come to ponder an unsettling realization. During my solitary time on the island, I experienced tranquility, yet within a mere fortnight of Guyao's arrival. We have been embroiled in multiple crises. After much contemplation, it would be unfair to assert that Guyao carries a misfortune aura. Rather, we have been excessively reckless of late, often engaging in perilous activities. With a companion by my side, I have become bolder. Had I still been alone when encountering that leopard, I would undoubtedly have refrained from provoking it. As for the mushrooms this time, I can assert with absolute certainty that I would have never dared to experiment. This situation reminds me of a game I played in my youth, Don't Starve, a fascinating survival game that revolves around sustaining oneself through food and fire. In the game, survival is relatively straightforward as long as one avoids provoking dangerous entities. Yet each time, I seem to forget this lesson, gravitating towards thrilling endeavors that ultimately result in my demise before surpassing 100 days. Our current predicament mirrors this. Emboldened by our numbers, we frequently engage in hazardous behaviors. Through reflection, I have resolved to maintain a steadier course in the future to avoid self-sabotage. Although I am presently filled with regret and have vowed to exercise caution, history has shown that I often fail to learn from past mistakes. Today, Guyao's swollen visage has nearly returned to normal, though his lips still resemble two sausages. He insists he feels invigorated, and I can't help but think to myself, does he believe he is Super Mario, having consumed a power mushroom? One incident that shattered my childhood was the realization that the mushrooms Mario consumes, which grant him the ability to grow larger, are based on a real-life counterpart known as the Amanita muscaria, a type of mushroom that induces hallucinations. Years later, after returning from the island, I researched this fascinating subject and discovered this unsettling truth. I sat before my computer, comparing the so-called red meat fungus mentioned by Guyao with the mushrooms we commonly consume. The differences were striking. Their appearances were worlds apart, with the cap of the red meat fungus lacking the numerous white speckles found on the Mario mushroom. In my frustration, I called Guyao in the dead of night to voice my grievances, but that is a tale for another time. The mushroom debacle was soon behind us. After a meal, we fed 2 little lambs. For the past few days, the leopard had not troubled us, likely hindered by its injuries. In the morning, we worked on the trails in the woods, tossing the cut weeds aside. I shared my idea of paving a stone path with Guyao, who readily agreed and inquired about when we could commence. I suggested we wait until the rice harvest was complete, as the crops were in a critical maturation stage, attracting an influx of rodents and pests that required vigilant protection to prevent devastation. As we made our way to the rice fields, we found that nearly all the stone traps we had set were triggered, with numerous little Jerrys ensnared beneath. I hurried to inspect the rice, only to find significant damage, which left me vexed and without a viable solution, as the fence did little to deter the agile rodents. The sulfur had proven effective in reducing the pests, but the mice left me feeling utterly powerless. I contemplated an early harvest since much of the rice was already turning yellow, yet I worried it might affect the subsequent planting. When I consulted Guyao, he admitted his ignorance on the matter, as we were both from the north and knew little of rice cultivation. Ultimately, I decided against an early harvest. It was only a few days until we could reap the rewards of our labor. Instead, I resolved to stay nearby and guard the rice fields. At noon, Guyao and I addressed our hunger with a meal of captured Jerrys, over 10 in total, along with 2 squirrels. Guyao relished the taste, exclaiming it had been ages since he had enjoyed roasted mouse. Remarkably, it was quite palatable, albeit lacking in meat, prompting Kuin to protest with discontented grunts after finishing his portion. In the afternoon, Guyao and I constructed a triangular wooden hut near the rice fields. then returned to our camp for provisions and fresh water, along with a stash of bamboo, firecrackers, and incense. Armed with these tools, I felt fearless against any wild beasts. We resumed our alternating night watch, each taking a turn of one day and night. Today was my turn, but Kuan stubbornly insisted on accompanying me. Despite Gu Yao's efforts to coax him away, Kuan remained resolute, even threatening to bite in a fit of frustration, causing Gu Yao to keep his distance. Ultimately, I had no choice but to tether Kuan at the entrance of the hut. The little creature had grown considerably, nearly matching the size of a bear, and there was no room for him inside. Nevertheless, he behaved well, lying quietly in the open space at the door. In the twilight, Gu Yao returned to the camp. I repeatedly cautioned him against engaging in any reckless behavior. This fellow truly inspires little confidence. One wonders how he managed to survive on that small island for an entire year. As night fell, I kindled a bonfire at the entrance. For safety reasons, I surrounded the flames with stones to prevent any accidental conflagration. Kuan, having finished his meal, lay beside the fire while I opened the door of the cabin and reclined on the bed, idly listening to the whispers of the wind rustling through the rice fields. In the dead of night, I heard a faint rustling sound emanating from the fields. Venturing outside, I called out loudly into the darkness, and was met with a cacophony of scurrying noises. Goodness, there were quite a number of intruders. Thus, I spent nearly the entire night awake, besieged by the incessant sound of rustling as I chased after the mice throughout the night. Chapter 87. The Mortar and Rice, July 15th. Today, everything is tranquil and undisturbed. Under the alternating watch of Gu Yao and myself, the rice fields have suffered minimal loss. The rice plants are flourishing, presenting a golden hue amidst the verdant thicket, a sight that is particularly striking. It is time for the harvest. We equipped ourselves with bamboo baskets and the necessary sickles and scissors, and with great joy, we commenced the gathering of rice. To our surprise, the soil in the fields was remarkably loose, allowing us to easily uproot the rice plants in their entirety. We placed the harvested rice ears neatly into the bamboo baskets, while the stalks remained in the ground to decompose and serve as fertilizer. I was uncertain of the rice variety, yet the yield was undeniably substantial. A rough estimate revealed that each ear bore at least 100 grains, and each plant could yield over 1,000 grains. At that moment, I fancied myself fortunate, envisioning a future of rice abundance. However, upon separating the grains from the ears, I realized the reality was far from my expectations. The process unfolded swiftly. By noon, we had harvested all the rice from the field, filling 2 large bamboo baskets to the brim, making 2 trips back and forth. We employed our previous method for threshing, grasping a handful of rice ears and striking them against a stone until the grains detached. Yet, after an entire afternoon, we discovered that these fresh grains were stubbornly resistant to separation. After some contemplation, I concluded that exposing the rice to the sun might be necessary. At that moment, the threshed rice amounted to less than half a bamboo basket, approximately weighing 40 pounds, and that was before shelling. Once the husks were removed, I estimated we would be fortunate to yield 30 pounds, projecting a total harvest of less than 100 pounds of rice, excluding what was reserved for seeds. I had envisioned a life of rice abundance, but in reality, we were 3 mouths to feed, especially Kuan, who required a substantial amount at each meal, and we would have to wait 3 months for the next harvest. Nonetheless, this did not diminish my yearning. It had been over a year since I savored a steaming bowl of rice or congee. Gazing at the bamboo baskets filled with rice, my mind was awash with the flavor of rice. However, the task of dehulling the grains presented a challenge, as the husks were quite hard, making it impractical to peel them off one by hand. With a spirit of experimentation, I inquired with Gu Yao about any methods for dehulling rice. To my astonishment, he indeed possessed a solution, crafting a mortar, a tool used for pounding rice, consisting of a basin and a pestle. The basin, he explained, is a square stone with a small round hollow carved in the center, used to hold the rice, approximately 40 centimeters deep and finely smooth from top to bottom. The pestle, crafted from wood, is pressed down upon by a person standing on it, creating an impact that gradually separates the husks and the white rice within the basin. Gu Yao spoke at length about this, and I found it curious, prompting me to ask how he knew this. He revealed that he learned it during agricultural studies in school, having heard it from a guide. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but admire his remarkable memory. It was indeed impressive. The underlying principle became clear to me. It was simply a matter of crushing the husks and then sifting them out, such a straightforward task, yet rendered unnecessarily complex. I gathered a handful of rice grains and placed them upon a stone, employing the blunt side of an axe to strike them down. However, I soon discovered that this method was utterly ineffective. While the husks were shattered, the rice within was also crushed. I attempted to temper my force, striking gently, yet the outcome remained unchanged, resulting in flattened discs. This sight pained my heart, prompting me to cease the wasteful destruction of the grains. Using my nails, I meticulously probed the rice, feeling a slight softness beneath my fingertips. I surmised that these fresh grains should be sun-dried before proceeding with the dehusking process. The dream of enjoying a bowl of rice for dinner was dashed, and we dutifully set about dehusking the grains. We then evenly spread the hulled rice on the stone, preparing to let it dry for several days, completing this laborious task late into the night. July 16th. The sky was overcast from the early hours, and we hurriedly stored the rice in the warehouse to prevent it from becoming damp and moldy. Truly, the weather was unkind. For the next 2 days, the sun remained hidden. July 18th. At noon, the long-awaited sun finally emerged, and we took the opportunity to dry the rice and began crafting a stone mortar. According to Guyao's description, this contraption was quite simple, resembling a seesaw. The most challenging aspect was chiseling a hole into the stone. Lacking a chisel, we resorted to using the tip of the axe to chip away at it little by little, being careful not to apply too much force lest we shatter the stone outright, while also ensuring the hole remained smooth. In summary, this endeavor consumed a great deal of my energy, and the final dimensions shrank from the intended 30 centimeters in diameter and 40 centimeters deep, down to a mere 20 centimeters in diameter and less than 20 centimeters deep. This hole took 3 days to carve, and, in the process, a piece of stone was shattered, a true test of patience. The other parts of the mortar were considerably simpler, crafted by Guyao using basic principles of leverage. One side was longer, while the other was shorter, the longer end featuring a vertical hole into which a piece of wood was inserted, perfectly sized to fit into the hole I had chiseled. When the short end was pressed down and released, the long end of the wooden mallet would strike into the stone cavity. I took a handful of rice and attempted this several times. After sun-drying, the outer shell had gradually hardened and become brittle. After a dozen strikes with the mallet, most of the rice husks would crack and fall away. I continued to experiment, increasing the mallet's weight until I found the right balance. Approximately 7 or 8 strikes would nearly dehusk a handful of rice. I then placed the cracked rice into a sieve I had woven from bamboo, albeit haphazardly and rather unsightly, yet functional. By shaking it up and down, the husks would be carried away by the breeze. After laboring throughout the afternoon, I finally sat down to enjoy the long-desired bowl of rice for dinner. I had prepared just enough, with Guyao and I each receiving a generous bowl. Gazing at the bowl before me, the rice glimmered like translucent crystals, though in reality, it was not as dramatic, containing plenty of uncleaned fragments of husk. My face flushed with emotion. Had Guyao not been beside me, I surely would have shed tears. With a chopstick full, I savored the soft and glutinous texture, the long-lost aroma of rice awakening my senses. A simple bowl of unseasoned rice transformed into a culinary experience akin to a feast of rare delicacies. July 19th. In the morning, as the tide receded, we ventured to the sea and collected an abundance of seafood, which I then used to prepare a pot of seafood porridge. Using fish oil to heat the pot, add wild ginger and Sichuan peppercorns to saute until fragrant. Next, introduce rice and continue to stir fry until the grains take on a golden hue. Once achieved, incorporate spring water and allow it to simmer for 20 minutes. Afterward, lift the lid and add chunks of crab, dried shrimp, and scallops, cooking for an additional 10 minutes. Finally, sprinkle in ground black pepper for seasoning. The resulting seafood porridge is deliciously savory and slightly sweet, leaving both of us with pleasantly full bellies as we proceed to hull the remaining rice grains. Based on this yield, I have reserved a portion of rice seeds, and this harvest is projected to be 5 times that of the last, indicating that Guyao and I have much work ahead of us. Chapter 88. Rising with the sun, having satiated our hunger, we commenced our labor. Armed with tools, we ventured into the rice paddies to cultivate new fields. To facilitate management, I planned to clear 4 additional plots, strategically positioned on either side of the current stream, not too distant from one another. This endeavor persisted until the end of July, during which we not only cleared a substantial area, but also erected a fence around the perimeter, digging a trench outside to fill with sulfur for pest control. However, we struggled to devise an effective strategy against rodents. Fortunately, these little nuisances only visited when the rice ears matured, allowing us to take turns keeping watch without undue burden. On August 3rd, over the past fortnight, we experienced the daily life of farmers, laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. The rice paddies were finally completed, and all the reserved seeds were sown in a designated area to sprout. Just as I thought I could finally rest, I discovered that the batch of potatoes was nearing maturity. Farming is indeed no easy task. I once envied the inhabitants of the deep mountains, living self-sufficiently in seclusion. Yet, upon experiencing it firsthand, I found this lifestyle to be fraught with hardship. Both Guyao and I developed thick calluses on our hands, and our bodies bore numerous wounds, remnants of our labor. Prolonged bending left my lower back aching after extended work sessions. From a distance, the potato vines appeared lush, with the tips showing a hint of yellow. Based on my experience, I estimated that we could harvest them in about half a month. Thanks to the previous expansion, this harvest promised to be more bountiful. Yet I had not anticipated that with Guyao's arrival, we would need to further extend our fields. As the workload increased, our tools seemed somewhat outdated. I found myself in dire need of a hoe for tilling the soil. The rice paddies were relatively manageable, but the potato field had become much harder with diminished moisture due to the plant's absorption. I resolved to gather more metal ores from the mountains in an attempt to forge a hoe. Although the metals were relatively soft, I could enhance the tool's thickness. The sulfur for pest control was nearly depleted, and we were low on nitrate as well, necessitating replenishment. However, the task of transporting such quantities of materials from the mountaintop with just the 2 of us would consume an inordinate amount of time and energy. When I raised this concern, Guyao surprisingly suggested enlisting Kuan as a laborer, proposing to make it a backpack to carry the load. I reluctantly informed him that it would be futile. Did he truly believe Kuan would comply? If we proceeded with that plan, Kuan would likely collapse on the ground, utterly unmotivated. Ultimately, I devised a more feasible solution: to construct a cart. I had previously repaired the path up the mountain. While not perfectly smooth, it should suffice. We would lift the cart over steep inclines and push it down violently on the way back, as the items I aimed to transport were resilient to falls. The construction of the cart's body is relatively straightforward. A robust frame can be fashioned from sturdy bamboo. However, crafting the structural foundation presents considerable challenges, particularly when it comes to the wheels. Initially, I intended to assemble them using wooden slats to create a bicycle-like mechanism. After toiling for an entire day without success, no matter how I tried, I could not achieve a circular shape, and the result was a disarray of fragments. I opted for the simplest solution. I found a thick piece of wood, carved it into a rounded shape, and hollowed out a cavity in the center. I secured it onto a cylindrical log. Though this method is uncomplicated, the practical execution proved to be extraordinarily cumbersome. It took both of us 3 days to complete the 2 wheels. Once the cart was fully assembled, its silhouette resembled that of a construction cart used for transporting cement, albeit considerably larger and heavier, leaving deep tracks in the grass as it was pushed. Once laden with cargo, it was clear that one person could not manage its weight. Thus, I procured some vines, securing them to either side of the cart, allowing the person in front to pull it forward while the individual behind pushed with all their might. I entrusted the task of maneuvering the cart to Guyao, as his dark, lean appearance and scruffy beard seemed to embody the image of an old man. On August 6th, after a hearty breakfast, we set forth toward the mountain summit. This time, we traveled light, bringing only a machete and an axe, as the cart was too cumbersome to accommodate excess items. I had escorted Kunkin to Bearda, providing him with ample provisions, lamb, honey, and Bearda's favorite salted fish. Kunkin was now quite familiar with this route, easily traversing between Bearda's dwelling and our wooden cabin without concern for his safety. No creature on the island dared to provoke a large brown bear, especially with Bearda around. An amusing incident occurred when Bearda encountered Guyao in the cave. His reaction was remarkably fierce, completely devoid of his usual amiability. Had I not intervened, and if Guyao had not been swift, he would surely have suffered a bite. Terrified, Guyao declared he would never return to that cave again, lamenting that the bear had turned unfriendly. Guyao had previously met Bearda and even tossed him salted fish on one occasion, yet for some unknown reason, Bearda refused to allow Guyao entry into his cave. With the cart in tow, we progressed slowly, and I could not help but question its reliability as it creaked ominously, seemingly on the verge of disassembly at any moment. We set off early that day, and by dusk, we had finally ascended close to the mountain's peak. We decided to rest there for the night, finding a clear patch of ground where we could drop the cart and collapse onto the earth, gasping for air from exhaustion. As night fell, we reclined by the campfire, gazing at the star-studded sky, which shone even more brilliantly at this altitude. I have always held the belief that outer space is the most enigmatic realm. In the depths of that dark universe, I often pondered whether other forms of life exist. I stared fixedly at the heavens, contemplating if I might catch sight of a shooting star. At that moment, a melodious voice broke the tranquility. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Guyao's screechy rendition was truly a mood dampener. I turned my head and saw Gu Yao reclining on the ground, resting his head on his arm with one leg crossed over the other. Curiously, I inquired, "Guyao, aren't you afraid up here on the mountain?" "Not at all. What is there to fear? There are no monsters here." "Zhang Lin, you aren't afraid of the dark, are you?" He teased me with a laugh. This reminded me of my first encounter with Bearda on the mountainside, when I was alone and fear was inevitable. I certainly would not share that embarrassing experience with Guyao. That night, the darkness enveloped me so completely that it stirred a sense of panic within my heart. I had no inclination to appreciate the myriad stars above. Yet now, as I gradually grew familiar with the island and with Guyao's company, the sense of fear had completely dissipated, replaced by an uplifting sense of joy and ease. Chapter 89, Discovery of Diamonds, August 7th. Sleeping in the wilderness always leaves one feeling uncomfortable. The ground is hard and damp, and I toss and turn throughout the night. As dawn breaks, I rise to stretch my back, my joints cracking audibly, waking Guyao in the process. I take a moment to admire the stunning sunrise in the distance. Though the sun has yet to appear, the horizon is already awash with the hues of dawn. The sea's surface seemingly painted with a layer of orange, teeming with vibrant life. We, too, are invigorated by this scenery, our fatigue from the previous night dissipating entirely. After satisfying our hunger, we continue to push the creaking cart towards the mountain peak. By morning, we reach the summit, where Guyao, standing on the hard ground, appears utterly astonished and asks, "Zhang Lin, why is the ground at the top of the mountain like this? It's so hard and dark, resembling the bottom of a pot." I explain, "It's a volcano, one that has erupted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many minerals and sulfur here." Upon hearing this, Guyao's eyes light up. "A volcano? Does that mean there are many diamonds here?" As he speaks, he bends down to examine the ground, his demeanor reminiscent of my own initial curiosity. I pose a rather pragmatic question. Even if you were given a sack full of diamonds right now, what would you do with them? Who would you sell them to? Would you trade them with the sheep in the grass for meat? Or perhaps buy children from the bears?" My teasing does nothing to deter Guyao, who continues to search, peering around and occasionally turning over stones and clumps of earth, eager to discover diamonds beneath. Seeing that he is so engrossed, I refrain from dampening his enthusiasm. I too had once searched for a long time, only to unearth a few clusters of crystals. I urge him to gather sulfur and minerals quickly, not to waste time. After gathering for most of the day, we have filled the cart with a substantial pile of carefully selected minerals and sulfur that appear to be of high quality. Just as I feel we have collected enough and prepare to call Guyao down from the northern slope where he is busy bending over, I hear him shout excitedly, "Wow, Oh wow. And he comes racing towards me, seemingly holding something aloft. Despite the distance, I can see his exuberant expression, his grin stretching from ear to ear, revealing a mouthful of large, yellow teeth. Could it be that this fellow has genuinely found a diamond? I ponder to myself. Soon enough, Guyao arrives, exclaiming, Zhang Lin, come quickly. Look, he extends his palm, and indeed, there lies a transparent stone resembling a chunk of rock candy. At a glance, I recognize it as a rough diamond. My lack of academic inclination led me to attend a vocational high school, where I studied a rather obscure specialization, jewelry design. And among the knowledge I retained from my teachers was the method of identifying diamonds. When diamonds are mentioned, many conjure images of dazzling brilliance and radiant sparkle. However, the truth is that the diamonds we envision exist only in films or jewelry stores. The rough diamond appears rather unremarkable, merely a small, transparent, or slightly yellow octahedral crystal, often containing numerous impurities. Only after being cut, polished, and refined does it reveal a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. It is essential to have illumination for a diamond to exhibit its fire, that is, the twinkling brilliance. Under normal daylight, it resembles a mere piece of glass. Hence, some people assert that diamonds are the greatest hoax of the 20th century. Their value retention pales in comparison to gold, and their aesthetic appeal is eclipsed by certain colored gemstones, yet they command the highest prices. Young couples, when wed, feel compelled to purchase one, euphemistically referring to it as a testament to happiness and the crystallization of love. In truth, it is merely an illusion crafted by capitalists, a phenomenon that has persisted for an unknown duration, affecting my future marital plans, which will necessitate supporting such a substantial financial burden. I digress. At this moment, Gu Yao was exuberantly showcasing his find. I picked it up for a closer inspection, confirming it was indeed a diamond, and felt a surge of astonishment. This rough stone was approximately the size of a fingernail, with few impurities, and if fashioned into jewelry, could fetch several tens of thousands. I inquired where he had discovered it, and he revealed it was unearthed from the soil in the north while he was breaking rocks. As soon as Gu Yao finished speaking, he reclaimed the diamond, cradling it in his palm and continuously examining it under the sunlight, his wide yellowed grin nearly splitting his face. I felt a similar excitement. After all, this object was exceedingly valuable. If we could unearth 100 or 80 pounds of it, escaping with such wealth would be a dream come true. Thus, I promptly abandoned my plan to descend the mountain. There was no rush, and an extra day's stay would bear no consequence. Resolute, I urged Guyao to lead me in the search for diamonds. We spent the entire afternoon on the mountain, crouched with our backsides in the air, until darkness rendered visibility impossible. By then, my pockets were filled with 6 pieces of rough diamonds, while Guyao had found even more, seemingly around 7 or 8. Just moments ago, I had mocked Guyao's obsession with wealth, yet here I was equally entranced, grinning widely, scrutinizing these rough stones by the flickering firelight. The diamonds, illuminated by the campfire, refracted a soft spectrum of colors, beginning to unveil their worth. Among these 6 pieces, the largest one was nearly the size of a fingertip. I estimated it could yield a 2-carat diamond, which would be immensely valuable. The process of searching for diamonds was particularly addictive, especially upon spotting a target. It felt akin to winning a 5 million lottery. Though I've never won such a sum, I can only imagine the exhilaration. Consequently, the following day, we remained enraptured in our diamond quest, brimming with joy, reminiscent of SpongeBob and Patrick catching jellyfish in the ocean, or gamblers anxiously glued to the screen, awaiting the results of the next draw. August 9th. This marks the 3rd morning since our ascent. The moment we awoke, our foremost thought was to dig for diamonds. Our minds consumed by the dazzling brilliance of these gems, to the extent that we had not eaten throughout the previous day. Both of us had already unearthed 20 or 30 pieces each, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered, as if those diamonds possessed an enchanting allure, invisibly tethering our bodies to the relentless act of digging. Perhaps one of those threads had snapped. As I tilted my head to ease the stiffness in my neck, I suddenly spotted a beautiful little bird perched nearby, seemingly smiling at me. In a moment of reverie, I thought I saw Kong Kong and was struck by the realization that he was at home, starving. Meanwhile, we continued our relentless pursuit of diamonds. What of Kunkin? Was he still nestled in the bear's embrace? My concern for them waned, as did my regard for the potatoes I was about to harvest. I was entranced, fixated on these worthless stones. I glanced at Guyao, who appeared extraordinarily exhilarated, yet his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands bore the wounds of toil. Yet he persisted in his digging. Looking down at my own hands, I found myself in a similar plight. A wave of apprehension washed over me. Had we truly fallen into obsession? I called out to Guyao, "Are you not hungry?" Without turning, he replied, "Not hungry, not hungry. Let us dig a few more." I approached and gave him a gentle shove, pointing at his hands as I questioned, "What are we here for? What are we doing now? Are we still going to harvest our potatoes? Will we ever eat again? What purpose does all this diamond digging serve? What happens when we exhaust ourselves?" My voice grew louder, and Guyao stared blankly at me, his initial fervor giving way to a dazed expression. Gradually clearing as understanding dawned, I realized that we had nearly lost our way amid this mountain of wealth, forgetting the essence of life. Chapter 90. Descending the mountain, no one is indifferent to the allure of wealth, and many strive tirelessly for it, often losing sight of the essence of life in the process. At this moment, both Guyao and I felt an insatiable hunger. We kindled a fire and roasted 2 pieces of cured meat to satiate our appetites, preparing to descend the mountain and return home. I attempted to push a cart laden with ore, feeling its overwhelming weight. It required every ounce of my strength as I leaned forward, barely managing to move it. Initially, we adhered to our planned strategy. Guyao would push from behind while I pulled from the front. However, upon reaching the steep slope, we quickly realized this approach was futile. The heavy cart veered uncontrollably, and I narrowly escaped being struck by the shifting ore. We then modified our method, opting to control the cart's descent without anyone grasping its handle. This task proved arduous. We had collected over 100 pounds of ore, and the cart's condition was beyond description. Progress was laborious. Each steep incline and large rock demanded our utmost effort to navigate, or frequently tumbled down, leaving Guyao with bruises on his feet. I had anticipated that descending would be significantly easier, but the old adage rang true. It is easier to ascend than to descend. As dusk approached, we had only traversed a fraction of the journey, spending the majority of our time maneuvering the cart. We were exhausted, wincing in pain, our bodies mottled with bruises. The cart, already creaking ominously, now sounded even more precarious, as if it might collapse at any moment. The weight-bearing supports had become skewed, despite our efforts to protect it. I found a vine and reinforced the structure, hoping it would endure just a bit longer, at least until we reached the base. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. At noon the following day, with a sharp crack, the support gave way, and the wheels detached from both sides. In the midst of our chaos, we found ourselves in a predicament halfway down the mountain. What now? What else can we do but repair it? I replied tersely, grabbing an axe to search for suitable materials. This delay cost us another day, and I found myself longing for the comfort of our little cabin and its cozy bed. August 8th, we managed to repair the cart and continued our arduous descent. Fortunately, the steep slope gradually became more gentle, easing our burden. In the afternoon, as we reached the foot of the mountain, we unexpectedly encountered a beautiful brown bear, causing Guyao to flee in fright. I remained calm, for I recognized from a distance that it was Kunkin. I had crafted a necklace of vines for him, adorned with a small bamboo flower, a product of my idle moments. The little creature, seemingly unaware of how he had found us, approached with an excited wiggle of his rear. In no time, he was before me, snorting happily, and then he did something that warmed my heart. He stood on his hind legs and gave me a bear hug, his paws resting on my shoulders, nearly toppling me over. Kuin now stands tall, easily ahead above me, faced with his unexpected display of affection. I found myself both amused and bewildered. I attempted to pat his back, only to realize I couldn't reach, and a gentle tap on his paw yielded the same result. Instinctively, I lowered my gaze and exclaimed, "Ah, Kuin has indeed grown. I'm mused that by next year, I might well be a grandfather," having long since regarded Kuin as my own child. When the little creature embraced me, My earlier frustrations vanished instantly. I beckoned Guyao to hurry home. Upon his arrival, Guyao greeted Kuan Kuan, hoping for a hug, but Kuan Kuan disregarded him. As the sun began its descent, we hastened our pace, finally returning to camp just as darkness enveloped the sky. Upon entering, Kong Kong, upon seeing me, fluttered anxiously in his cage, while Yu Er hopped eagerly at my feet. The young ones were clearly famished. I quickly provided them with food and fresh water. Exhausted, I opted against the hassle of using a bowstring to start a fire and instead struck a magnesium rod, igniting a cheerful blaze. I then reclined on my bed, allowing myself to relax and drift into a slumber. I awoke in the latter part of the night, roused by hunger, the room cloaked in darkness, save for the faint glow of the fire at the entrance. Guyao was still snoring away on his bed. I added charcoal to the dwindling fire and fetched a clay pot from the storage, heating oil within. With an abundance of ingredients at my disposal, I envisioned a delectable dish reminiscent of Cantonese braised rice. I added rice and water to the pot, layering it with neatly sliced cured meat. As night had fallen, I lamented the lack of more ingredients. Had I been able to gather some wild vegetables or seafood, the dish would have been even more splendid. As the rice cooked, I drizzled a layer of lamb fat over the lid, ensuring a delightful crispy crust would form. By the time the rice was ready, Guyao and Xiongda had awakened, drawn by the enticing aroma. I prepared a generous potful, yet barely withstood the voracious appetites of the three hungry souls, and we devoured every last morsel, even the charred remnants clinging to the pot. August 9th, upon waking in the morning, my first task was to check on the two young lambs in the pen. Before our departure, we had provided ample fodder, which had nearly been consumed. I offered the lambs some fresh water. The spotted leopard had not returned to disturb us. I had erected 3 fearsome scarecrows near the pen, their effectiveness unknown. All seemed well in the potato field as well. The potato vines had yellowed and begun to wither, signaling that harvest time was near. I pulled up a plant to inspect, discovering 7 plump potatoes nestled in the soil, comparable in size to the previous batch, albeit somewhat smaller. Guyao, curious about the potatoes, wandered around the field. I inquired, "What are you looking for?" "There are no diamonds here." "I'm not searching for diamonds. I've simply never seen potatoes before, let alone harvested them." "Isn't it natural to be curious?" Guyao replied with righteous indignation. "Ah, indeed, a child raised in the city, one who has never dug up potatoes." I urged him, "Stop gazing and start digging. It looks like rain is on the way." After a long day of toil in the fields, we unearthed a basket brimming with potatoes. At first, Guyao approached the task with enthusiasm, finding it quite engaging. However, by the afternoon, he began to lament, exclaiming how exhausting it was. He rubbed his back, taking a moment's respite after every 10 minutes of labor. The expanded potato field was vast, with an abundance of crops that could not possibly be harvested in just a day or two, and to add to our woes, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Together, we transported the potatoes into the storage shed, all the while preparing dinner and discussing the matter of crafting a hoe. As our conversation flowed, I proposed the idea of creating a gun barrel. Upon hearing this, Guyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Our captain possesses a gun, a shotgun." At this revelation, I immediately inquired, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "Where is it?" I asked anxiously. Chapter 91. Idleness. Guyao's words were indeed astonishing. I currently possess the ability to produce an endless supply of black powder, yet I find myself utterly at a loss regarding the creation of a firearm. If only I had a hunting rifle, I could traverse the island with impunity. The ship sank, taking everything into the depths of the sea. In the chaos of escape, who had the presence of mind to consider such matters? Guyao replied, "Could you please articulate your thoughts in one go? My emotions are akin to a roller coaster, oscillating wildly." August 9th. The rain lasted less than a day. Ceasing by noon, the two of us continued to harvest potatoes in the muddy fields. The rain arrived at the perfect moment, saturating the soil and significantly enhancing our work efficiency. By the end of the afternoon, we had gathered an impressive mound of potatoes, estimated to weigh around 500 to 600 kilograms. Upon returning to the camp with our bounty, we discovered that the warehouse could no longer accommodate such a vast quantity. August 12th, we dedicated 2 days to reconstructing a warehouse, which is now considerably more spacious than the previous one. I crafted 2 large shelves along the walls for the purpose of storing our supplies. This warehouse is now designated specifically for grain storage, and I inscribed the word granary at the entrance using charcoal. August 13th, we commenced preparations for refining ore. The large earthen kiln I had constructed was already riddled with cracks, likely to fail after a few more uses. The yellow clay, having endured the elements, was particularly prone to drying and cracking, and for the moment, there was no remedy for this. After all, building an earthen kiln is not a daunting task. After igniting the kiln and sealing it, Guyao and I took turns operating the blower, firing it up throughout the morning. After repeatedly removing impurities, the liquid metal in the pottery could tentatively be classified as aluminum. The molten aluminum exhibited a high degree of purity. Beside the kiln lay a pre-prepared mold, shaped like a hoe and crafted from yellow clay. We poured the molten aluminum into the mold and patiently awaited its cooling. An hour later, upon touching it, I found the aluminum had nearly solidified. I attempted to extract it, only to discover it firmly lodged within the mold. With no other recourse, I dropped it on the ground. After clearing away the surface clay, a hoe-shaped aluminum artifact emerged in my hands. Quite impressive, a success indeed. I tested its functionality by striking it against the ground. I had fashioned the hoe to be quite thick and robust, with the pointed end easily penetrating the soil. Aluminum, contrary to common belief, is not as soft as imagined, merely overshadowed by the hardness of iron. I began to moisten the hoe, polishing the rough edges against stones, sharpening the tilling end. This endeavor proved laborious, consuming several hours. At the rear of the hoe, I left a hole, and according to its dimensions, I whittled a corresponding wooden handle with an axe. Once assembled, my homemade hoe was complete. Gazing at the hoe filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment. I decided to test its practicality. I raised the hoe above my head and struck the soil with force. 2/3 of the hoe sank into the earth, and with a powerful pull back of my arm, I turned over a small patch of land. The results were quite satisfactory. It was far more convenient to use than a shovel, albeit somewhat heavy. August 20th. In recent days, Guyao and I have successfully cultivated the potato field, applying fertilizer and some decayed branches and leaves. Initially, I intended to add manure as well, but reconsidered, as the soil on the island appears quite fertile. We still have a considerable amount of material left for crafting hoes, and from the refined aluminum, we fashioned a small frying pan. The final product is diminutive and thin, resembling a toy from a child's play set, yet it is functional and does not leak. I had initially envisioned a shape akin to a large iron wok, but encountered significant challenges in forming the casting mold, resulting in a painful blister on the back of my hand. The creation of these 2 items consumed all our metallic ore, revealing that our refining methods are rather primitive. Even the technology from the Han Dynasty likely surpasses our own. With most of our resources wasted in the initial stage of crushing the ore to extract the larger metal fragments, leaving us unable to utilize the smaller pieces embedded in the rubble. Guyao suggested that in the future, we should crush the ore at the mountaintop and transport only the metal blocks back, which would indeed save us considerable effort. I realized how sensible this idea was. Why expend such strenuous effort pushing the cart otherwise? I couldn't help but regard Guyao with newfound respect for his sudden brilliance. The busy farming days have finally reached a temporary respite, and we selected the largest potatoes to cut into pieces for sprouting, hoping these robust specimens will pass on their superior genes. Both potatoes and rice have similar growth cycles, approximately 3 to 4 months. I plan to cultivate a substantial amount this time. If harvested successfully, it would suffice for our sustenance for half a year, requiring us to plant and harvest twice annually. This implies that in the coming years, we will need to dedicate 2 months each year to sowing and harvesting. In the afternoon, we strolled around Swan Lake. Noticing that the grass had grown tall again, the rainy season promotes rapid growth. Walking along the lakeside, we enjoyed the picturesque scenery, where numerous goats grazed amidst the lush grass. The newborn kids have grown significantly in a short time, becoming quite wild. It seems this batch will no longer be easily contained. My mind drifted to the predator that had harmed our two little lambs, including a young ram we intended to keep for breeding. I found myself scanning the surroundings, hoping to encounter that wretched leopard and teach it a lesson. Alas, fortune did not favor me, as I observed for quite some time without spotting any trace of the leopard. We continued south along a narrow path, gliding down to the backyard, the grassy area abundant with rabbits, where I once collected bird eggs. It had been a while since my last visit, and the place was particularly lively. Perhaps alerted by our footsteps, the nearby grass rustled with the sounds of rabbits scurrying about, while various birds perched on branches, chirping incessantly. At present, my interest in the rabbits has waned, as the rabbit hutch now houses dozens of them. Recently, a doe gave birth to 5 delicate pink kits. Consequently, I constructed several small houses within the hutch to provide shelter for the young rabbits. However, I find myself exceedingly envious of the bird's nest perched upon the tree, pondering whether it currently harbors any eggs. It has been quite some time since I last savored the delicacy of live pearls, and I am somewhat yearning for that exquisite flavor. Upon learning of my desire, Gu Yao immediately volunteered, proclaiming his exceptional tree-climbing skills and expressing a wish to ascend and take a look, perhaps motivated by a sense of amusement. He indeed climbed the tree with remarkable speed, yet his posture was rather unbecoming, with his rear elevated high. I couldn't help but wonder, might he release a flatulent sound while climbing? Chapter 92. Gu Yao's pet nestled within the branches of the tree we occupied. A sizable nest emerged at the fork, seemingly crafted from a blend of twigs and earth. Its exterior boasted a layered arrangement of branches, while the interior was filled with soil and fragments of delicate foliage. Although my view from beneath the tree was somewhat obscured, Gu Yao swiftly ascended to the nest location, perching with curiosity as he peered inside. A soft exclamation escaped his lips. "What is this?" Intrigued by his reaction, I inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something inside?" To be honest, the sheer size of the nest unnerved me. I worried that fierce avian predators might reside within. We observed for a considerable time, ensuring no large birds were stirring before we dared to proceed. "Haha, Zhang Lin, how adorable!" "Just wait," Gu Yao chuckled, his demeanor filled with youthful exuberance. With that, I watched as he stealthily reached into the nest, and I could hear the faint chirping of fledglings emanating from within. I called out anxiously, "Hey, don't disturb the chicks. There is hardly any meat on them." Truthfully, I felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of harming the young birds. Although akin to consuming eggs, it felt like a cruel act against life itself. Those fluffy, pink chicks were simply too endearing to harm. "Ah, you really are chatty, Zhang Lin. Just wait for me to come down," Gu Yao replied, wrapping his legs around the tree trunk. With careful hands, he extracted a small bird from the nest, which appeared plump and somewhat drab. The little creature remained surprisingly calm, and Gu Yao gently cradled it against his abdomen as he descended the tree. Moments later, he landed, beaming with joy as he presented the tiny bird to me. "Zhang Lin, look, isn't it adorable?" "Ha!" Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. This bird had a round head, a plump body covered in scruffy down, and notably large, wide eyes. Its beak was diminutive, and its tiny claws, while sharp, seemed incongruous against its overall appearance, like a 3-year-old wielding an oversized sword. Have you guessed? It was an owl, likely just hatched, fluttering its wings gently in Gu Yao's hands, curiously surveying its surroundings. Those bright, inquisitive eyes contrasted sharply with the elegance of a beautiful hawk like Kong Kong, making this little creature utterly charming. Instantly smitten, I exclaimed, "Oh, it's this little fellow. What did you bring it here for?" "Ha, of course, to keep it as a pet." "Zhang Lin, you have so many pets, yet I have none. Even that stinky bear, Kunkin, ignores me," Gu Yao replied, a hint of indignation in his tone. Kunkin, a bear I had raised since childhood and nursed back to health from a leg injury, shared a bond with me that was unparalleled, far beyond what Gu Yao could comprehend. I held no objection to the idea of raising an owl. Perhaps it could even assist us in catching mice in the future. Simultaneously, I find myself utterly enamored with this little eagle, which appears adorably clumsy. I have observed that its pupils seem fixed, perpetually centered in its eyes, while it incessantly turns its head to gaze at its surroundings. Standing face to face with Guyao, each time one of us spoke, the eagle would twist its head back and forth, its neck bizarrely rotating 180 degrees. Yet, rather than appearing frightening, this quirk only heightened its endearing charm. Guyao cradled his newly acquired pet in his hands with the meticulousness of a young man beholding his newborn son for the first time. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Guyao placed the little owl upon the table, where it stood vacantly, occasionally surveying its environment or shifting from side to side. Its most scrutinizing gaze was directed towards Kong Kong, who, in turn, fixated on the eagle. It was as though the two birds recognized a kinship. Although Guyao's pet was significantly larger even in its youth, with enthusiasm, Guyao crafted a rather sizable birdcage, albeit rather haphazardly, and placed the eagle inside. He fashioned 2 feeding bowls from bamboo tubes for water and sustenance. Zhang Lin, may I borrow some of Kong Kong's worms? Guyao inquired with a cheerful grin. Of course. Help yourself, I responded generously, though I was curious if the owl would consume those bamboo worms. To my astonishment, it devoured over a dozen plump larvae in one sitting, far more than Kong Kong would consume in a day. My expression shifted as I lamented the cost of its upkeep, declaring that henceforth, Guyao would have to catch worms himself, for these bamboo worms were not easily procured. Oh, it's just a few worms, don't be so stingy. Ye-oh, retorted playfully. Subsequently, we gathered around the birdcage, curiously observing the little eagle within. It was confirmed that its pupils did not move. It could only gaze by turning its head. Unlike Kong Kong's swift movements, the eagle's head turned languidly, imparting a sense of lethargy, its entire body swaying as if devoid of bones. As we watched, the eagle suddenly opened its short, pointed beak and emitted a cry. Ah, my goodness, that sounds dreadful. Has it lost its voice? Guyao remarked with disdain. Indeed, it was quite an unpleasant sound. Kong Kong's calls in his youth were sharp and melodious, whereas this creature's voice was hoarse and low, reminiscent of a crow. I pondered why its call differed so starkly from the sounds I typically heard emanating from the forest. Those were more akin to a series of cooing sounds, eerily enchanting at night, far more pleasant than this raspy squawk. In an instant, I found myself slightly put off by this creature. At that moment, Kunkin also stood upright, curiously examining the fledgling eagle. I urged Guyao, you should give it a name. Guyao replied, ah yes, but what shall we call it? He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he began to recite a poem. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up for 90,000 miles. I hope you will embody the aspirations of the great rock. Henceforth, your name shall be Rock. It simply won't do. It lacks a certain charm. Let's stick with the name Pum Pum. Guyao certainly possesses a knack for naming, yet the poem he recited feels rather peculiar. I find myself incessantly replaying it in my mind. It seems to go, the rock soars with the wind, ascending to the heights of 90,000 miles. But never mind. Let it be. Mistakes are trivial, and I hope the author of this poem can forgive Guyao's unintentional blunder. Thus, within our quaint little cabin, we welcome a new member, the majestic rock, Pum Pum. Chapter 93. The Tortoise, August 22nd. After spending 2 days, Guyao and I have reconstructed a mud kiln. Drawing from our previous experiences, this kiln boasts enhanced functionality and appears more sophisticated. In a small earthen slope of our backyard, we stumbled upon an exceptionally large ant nest, its height reaching up to my thigh. Initially, we mistook it for the dwelling of some creature, but upon closer inspection, we discovered swarms of ants bustling in and out. These ants were unfamiliar to us, distinctly different from those we commonly encounter. Guyao even speculated that we had encountered some carnivorous ants. But after observing them for a while, we realized they did not bite. As long as they do not bite, we embraced our mischievous tendencies, brandishing shovels and hoes with abandon. Although this act may not be morally sound, it proved to be an extraordinary stress reliever. The kiln consists of 2 sections. The larger left chamber is intended for metal refinement, while the smaller right chamber serves for cooking and firemaking. Given that our previous kiln cracked within a short time, this one is predominantly constructed from stones I meticulously gathered, ensuring a tighter fit in the seams. I then mixed yellow clay with the soil from the ant nest, aware of the excellent adhesive properties of termite mounds. Though I could not ascertain if this was the same type, the mixture felt refined, promising satisfactory results. The resulting composite soil was pliable and delicate, proving to be significantly sturdier than plain yellow clay. The addition of the ant nest soil imparted a grayish hue, reminiscent of cement. Once the kiln was completed, we erected a rain shelter above it, layering the roof with 2 tiers of bamboo to shield it from the elements, preventing rapid cracking. At the base of the main structure, I dug a small opening and fashioned a blower using a bamboo tube to connect with the hollow segments. Now, we merely await the drying of the kiln to gauge its effectiveness. August 23rd, our freshwater supply has been depleted. Guyao and I carried 2 large iron barrels, our bodies adorned with various bottles and jars, to a rocky crevice in the east to fetch water. We sought a spot where the water flowed swiftly. For some unknown reason, this year's rainfall has significantly diminished compared to last year, leaving us uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane. During the tedious wait for water, I glanced around in boredom and suddenly noticed a moving stone not far away on a mountain rock. My eyes widened in confusion. How could a stone move? Had it sprouted legs? Had it become sentient? I approached it in a daze, squinting to discern the figure. It turned out to be a large tortoise. Unlike the common turtles, this was a terrestrial tortoise of a species unknown to me, with a prominently domed shell and robust limbs, seemingly adorned with scales. Its appearance was striking and majestic, reminiscent of the mythical Xuanwu, albeit without the entwined serpent. Yuck! Come here, look at that. I called out to Guyao, who was lost in thought by the rocks. The process of fetching water was long and tedious, but upon hearing my call, curiosity sparked in him as he turned to gaze in the direction I pointed. It seemed Guyao might have nearsightedness, as it took quite some time for him to spot the terrestrial tortoise I had been gesturing towards. That is, a sulcated tortoise? Thank heavens! He finally spotted it. My arms were beginning to ache from being raised. I overheard him mention the sulcated tortoise and inquired if he was familiar with such a creature. He replied that he had seen it online before, perhaps that was its name. Of course, who hasn't encountered such information online? I've even seen videos of it being devoured, yet I was uncertain about the species. Is it poisonous? I asked, recalling how delicious it seemed in the videos. I had always wanted to taste it, but little did I expect to come across it today. No, tortoises aren't poisonous. Zhang Lin, you wouldn't want to eat it, would you? Just look at how adorable it is. I must tell you, this creature possesses a certain spirit. You. Wait for me. Guyao chimed in, grumbling. As long as I confirmed it wasn't poisonous, I didn't care about its spiritual essence anymore. After all, I had been reduced to this state. Before long, I climbed onto a large rock, and as I approached, I was struck by the considerable size of the tortoise. Its round, bulging shell was nearly half a meter across. This was the first time I had seen such a large tortoise on land, excluding sea turtles, of course. The tortoise did not flee as I drew near. Instead, it stretched its neck and stared at me intently. Indeed, the animals on this island had never encountered humans and were oblivious to our cruel nature. At that moment, Guyao caught up, curiously observing the tortoise while continuing to murmur, Zhang Lin, did you hear what I said? This creature is significant. It must not be eaten. In the past, I listened to Guyao's earnest advice, feeling overwhelmed, and quickly interjected, Stop. What you speak of pertains to domestic tortoises. Foreign tortoises do not adhere to such traditions. I was merely stating facts. The legends surrounding creatures like tortoises, rats, snakes, hedgehogs, and yellow weasels originated in our country and spread to some neighboring nations. Only in certain Asian countries do such tales circulate. It was evident that this tortoise did not belong to that category. It appeared to be a purebred foreigner. Guyao was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on my words before realizing, You make a compelling point. Naturally, just look at it. So daft. What spirit could it possibly possess? If it were truly mystical, it would have scampered away upon seeing us. I continued to tease Guyao. He was thoroughly convinced, even praising my knowledge. Observing his foolish expression, I struggled to suppress my laughter. Indeed, hearing a wise word from you is akin to receiving a gem of wisdom. The tortoise basking in the sun ultimately faced a grim fate. A bitter lesson taught it, in its final moments of life, the wisdom that in the next life, upon encountering such bipedal beings, it should flee as far as possible. After dealing with the tortoise, we replaced our filled water bucket with another one to continue our task. Then together we lifted the tortoise back to camp. Its shell was smooth and round, stained with blood, making it particularly slippery and difficult to carry. Fortunately, we were at the mountain's base, not too far from camp. By noon, having completed our water transport, we were ravenous, and before us blazed a fire pit, within which lay a large tortoise, its surface charred and blackened from roasting. The shell of this creature is exceedingly hard. I feel it is significantly tougher than that of a sea turtle. Rather than disemboweling it, we cast it directly into the flames. Experience has taught me that exposure to fire renders the shell considerably more brittle. After roasting it for what seemed an eternity, approximately 2 hours, we were greeted by an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Guyao, swallowing hard, anxiously inquired, "Is it done?" He had repeated this question several times. I reasoned that since it was a freshwater turtle, it likely harbored numerous parasites and warranted further cooking. However, my stomach growled in protest, and with Guyao's persistent urging, I waved my hand dismissively. "All right, let us eat." We eagerly retrieved the now charred tortoise from the fire. My intuition proved accurate. The shell had indeed become brittle, and with a forceful blow of the axe, it shattered. The flavor of the tortoise was surprisingly delightful. Though it could not quite rival the freshness of sea turtle, nonetheless, it was far more aromatic with a firmer texture. This firmness was not the sort that gets stuck between teeth, but rather a satisfying chewiness, pleasantly springy. We relished every bite, and I noted that most animals, particularly those from aquatic environments, possess the most delectable flesh in their abdomens, where the texture is also exquisitely delicate. The meat within was delicious, yet the exterior lacked visual appeal, particularly the head, which both Guyao and I found unappetizing. Adhering to my principle of minimizing waste, I called over Kuin Kuin, who was gnawing on a turtle leg. "Psst, Kuin, come here for something tasty." Kuin Kuin, now quite adept at understanding many words, turned his head towards me, still chewing. I tore off the tortoise's head and tossed it to him. He caught it with precision and, undeterred by its appearance, chewed a few times before swallowing it whole. Some friends claim to have eaten coconut crabs and sea turtles, but I find it hard to believe anyone has indulged in this creature. This turtle, weighing over 100 pounds, yielded little meat after removing the shell.